Chapter 1. A breakup comes with compensation. On the third day after his rebirth, Su Ting had done all that should be done, and even some that ought not to have been done. Su Ting, let's part ways amicably, do not delay Lily any longer, came the voice of his girlfriend, Zhou Lily. Su Ting, do you still remember that song? There exists a love called letting go. Please, stop making a fuss, she implored. Su Ting, take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You have no money, no influence, no future, and you're as stubborn as a blockhead. You're not even worthy of sharing a foot bath with my niece. Stop stalling and break up already. Surrounded by 3 women in the living room, his girlfriend Zhou Lily, her mother Wang Xiyuan, and her aunt Wu Mei, the air was thick with disdain. Su Ting silently lamented his own past cowardice. Fine, you may disregard me today, but in the future, I shall have you 3 begging for mercy. While contemplating the amount he would have to compensate, he remained silent. Zhou Lily, beautiful and gentle yet melancholic, sighed deeply. Su Ting, I have given you everything, and I have been exceedingly kind to you. Please do not hinder my future happiness. Let us part ways for our own good. Is the new man you found named Zhang Song? Su Ting turned to Zhou Lily. Yes. He is the son of the county magistrate, the deputy chief of the Secretariat's 3rd Division, and you? A mere bookworm in the county committee's research office. Can you help Lily with her transfer? Can you secure my official position? With an alluring demeanor, Wang Xiyuan raised her chin, her ample figure exuding confidence. Su Ting scoffed, ignoring her, and asked Zhou Lily, have you 2 been intimate? No. You are so tiresome. I am merely clarifying things now. I will only be with him after we break up, she replied, her cheeks flushed, her eyelids lowered, still harboring feelings for Su Ting. So, you mean to say you won't be unfaithful? He queried. Yes, this is the last shred of dignity I wish to preserve for you, she confirmed. Dignity is of no use to me. I demand compensation, Su Ting asserted with unwavering conviction. Wang Xiyuan's lips turned a shade of purple with anger as she shot up, pointing a finger at him. Su Ting, you scoundrel! My daughter has already been sullied by you, and you still have the audacity to ask for compensation? Auntie, it was I who was wronged. 6 years ago, during my sophomore year, I was utterly naive. It was your daughter who initiated everything. Time and again, I was at her beck and call, toiling for 6 years without ever receiving a single penny in return, Su Ting proclaimed with righteous indignation. Zhou Lily was a mix of anger and shame, trembling all over. She was bewildered. Just days ago, he had begged her not to break up with him, and now he appeared so resolute. He had always been an honest yet timid man. Perhaps it was better this way. His shamelessness made it easier to sever ties without guilt. Su Ting, you truly are a despicable person. I am at a loss for words. Her aunt hissed, her teeth clenched, as she reached out to strike him. Su Ting deftly caught her slender wrist, rendering her unable to move, and smiled. Auntie, why are you so agitated? Were you the one pulling the strings? Otherwise, how could Lily have gotten involved with Zhang Song and then discarded me? Who, in fact, is the shameless one? I would never have come to this desolate place for work if it weren't for Zhou Lily. A group of ungrateful women. Hand over the money. Wu Mei struggled to free herself from his grasp, her movements causing a tumultuous display before her. Dressed in vibrant hues of peach and green, she exuded her usual allure and declared fiercely, Su Ting, you are truly shameless. I will not let this rest. Su Ting's gaze swept over her ample bosom and luscious red lips, and he chuckled. Indeed, our affair is far from over. Do not stoop to the level of such a rogue. Just give him the money. It's merely a few thousand, isn't it? It was wise and timely to end this relationship. With that, Zhou's mother rummaged through her bag and brandished a bundle of cash, exclaiming, this is the meeting gift from Zhang Song to me, his mother-in-law. 20,000. Perfect for silencing a beggar. She extracted a stack and tossed it towards him disdainfully. This should be 3,000 or 4,000. Is that sufficient? Su Ting effortlessly caught the money, then bent down to collect the scattered bills from the ground, one of which had been trodden underfoot by Wang Xiyuan. He politely remarked, Auntie, might I trouble you to lift your foot? Though Wang Xiyuan felt a strong urge to kick him, she refrained, fearing he might feign ignorance and cling to her. With a huff, she lifted her leg. As Su Ting gathered the money, he noticed that the former prospective mother-in-law possessed long, fair, and exquisite legs, while her figure was curvaceous, exuding a unique charm. With every gesture, in her 40s. She was in the prime of her life. Yet her husband could not satisfy her needs. Such disgrace. With your character, aspirations, and qualities, you're destined to remain a lowly clerk for life. Wu Xiyuan turned her face away, unwilling to cast another glance at him. Su Ting chuckled. Only a fool would let money dictate their actions. Hence, this sum is insufficient as a parting fee. Both mother and daughter gasped in shock. What? Do not be so greedy. Su Ting merely smiled faintly, calculating with his fingers. Zhou Lili, over the years, I have devoted my earnings from part-time jobs and writing to you, leaving me utterly penniless. Are you truly oblivious to this? Your laptop and camera from these past few years were my purchases. The television, DVD player, washing machine, and so forth in this home were all funded by me, correct? Moreover, I lent Uncle Zhou 10,000 he lost at gambling and has yet to repay me. When your entire family traveled to the capital or the metropolis, it was all on my tab. Each hotel stay and meal was also covered by me, understood? It all adds up to 50 or 60,000, doesn't it? Let's be generous, considering that Lily consistently gave her all. How about we settle for 25,000? Wu Xiyuan retorted angrily. You scoundrel, this is extortion. I will report you. Feel free, report me. Let make a ruckus. Let it stir up a storm and reach Zhang Tsong, son of the county chief, buying a lowly clerk's woman for 20,000. Yu Zhou's mother was nearly driven to madness. Zhou Lili tugged at her mother's sleeve and softly urged, Mom, he has indeed spent a lot on our family over the years. Let's just give it to him. Wu Xiyuan shot her daughter a glare, contemplated for a moment, and then, with a clenched jaw, said, Su Ting, this is the extent of your ambition. Despair enveloped him. I will pay you 25,000 yuan, correct? 100 notes of 250. Take the money, and from this moment forth, sever all ties. Do not harass my daughter. Do not speak ill of her, and certainly do not jeopardize her chances of marrying into a wealthy family. Agreed, Su Ting declared, pocketing the 25,000 yuan in cash and departing with purpose. Upon exiting Zhou Lili's residence, he promptly hailed a taxi to Shanghai City, crossed the border into Xiangyang, and combined his original 5,000 yuan with the 25,000 yuan, amassing a total of 30,000 yuan. Converted into Hong Kong dollars, he purchased a lottery ticket for the UEFA Champions League final that evening, betting on a score of 3-1. This narrative is fictional and should not be compared to real events. Fortune smiled upon him as he won, with odds of 10-1, yielding a prize of 340,000 Hong Kong dollars. Notably, in Xiangyang, winnings could be claimed in a lump sum without tax obligations, merely requiring a declaration at the border. The following day, Su Ting returned to Shanghai, converting his winnings into 300,000 yuan. By midday, he arrived back in Yanyan County, depositing 150,000 yuan into his bank account while carrying the remaining 150,000 yuan in cash. He meandered to the textile factory's residential complex, a dilapidated building over 40 years old. His intention was to purchase 2 apartments, then patiently await the demolition scheduled for 3 months hence, poised to reap substantial profits. Chapter 2. Selling oneself for a house in Unit 201 of the textile factory residential complex. The space lay empty and desolate, having been vacant for over 5 months since the previous tenant's departure. The community was in disrepair with an alarmingly high vacancy rate. The property was nearly impossible to sell or rent. Su Ting, this house is worth over 100,000. You must be quite affluent. Are you not merely putting on airs? The owner, Wu Mei, stood beneath the chandelier in the living room, her arms crossed, her gaze fluctuating between his well-defined chest and biceps. Clad in vibrant hues of peach and green, her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, her figure enticingly curvaceous, and her alluring eyes captivating. Forgive me, I recently came into a windfall, Su Ting replied, as he unzipped his black handbag, revealing a bundle of crimson 100 yuan notes, 15 stacks, totaling 150,000. Wu Mei's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her throat swallowing hard as she chimed, How fortuitous! Why not buy my house? I am currently selling it. I would sell to anyone. Why not to a family member? Family member? Were we not adversaries just yesterday? Look at you. A man towering over 6 feet, still holding a grudge? Such pettiness. I assure you, I harbor no ill will. My heart is aligned with yours. Wu Mei blinked, gesturing towards the bare walls of the house. Behold, what a splendid home. Just moments ago, that couple offered me 180,000, but I insisted on 200,000. Alas, we could not reach an agreement. Sigh. Fate has smiled upon you, granting you this opportunity. Earlier, Su Ting had come to the textile factory residential complex in search of a home and happened upon Wu Mei escorting a couple who had just viewed the property. Considering he had extorted 25,000 from his sister the previous day, she thought he might be able to muster up the requisite funds, prompting her to invite him inside. To her surprise, he indeed possessed wealth. The house itself was decent, albeit devoid of furnishings and covered in dust. As Su Ting touched the wall, cement crumbled beneath his fingers. A fresh coat of paint would remedy that, he remarked. And those flyers downstairs, were they your doing? 150,000, Miss Wu. Your phone number appears to be rather appealing. Caught off guard, Wu Mei chuckled awkwardly, playfully swatting at him. You are insufferable. Could you not allow a woman her dignity? Now, do tell me, will you buy it? 150,000. Su Ting merely smiled, refraining from response, as he turned to survey the rest of the property. Besides the large bed in the bedroom that could not be moved downstairs, there was nothing else of value. The walls were peeling, the bathroom reeked, tiles lay shattered. The ceiling leaked, the floor was damp, moss had begun to sprout, and remnants of rodent droppings and dead cockroaches littered the space. Returning to the living room, Su Ting declared resolutely, "This house is uninhabitable. I cannot purchase it." With that, he made to leave. Wu Mei seized his arm, her tone turning pleading. "Su Ting, please do not rush away. Tell me, what would it take for you to buy it?" Her advertising company was in dire need of funds, and selling this property would alleviate her pressing financial concerns. The couple she had just shown the house to was the only interested party in a year, but when they offered only 100,000, she deemed it too low and refused to sell. "Show me your intentions," Su Ting replied, stepping into the master bedroom. "Veu mais cheeks The room even had air conditioning. The bed was equipped with a mattress and cooling mat, appearing quite clean. It would surely be comfortable to lie upon. As Su Ting activated the air conditioning and reclined on the bed, a sudden movement caught his eye. Wu Mei had entered. Now devoid of clothing, Su Ting was taken aback and hurriedly drew the curtains. She closed the door and approached with a flushed face, exuding a charming shyness. Over an hour later, Wu Mei, her cheeks flushed, embraced Su Ting and playfully asked, "How do I compare to Lily? We are not on the same level. Who is better, her or me?" "She cannot match your skills," Su Ting replied. Wu Mei laughed lightly. "You are quite skilled as well. But let us discuss serious matters. Let us sign the contract." "What? Are you asking me to sign a contract of servitude?" Su Ting teased. Wu Mei playfully smacked him and retorted, "How rude. I was talking about selling a house. So, you initially liked me not for affection, but to sell me your house? And then you would sell your body along with it? Su Ting gested. Do you think I am so easily swayed? I have already given you my body, yet you fail to cherish it? I can acquire this house for 130,000. Once is simply not sufficient. All right, once you sign the contract and give me the money, I shall grant you 2 more opportunities. It's a deal." An hour later, the contract was signed for a total price of 150,000, and Su Ting handed Wu Mei 80,000 in cash. The following evening, after the property transfer, he delivered the remaining money to her home. Holding the crisp bills, Wu Mei beamed, her excitement palpable. Su Ting inquired, "Didn't you say you would give me 2 opportunities? Have you given them all at once today? Do you have any money left?" she asked. Su Ting shook his head. "Then be gone," Wu Mei exclaimed, closing the door with a thud. "How heartless you are." Su Ting chuckled bitterly, hands in his pockets. "I once believed only women were frivolous, yet here you are, a man equally so." She gazed at his muscular chest, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. But money was the original sin. Pleasure could not be had without it. "Indeed, we are evenly matched. I am half a pound, while you are certainly more than that. Closer to 8 pounds, Wu Mei proudly declared, adjusting her ample assets. "I'm offering you a chance today. Don't regret it later. Hurry and leave," she insisted, slamming the door. "Curse snob. I shall ensure you deliver next time." Su Ting whistled as he walked away. Wu Mei rushed to the balcony, watching his tall figure retreat, biting her lip as she murmured, "Su Ting lives up to his name. He's truly handsome and fierce." I have never felt this exhilarated before. Yet he is just a penniless boy. Just as I finally have some money, he takes it away. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paws. She glanced at her phone. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Why hasn't Tea Minister Ku arrived yet? Damn it with his skills. He pales in comparison to Su Ting. Yet he holds power. Power can generate wealth. After a while in the community, Su Ting suddenly spotted Ku Weiliang, the deputy director of the publicity department, parking his car and sneaking over. He concealed himself in the shadows, observing as Ku Weiliang glanced around before slipping into Wu Mei's building. Wasn't he the fiancé of Yin Bing, the secretary of the county committee? What was he doing here? Su Ting quietly followed. Indeed, Ku Weiliang knocked on Wu Mei's door. When she opened it, he leaped forward like a ravenous wolf, leaving Wu Mei breathless, and then the door slammed shut. Su Ting shook his head, realizing that was why he had not received any affection tonight. It had been preemptively booked by another. The following day, Su Ting used the remaining funds to purchase another set in the textile factory's residential complex, mirroring the layout of Wu Mei's unit, a spacious 100 square meters with 3 bedrooms, and he managed to negotiate a price reduction of $15,000, totaling $35 million. In 2 to 3 months, Shangyun County is set to commence the redevelopment of the old town, with the textile factory's residential area being the first slated for demolition. Given its remarkably low plot ratio, the compensation will be substantial, amounting to millions. Subsequently, he invested the leftover $150,000 in a championship prediction, betting on the Mavericks to triumph over the Heat. The inaugural match was scheduled for the following day. Thus, Su Ting found himself once again devoid of funds. Yet the prospect of better days loomed on the horizon. Additionally, with a business trip approaching, County Secretary Wang Xiyuan was poised to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 3. The female secretary's designated companion for the business trip. A few days later, County Secretary Wang Xiyuan led a delegation to the provincial capital, Zhuzhou, to inspect the development of the cultural industry, accompanied by a cohort of 16 individuals. Upon finalizing the list, everyone was taken aback to discover that, apart from the director Yin Shi and Chief Secretary Yin Bing, Su Ting was also included. Why had the leadership chosen him? Director Yin Shi was equally perplexed. When he presented the draft list to Wang Xiyuan, she merely suggested substituting Old Li with Su Ting. Yin Shi had hesitated, only to be silenced by Wang Xiyuan's sharp gaze and retort. Is there a problem? He dared not question further and acquiesced to the change. From Wang Xiyuan's perspective, Old Li, in his 40s with thinning hair and a stooped posture, could not possibly compare to the youthful, handsome, and vigorous Su Ting. Su Ting was acutely aware of the reason behind Wang's selection. She intended to seize the opportunity presented by the business trip to pursue him. This prospect filled him with both anticipation and trepidation, uncertain whether it was a trap. In his previous life, he had resolutely rejected the female secretary's advances, only to find himself ostracized upon his return. 6 months later, Wang Xiyuan was dismissed, and Ma Shi, the vice-governor of Haishi province, was investigated for corruption. In the years that followed, Su Ting diligently toiled, maintaining a serious demeanor until the age of 38, still relegated to a marginal department as a mere clerk. In his final years, he married a kind-hearted milk tea girl, and they relied on each other. Tragically, he succumbed to illness shortly after she became pregnant. He vowed that he would rather perish than live a life of mediocrity. He resolved to transform his destiny, beginning with entering the female secretary's chamber. In the main building of the county committee, Su Ting discreetly boarded the minibus early, choosing a seat at the rear. Shortly thereafter, 10 or so individuals followed suit. However, he did not spot the beautiful and haughty Secretary Yin Bing, a peacock who had often looked down upon him in his previous life. Wang Xiyuan was the last aboard, her steps light and graceful, adorned in a white blouse and high-waisted black wide-leg trousers. The shirt tucked neatly into her waistband sans belt, complemented by modest heels. Her short, dark hair framed a face enhanced by subtle makeup, radiant and flawless, her skin glowing, with sharp collarbones and a bosom that posed an insurmountable challenge for many a man. She exuded an air of dignity, elegance, nobility, and competence. Upon entering the vehicle, Her obsidian-like eyes scanned the group before softly inquiring of Yin Shi, "Is everyone here?" As she settled into her seat, her gaze fleetingly brushed over Su Ting's face, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Secretary, everyone has arrived." Secretary Yin set off early in the morning to arrange accommodations and coordinate the inspection itinerary. After 3.5 hours, the inspection team arrived in Juzhou City. During lunch, Yin Shi seated Su Ting, Yin Bing, and the driver in the outer lobby, while other leaders dined with the secretary in a private room. Traditionally, secretaries and accompanying staff do not sit at the main table. Once seated, Wang Xiyuan noted the private room could accommodate 18 and casually inquired, "Where are Xiao Yin and Xiao Su? They should join us for the meal." Yin Shi felt a twinge of anxiety as the dining arrangements had not aligned with the leader's expectations, hastily responding, "Of course, I will arrange it right away." He stepped outside to find Yin Bing chastising Su Ting with a frosty expression. "Xiao Su, have you not accompanied leaders before? Cherish this opportunity and perform well. Do not disappoint them. However, do not be a nuisance. If the leaders do not call your name, refrain from speaking. I know you possess knowledge. But if the secretary asks another leader a question and they falter, do not intervene. That would be disrespectful. You must possess emotional intelligence and understand the nuances of the political arena. Your role here is to assist with laborious tasks, carrying bags, transporting items, taking notes, writing materials, and coordinating our inspection itinerary. You need to be observant and proactive. Do you understand? If you continue to behave like a naive fool, speaking bluntly, I will ensure you face the consequences upon our return." At 25, Yin Bing was tall, fair-skinned, and immaculate, her ponytail the most elegant in the county committee courtyard, shining brilliantly as she moved. A quintessential example of beauty and privilege, she was often referred to as the Ice Mountain due to her cold demeanor. Su Ting listened quietly with a smile, occasionally nodding, until he suddenly asked, "When are you marrying Ko Wei-Yang?" Yin Bing was taken aback, her face flushing with anger as she retorted, "Why do you ask that? I just feel a bit sorry for you. Listen to your brother's advice and do not marry him, for marriage is not worth it." Yin Bing, shocked and furious, furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "Su Ting, my personal affairs are none of your business. Besides, you are the one who should be pitted. Your whole family is to be pitted. Envy breeds resentment, and a twisted mind seeks to ruin others." With a huff, she turned away, believing Su Ting, like other men, harbored ulterior motives towards her. She held her head high with indignation, pouting as she attempted to leave. Yin Shi, observing Yin Bing's furious demeanor, felt a headache coming on. This young lady enjoyed wielding her status and, being the secretary's assistant recommended by the organization department, looked down on others. "Secretary Yin, Xiao Su, come here and join us for the meal." Yin Bing was taken aback once more, frowning as she replied, "Director, what qualifications does Su Ting have to dine with us? The secretary has specifically requested it. What do you think?" The middle-aged Yin Shi clearly possessed a maturity that transcended Yin Bing's youthful demeanor. The mere fact that Wang Xiyuan had replaced the seasoned Li with Su Ting had already struck him as unusual, not to mention the secretary had just invited him to dine in the private room. Yin Bing, astonished for the third time, shot a glare at Su Ting before striding confidently towards the private room. A few minutes later, the meal was served, and Wang Xiyuan engaged in lively conversation with several leaders while they dined. As the gathering progressed, guests began to offer her tea, having noted her clear intention not to drink alcohol during lunch. Sitting at the far end, Su Ting observed the proceedings and, once the toasts were completed, respectfully approached Wang Xiyuan, bowing slightly as he extended the tea. "Secretary, I offer you this tea in place of wine." Wang Xiyuan was conversing with Lin Ruilong, the deputy secretary of the county committee, yet she subtly noticed Su Ting out of the corner of her eye. After a brief pause, she turned her gaze towards him, her expression calm and composed. Slowly lifting her teacup, she inquired, "You're Su Ting?" "Yes, secretary, I am Su Ting," he replied, smiling confidently and maintaining a respectful demeanor. A high-achieving student from Shanghai University, young and with a talent for writing. This time, pay close attention, take thorough notes, and ponder deeply, then returned to write an investigation report to submit to the municipal committee. Wang Xiyuan assigned him this task in the most ordinary of tones, dispelling any doubts regarding his presence on the investigation team, while simultaneously assessing him with a subtle glance. After speaking, she offered him a gentle smile, sipped her tea, and resumed her animated conversation with Lin Ruelong. The onlookers noted Wang Xiyuan's attentiveness towards Su Ting, yet they refrained from overstepping the boundaries of propriety. For Su Ting, it was the first time he felt the allure of her presence up close. She exuded an enchanting fragrance and an impressive poise, her figure exuding confidence. It was exhilarating. Chapter 4. The charismatic Secretary Yin Bing was taken aback for the fourth time. How did the secretary know he could write? Why had she suddenly noticed this unassuming, peripheral figure? The peculiar glint in her eyes suggested something more. A woman's intuition told her that Secretary Wang seemed genuinely interested in Su Ting. A sense of urgency washed over her, accompanied by a thrilling anticipation. Could a story truly unfold? Might it lead to the salvation of her brother? After the meal, everyone proceeded directly to the hotel. Su Ting was summoned by Yin Bing to help carry Wang Xiyuan's suitcase as they entered Suite 1601 together. The county committee secretary's outing required high standards. A 5-star hotel with individual rooms for each person, unbothered by the excess travel expenses that would be managed by the administrative office upon their return. Besides, her well-stocked bag contained a substantial sum of cash. Wang Xiyuan surveyed the suite from the living room, her gaze landing on the tea table. Su Ting, could you brew some tea for me? Use Nongfu spring water. There are only 2 small bottles here. Yin Bing, please fetch some more, the larger bottles, she instructed. Yin Bing acknowledged her request and swiftly exited, closing the door behind her. Wang Xiyuan cast a glance at the handsome young man, removed her high heels, and languidly reclined on the sofa, bare feet resting on a coffee table. With her large eyes sparkling with intrigue, she directed her gaze towards Su Ting and softly uttered, "Why are you standing there? Boil the water and brew the tea." Su Ting quickly responded, his heart racing. The usually forthright and spirited secretary was truly captivating at this moment, exuding a seductive allure. Was it different from the previous life? Was she favoring him directly at noon? It felt too swift, somewhat overwhelming. The kettle hummed as Su Ting broke the compressed pu'er tea into pieces and placed them into the teapot. He could sense her burning gaze appraising him from head to toe. "Xiao Su, could you kindly fetch the book for me? I wish to indulge in some reading." Wang Xiyuan's melodious voice resonated once more. Su Ting turned around, and Wang Xiyuan elegantly raised her slender, jade-like hand, softly gesturing towards the black box resting on the ground beside her. "Certainly, Secretary." He approached, crouched down, and unzipped the case, which was compartmentalized into 2 layers, both padded for protection, leaving him curious about their contents. Without further inquiry, he unzipped the lower compartment, revealing a colorful array of intimate garments, lingerie, sleepwear, and various undergarments that caused his cheeks to flush and heart to race. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant aroma enveloped him, followed by her slightly playful voice. "You are quite foolish. How could you not find this book?" Wang Xiyuan crouched beside him, brushing against his side, allowing him to sense her delicate form and alluring scent. She lifted the upper padding, which housed cosmetics, rummaged for a while, then laughed lightly, placing her hand on her forehead. "Look at my memory. I forgot to bring it." As they both stood up simultaneously, they inadvertently bumped into each other. Su Ting quickly apologized. "Secretary, I'm terribly sorry. I'm rather clumsy. You should have waited for me to rise first." She shot him a fierce glance, though it bore a hint of playfulness, almost as if she were teasing him. Just as Su Ting reached the tea table, Yin Bing entered, panting and carrying 2 5-liter bottles of mineral water, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Upon seeing Su Ting leisurely pouring tea for the secretary, she felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "Why must all the heavy lifting fall to me, while you, the oblivious rogue, lounge about?" Maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, Su Ting quickly took the bottles from her, lifting them with ease and placing them in their designated spot. "Oh, Xiao Su, what book did you bring? Please hand me one." "Of course, Secretary. I shall retrieve it immediately." He deliberately waited a full 10 minutes before returning to room 1601, only to discover that Yin Bing had already been sent away by Secretary Wang. She truly possessed an enchanting charm, far surpassing that of his Aunt Wu Mei. Su Ting found himself captivated. This dignified and decisive female secretary harbored a delicate and affectionate side. Closing the door, Su Ting presented the historical biography Empress Wu Zetian with both hands before her. This one? I'm not particularly interested. Do you have anything else? Wang Xiyuan replied with an elegant smile, shaking her head. Secretary, this is the only one I brought. Su Ting responded, secretly lamenting, I would have liked to show Eugene Ping Mei, but alas, I left it behind. This book serves as my research into the psychology of female leaders and the art of influence, so it could be of use to you. Is it captivating? She inquired, reaching out to take the book, flipping through a few pages, her long eyelashes fluttering as she lazily gazed at him. Her perfectly polished toes elegantly resting on the arm of the sofa in an ambiguous yet graceful manner. She reclined in that alluring pose favored by many women in dream of the Red Chamber, embodying both languor and charm. It is indeed captivating, Su Ting replied, noting how the narrative of Wu Zetian's rise to power was both thrilling and thought-provoking. However, Secretary Wang was weary and preferred not to read herself. Why don't you narrate it to me? Wang Xiyuan suggested, pouting slightly as she poured herself some tea. Thus, the scene shifted, with Wang Xiyuan reclining on the sofa, legs crossed, barefoot, sipping tea while listening to the handsome young man before her recount the tale. In his previous life, Su Ting lived a life of quietude, engaging in leisurely work while immersing himself in an array of literature, history, economics, and political treatises, ultimately shaping himself into a scholar, albeit one largely unrecognized. Now, those memories have accompanied him into this life, serving as one of the assets for his meteoric rise. The flourishing Tang dynasty was an era of significant liberation for women, who were permitted to forego veils, venture out to meet men, and even lead troops in a battle, riding through the streets. This openness is attributed to the Li Tang royal lineage, which bore Hu blood and customs. Amongst these was the practice whereby a woman could marry her deceased husband's son. Such customs laid the groundwork for Wu Zetian's success. Otherwise, under the Confucian and legalistic norms that emerged post-Song dynasty, it would have been inconceivable for an emperor's concubines to be enjoyed by their sons. Enjoyed? How you phrase it? They refer to it as rekindling a former romance. Wang Xiyuan cast a playful glance and remarked, Do you think I am unaware? Wu Zetian was the wife of Emperor Taizong of Tang and had once been favored, receiving the title of talent. Before Li Shimin's demise, she had already entangled herself with Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji. Ah, so even the secretary is aware? Su Ting chuckled awkwardly. Please continue, she commanded, regaining her authoritative demeanor. After all, it was the Central Plains dynasty, and certain decorum must be observed. According to the rites, after the emperor's ascension, concubines who bore children remained in the palace, living in widowhood. Those who did not either faced burial with the deceased or were sent to monastic life. Wu Zetian would never voluntarily choose the latter path. Thus she became a nun at Ganya Temple. Eventually, she became the wife of Li Ji. Wang Xiyuan slowly sipped her tea, her fingers gliding over the cup, her large, watery eyes inquiring, Tell me, was Wu Zetian truly beautiful? Historical records do not provide a definitive account nor preserve an image, yet it is likely she possessed a figure that was ample and voluptuous. As described in the New Book of Tang, which characterizes Princess Taiping as having a broad forehead and a generous countenance, akin to Wu Zetian. It is said that the statue of the Luohan Buddha in the Longmen Grottos was modeled after her likeness. Princess Taiping was robust, and, in contemporary terms, she would be likened to an Olympic weightlifting champion. At the time, a teenage Li Chongmao temporarily assumed the role of emperor, being urged to abdicate in favor of Tang Ruizong, Li Dan, who was the father of Li Longji. Li Chongmao hesitated, prompting Princess Taiping to step forward, assertively declaring, You may step aside, and effortlessly lifted him from the throne, tossing him aside under her arm. Wang Xiyuan chuckled, Your narrative is so vivid. Su Ting continued, Secretary, consider this. Without some allure, she would not have been selected by Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, to enter the palace. However, I believe that Li Ji's ardent affection for Wu Zetian stemmed not solely from her physical attributes. Wang Xiyuan gazed at him thoughtfully, intrigued by his cultured discourse and finding him increasingly extraordinary, playfully asking, "Then what was the reason?" Her character, Su Ting replied, maintaining his respectful stance as he spoke eloquently. She possessed a forthright and spirited demeanor, exuding charisma and decisiveness. Secretary, you embody such qualities. Chapter 5. The midnight summons of the female, Secretary Wang Xiyuan listened intently, momentarily taken aback by the final remark, before bursting into a smile and casting a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Consider, if you will, the reign of Empress Wu Zetian, during which she orchestrated the demise of countless individuals, particularly members of the Li clan, nearly annihilating them entirely. She implemented a system of denunciation, allowing the likes of the ruthless officials Li Junchen, Zhou Xing, and Su Yuanli to wield unchecked power, taking the lives of many. Over her 15-year rule, she is said to have executed more than a third of the 78 chancellors in her service, with numerous others exiled. Yet despite this, those she targeted were still permitted entry into the ancestral halls of the Li clan and continued to be venerated by later generations. This indicates that she accomplished much and possessed a remarkable talent for governance, truly endearing herself to the populace. Her charisma was such that many men across the nation yearned to be her consorts, even for a fleeting night, deeming it worth the risk of death. Consequently, love letters fluttered into the palace like snowflakes. The illustrious poet Wang Xiyuan was among them, penning numerous passionate missives, unabashedly pleading for the honor of her company. Despite his extraordinary talent and renowned stature, he was not favored by Wu Zetian, primarily due to his halitosis. Wang Xiyuan laughed heartily at this revelation and inquired, "What else? Please continue." Wu Zetian was remarkably healthy. Indeed, in the realm of political strife, the most prudent and practical strategy is to endure. She thrived to the age of 67, outliving all her rivals, thus claiming the throne. Historical figures such as Empress Dowager El, Empress Dowager Do, and Empress Wang of the Han Dynasty, as well as Empress Dowager Wenming of Northern Wei, Empress Liu of the Northern Song, and Empress Dowager Cixi, all wielded power due to their longevity, outlasting their husbands and sons. The Ziji Tongjian records that at the age of 69, Wu Zetian experienced a revival of her teeth, and her hair remained dark and lustrous. Remarkably, Han Yu of the Tang dynasty lamented that he had lost his hair and teeth by his 40s, a truly pitiable state. Moreover, our county S office worker, Old Li, is barely in his 40s and already bald. Wang Xiyuan playfully tapped him in the air, chiding, "No personal biases, please just tell the tale." It is said that she maintained her youthful appearance through a particular facial mask made from motherwort, which helped preserve her beauty akin to that of a young maiden. Wang Xiyuan chuckled, "Nonsense. A 70-year-old woman is usually a withered husk, but I speak of authentic historical accounts. Once you peruse this text, you shall understand. Furthermore, there is an intriguing piece of evidence, though its appropriateness for discussion is debatable." Su Ting blushed, lowering her gaze, hesitant to meet her superior's eyes. Yet her peripheral vision lingered on her own delicate and exquisite feet. Reflecting on Jinping Mei, one recalls how Shi Minqing entangled himself with the married Pan Jinlian and Li Ping'er, each affair beginning with the allure of their dainty lotus feet. Fortunately, Secretary Wang is single, and so is Su Ting. "You needn't worry," she reassured. Wu Zetian's lineage was endowed with a remarkable gene for rejuvenation. The new Book of Tang recounts that her mother, well into her 90s, engaged in an affair with her young grandson Helan Minji on multiple occasions, no less. This was a mere youth. It raises questions about the reliability of historical records or whether Wu Zetian's family possessed extraordinary abilities. During the Shunlong coup, Wu Zetian, at the age of 81, bedridden, still entertained the company of her two young favorites, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, engaging in intimate dalliance. Indeed, she referred to them as her little playthings. Wang Xiyuan's face flushed, and with a smile, she shifted the conversation, asking Su, the talented scholar, Among the many beauties of the flourishing Tang era, which one do I resemble? Why, you, Su Ting replied, her gaze both restrained and bold, causing Wang to blush even deeper, feeling a wave of self-consciousness as she lifted her teacup to sip, averting her eyes. Secretary, you possess the charismatic boldness and strategic prowess reminiscent of Wu Zetian, the youthful brilliance of Princess Taiping, and the elegance and wisdom that come with the splendor of marriage. You embody the delicate charm of Princess Annal, as the historical text would say, dazzling the world with your radiance. Additionally, you possess the remarkable talents of Shangwan Waner, the dignified grace of Empress Changsun, who exudes maternal authority, and the resilience and composure of Empress Wei, effectively consolidating the virtues of Tang's most beautiful women within yourself. Wang Xiyuan erupted into laughter, taking some time to compose herself before pointing at the book beside her, stating, "There is no need to read. I find listening to the book far more engaging." "Thank you, Secretary. Is there anything else? Please, share more amusing stories." Wang Xiyuan thought to herself that she had randomly chosen a male companion, and he turned out to be quite the treasure. Time passed swiftly. Aside from discussing literature, Su Ting and the secretary deliberated on the primary focus of the current investigation. Su Ting believed that one could learn from other successes, advocating for the emulation of successful cultural industries in Zhuzhou, particularly exploring the innovative path of Maishan Oil Painting Village, aiming to break away from the outdated practices of mere replication and instead boldly pursue the original oil painting industry's new trajectory. This insight greatly astonished Wang Xiyuan. The young man's awareness was remarkably advanced and profound, leaving her deeply inspired. After all, he was merely 24 years old and had only been working for 3 years. Later, Su Ting sat beside her, gazing silently, and she returned his gaze until a blush crept over her cheeks. Su Ting thought to himself, indeed the moment arrived early. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiyuan reclined gently onto the sofa, closed her eyes, and with a delicate gesture of her fingers, said, "You may leave. The secretary is tired." "Secretary, are you deaf or blind?" "Leave." Su Ting left the room, feeling a sense of loss. As the door closed softly behind him, Wang Xiyuan opened her eyes, turned to the side, gazing at the entrance with a shy smile, and murmured, "Quite good." In the afternoon, they visited the renowned 898 Creative Cultural Industrial Park, then took a leisurely cruise on the Pearl River, even ascending the Canton Tower. By the time they returned to the hotel after drinks, it was already 11:30. At 12:30, after finishing his shower and lying on the bed watching television, Su Ting awaited a call from the beautiful secretary. Throughout the day, she had scrutinized him closely, and during their lengthy conversation at noon, he had demonstrated unyielding composure and discretion. It was evident that she was satisfied, transitioning from early morning's uncertainty to midday flirtation and finally to the evening's tender moments during their drinks. All groundwork laid perfectly. Sure enough, she called on the landline. "Su Ting. Secretary? You're looking for me?" He suppressed his excitement, feigning surprise. "Come here. Now." Su Ting had barely spoken the words when he realized she had already hung up. Such was the authority of her position. No explanations, no waiting for a response, and no room for doubt. Should he go or not? Surrender to temptation or resist? Naturally, he would go. Only a fool would refrain. In a moment, Su Ting dressed, opened the door, and found the corridor dimly lit, devoid of others. He walked to the end where Wang Xiyuan resided in Suite 1601. While most others were on the 17th floor, with a few on the 16th, a considerable distance from 1601. He knocked softly 3 times, and the door swung open immediately, revealing that she had been waiting just behind it. Dressed in a vibrant red silk nightgown, her hair casually styled in a bun, and a blush adorning her face. She looked both shy and alluring, yet her tone remained calm. "Come in." Close the door. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Su Ting complied and followed her into the living room, standing awkwardly in the center. Wang Xiyuan settled onto the sofa, gently swirling her glass of red wine before taking a slow sip. At 35 years of age, she remained unmarried, having served as the secretary of the Yun County Committee for over a year, following her previous role as the director of the theoretical department in the provincial propaganda office. Standing a height of 168 centimeters, her skin gleamed with a porcelain-like radiance, her figure impeccably proportioned, slender where it should be and curvaceous where appropriate. Her large, obsidian-like eyes, predominantly dark, sparkled with charm and allure, captivating countless men who mistakenly believed she had taken a liking to them, when in truth, her gaze was naturally imbued with emotion. Now in her position as county secretary, she intentionally maintained an air of seriousness and authority, exuding a cool, fierce demeanor that kept others at bay. Su Ting dared not inquire further, merely bowing his head in silence, while occasionally stealing glances her way. With her head lowered, she savored her wine, seemingly lost in thought, as if oblivious to his presence. This scene reminded Su Ting of Jia Rong's visit to his aunt Wang Xiyuan in Dream of the Red Chamber. Despite the deep affection shared, due to her married status, Feng Jie could only silently relish her moments alone with her brother-in-law, sipping tea for what felt like an eternity. After a full 5 minutes, Wang Xiyuan suddenly lifted her large, expressive eyes to glance at him, knowingly asking, "How old are you this year?" 24, he replied. "Not married, I presume?" "No." A faint smile graced Wang Xiyuan's lips as she resumed sipping her wine. Once her glass was empty, she elegantly poured herself another half glass and, after a brief pause, inquired, "What about a girlfriend?" "None." Wang Xiyuan swirled her wine glass, allowing the wine to breathe while engaging in an internal struggle. Su Ting's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 6. A Night of Entwined Souls. Secretary, you called for me? It's nothing. You may leave. Su Ting was taken aback. This was unlike his previous life. In that instance, she had ordered him to disrobe. What was happening? He couldn't be too forward. If he angered the secretary, it would spell disaster. After all, such an opportunity was rare. Would it really slip away? The midday encounter had also been absent in his past life. Had she grown fearful? Had she changed her mind? As these thoughts swirled, he turned slowly, as if in slow motion, making his way to the door. "Come back." After a brief, internal struggle, Wang Xiyuan had firmly resolved to proceed. If she was to give herself, she would do so without hesitation. She flashed a charming smile at him and walked directly into the bedroom, reclining on the bed. "Come here." Wang Xiyuan slightly parted her luscious, peach-like lips, adopting a provocative pose. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Ting swiftly approached her. More than an hour later, Wang Xiyuan lay in his embrace, her beautiful eyes quietly shedding 2 streams of tears. On the sheets, a small patch of crimson blood was evident. Su Ting was taken aback. A woman's first experience, regardless of whom it is shared with, often brings tears, an expression of the sense of loss and injustice that can only be conveyed through weeping. At around 3 in the morning, Wang Xiyuan once again melted into the man's embrace, gently kissing the shoulder she had previously bitten, softly asking, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all." She turned over, lying flat, her demeanor both graceful and modest, a soft smile gracing her lips as she whispered, "I wonder if it is my fortune or yours. After much deliberation, I have chosen you." My fortune. She had not anticipated that her first experience would be so fleeting, leaving her with a medley of emotions. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears once more. "Darling, may I inquire why?" Su Ting turned to face her, caressing her skin, as white as night snow and as smooth as jade. Wang Xiyuan let out a slight sigh, her smile tinged with resignation, but then she turned to scrutinize him, retorting sharply, "Little rascal, you need not know so much. I wish to know, for it determines whether I may serve you in the future. This depends on me," she declared imperiously, tapping his chest, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Did this imply there will be a next time? A teasing smile danced across Wang Xiyuan's flushed face. "You may leave. I wish to bathe." "Darling, I yearn know why." "Leave." Su Ting rose, watching her don his white shirt, struggling to descend the bed with a limp as she made her way to the bathroom. He refrained from pointing out that it was his shirt she wore. How could he return home in such a state? Moments later, the sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom. Boldly, he approached the door and knocked, to which her irritated voice responded, "What now? Why haven't you left?" "Secretary, you entered wearing my shirt. I cannot very well exit your room in my bare skin, can I?" After a moment, the door cracked open, revealing Wang Xiyuan's bare arm as she handed him the shirt. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ting slipped inside, eliciting a startled cry followed by a sharp slap. "Su Ting, you scoundrel, get out." Yet he did not retreat. Ultimately, under his relentless pursuit, Wang Xiyuan surrendered. By the time Wang Xiyuan bathed for the third time, it was already 6:30 in the morning, and they had not rested throughout the night, ready now to rise for breakfast. As Su Ting prepared to leave, he noticed his phone on the bedside table flashing. Curiosity piqued, he glanced at the message, and upon reading it, he was taken aback. The dialogue box read, "Xiyuan, since you're not answering my calls, please text me. Tonight at 10, Century Garden Building 203, waiting for you." The sender was identified as Ma Shi. Immediately, Wang Xiyuan's phone screen went dark. Su Ting began to comprehend why she had entrusted her first night to this unrelated young man. He glanced towards the bathroom, where the sound of water continued to flow, and Wang Xiyuan was inside, locked away, cleansing her exquisite body while humming a contemporary love song. Quietly, he left her room, taking with him a bag containing several used condoms and the bloodstained sheets. On his way, he glanced up at the camera in the corridor, noting it did not flicker with a red light. Had it captured the events? With no time to dwell, he quickened his pace, returning to his own room. At 8:30, the female Secretary Yin Bing knocked on Wang Xiyuan's door, respectfully inviting her to breakfast. Wang Xiyuan indulged in a slumber that extended over an hour. Once she had adorned herself in her attire and completed her makeup, her face radiated with a rosy glow as she gazed into the mirror. Recalling the passionate and exhilarating encounter she shared with Su Ting the previous night, she felt both bashful and elated. Yin Bing accompanied the leader to the self-service Chinese restaurant on the second floor, when suddenly exclaiming, "Boss, I forgot to bring your hat down. It's a scorching day, 33 degrees. Go fetch it, and don't forget the sunscreen." Wang Xiyuan reflected on how considerate and meticulous Su Ting had been in erasing any traces. Before handing her the room card, "Boss, please eat first. I shall be back shortly." 3 minutes later, Yin Bing swiped the card to enter room 1601, proceeding directly to the master bedroom. She retrieved the sunscreen spray and hat, which she had purposely forgotten, and then moved to the television stand facing the grand bed. With trembling hands, she extracted the memory card from the recording device and replaced it with a new one, restoring the socket in its original state. Yin Bing exhaled a long sigh, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and gazed at her pale reflection in the mirror, overwhelmed by anxiety. She clasped her hands in prayer, hoping fervently that the boss possessed no indecent videos and that there were no illicit dealings, pleading earnestly. During the morning tour, Wang Xiyuan maintained a rosy complexion and a gentle demeanor, in stark contrast to her typically aloof and stern disposition. Upon returning to the hotel for a midday respite, due to the intense heat, Yin Shi proposed a departure for the next site at 4 in the afternoon. Around 1 o'clock, Su Ting, freshly showered and impeccably dressed, armed with a printed document and a pen, seized the opportunity when the coast was clear. He quietly approached the door of 1601 and gently knocked. A crisp voice responded from within, "Who is it?" He remained silent, waiting a few seconds until the door swung open. Su Ting swiftly entered, enveloping Wang Xiyuan, who was concealed behind the door, in his embrace, capturing her luscious, peach-like lips with his own. Chapter 7. The female secretary is a mole after a fervent kiss. Wang Xiyuan broke free, playfully kicking him, and chided, "Didn't I send you a message saying not to come? I didn't sleep a wink last night. I need my afternoon nap." "Impossible, secretary. I miss you too much. It's never enough. You're like a dog, always wanting more." Soon, the room was once again filled with passion. After their tryst, Wang Xiyuan playfully slapped him and said, "Su Ting, you show such disrespect for your superiors and defy orders. If this continues, I shall have to dismiss you." She then delicately traced her slender fingers across his chest. "My dear, you cannot possibly dismiss me." "Why not?" Wang Xiyuan chuckled lightly. "Am I not capable of dismissing a mere clerk? You promised to promote me. You cannot go back on your word." Wang Xiyuan laughed heartily. "You sly one. Are you really expecting me to grant you favors? Didn't he shui why you rise from a mere vendor to a great general under Wu Zetian, a first-class power minister? Very well, I shall agree to promote you. She giggled, playfully flipping him onto his back. My dear, the matter of promotion was merely jest. Su Ting caressed her smooth, delicate waist, saying, with the right wind at your back, I shall elevate you to the heights. I am here to rescue you. Wang Xiyuan's expression hardened as she abruptly sat up, realizing she wore nothing at all. She hastily pulled the bathrobe around herself and coldly inquired, What do you mean by that? Su Ting also sat up, gazing at her with sincerity and determination. Secretary, this morning I fortuitously came across your message. I have a way to help you navigate through this crisis. Wang Xiyuan was initially taken aback, then forced a bitter smile and sighed, her body softening as she leaned against him. Weakly, she remarked, He is the deputy governor. Even I am powerless in this situation, let alone you, a mere departmental official. Please, tell me the specifics, and I shall offer my counsel. You? Wang Xiyuan chuckled coldly, underestimating him. Is this related to your father? Your father? How amusing. What era are we in? Still referring to him as your father. Wang Xiyuan found herself laughing heartily, charmed by his humor. She possessed a remarkable character, magnanimous, straightforward, and candid. Your father is innocent. He will be released in 6 days. It is not the work of Ma Shurtu, but rather the discerning scrutiny of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. Wang Xiyuan was momentarily stunned. How did this young man know about her father's predicament? It was quite alarming. Previously, Su Ting had been an honest and unassuming outsider, and had it not been for his tall and handsome appearance, she would not have noticed him. To her surprise, after getting to know him better, she discovered he was not only physically impressive, but also quite charming, possessing a maturity and insight that surpassed his years. Was he not far superior to the female secretary, Yin Bing? Perhaps he could serve as an exceptional partner. With a grand gesture, she embraced him and playfully tapped his nose, saying, Little fellow, you are becoming increasingly intriguing. Very well, secretary, I shall divulge everything. I have a cousin named Wang Xiyuan of similar age, height, and build. In our youth, many could not distinguish between us. She runs a tobacco and liquor business, supplying high-end products for some government departments in Yanghui City. She has always sought my assistance in penetrating the upper echelons of the market. However, the waters of the upper echelons are murky, and I am cautious of my reputation. So I declined. Later, upon hearing that Ma Shurtu was enamored by women, she attempted to seduce him, hoping to leverage this to gain access to the provincial government. Yet, her appearance and stature were not particularly striking, and her lowly status as a small business owner rendered her insignificant in Ma's eyes. Knowing Ma had long desired to win me over, she approached him under the pretense of assisting him. When I assumed the position of secretary, it is said he had made prior arrangements with the provincial leadership without my knowledge. I did not owe him any favors. Subsequently, when Wang Xiyuan revealed to him that I was still a virgin, Ma's desire to possess me intensified. But who am I? From my academic pursuits to my political career, I have always been known as a fiery little pepper with a fierce temper, and no one dares to provoke me. Thankfully, my husband is wise, or else Su Ting would sincerely lament. Wang Xiyuan playfully slapped him, causing his shoulder to sting, and retorted, Who is your husband? All right then. A fortnight ago, my father was placed under double regulation. Only a select few are aware. He is the deputy director of the Municipal People's Congress, 57 years old, on the verge of retirement. He has served as a county magistrate, county party secretary, and deputy mayor, fiercely opposing evil and intolerant of injustice, having made many enemies, thus falling victim to a framed report. Then, since our father, Wang Xiyuan's eyes widened in indignation as she reached out to strike, but halted in midair, transforming the gesture into a playful pinch, exclaiming, Who is your father? Speak recklessly again, and I shall kick you down. Then, since your father is innocent, why seek Ma's assistance to extricate him? You, my dear, lack understanding of the political realm. When one desires to fabricate accusations, what need is there for justification? He is not a provincial leader. It is beyond reach. That day, my father attended a banquet, indulged excessively, and subsequently found himself with 300,000 yuan concealed in an inconspicuous black bag tucked away in the trunk of his car. The driver did not inform him, nor did he pay heed, resulting in a revelation a week later that left him speechless. A fall into muddy waters, whether or not it is excrement, remains a stain. Wang Xiyuan sighed, reflecting, "My father has endured hardships, served in the army, and has never taken a single penny since transitioning into politics. He has always prided himself on his integrity, often teaching me the importance of loyalty to the party, maintaining cleanliness in actions, and the courage to bear responsibility. Little did he know that the honor he cherished most was on the brink of destruction. Therefore, I must do everything possible to save him, to vindicate his name, even if it means enduring the company of that old man." "No need to accompany him. Just be with me," came the retort. "Stop being so glib. My father has been ensnared by others, and they're seizing this opportunity to target me as well, especially with the upcoming change of leadership. Do you understand, young one?" Su Ting certainly comprehended. In a previous life, just before the leadership transition, Wang Xiyuan was forced to resign due to unfounded disciplinary issues, paving the way for County Chief Zhang Meng to ascend as the party secretary. Su Ting's mind raced, sifting through a vast array of information to extract events surrounding Wang Xiyuan from her past life. Her father, Wang Xiyuan, was released 6 days later, causing a considerable stir in the political arena, for in Shi, no leader subjected to dual regulation had ever emerged unscathed. In truth, the Discipline Inspection Commission's investigations were conducted with utmost caution, only proceeding with dual regulation when sufficient evidence was at hand. It later emerged that Wang Xiyuan's release was orchestrated because a new provincial discipline inspection secretary, Jiang Zheshang, was set to take office 3 days later. Upon assuming his role, he meticulously reviewed all cases involving department-level officials under investigation and found numerous inconsistencies in Wang Xiyuan's case. He personally interviewed Wang Xiyuan at the Provincial Discipline Inspection Office, ultimately declaring him innocent and offering gentle reassurances. This matter remained clandestine until 2 years later, when Jiang Zheshang recounted it as a cautionary tale during an educational conference, finally bringing it to light. Thus, in a previous life, Wang Xiyuan met Ma Shi at the Century Garden, after which Wang Xiyuan was exonerated, prompting Ma Shi to claim the credit. In reality, Ma Shi had done nothing. He merely sought to bask in the glory without effort. What could a mere departmental cadre accomplish? Additionally, during that time, images and videos of Wang Xiyuan's clandestine meeting with Ma Shi surfaced online, captured from behind with both the time and location, Century Garden, remaining ambiguous. This was likely the very rendezvous set to unfold that evening. Fearing that Wang Xiyuan might have a change of heart, Ma Shi personally awaited her downstairs, yet she maintained her distance, walking ahead of him. The footage abruptly ceased at the entrance of the hallway. An hour later, Ma Shi chased after Wang Xiyuan, seemingly attempting to prevent her departure, but she insisted on leaving, ultimately exiting through the door and hailing a taxi. Ma Shi watched as the vehicle faded from view, shaking his head in resignation. In truth, in the previous life, Ma Shi did not succeed. Wang Xiyuan had initially resolved to dedicate herself, but upon meeting him in person and engaging in conversation, she felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion and ultimately retracted her decision, vowing to preserve her chastity. Thus, she engaged in a protracted negotiation, which lasted for an hour without reaching any consensus, leading to an unsatisfactory conclusion. Subsequently, Ma Shi persistently requested her company, but each time she rebuffed him. In a fit of anger, he concocted a pretext to strip Wang Xiyuan of her official title. However, the intricacies of the situation remained concealed from all but themselves. Su Ting also misinterpreted the actions of Wang Xiyuan from a previous life. In a video that surfaced, recorded late at night amidst the rain, the dim lighting and distant angle rendered it difficult for anyone but those familiar with her to definitively ascertain her identity, should she choose to deny it. Regardless, it was evident that someone had been shadowing Wang Xiyuan, clandestinely filming her and gaining access to the community, though they did not enter the building. Capturing Ma Shi was likely a mere coincidence. This implied that Wang Xiyuan was under surveillance. Upon this realization, he could not help but gasp in shock. Did this mean that his 2 entries into the secretary's office had also been recorded? What's wrong? Are you dazed? Wang Xiyuan gently waved her hand before him. Oh, I was contemplating a strategy. Boss, is it possible that the corridor cameras caught me? Wang Xiyuan smiled lightly, not to worry. The secretary arrived early yesterday and coordinated with the hotel to disable the cameras. I want to be recorded during these days. So, you had already planned for me to be at your service? What? Are you having second thoughts? She raised an eyebrow and glared at him. No, no. The most prudent decision I made in my life was entering your room last night, he said, as his hand wandered to an inappropriate place. Sure enough, she swiftly slapped his arm, compelling him to retract his hand from her thigh. Boss, is Yin Bing trustworthy? She was recommended by the executive deputy minister of the municipal organization department, and I had to return that favor. Truthfully, I would prefer a male secretary. It would be far more convenient for socializing, drinking, driving, handling affairs, and working late hours. But I digress. Why do you ask? She arrived yesterday morning. She must have checked the room first, like looking for cameras, assessing cleanliness, noise levels, and so on. Indeed. Did she come to your room today? Wang Xiyuan regarded him with suspicion, but ultimately confirmed she did come this morning. She invited me downstairs for breakfast. That is the duty of a secretary. What is the matter? Su Ting pressed on. Did she spend any time alone in your room? Oh yes, when we reached the restaurant. She mentioned forgetting to bring my fishing hat and sunscreen, so I gave her the room key, and she went up to retrieve them herself. Su Ting chuckled coldly. Dear wife, your husband has cracked the case. Yin Bing is the mole. Chapter 8. Bring her to me. Wang Xin burst into laughter, dismissively waving her hand. You're talking nonsense. She is young, painfully reserved, and still a blank slate. How could she be a mole? Do you not believe me? Su Ting ritortith. Rising and extinguishing all the lights, plunging the room into darkness. He widened his eyes, searching for any angle that might capture the bed, and indeed, noticed a solitary outlet beneath the television, emitting a faint red glow. Wang Xiyuan gasped in astonishment. Surveillance? Su Ting turned on the light and plugged in a mini camera connected to the wall socket, capable of recording everything that transpired on the bed at any moment. Wang Xiyuan's face flushed with a mix of red and white as she furiously exclaimed, Who did this? Yin Bing? Most likely, Su Ting replied. Let me check the storage card. I'll be back in 2 minutes with a converter and my laptop. Hurry back. Don't let anyone see you. Don't worry. They were out late last night, drinking until 3 or 4 in the morning, and they are still sleeping. A few minutes later, Su Ting re-entered Wang Xiyuan's room, connected the card reader to the computer, and opened the video. Indeed, it captured Yin Bing in a state of anxiety as she faced the socket, exhaling deeply while clasping her hands in prayer before hastily exiting the bedroom. The room then remained empty for a time until a maid came to clean, followed by Wang Xin, entering in a camisole to take a shower. Afterward, she lay down to rest, leading to footage of their intimate moments. Just half a minute into the foreplay, Wang Xiyuan slammed the laptop shut and, filled with anger and frustration, commanded, Stop watching. Delete it all. Boss, it's too exquisite. May I keep it? Su Ting asked. Absolutely not. You scoundrel, delete it permanently this instant. Reluctantly, Su Ting complied. Wang Xiyuan, now dressed in her nightwear, pondered darkly, why would Yin Bing record me? What a wretched secretary, incapable of even the most basic loyalty. Wait, let me review the video again, she suddenly realized. Delete it. How could you be so quick? Su Ting replied earnestly, Boss, I understand your thoughts. I noted that the video began recording at 8:35 a.m., and given the limited capacity of this storage card, it can only hold 24 hours of content. This indicates that she came to swap the card after our encounter last night, and Yin Bing has already taken it. Wang Xiyuan's complexion turned pale. She had always maintained an air of composure, but now she was visibly shaken. Su Ting remained unruffled, contemplating, this morning, after leaving your room. She immediately returned to the cafeteria and then accompanied you, never leaving your side until you reached the hotel where she had no opportunity to view the video. Furthermore, if she hadn't seen the card, she wouldn't have been so quick to hand it over. Does she have accomplices? Wang Xiyuan inquired. Certainly. She is quite familiar with you. A stunning beauty, making it difficult to track her. Additionally, setting up such recording equipment is beyond her capability, Su Ting analyzed. I deduce that she is only now finding time to watch the intimate video of us. She must be hiding in her room at this very moment. Quick, Bring her to me, Wang Xiyuan demanded, seething with rage. Calm down, Secretary, Su Ting interjected, maintaining an air of tranquility. Has she shown any unusual behavior recently? She has seemed a bit anxious. The other day, she even asked me whether an adult could be convicted for enticement. I told her if the evidence were conclusive, there would certainly be a conviction, no room for discussion. When I inquired why she was asking, she mentioned a college friend's acquaintance had gotten into trouble. But it was not in our county. I didn't think much of it at the time. Wang Xiyuan's expression hardened as she commanded. Stop rambling and bring her to me immediately. Understood, I will go now. Meanwhile, in room 1607, Yin Bing, clad in her sleepwear and donning headphones, gazed intently at her laptop, her eyes wide open, her face flushed and warm like burning coals. During this time, she visited the restroom 4 or 5 times, pausing the playback intermittently before returning to resume the film. She did not blink once, absorbing every frame of the 70-minute feature. Her cheeks were crimson, her heart raced, and her throat parched. She gulped down nearly half a bottle of mineral water. Despite the air conditioning set to a chilling 18 degrees, an overwhelming heat enveloped her. It was utterly shocking, so exhilarating. She had never anticipated that Su Ting would be so formidable, nor that Secretary Wang would be a novice, their chemistry so harmonious. It turned out that such a scandalous act could be so exhilarating. She had been coerced into secretly filming, hoping that the memory card contained no content that violated any regulations. Secretary Wang, resting innocently, should not be entangled in any corrupt dealings. Who would have guessed such explosive material existed? She felt utterly disoriented and panicked. If this video were to be disclosed, Secretary Wang's career would be ruined. Although both he and that woman were single, engaging in an affair with a subordinate during a business trip, especially as Secretary Wang had initiated the seduction, was utterly unacceptable. She would undoubtedly face dismissal. Secretary Wang was a commendable leader, a good person who had treated her well. Did she truly intend to follow through with such a course of action? Her mind raced, unable to settle on a decision, so she redirected herself to the second video, continuing to watch. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks echoed at the door. Startling her, she inadvertently knocked over the water bottle, spilling its contents across the table and drenching the keyboard. She disregarded the mess and turned to inquire, "Who is it?" "It's me, Su Ting." Yin Bing nearly fainted, her face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably as she hastily shut her laptop and stuffed it beneath her blanket. She then smoothed her disheveled hair and calmed her racing heart with a deep sigh. "Secretary Yin, open the door. I have something urgent." Su Ting's voice was commanding, exuding an air of determination that suggested he would not leave without a response. "Xiaosu? I'm sleeping. It's inconvenient. Let's talk later. Director Yin sent me. The schedule for this afternoon and evening needs to be entirely revised. I must discuss it with you urgently. Let us communicate over the phone. I haven't changed yet. No, it must be face-to-face. Otherwise, we won't have enough time. Director Yin needs to report to the secretary in 5 minutes. All right, just wait a minute." A minute later, Yin Bing had donned her dress and opened the door to find Su Ting smiling, impeccably dressed. Yet, she felt as though she were seeing him in the nude. Her pale complexion flushed a deep red, her eyelids drooping, her gaze evasive under his penetrating stare. Previously aloof and dismissive of him, even scolding him at times, she now found herself unable to meet his eyes. Su Ting thought to himself, "This is bad. She has certainly viewed inappropriate content. Su Ting, what adjustments are needed? May I come in to discuss?" As he spoke, he pushed past her, forcefully entering the room, shutting and locking the door behind him. Yin Bing sensed something was amiss. Her heart racing in fear, struggling to maintain her composure, she asked, her voice trembling, "Which inspection point needs to be changed? If we alter one, all must be adjusted. We need to notify promptly or we'll run out of time." Su Ting squeezed past her, casting a sweeping glance over the entire standard room, before turning back to fix her with a piercing stare. His brows were furrowed, and his voice turned suddenly icy, reminiscent of an inspector interrogating a corrupt official. "Yin Bing, tell me why." Chapter 9. Kneeling in plea. "What do you mean, why?" Yin Bing's voice trembled, barely above a whisper. She could already sense Su Ting's hostility and fury. Had her secret recording been exposed? She was a quintessential thief, consumed by guilt. How dare you betray your employer? Su Ting abruptly seized her arm, thrusting her against the wall in a menacing display, his cold, sharp gaze sending shivers down her spine, causing her legs to tremble. I didn't. She attempted to defend herself. Su Ting scoffed, releasing her and striding over to the bed. He flung aside the covers and grabbed the laptop, gesturing toward the card reader and storage card still plugged in. You were watching it when I knocked, weren't you? You didn't even have the time to unplug the card reader and storage card. Moreover, the power cable remains connected. The keyboard is soaked with bottled water, and the bed is also damp. Just how frantic were you? Yin Bing suddenly lifted her chin, stepping forward defiantly, reminiscent of her previous scoldings. Su Ting, how audacious. Return my laptop. Don't move. If you do, I will call the police. Losing your position as secretary is just the beginning. You could end up in prison for illegal recording. Yin Bing shuddered, frozen in place, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she refused to concede defeat. Suppressing her voice to ask, does Secretary Shu know? What do you think? Su Ting replied, opening the laptop to reveal a full-screen image. He was bent over. Beneath him lay another pale body. Although not entirely clear, it was sufficiently provocative, shocking. He closed the video, inspected the laptop, and, thankfully, she had not yet transferred the video to the computer, indicating that she had not delivered it to the mastermind behind the scenes. Su Ting pocketed the card reader and storage card, wiped the water stains from the laptop, and gathered the power cable, turning back to her to say, I am confiscating these. Now, tell me, why did you target your employer? I didn't. Speak. Su Ting suddenly struck her with a sharp slap, holding back his full strength. Otherwise, her face would have been bruised, rendering her unfit to face anyone in the afternoon. However, it left 5 distinct marks on her delicate, pale visage. Yin Bing gasped, covering her face, overwhelmed with a mix of grievance, pain, and indignation, but above all, a primal shock. For so long, Su Ting had been a timid presence before her, while she was the princess, and he merely a dwarf. Now, he audaciously dared to challenge her, just as she was about to erupt in anger. She met Su Ting's piercing, merciless gaze and the raised hand once more. Remembering her current predicament, she instantly softened, shedding all pretense and arrogance. Leaning her beautiful face toward him in a plea. Go on, hit me, continue, just kill me. Su Ting coldly chuckled, truly pathetic. Yet, he refrained from striking again. With tears streaming down her face, Yin Bing pleaded, I'm sorry I was forced into this. I was compelled. Please do not call the police. I beg you. Let me do anything. Just spare me. Seeing Su Ting's cold demeanor, she suddenly knelt on the ground, crawling towards him, clutching his leg, and continued to plead. You like her, don't you? I can be like her. I am younger than the secretary. I am also. But don't you have a fiancé? Su Ting could not help but chuckle. You watch my video and think I'm a lecher? We are merely engaged. In truth, I have not. It's no wonder Ko Weiliang couldn't hold back and sought out Wu Mei. However, I am too busy to indulge you. Su Ting pulled her up and helped her sit on the bed, his demeanor softening considerably as he asked, Who coerced you? Who was the mastermind behind this? It is the deputy director of the county police, Lai Zheong. Lai Zheong? The county head as brother-in-law? Yes. The true mastermind should be the county head. I became the secretary's assistant thanks to the recommendation of the county head and the executive vice minister of the municipal organization department, Shui Jiaying, who then recommended me. I only learned of the county head's recommendation later. Although Su Ting had never met Shui Jiaying, he had heard she was quite beautiful, so he inquired, What is the relationship between Shui Jiaying and the county head? They were both secretaries in the municipal office and participated in the same youth training program. I've heard that the county head's south wife is her close friend, but the specifics are unclear to me. Su Ting shifted the topic, asking, When did Lai Zheong approach you? What did he want? Shortly after the May Day holiday, Lai Zheong approached me, asking me to obtain evidence of Secretary Wang's misconduct or any issues regarding her personal conduct. I agreed because, before this business trip, he arranged for a man named Heisey to coordinate with me. The camera in the secretary's room was installed by him, and the storage card was also his. He provided me with 5 cards. I met him yesterday morning. Did Lai Ziyang come? No. He said he and Secretary Wang know each other, and it would be inconvenient for him to appear. Haizi had an assistant with him. What are your plans moving forward? Lai Ziyang believes that Secretary Wang, being so beautiful and sexy, was promoted to a deputy position at 31. And after moving from the theoretical department to a direct role as county committee secretary, without going through the county head, she must be someone's mistress, likely from the provincial level. Therefore, he wants me to provide her whereabouts at all times to see if she secretly goes out on dates, and then follow and photograph her. Su Ting nodded. This aligned with the plot that had emerged in his previous life. You are responsible for being the inside informant, while Haizi handles the following and photographing, correct? Yin Bing wiped her tears and nodded. Very well. Now tell me, why are you doing this? Yin Bing raised her tear-filled eyes, looking at him with a pitiful expression, and weakly replied, I have a younger brother named Yin Zheng, who is only 19, a sophomore in college. This May Day holiday, he came in to visit me and arranged to meet with an elementary school classmate. They were singing together and had a bit too much to drink, and he ended up coercing that girl. My brother insists that she was willing, even proactive, but when the girl sobered up, she accused him of forcing her. She reported it to the police, and they took my brother away. Lai Ziyang is in charge of criminal investigations. I went to him to plead for leniency, but he suppressed the matter, and it is still under investigation. A few days later, he approached me, demanding that I become a spy. If I refused, he threatened to act according to the law, leading my brother to imprisonment. My parents, both lifelong, reputable university professors, held their reputation in the highest regard, and our family was particularly indulgent towards my brother, especially my grandmother, who adored him. If he were convicted of rape, his life would be irrevocably shattered, and my parents would be unable to hold their heads high. My grandmother, at 80 years old and suffering from heart issues, was frequently hospitalized. If she were to learn of this, it would surely be the end for her. At this point, Yin Bing covered her face and wept uncontrollably. Seeing her delicate shoulders tremble like gossamer, Su Ting felt a pang of compassion. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was Yin Zheng's entrapment a scheme orchestrated by someone else? Yet, he had no time to ponder this further. Gently, he patted her shoulder and said, Stop crying, gather yourself, and come with me to meet the secretary. Upon entering room 1601, Su Ting was taken aback to find Wang Xiyuan still clad in her camisole, casually reclining on the bed, feigning sleep, with a copy of Empress Wu Zetian upside down beside her. Remarkably, she had managed to compose herself and even started reading within such a brief interval. He had only been gone for 40 minutes. Her reasoning was straightforward. If the video had leaked, Su Ting would have called her immediately. His silence indicated that all was well. Even if it had been compromised, worrying would be futile. Su Ting led the trembling Yin Bing into the bedroom, stating, Secretary, it was indeed Secretary Yin. She arrived at the hotel yesterday to assist He Zai in setting up the recording devices. This morning, she returned under the pretense of retrieving her hat and took the storage card. Fortunately, she felt she could not hand it over to anyone else since she had not watched it, so she waited until noon to view it. She only saw the beginning. The foreplay had barely commenced, and no clothes had been removed when I knocked and entered. Su Ting provided her with a cover, thus preserving Secretary Wang's dignity. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing for her to be seen in such a state by her secretary. Chapter 10. Playing along Secretary, I am truly sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong, Yin Bing sobbed, repeatedly bowing an apology. Wang Xiyuan cast a cold, piercing glance at her, sharp and indifferent as ice shards. Yin Bing felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. That look was more cutting than any blade. With a desperate sigh, she suddenly lunged forward, clutching at Wang Xiyuan's feet, pleading, Boss, I truly made a mistake. Please spare me. I was coerced, and I had no choice. I have been praying for your safety. I admire and idolize you, and I would never harm you. Her words tumbled out in a disjointed stream, tears streaming down her face. Wang Xiyuan's expression softened unexpectedly as she gazed at Yin Bing with compassion and said, Under normal circumstances, you would not betray me. Now, tell me the whole truth. Seeing that Wang Xiyuan was not punishing her like an executioner, Yin Bing felt immense relief and gratitude, and her crying intensified. With Su Ting's prompting, she choked out the entire account. Once she finished, Wang Xiyuan slid off the bed with an impassive expression, accepted the cup of tea Su Ting offered, took a few gentle sips, and inquired, if we had not discovered this in time, would you have handed the storage card to He Zai? Speak honestly. I would not. Truly, I would never harm you. He asked me to hand over the storage card to him every night at midnight. I replied that I had it with me, having carried it all morning, but it was so small that it could easily be lost in my bag. What about tomorrow and the day after? Su Ting inquired. Yin Bing hesitated, biting her lower lip, and stammered, perhaps we should consider reporting it to the police? No, my brother. She struggled to fabricate a lie, tears streaming down her face as silent sobs overcame her. In critical moments, she truly felt helpless. Wang Xiyuan let out a deep sigh, raising her beautiful eyes to glance at Su Ting. She wanted to ascertain if this capable man in bed could also be equally adept when he got out of it. Su Ting remarked, one step leads to another. If tonight's matter is handled well, eliminating the clandestine recordings here will naturally follow. Did you not promise to help me through this crisis? Young man, your time to be tested has arrived. Wang Xiyuan's lips curled into a slight smile, her serious demeanor softened by a hint of playfulness. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ting replied, let us turn the tables on them. Both Wang Xiyuan and Yin Bing regarded him with puzzled expressions. He smiled calmly and said, first and foremost, we must maintain our composure and not allow He Zai to sense any anomalies. Secretary Yin, please return to your room and prepare for the afternoon's inspection. We must depart in an hour. I will summon you shortly. Can I leave now? Yin Bing asked, astonished. You won't divulge this to Lai Zheong, will you? No, absolutely not. I swear. Yin Bing's little head shook like a rattle, her beautiful ponytail swaying in tandem. Go on. Wang Xiyuan understood that Su Ting wanted her to leave. Yin Bing felt a mix of relief and bitterness, clearly realizing that from this day forth, Su Ting had supplanted her in the secretary's esteem. Indeed, having shared a bed with her, he would naturally be more trusted. Once Yin Bing had closed the door behind her, Su Ting approached, wrapping his arms around her waist, and tenderly said, Boss, don't worry, I'm here for you. Do tell, what is your plan? She pushed him away, her expression serious. Su Ting extended his hand and inquired, Boss, did you not mention that Wang Xiyuan resembles you? May I see your photograph? What do you mean? Are you interested in her? A flicker of wariness crossed Wang Xiyuan's eyes. Not in that sense. I merely wish to take a look. Unsure of his intentions, Wang Xiyuan hesitated before opening her phone's photo gallery to show him a few pictures of Wang Xiyuan, both solo and with friends. Indeed, the sisters were of similar height and build, and at first glance, they bore a resemblance. However, upon closer inspection, the differences were stark. Wang Xiyuan had numerous blemishes on her face that required a layer of makeup to conceal, while their temperaments diverged greatly. Wang Xiyuan exuded elegance and poise, whereas Wang Xiyuan radiated the weariness of the corporate world. Additionally, Wang Xiyuan sported long hair, while Secretary Wang had opted for a chic bob. Does Xiyuan currently have long or short hair? Her? She's always trying to imitate me, competing with me. Just a couple of days ago, she cut her hair short, claiming it looked better than mine, but alas, it turned out to be rather unflattering. Her neck is longer than mine, and her short hair does not suit her as well as mine does. Naturally, she could not compare to the secretary. The disparity was vast. She carries a certain air of weariness, while you possess sophistication, nobility, and an imposing presence. Wang Xiyuan chuckled. What time to be flattering me? However, she felt quite pleased within her heart, increasingly convinced that Su Ting was indeed a man of genuine discernment and remarkable prowess. She harbored two aspirations. First, to seduce Ma Shi, thereby aligning herself with a powerful ally and gaining access to the reception market of the provincial government and certain provincial departments. Second, to secure your favor, thus unlocking the market of Shangyun County. The reception market in Shangyun was no less significant than that of the province or city. In fact, the county bore a heavier reception burden, particularly when various higher-ups came for inspections and research, requiring fine wines, premium cigarettes, and the company of beautiful women, with plenty of valuable goods to discreetly take away upon their departure. Wang Xiyuan extended her delicate hand and gestured, indicating that everything should be fulfilled. Wang Xiyuan instantly comprehended. Smiling gracefully, I understand. Su Ting replied with a smile. Secretary, you are truly remarkable. With just a glance, you grasp everything. I believe that in all of Shanyan County, only you can be my confidant. The others are mere mundane beings. Are you complimenting me or yourself? Wang Xiyuan chuckled softly, secretly agreeing with his sentiment. Suddenly, her expression shifted. But you have overlooked a crucial issue. What about my father? In Su Ting's strategy, the omission of Wang Xiyuan essentially amounted to abandoning any hope of rescuing him. Can you trust me? He asked candidly. To be honest, I had no faith before now. I have a bit, but it is still insufficient. Su Ting replied with a faint smile. Boss, are you aware that a new secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission will arrive in 3 days? Wang Xiyuan paused momentarily. I know there is a vacancy for the Provincial Secretary of Discipline Inspection, but I hadn't heard that someone would be appointed in 3 days. How can you be so certain? That is a provincial-level official dispatched by the central government. I not only know when he will assume office, but I also know his name. Oh, really? Wang Xiyuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Jiang Jishang. He is coming from the highest Discipline Inspection Commission, a just and incorruptible official who harbors a deep aversion to wrongdoing. Wang Xiyuan suddenly let out a laugh. I don't believe you. Secretary, you have connections from the Provincial Party Committee's propaganda department. Surely you know some people from the Provincial Organization Department or the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Why not make a call to verify? Wang Xiyuan smiled and dialed the phone of the director of the Cadre Division in the Provincial Organization Department. Upon inquiry, the other party surprisingly claimed ignorance. Wang Xiyuan instructed him to immediately consult leaders from the Central Organization Department or the Provincial Organization Department. A few minutes later, the director called back. Secretary Xiyuan, your information is indeed well informed. The new Provincial Secretary of Discipline Inspection will indeed assume office in 3 days. And there will be a meeting of the Provincial Standing Committee and a cadre meeting. What is his name? Jiang Jishang, coming from the highest Discipline Inspection Commission. Chapter 11. The fish bites the hook after hanging up. Wang Xiyuan gazed at him with a complex expression, advancing towards him until she had him cornered against the wall. Their bodies nearly touching. She whispered, how do you know internal information that the Provincial Organization Department is unaware of? May I refrain from answering? Do you have someone above you? Wang Xiyuan poked his chest with her finger. The only person above me is you, beautiful secretary. With a sharp slap, Wang Xiyuan struck his arm, leaving several fingerprints on his bare skin. He feigned indignation. Secretary, you are quite ruthless. If you keep being cheeky, I'll make sure you regret it. You little rascal. Am I really so small? I'm a big rascal. You're quite the rogue, aren't you? It seems you are not as innocent as you pretend. She cast a glance beneath him and was startled to discover that the tent had been pitched once more. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could he become so aroused with just a teasing touch? What a lecher. In any case, your father is well and will soon be released. Secretary Jiang is here to restore order, and it is high time to address the lurking evils in Haishi province. Su Ting mused aloud, suddenly struck by a thought. Could Jiang Jushang's unexpected arrival in the previous life have been aimed at toppling Ma Shurtu? Although Ma is a central government cadre, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission could assist in a covert investigation. Then I shall wager my father's lifelong reputation on you. Should you prove to be mistaken, I shall not spare you. Wang Xiyuan's tone was as cold as steel. Very well. Wang Xiyuan took a few steps back, hands clasped behind her, and asked, are you truly prepared? Offending Ma Shurtu could spell the end of our careers. After all, he is the deputy provincial governor, wielding resources and means beyond our reach. Fear not, for it is not we who strike. We merely wield another's blade, and that blade must ultimately perish. My initial resolve was to share my bed with him to save my father, yet I could not afford to give my first night, thus I chose you. Little did I anticipate that we would arrive at this juncture, a truly unforeseen turn akin to grasping at embers. Wang Xiyuan lamented suddenly. In the beginning, Wu Zetian thought she would remain a nun for life. However, after encountering a man like me, she soared to greatness. Su Ting affectionately drew her into his embrace. Resting his hand upon her abdomen, their fingers entwined. She did not resist, tender and obedient, relishing his affection. My dear, one should trust the capable and avoid suspicion. Wu Zetian embodied this principle, particularly in her unwavering trust and fondness for her favored ones. Look, Xue Huai and Zhang Changzong accomplished numerous significant feats together. Therefore, my dear, you should unleash your full potential and make a grand endeavor. After saying this, she called her cousin Wang Xiyuan. Xiyuan, haven't you always aspired to penetrate the reception market in Shangyin County? Come over at 8 tonight for a discussion. Absolutely. Sister, you've finally seen the light. However, my ambitions are not small. I expect to oversee the business of gifts and spirits for all departments in Shangyin County. You are overestimating, as I am merely providing you with an entry ticket. Whether you can stir ripples into waves depends entirely on your capabilities. A good beginning is half the battle won. Send me the address, and I shall arrive punctually. After hanging up, Wang Xiyuan scoffed lightly. My sister resembles the capitalist in Marx S. writings. With a 50 profit, she dares to take risks. For a 100 profit, she would trample upon all earthly laws. And for a 300 profit, she would dare commit any crime, even risking the gallows. Su Ting confidently replied, thus, she will surely act tonight. The two continued their discussion for a while longer before summoning Yin Bing once again. The three conferred until nearly 3:50. At 4 o'clock, Wang Xiyuan led the team to continue their inspection of exemplary cultural industry development sites. She displayed no signs of unusual behavior, conducting affairs with her usual efficiency and decisiveness, her laughter bright and hearty. She conversed with the site leaders in a poised and generous manner, exuding leadership charisma. Dinner was hastily concluded, and after a few light drinks, Wang Xiyuan returned to the hotel under the cloak of night. The elevator ascended slowly to the 16th floor. She did not allow Yin Bing to accompany her. Instead, she entered the room alone after swiping her card. The warm orange light enveloped her, mingling with a subtle hint of wine that wafted through the air. In the living room, her cousin Wang Xiyuan reclined on the velvet sofa, draped in a red slip dress that accentuated her graceful curves. Her long legs crossed elegantly. A glass of red wine swirled delicately in her hand, the liquid shimmering enticingly. Wang Xiyuan's eyes sparkled as she smirked. Sister, you look stunning and so alluring. What a pity that it's still a waste. If I were you, I would have long given myself to Lao Ma and then secured a promotion to become the deputy mayor. She teased, her fingertips brushing the rim of her glass. Wang Xiyuan casually placed her handbag on the side table, her hair tousled slightly by the evening breeze, yet her cool demeanor and calmness remained unshaken. Unfortunately, you're not me. However, tonight presents an opportunity. As the orchestrator of this meticulously arranged meeting, Wang Xiyuan observed her cousin, ever cunning and unscrupulous, knowing that tonight she would be a pivotal part of the plan. Speak, what unsavory dealing shall I undertake? No. It's the coveted position you desire, Wang Xiyuan replied, raising another glass of red wine to her lips, savoring a few sips before nodding. The flavor you brought is delightful, briny, and distinctly Bordeaux. Meanwhile, in room 1607, the Secretary Yin Bing held her phone, her tone cool yet anxious. Hey Zai, I just probed Secretary Wang about whether she wanted to arrange any activities for the evening, and she said no. When I asked if she wanted to go out, she replied yes, but instructed me not to interfere, nor to follow her. Excellent. Where's she going? At what time? Came the gruff inquiry from the other end of the line. The destination remains unclear. However, I will keep a watchful eye on her room. The moment she steps out, I will call you. Do you think she has a rendezvous? Is there a car to pick her up? Yin Bing bit her lip, pondering. I'm not certain of her intentions. The secretary is quite cautious, revealing nothing to me. It feels like she might be meeting a man. If it were a gathering with a female friend, she wouldn't be this discreet. What mode of transportation is she using? I don't know. She hasn't requested a vehicle. A hint of urgency crept into Heizai's voice. All right, my brother will be waiting in the hotel lobby, and I will be at the entrance. As soon as she appears, we will follow her. And what about me? Have I completed my task? You've only fulfilled half of it. You will be deemed competent once I complete mine. After ending the call, she glanced out the window. The night was deep, and a stormy undercurrent of competition was about to unfold. At 9:20 p.m., the night thickened like ink, and soon a light rain began to fall, casting a darker hue over the surroundings. At that moment, Zai received a call from Yin Bing. Secretary Wang has left, dressed in a black gown, high heels, standing just under 5'7", wearing a fisherman's hat, sunglasses, and a mask, her complexion remarkably fair. Zai, accustomed to the underworld, had only seen Wang Xiyuan twice on television. Just as the call ended, a figure clad in a flowing black gown, adorned with a wide-brimmed fisherman's hat, sunglasses, and a mask, gracefully emerged from the hotel's gilded revolving door. Zai and his accomplice held up their photographs for comparison and, using a walkie-talkie, confirmed that the woman in the black dress was indeed Wang Xiyuan. At this moment, the graceful beauty swiftly traversed the small garden in the courtyard, arriving at the roadside adorned with shimmering neon lights. She paused for half a minute, delicately raising her hand, and an empty taxi promptly came to a gentle halt. The engine's roar shattered the silence as the taxi whisked the beauty into the flow of traffic. No more than 100 meters later, a black Audi silently trailed behind, the driver squinting his eyes as his fingers caressed the long focus lens hidden beneath the seat. This meticulously planned covert operation had finally found its target. Unbeknownst to him, 30 meters behind the Audi, a red Mercedes leisurely followed suit. Chapter 12. The success of the clandestine capture of the taxi came to an abrupt halt beside the ornate iron gates of the Century Elegance Garden in the eastern outskirts. This luxurious enclave, concealed beneath the shade of sycamore trees, now lay in tranquil silence. The beauty, donning a fisherman's hat, alighted from the vehicle in her slender high heels, glancing around in the warm glow of the streetlights, her fingers swiftly gliding across the screen of her phone. She had also unfurled an umbrella, resting it on her shoulder, which added an air of mystique to her appearance while leaving her face unobscured. After a moment, she made a phone call, her demeanor playful as she appeared to be teasing her man, shaking her head and stamping her foot, causing her bosom to sway. Upon finishing that call, she dialed another, this time a brief conversation. After hanging up, she stood poised at the entrance, occasionally peering inside the community, awaiting something. In the shadows, the driver braved the light drizzle, inching along the rough bark of a banyan tree as his camera documented the entire scene. 3 minutes later, the electronic lock of the side gate clicked open, revealing an elderly man clad in a baseball cap and possessing a stout figure. He walked out without an umbrella. Appearing to be in his 50s, his pale complexion contrasted with his corpulent frame, his bulging belly nearly straining against his white shirt. The driver smirked. Though the old man's features were obscured, it was evident he held a position of authority. Indeed, Wang Xiyuan had connections above. The old man's eyes sparkled with surprise upon catching sight of the beauty. Yet as he discerned her features, he froze, his expression captured entirely by the lens. The two exchanged words, the man gesturing dismissively as if to shoo her away, but she, like a serpent, coiled around him, clinging to his arm and refusing to let go, incessantly rubbing against him with her alluring charms. The elderly man retrieved his phone to make a call, seemingly unsuccessful, and thus ended the attempt. The woman, in her high heels, towering over him, continued to embrace and entice him. After 2 minutes, they entered the community through the small gate, one after the other. The driver hurriedly followed, but the security guard, recognizing him as an outsider, initially scowled and prepared to intervene. However, upon receiving a bribe of 500 yuan, his demeanor transformed, and he welcomed the driver inside. The driver trailed behind the old man and the beauty as they meandered through the fountain garden. Once they vanished into room 203, he pressed against the staircase corner, holding his breath in anticipation. Soon, the silhouettes of entangled figures emerged in the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, and after approximately half an hour, the lights extinguished, with exaggerated breaths wafting through the night breeze. He, filled with excitement, zoomed in the camera until the room fell into complete silence. With a cheerful tune, he returned to the car, muttering curses under his breath. Damn, being in power is truly advantageous, with beautiful subordinates at one's disposal. And they even deliver to your doorstep. Director Lai, I captured all. Holding his heated phone, the blue glow illuminated his eyes. The old man resembled a leader, entangled with Secretary Wang inside, their voices resonating loudly. I recorded everything. How thrilling, he thought, knowing this would spell trouble for her. On the other end of the line, the sharp sound of a pen tapping against the desk broke the silence. Lai Ziyang lowered his voice, exclaiming, "Well done. However, do not rush. Wait until she emerges to take additional photographs. It is best if she steps out in the morning light for a clearer shot." "Boss, do we have to wait an entire night? What's the matter? Do you wish to back out?" "Absolutely not. Director Lai is like a second father to me. I would gladly wait a year if necessary." He had once committed a crime and bribed Lai Ziyang heavily to evade criminal charges from that moment forth. He was wholly devoted to serving Lai. Before hanging up, he gazed out at the swaying tree shadows, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The trap set for Wang Xiyuan was finally ready to ensnare her. At midnight, he spotted the stunning beauty exiting the community, seemingly satisfied, her gait alluring. Yet, she still wore a hat and mask. As she waited for a taxi by the roadside, he discreetly snapped more photos. Soon, she boarded a taxi heading west. He swiftly followed suit. Indeed, she returned to her hotel, entering the lobby. To confirm, he trailed her until Yin Bing's call reported, "Secretary Wang has just returned to her room. Today's mission is a resounding success." "Excellent," he praised her, then added, "But you haven't given me the room's storage card." Secretary Wang is too cunning. She is cautious about staying in hotels and has a cleanliness obsession. She made me inspect the wall sockets and insisted on hiring hotel professionals to check for any recording devices. There was no other option but to take it away. Otherwise, it would have been exposed. "All right, but this further indicates her guilt," he replied. "Listen to me, black boy. The evidence of her infidelity captured tonight is explosive enough. It's too risky to pursue anything in the room," Yin Bing advised. "I understand. I will report to Director Lai." Mission accomplished. He returned to his car and called Lai Ziyang again. After downloading the videos and photos from his email, Lai Ziyang strode purposefully through the police station-esque corridor. The late-night office echoed only with the sound of his polished shoes against the floor, his dark blue uniform reflecting a cold gleam in the moonlight. He drove straight to the county government building, where County Chief Zhang Ming was fixated on the calendar, counting down the days until the reshuffle, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the sandalwood desk. As Lai Ziyang thumped a USB drive onto the table and recounted the process of the covert filming, Zhang Ming's hand, which held a celadon teacup, trembled slightly, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. "Good. Splendid. We finally got something on her." Lai Ziyang licked his lips, secretly envious of the old man. "Who is this old man? Have you found out yet?" Zhang Ming inquired cautiously. The light was too dim and the distance too great. The old man wore a hat and a mask. Yet, observing his rotund figure, it was evident he was either an official or a businessman. Wang Xiyuan had previously worked in the provincial propaganda department. Could she have been the deputy director? Zhang Ming remarked, "Let me take a look." He inserted a USB drive into the computer and, after a prolonged examination, failed to recognize him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and with a sinister smile, he said, "Why do I feel he is Qin from the provincial propaganda department? He has now been promoted to executive deputy director." Shortly after Wang Xiyuan assumed her position, he came down for a cloud research visit, clearly to support her. Moreover, during that visit at dinner, he was rather impolite to me. If the two are indeed lovers, it would all make sense. Without a doubt, it is him. Lai Zihong asserted confidently. Just a deputy director, and he dares to speak to me in that tone? Let us take them all down. Zhang Ming suppressed a smile, placing the teacup heavily on the desk. However, now is not the time. We must keep this card warm and play it at the most critical moment. Lai Ziyang, understanding the implication, stroked his chin. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and the office filled with low, sinister laughter, mingling with the warm breeze from outside, spreading through the silence like a snake flicking its tongue. Chapter 13. The female secretary invites to dinner 3 days after returning from the investigation. Su Ting handed a draft report of 5,000 words to Old Li from the research department. Brotherly, you are a senior and an expert. Director Yin asked you to provide some guidance. Old Li snorted derisively, barely glancing at him. I wasn't there, so how can I provide guidance? You are the Secretary's favorite now. I wouldn't dare advise you. What a splendid opportunity for a business trip that Su Ting had snatched away. Just a pretty boy, a decorative pillow, right? Now that it was time to deliver results. He must be at a loss, destined to embarrass himself. Well, fine then. Reluctantly, Su Ting returned to the office of Chun Jiankong, the director of the Political Research Office, and asked, Director, this is my first time writing such a report. I'm unsure how to proceed, especially since it will be reviewed by the Secretary and submitted to the Municipal Committee. I fear it won't meet expectations. Could you please help me? Just hand it directly to Director Yin. He is the most capable. Chun Jiankong, thin and dark, coldly gestured towards the door. Su Ting had no choice but to seek out Yin Shi. As soon as he left, Old Li entered the Political Research Office with a thermos and exchanged a knowing smile with Chun Jiankong, whispering, with his mediocre skills, he is bound to be reprimanded by Director Yin. Thus, they agreed that he should submit the draft directly, avoiding any involvement. The two chuckled quietly. 3 minutes later, Su Ting returned to his office, but the manuscript was nowhere to be found. Leaning against the desk, Old Li teased, Little Su, did Director Yin scold you? He is busy and said he would look at it later. Half an hour later, Yin Shi entered the Political Research Office, holding the manuscript with heavy steps. Old Li was chatting and drinking tea with Chun Jiankong. Upon seeing the pristine document devoid of any marks, he realized it was utterly lacking. This time, Su Ting would be thoroughly criticized. Chun Jiankong, seated at the back, wore a smug smile, anticipating the storm to come. Is this your work? Yin Shi shook the manuscript in his hand, staring at Su Ting. Su Ting, yes. Yin Shi cast a discerning glance toward a few individuals in the back row and inquired loudly, Chun Jiankong, Old Li, did you not offer any guidance? Indeed, he accomplished this alone. Chun Jiankong thought to himself that had they provided assistance, it would have been their fault. Old Li, showcasing his yellowed teeth, smoothed the few remaining strands of hair on his head and, in all seriousness, replied, No, who would dare to offer guidance? Xiao Su's skills are remarkable. The youth is formidable. Yin Shi slapped the manuscript onto the table. Old Li secretly chuckled to himself, thinking that a storm of criticism was about to erupt. However, what followed was Yin Shi's voice of praise. Indeed impressive. How did you suddenly gain such insight? This manuscript is both profound and accessible, elegantly written, and resonating with valuable insights. Excellent work. I have read it twice and am at a loss for how to amend it. I cannot offer guidance. Let everyone circulate it for study. Meanwhile, please proofread it together a few times, and if all is well, Xiao Su, you may present it directly to Secretary Yan for review. Chun Jiankong and Old Li's expressions instantly turned sour. Thank you, Director. This is entirely due to the Secretary and your astute guidance. Su Ting replied humbly with a smile. Indeed, keep up the good work. Yin Shi's face radiated with excitement and approval as he could not resist patting Su Ting on the shoulder twice, his admiration evident. Once Yin Shi departed, two female colleagues exclaimed and rushed to examine the manuscript. Su Ting turned back to Chun Jiankong and Old Li, chuckling, My apologies, Director Chun, Senior Li. I hope I did not embarrass you. Chun Jiankong and Old Li could only manage a forced smile. An hour later, Su Ting arrived at room 701, the Secretary's office. Manuscript in hand. The outer office belonged to Yin Bing, and to enter the inner chamber, one had to pass through her scrutiny. She remained the first secretary of the county committee. Upon reviewing the manuscript, Yin Bing was taken aback. Could it be that this young man had spent a few nights with Secretary Wang, thus unlocking his potential? How had he become so proficient in various aspects? His character had also brightened. Previously, his writings often appeared immature and lacking in focus. This time, his opening lines displayed emotional intelligence. In order to learn from the advanced concepts and successful experiences of the cultural and creative industries in Zhuzhou and other regions, and to better promote the construction of key projects such as Maishan Oil Painting Village, our county's inspection team visited Zhuzhou, Dongshan, and Haishan cities from June 7th to 13th of the year 2. The itinerary was tightly packed, with clear objectives, strong relevance, and rich content, all while being frugal. Within 6 days, the team accomplished inspections of 8 key projects across 3 cities. The report on the inspection is as follows. Frugal indeed? Not at all. Su Ting, I heard Director Yin say that this manuscript was completed solely by you? Yin Bing asked. Yes, don't you believe it? Of course I do, she replied, somewhat hesitant to meet his gaze. She had previously doubted it, but now had no choice but to believe. Her feelings towards him were quite complex. Just that noon, she had even implored him to share a bed, yet he had been utterly indifferent. She had always thought that Su Ting was infatuated with her, a frog wishing to consume swan meat, only to realize that he had no interest even when offered freely, leaving her feeling quite worthless. Moreover, had it not been for his intervention and advocacy, she would have already been replaced by Wang Xiyuan. He had done her a favor. Yet to maintain her dignity, she had to uphold the authority of a senior secretary. Su Ting, your writing is truly exceptional. However, the secretary has gone to the city for a meeting, and I shall hand it to her as soon as she returns. Yin Bing's eyes sparkled with warmth and beauty, as if an iceberg had melted. All right, I appreciate your efforts. Just as Su Ting was about to turn and leave, Yin Bing suddenly raised her hand and called out to him. Su Ting, wait a moment. My brother has come out. I would like to bring him along to express our gratitude to you. Would you do us the honor of joining us for dinner tonight? Her delicate face was adorned with a blush, appearing both dignified and charming. Secretary Yin, you have changed. You've made me feel rather out of place. I still prefer the way you use to command authority, Su Ting remarked playfully. Yin Bing, with a look of embarrassment, quickly responded, Su Ting, please don't say that. I was wrong, and I promise not to treat you that way again, truly. You may be gentle with me, but you must remain cold and unyielding with others, understand? You are a high-ranking official. Do not forsake your stature. Of course, others do not deserve the same treatment, Yin Bing replied, proudly lifting her chin. Please grant me this opportunity. Very well. I happen to have something to discuss with your brother, so I shall decide the dining venue. After work, Su Ting exited through the back door and rode his electric scooter toward the restaurant. Yin Bing had to wait for the secretary to return, and she could not leave so early. In the parking lot behind the courtyard, a familiar figure caught his eye as he hurriedly opened the door of a black Corolla and climbed in. It was Ko Wei-liang. Su Ting approached quickly and greeted with a smile. Minister Ko, you seem in a great hurry. Where are you off to? Oh, it's you, Ko Wei-liang leaned out, momentarily taken aback. Minister Ko, I am a colleague of Secretary Yin, Xiao Su from the Political Research Office. You truly do not recognize me? Su Ting feigned astonishment. Why would it be surprising that I don't know you? I am the Deputy Minister of the Propaganda Department, a person of some standing in the county. Who do you think you are? A mere young lad from a small office, trying to cozy up to me. Ko Wei-liang sneered, lighting a cigarette. Nothing much. Just wanted to say hello. I just ran into Secretary Yin. Su Ting replied, feeling quite displeased from the snub. Ko Wei-liang's expression tightened slightly as he sighed. The city's propaganda team has arrived. I must attend to their reception. Goodbye. With that, he rolled up the window and drove away. Ko Wei-liang, aged 30 and deputy division head, was responsible for the promotion of spiritual civilization and non-adult education. Each year, the campaign for a civilized city required numerous public service advertisements, and he had business dealings with his aunt, Wu Mei. At 7 o'clock, in a grilled fish restaurant located within the Yifeng City Commercial Center, Su Ting, Yin Bing, and Yin Zheng were seated together for dinner. As Yin Bing was about to place an order, Su Ting suggested, why not invite your fiancé to join us? He must be quite hungry by now. Yin Bing's face flushed slightly, and she awkwardly huffed. He is busy today and cannot come. I would rather he not. What does he have to attend to? The propaganda department is relatively leisurely, Su Ting inquired. He mentioned that several relatives from his hometown have come to visit, and he needs to stay home with them. Su Ting chuckled. That doesn't seem right. I saw him after work, and he appeared frantic, as if rushing to meet a deadline, saying he was working late for the city's propaganda reception. That can't be. There are no visitors from the city. Yin Bing replied, puzzled. Is his home in Yifeng City? No, it is not. It is rather peculiar. Despite the traffic, I rode my electric scooter to Yifeng City and even arrived before him, witnessing him drive into the complex. Just 10 days ago, I encountered him in this very neighborhood. Yin Bing's expression faltered, sensing something amiss. What could he possibly be doing in Yifeng City? The last time, he seemed to have visited a household in Unit 2, acting rather furtively, reminiscent of an affair. Who knows what he was truly up to? Yin Bing slammed the menu onto the table, her face cold as she said, "You know Wu Mei, right? Your ex-girlfriend's aunt. The day before my business trip, I was out shopping and saw them together, sharing a bowl of spicy hot pot. When I inquired about it, he stammered something about needing Wu Mei to create an advertisement, and she insisted on treating him to a meal. Su Ting, do you think Wang would betray me?" Su Ting gasped, "What a coincidence. Wu Mei appears to reside in this very neighborhood. I visited her home once with Zhou Lily. She is single, unmarried, strikingly beautiful, and quite alluring, a veritable temptress. Thus, whether or not betrayal is a possibility remains uncertain." Yin Zheng, having caught on to the implications, declared with indignation, "We can simply go and find out." I found his reasoning sound, and Su Ting, with utmost seriousness, concurred. On the way, Yin Zheng gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he exclaimed, "Damn it! If he dares to cheat, I swear I will end him." The young man, filled with righteous fury, spotted a bamboo grove along the route and snapped off a piece, heading toward the second unit of Yifeng City. Indeed, parked beside the building was Weiliang's vehicle. Su Ting, merely a guide, deemed it inappropriate to linger and led the siblings to the base of the building, providing them with the room number. Just then, they encountered a water delivery man, disgruntled as he carried a large jug of water down the stairs. "Su Ting inquired, broter, are you delivering to room 202? What's the matter? No one home?" The delivery man shot him a glance and retorted, "Yes, what of it? That family has no shame, starting their antics in the living room before 7. They even told me to return in an hour. Forget it. I'll come back in a day or two." With that, he stormed off, leaving Yin Bing pale with rage. Su Ting shrugged. "You see, there are witnesses. We should hurry and catch them in the act." After saying this, Su Ting ambled leisurely out of the corridor, while Yin Bing and her brother ascended the stairs to the second floor. Pressing their ears against the door of room 202, they overheard a man and a woman conversing. Wu Mei laughed. "Is this your umpteenth time? Aren't you afraid your fiancé will suspect anything? Her? She's too busy catering to Wang Xiyuan all day, never pays any attention to me. Do you know what everyone in the county committee calls her? What? What a strange language. I don't understand. Ice Mountain. Damn it, we're already engaged, and I can't even touch her, let alone share a bed." Wu Mei laughed heartily. Yin Bing and Yin Zheng were fuming with rage, but Yin Bing composed herself and whispered something to Yin Zheng. Yin Zheng knocked firmly on the door several times, and after a pause, Wu Mei's voice emanated from within. "Who is it?" "The water delivery. Weren't you told to come back in an hour? I'm about to finish my shift and can't deliver today. My boss will dock my pay. Just leave it at the door." Wu Mei's voice remained unwavering. "That one tea do. I need to exchange the jug." Upon this, Yin Zheng resumed, knocking vigorously on the door. Inside, Weiliang whispered, "Open the door. Don't attract the neighbor's attention." "Stop knocking. Give me 2 minutes." Wu Mei shouted from within. 2 minutes later, the door swung open. Clad in Weiliang's white shirt, Wu Mei emerged with a rosy complexion, her head peeking out to first see Yin Zheng, a handsome young man, fair and clean, unlike the water delivery worker from earlier. Glancing behind him, she noticed a tall and strikingly beautiful woman standing there, who inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" Before she could finish her sentence, a fleeting memory struck her. Wasn't this the fiancé of Weiliang? Realizing this, she instinctively attempted to shut the door, but it was too late. Yin Zheng forcefully pushed it open, and Yin Bing swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her face. Wu Mei stumbled back, collapsing onto the floor. On the living room sofa lay her undergarments, which she had failed to retrieve in time, yet Weiliang was nowhere to be seen. He must have hidden away. In an instant, Yin Zheng darted into the bedroom, where he found Weiliang in a vulnerable state, pulling the curtains shut. Upon hearing the intrusion, Weiliang turned, frozen in shock. A few moments later, he hurriedly attempted to cover himself, but it was too late. Yin Zheng's bamboo stick had already struck his wrist, causing him to yelp in pain, desperately dodging and cursing. This is what you get for betraying my sister, for bullying her. You scoundrel. Filth. Yin Zheng relentlessly lashed out, leaving Ku Weiliang's pudgy body marred with crimson welts. Ultimately, he retreated beneath the covers, too cowardly to show himself. Yin Bing captured his disgraceful state on her phone, then gazed at him coldly, refraining from a violent outburst, instead shedding tears of pain and despair. Stifling her sobs, she asked, "Ku Weiliang, why did you cheat? Isn't it because of you? You're engaged, yet still refuse to give yourself to him. What era are we in? You truly intend to save your first time for the wedding night?" Wu Mei sneered as she entered, disdainfully remarking, "An ice queen, a harlot, a mistress." Yin Zheng gritted his teeth, raising the bamboo stick to strike her, but Yin Bing commanded, "Stop it." Wu Mei tucked her long hair behind her ear, coldly retorting, "If you hit me again, I will call the police. Let this scandal erupt. Let everyone know that the secretary of the county party committee can't even keep her fiancé in line. How shameless." Yin Bing trembled with rage, glancing at Ku Weiliang, who was cowering in a corner, wrapped in a blanket. "Ku Weiliang, you scoundrel. Tell me, when did this begin? Speak." Fueled by youthful arrogance, Yin Zheng leapt over the bed, kicking him to the ground, delivering a sharp slap followed by a flurry of strikes with the bamboo stick. "Stop! Stop! I'll talk." Ku Weiliang raised his hands in surrender about a month ago. There was an annual cooperative project for a public service advertisement concerning the creation of a civilized city worth 590,000. Wu Mei approached me, seducing me for the project. "You're lying." Wu Mei's face turned pale with fury. In reality, he had been using the project to ensnare her, claiming that one night would secure her the deal. It took 3 nights for her to win the bid, and now she was back for the 4th time. Chapter 15. The Secretary's unrequited love. The advertising business of the Public Relations Department typically involves the company initially covering the production costs, which are reimbursed through the proper financial procedures later. The initial investment required is substantial, amounting to tens of thousands. The urgency with which Wu Meiji sought to sell her house stemmed from the pressing need for funds for this project, and it also necessitated considerable under-the-table dealings and kickbacks. If she refrained from cutting corners, her profit would be limited to around 100,000. However, the individual in question was a deputy minister and a relative of a county leader, wielding control over all public service advertisements in the county. Furthermore, she aspired to acquire several large outdoor billboards and to undertake major governmental events. Thus, she could not afford to expose his flaws. She needed to maintain his favor. Consequently, she retorted, "You are intentionally causing harm. I may have to report this." Ku Weiliang, this is where our paths diverge. Yin Bing, feeling disheartened, ceased the argument, wiped her tears, and grasped her brother's hand as they departed from room 202. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yin Bing dashed out of the community, and once on the street, tears streamed down her face anew as she sought refuge in a shadowy corner of an alley, sobbing uncontrollably. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke through her despair. "Do not cry. Such individuals are not worth your tears." She lifted her tear-streaked gaze to find the tall and handsome Su Ting offering her a tissue, his clear, bright eyes filled with concern and encouragement. Silently, she accepted the tissue to dab her tears, staring at him in a daze until, in a sudden impulse, she threw herself into his embrace. Clinging tightly as she drew strength from his masculine presence and the sense of security he exuded, murmuring, "Su Ting, I feel like such a failure." She was a young cadre of considerable repute in the county, the first secretary of the county committee, hailing from a cultured family with impeccable upbringing. She had initially worked at the Youth League Committee, and it was rumored that she was a descendant of Yin Fu, the author of the theory of evolution. Su Ting could not help but appreciate her graceful form. "Your brother is here," he remarked. Yin Bing quickly released him, stifling her sobs and wiping her tears. Her cheeks flushed as she called out to Yin Zheng, "Come, let us go out for a meal." "Can you still eat?" Su Ting inquired. "Of course. I can eat heartily and drink joyfully. Ah, I have finally seen the truth and regained my freedom. Tonight calls for a grand celebration." She smiled through her tears, feigning nonchalance. At that moment, Ku Weiliang's call came through, but without hesitation, Yin Bing ended the call. He attempted to reach her 3 more times, prompting her to block his number altogether. Upon returning to the grilled fish restaurant, Su Ting had reserved a private room, providing a conducive space for conversation. The three of them indulged in a delightful feast, accompanied by ample beer. Soon, Yin Bing became pleasantly tipsy, her cheeks flushed, exuding a youthful charm that rendered her even more beautiful. Su Ting, did you know about Yang's infidelity long before? She pondered, recalling his words during her business trip when he had pitted himself and advised against marrying Yang. Today, the restaurant he chose was conveniently located beside the community. Could it be that he had intentionally guided her to catch him in the act? Yes, Su Ting admitted candidly. I knew it was you. So, why did you tell me? With a gentle smile, Su Ting replied, you deserve a far better man. Yin Bing blushed and smiled shyly, revealing a rare hint of allure. Su Ting sensed that the icy facade she had maintained was finally beginning to melt, a significant breakthrough indeed. Suddenly, Yin Zheng chimed in, I think Su Ting is quite an admirable fellow. Yin Bing's already flushed face deepened in color as she playfully swatted him, exclaiming, adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interjecting. Sister, I'm already 19 years old. Why do I still feel like a child? A mature individual would not engage in such disgraceful acts. Yin Bing exclaimed, I have yet to settle the score with you. Just wait until tomorrow when I return home to see how our parents deal with you. Su Ting interjected, speaking of this matter, I was just about to have a word with you. Brother, go ahead. After a brief interaction, the youth found himself quite taken with his charming and cool older brother. The reconciliation fee with Wang Xiyuan cost 50,000, and that's still insufficient. Yin Bing and Yin Zheng gasped in unison, their mouths agape. If Wang Xiyuan has a change of heart, you'll find yourselves in a tangled mess, Su Ting asserted thus. You must continue your relationship with her. What? Surely not. I was quite inebriated that day, and thought she was rather decent, but in reality, she is quite mediocre. Besides, she was the one who seduced me that night. Our encounter was entirely her initiative and consent. I was too drunk to remember then, but it has come back to me now. Su Ting chuckled, your reflexes are too slow. They could circle the globe 3 times. Yin Bing burst into laughter and asked, Su Ting, why should he continue with Wang Xiyuan? Her character leaves much to be desired. Don't you find this situation suspicious? To uncover the truth, we must go through Wang Xiyuan, Su Ting replied solemnly. And secondly, Yin Zheng, you spent 50,000, enough to purchase a small apartment in the old town of Shangyan County. Don't you think that's a waste? Indeed, I feel it's unjust, but if I don't pay, I won't be able to get out, Yin Zheng exclaimed, his eyes widening with frustration. Thus, you must continue to be intimate with her. At 500 per encounter, you would need to sleep with her 100 times to recuperate your losses. Yin Bing frowned at this, pouting, oh, Su Ting, what are you doing? Aren't you leading this child astray? Brother, you have a point. Yin Zheng slammed his palm on the table, suddenly enlightened. Moreover, while Wang Xiyuan may not be exceptionally attractive, her figure is quite remarkable. You are in a relationship, not a marriage. Flirtation is a common practice. Who doesn't engage in it? Indeed, any romance that does not aim for marriage is merely flirtation. Yin Zheng laughed heartily. Brother, you are truly insightful. I admire you. They both downed a large glass of beer in one go. Yin Zheng was no fool. He had realized that Su Ting, though uninvolved in tonight's plan to catch someone in the act, had skillfully orchestrated the entire affair. Fantastic, Yin Zheng declared, slamming his glass onto the table, a sly smile crossing his face. Truth be told, I, Yin Zheng, have never yielded to anyone. Su Ge is undoubtedly the first. Sister, you might as well marry Su Ge. I wholeheartedly support it. Be quiet. What nonsense are you spouting? Yin Bing retorted. Her face flushed as she playfully struck her brother with her bag. Yin Zheng chuckled as he dodged her playful blows. Enough of your antics, Su Ting said with a serious tone. Wang Xiyuan comes from a less fortunate background than you, yet you are quite handsome. She is from a vocational college while you attend a prestigious university, making you highly desirable to her. If you don't believe me, why not call her right now and flirt a little? Yin Bing gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Su Ting, you truly intend to lead my brother astray? Not at all. I am teaching him how to conduct himself. He should be grateful to me. Before he could finish, Yin Zheng had already dialed the number. And as the phone rang, he flashed a cheeky grin at Su Ting, saying, "Thanks." Look, Yin Bing's frustration was palpable as she kicked Su Ting from beneath the table. And when he deftly evaded her attempts, she brandished her chopsticks in a mock threat, causing him to shield his face, which made her chuckle. After a brief conversation, Yin Zheng stepped outside to speak in private. With a blush, Yin Bing playfully chided, "Su Ting, how come I never noticed your mischievous side before? A man must have a hint of mischief to be loved by a woman." "If I do not love. Is that so?" Su Ting gazed at her with deep affection. She shyly lowered her head, grasping her teacup only to find it empty. Her heart raced. She realized that her earlier declarations at the hotel were born of confusion, and now she might genuinely have feelings for him. What to do? He was so strong, so handsome, and so talented. But he belonged to Wang Xiyuan. Her thoughts were in disarray. Just then, the door swung open, and Yin Zheng snapped his fingers, exclaiming triumphantly, "All set. You two enjoy your meal. I'm off." With that, he grabbed his backpack and headed for the exit. "What are you doing?" "You're going home tomorrow. See you then. I want TB staying over tonight. Goodbye." Yin Zheng turned back, winking at Su Ting, brother-in-law. "Good luck." He was quite perceptive and slipped away. Chapter 16. Would you refuse a gift? What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and leave. Yin Bing's face flushed crimson. Children speak without restraint. She raised her glass and declared, "Forget him. Let me toast you, Su Ting. If it weren't for you, I would have been planning a wedding for National Day. That's enough. You'll get drunk." We agreed to drink until tipsy. "Come on, let us drink." Yin Bing lifted her beer mug, downing it in several gulps. By the end, she was indeed quite inebriated. Su Ting shrugged and asked, "What now? Did you really have to drink so much? Shall I take you home?" No. Prevailed will come looking for me. I don't want to see that brute. Then shall we wait here until you sober up? No. Yin Bing, with dazed eyes, grabbed her small bag and pointed to the door, insisting, "Let's south go to your place." Su Ting thought to himself, "All right, if you insist on delivery." Upon arriving at Su Ting's rented room, Yin Bing kicked off her high heels and stumbled into the bathroom, promptly vomiting. Su Ting gently patted her back and wiped her forehead. After about 10 minutes, she began to regain her composure and giggled, "Sorry for making a mess. My clothes are all dirty too. I need a shower. However, I don't have any lady supplies. No disposable towels or bath towels," he replied. "That's all right. Just step outside." Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. As she washed herself, her flawless skin, never before revealed to a man, glistened. She was traditional, conservative, and held her chastity in high regard, determined to reserve it for her wedding night. Yet tonight, she felt an overwhelming desire to give herself freely. Perhaps he would become her boyfriend. Perhaps he would not. But what did it matter? If she loved him, why hold back? What purpose did restraint serve? What should one do when confronted once more by a scoundrel akin to Prevailed? Men who possess both captivating appearances and intriguing souls are indeed rare gems. Like Su Ting, perhaps one of the last of his kind. Thus, it is only fitting that such a handsome, robust, and talented man as Su Ting should be cherished. The first encounter must be etched in beautiful memories. He seems to harbor fondness for me, a sentiment I can discern. With my beauty, elegance, fair complexion, and graceful stature of 170 centimeters, what man could resist? His relationship with Wang Xiyuan is merely carnal. Love cannot blossom there, especially as she is 35 and he only 24. They are unlikely to unite, and I, being just a year his senior, am a perfect match. After over half an hour, she finally emerged from her bath, hastily grabbing a towel to dry herself, only to discover it was one that Su Ting had used, yet bore no unpleasant odor. What a clean man. She then donned his white athletic shirt, which, being of ample length due to his height, required no additional garments beneath. After partially drying her hair and brushing her teeth, she barefooted her way to the living room, gently calling, "Su Ting, Su Ting." However, the room was devoid of life. Could he have anticipated her intentions and retreated to the bedroom to await her arrival? Yes. She had insisted on coming to his abode and taking a bath. Such intentions were obvious. With trembling hands, she gently pushed open the bedroom door, only to find it equally empty. Su Ting, Where have you hidden yourself? The modest one-bedroom apartment was clean and uncluttered, incapable of concealing such a sizable presence. Had he fled? Had he really absconded at the last moment? Yin Bing found herself in a mix of laughter and tears, utterly disappointed and feeling somewhat defeated. She had believed he would embrace her tonight as he did Wang Xiyuan, yet her own infatuation had led her astray. What a foolish endeavor! With tears brimming in her eyes, she sank despondently onto the living room sofa, only to catch sight of a note left behind. Secretary Yin, I apologize, but the secretary has summoned me back to the office. The evaluation report requires significant revisions. I have left. Please make yourself comfortable. The handwriting was elegant and graceful, exhibiting a certain flair, such beautiful script, reflecting the man himself. She felt a mix of admiration and sorrow. Lost in thought, she suddenly received a call from Su Ting, and she hastily answered, Su Ting, have you returned? No, I just arrived at the county committee. I'm calling to inform you that I might not return tonight. You should head home. Is this what the secretary said? Yes. The evaluation report must be submitted to the municipal committee tomorrow, as Secretary Wang will be going abroad for an inspection and wishes to review it before his departure. Very well. After hanging up, Yin Bing felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her heart aching. Evidently, Wang Xiyuan would once again monopolize his night. The evaluation report had already been meticulously crafted. What further alterations could possibly be required? In the past, Wang Xiyuan had never displayed such diligence with the materials. It was all mere pretense. It was all pretense. How absurd to reject something freely given. Such hurtful actions. At 11 o'clock, Su Ting arrived at the 7th floor of the county committee building, finding it eerily vacant. The corridor was dimly lit, casting an unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the corridor not far away, startling him. He stealthily approached, opened the security door, and inquired softly, Who is there? Is anyone present? There was no response. After a brief moment of silence, he turned back to the end of the corridor, knocked 3 times, and sequentially opened the outer and inner doors of room 701, subsequently closing them behind him. There he beheld Wang Xiyuan, her cheeks flushed, intently focused on reviewing documents. The room was suffused with a faint aroma of wine mingled with the familiar scent of her perfume. Without lifting her head, the secretary merely uttered, Sit. Su Ting took a seat in the chair opposite her desk, quietly awaiting her instructions. For the next several minutes, Wang Xiyuan deftly wielded her pen, rapidly assessing the files. During this time, she spoke only once. If you're thirsty, make yourself some tea. Su Ting then rose to pour himself a cup before refilling hers. It was not until she completed her review that she finally raised her head. Gazing at the man she admired for a moment before speaking, I have read the inspection report. It is commendable. I shall refrain from excessive praise, as I am sure you have received enough today. Instead, I will address the issues, revise it tonight, and refine it thoroughly. Su Ting nodded attentively. At that moment, Wang Xiyuan appeared devoid of the flirtatious charm she had displayed in recent days, embodying a competent and profound leader. This report exceeds 5,000 words and suffers from common pitfalls of literary composition, excessive parallelism, and overly vivid descriptions. Official writing demands conciseness and solidity, with each word meticulously chosen. How could a municipal secretary afford the time to read such a lengthy report as if it were a novel? Compress the word count to under 3,000 words and eliminate superfluous content. The structure and ideas are commendable, and I recognize your innovative perspectives, yet it is overly verbose. You must distill the essence. Additionally, summarize the content further, drawing from provincial and municipal reports, ensuring that every word is significant, every sentence meaningful, devoid of vacuity, and logically coherent. Do you understand? As a reborn individual, he considered himself quite adept, armed with over a decade of writing experience from his past life. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that this widely praised manuscript bore numerous flaws in the eyes of the county party secretary. Chapter 17. Intimacy in the office. Su Ting felt genuine admiration and promptly nodded. Understood, Secretary. I will make the necessary revisions tonight. The originality of oil paintings, local cultural innovation, tourism specialization, and international marketing. Your 4 points are indeed well articulated, Wang Xiyuan remarked. Thank you for your affirmation, Secretary. He remained still, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he glanced at her bosom, pondering whether this meeting was solely for work-related discussions. Wang Xiyuan smiled slightly and clarified, "There are 3 reasons for summoning you so late to revise this draft. First, this manuscript will serve as my policy outline for advancing the cultural and creative industry reform in Yunsuan County. Second, it presents a splendid opportunity for you to shine. Third, the municipal secretary will be on a business trip next week, and it is imperative to present it to him for his comments before his departure." Su Ting comprehended Wang's secretary's thoughtful intentions, feeling a surge of emotion. His eyes filled with affection as he silently gazed at her, cultivating an atmosphere of intimacy. Wang Xiyuan took a couple of sips of tea, gracefully rising, hands in her pockets, and gazing at him wistfully. "Su Ting, do you miss me?" "Not at all." Wang Xiyuan burst into laughter. "Not at all? Why did you rush here just because I said a word? The secretary is the foremost figure in the entire Shanyang County. I have no choice but to come, as this is akin to entering the palace at the emperor's command." Wang Xiyuan smiled again, gracious, elegant, enchanting, her presence imbued with an air of nobility and authority that lingered around her. "I can't let you come here for nothing." Wang Xiyuan beckoned him with a finger, playfully inviting, "Come into my embrace." Su Ting was overjoyed, swiftly circling the desk and rushing to her side, reaching out to embrace her. To his surprise, Wang Xiyuan's body was not only delicate but also nimble. She twisted her slender waist, evading him, and deftly grasped Su Ting's hand, leading him into the embrace of the sofa chair. Su Ting tumbled into her arms, kissing her beautiful bosom, collarbone, neck, and the nape of her ears. Wang Xiyuan's body quivered, her lips slightly parted as she gasped, "Kiss me." Su Ting pressed his lips against her sweet, peach-like mouth. As they kissed, both were fervent, their breaths quickening with passion. Wang Xiyuan's blouse buttons came undone, and the clasp of her inner garment fell away as they held each other closely, kissing and caressing. Their heavy breathing persisted for several minutes. Su Ting, panting, said, "My dear, I can't take it anymore," as he attempted to remove her trousers. Wang Xiyuan gently pressed his hand down, softly saying, "Su, no, don't." Then she laughed, leaning close to his ear. "I love seeing you so eager." Su Ting misinterpreted her playful resistance and brushed aside her hand, tugging downwards. "Come on, this is an office. A little affection is sufficient. Aren't you afraid of eavesdroppers?" Wang Xiyuan pushed him away, pulling her half-removed trousers back up. "So what do we do tonight? The arrow is knocked and ready to fly. You must hold back. There are important matters to attend to tonight." Wang Xiyuan regained her composure, her smile demure. She calmly gathered her hair and stood, turning her back to him, commanding, "Fasten my bra." Su Ting understood her limits and shared her fear of being overheard in the office. Skillfully, he helped her fasten her undergarment. Once Wang Xiyuan adjusted her attire and sat back down, she spent a moment in front of the mirror, regaining her usual calm. After sipping some tea, she said, "There is something else. Boss, you have my attention. Wang Xiyuan sought me out. She intends to make a significant impact in Shanyang. First, I told her to change her name. Otherwise, it would be evident that she is connected to me. Secondly, I spoke with Lao Li, the director of the Bureau of Government Affairs, and as a result, Wang Xiyuan was met with a cold shoulder, which infuriated her. Boss, does Lao Li not heed your words? He is Lai Zihong's cousin, essentially Zhang Meng's brother-in-law, and has always been arrogant. The Zhang family and the Lai family wield considerable influence, often challenging you openly while undermining you with subtle maneuvers. It's utterly outrageous, showing no regard for decorum, as if they are about to rain down mischief upon us. Su Ting exclaimed indignantly, "Boss, shouldn't we take action?" Wang Xiyuan waved her hand. "Not yet. In the coming days, you should meet with her, first assigning her the reception and gift responsibilities of the county committee office. I have already spoken with the insurer. He is quite reliable. Then, introduce her to several key reception figures in the county government. Let her encounter some resistance." Su Ting understood that Wang Xiyuan was exacerbating the conflict between the secretary and the county mayor, as well as between Wang Xiyuan and the county mayor, pushing them into a corner. However, Was this approach not excessively subtle? She seemed to see through his thoughts and spoke with a distant expression. Su Ting, you still do not grasp my essence. I do not wish for discord within our ranks, nor do I desire to contest with the county mayor. I cherish the time spent honing my skills at the grassroots level and wish to accomplish meaningful work. Yet, alas, the winds of turmoil persist despite my desire for tranquility. My dear, when the heavens offer no favor, one may suffer the consequences. I have not refused. I merely wish to protect my integrity. Moreover, scheming is beneath me. It is the time for legitimate endeavors. Just wait. Those driven by greed will inevitably leap into the abyss. Oh, my dear boss, you are truly wise. What should I do if I find myself enamored with you? Su Ting embraced her, affectionately kissing her. She looked at him tenderly, wiped the saliva from her face, and coldly remarked, "Do not fall in love with me. It will bring you great suffering. Now go, little trinket, and deliver the inspection report to me by tomorrow morning. Secretary, farewell." Just as Su Ting reached the door, he had yet to open it when Wang Xiyuan suddenly called out to him, "Wait. There's one more thing. My father has been released, and the organization is working to restore his reputation." "Thank you, Su Ting. This matter is important to me and our family." "That is wonderful news. I am genuinely delighted. Let's go." She smiled and waved her hand. Su Ting clutched the inspection report, which had been marked and annotated by Wang Xiyuan, and walked out of room 701 with a despondent demeanor. He paused briefly at the door before ultimately pressing the button for the elevator. At that moment, in the shadow of the stairwell, Chun Jiankong held his phone, breathless with anticipation, capturing the candid images he had surreptitiously taken. Earlier, he had returned to the office to retrieve materials and witnessed Su Ting enter late at night. Catching sight of Wang Xiyuan's dedicated vehicle below, which sparked his suspicions, leading him to follow them. Unfortunately, the door to room 701 was firmly shut, and no matter how intently he listened, the sounds within remained indistinct. It was not until Su Ting left with a forlorn expression that he patiently waited a moment longer, only to see Wang Xiyuan emerge, her steps light, yet her face tinged with an unnatural flush and allure. The Wang Xiyuan he had always known was capable, authoritative, and aloof. What had transpired today? He glanced at his watch. The two had been inside for a full 52 minutes. As he watched Wang Xiyuan's retreating figure, his suspicions deepened. He recalled a few days prior during an inspection trip, when by protocol, Lao Li from the research department should have participated, yet Wang Xiyuan had insisted that Su Ting take his place. Since returning from the inspection, Su Ting's status at the office had visibly elevated, and he walked with an air of triumph. Su Ting was young, handsome, and tall, while the 35-year-old Wang Xiyuan was also single. The notion of a young man and a woman spending the night alone in an office, coupled with previous special considerations, led Chun Jiankong to conclude that their relationship was far from simple, and something had likely occurred between them. This revelation thrilled him, his eyes glinting with calculating ambition. If he could assist Zhang Meng in toppling Wang Xiyuan, the county committee office was in need of a deputy director, and he could seamlessly be promoted to a substantive position. Subsequently, Chun Jiankong drove to the Emperor Hotel to meet County Mayor Zhang Meng. Chapter 18. The secretary's wish fulfilled at this moment. County Chief Zhang Meng was reveling at the Imperial Restaurant, surrounded by a lively group of men and women, indulging in cups of wine. Upon receiving a call, he promptly summoned Chun Jiankong to a secluded private room. Zhang Meng listened intently, his expression grave, as Chun Jiankong embellished his report, particularly noting the sounds of clinking glasses and sultry breaths emanating from within. In the end, Zhang Meng nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. You possess a keen political sensitivity. Keep a close watch and report any new developments immediately." Once Chun Jiankong departed, Zhang Meng lit a cigarette alone in the private room, the curling smoke enveloping him as he pondered deeply how to maximize the potential of this pawn. After a moment, he extinguished the cigarette, straightened his collar, and returned to the gathering with an air of normalcy, as if the clandestine plotting had never occurred. The lingering scent of smoke subtly hinting at the undercurrents of intrigue quietly brewing. Meanwhile, Su Ting mounted his electric scooter, riding into the night breeze towards his residence. 2 kilometers away, As he pushed open the anti-theft door, the summer wind swirled into the house, carrying the night's shadows with it. He gazed at Yin Bing curled up on the sofa, an empty wine bottle toppled beside her, and half-consumed glasses of red wine adorning the coffee table. She had not left, but had nearly drained a bottle of red wine at his home. This was her way of drowning sorrows. At that moment, her hair was disheveled. Still clad in his shirt, her fair thighs exposed, her complexion flushed, presenting an alluring sight. Su Ting felt a complex mix of emotions and muttered, "Why hasn't she left? Has she drunk so much?" He stepped closer, crouching down to check her forehead. She was feverish, but his fingertips brushed against her warm, flushed cheek. Yin Bing's eyelashes fluttered, her hazy apricot eyes slowly opening to reveal a familiar face so near, her lips curling into a bittersweet smile. "Su Ting, is that you? Weren't you supposed to stay with Secretary Wang tonight?" Her voice faltered, choked by tears that began to spill from her eyes like broken pearls. "No, I was discussing the inspection report in her office. Secretary Wang is formidable. He pointed out numerous issues. I'll have to pull an all-nighter," he said, placing the inspection report on the coffee table. Yin Bing seemed to disregard his words, suddenly gripping his wrist tightly. The mingling scent of alcohol and her sense of grievance overwhelming. "Su Ting, I'm in this state, and you still don't want me? Are you really going to refuse, even if it's offered freely?" In the past, she had resembled a beautiful peacock, always trailing behind Wang Xiyuan in her high heels, impeccably made up and poised. Yet now, she resembled a butterfly drenched by rain, fragile and heart-wrenching. He withdrew his hand and wrapped his arm around her waist. "You've had too much to drink. Let us get you to bed." Seizing the moment, Yin Bing hooked her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushed with shame, stammering, "I can't leave now. You have to carry me like a princess." Su Ting complied, cradling her in his warm, powerful embrace. As another wave of dizziness washed over her, she opened her eyes to gaze lovingly at him, sweetly exclaiming, "Su, you're back. I'm so happy, truly so happy. You sleep. I'll revise my manuscript." Su Ting gently laid her down on the bed. "With a flower-like beauty in your room, how can you still focus on work?" Yin Bing felt an overwhelming sense of shyness after speaking. She had already resolved to embrace the moment, deciding to bestow her first experience upon him. Many moons later, they concluded their joyful escapade. Subsequently, this pair of sensual beings collaborated diligently, and after more than 2 hours, they refined their investigation report, condensing it to 858 words. Su Ting privately mused that Yin Bing's aloofness was well-founded. She indeed possessed remarkable talent, with a strong ability to summarize and comprehend the preferences of the city leaders regarding sentence structure and logic. Despite his rebirth, Su Ting recognized he still had considerable room for improvement. He closed his laptop and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. Upon Yin Bing's return from her ablutions, she lay beside him, and just as Su Ting was about to drift into dreamland, he felt her warm breath against him. He opened his eyes to find Yin Bing tightly embracing him, her large eyes fixed upon him. "I'm so tired. Let us sleep," he murmured. "I'm not sleepy," she replied. "What is the matter?" Yin Bing, her face flushed, bit her lower lip in silence. "Do you still want it?" She nodded, demure yet eager. "Then you must take the initiative," Su Ting said, suddenly wide awake. In an instant, the room was filled with the essence of spring. The following day, with work commencing at 9, they departed at 8:40, albeit separately. Yin Bing, brimming with vigor and radiance, seemed to have embarked on a new chapter of her life. As the county party committee's chief secretary, her beauty and stature made her a well-known figure. Upon arriving at the county committee building, she was met with courteous greetings from everyone, who typically would have received her cold indifference unless they were officials above a certain rank. Today, however, she greeted everyone with a warm smile, igniting a storm of gossip within the county committee compound. Ku Weiliang, upon hearing the news, felt a pang of distress, wondering why his ex-partner appeared so elated after their separation, unaware that she had already lost her virginity to another. When he sought forgiveness and reconciliation in Yin Bing's office that morning, he was met with an impenetrable wall of ice. She completely disregarded his presence, stating curtly, We have parted ways. There shall be no further entanglements. Do not trouble me, leave. Meanwhile, Su Ting basked in the joys of life, not only enjoying a series of romantic encounters, but also gradually accumulating wealth. The underdog team, the Little Bulls, unexpectedly clinched the championship, allowing Su Ting to turn a 150,000 investment into 80,000 in profit. However, this sum was insufficient to purchase another unit in the textile factory residential complex, as further purchases might draw unwanted attention and scrutiny during compensation negotiations. Thus, he resolved to save the money as the European Cup had commenced, presenting another opportunity for easy earnings. Chapter 19. Future promotions. 3 days later, the directive from the city party secretary, Qin Huaiming, regarding the investigation report on Yun County arrived. Excellent. To be disseminated citywide. All units are encouraged to study and learn from it. Su Ting's remarkable performance led to a natural promotion. The county party office currently had 1 director and 2 deputy directors, with a vacancy for an additional deputy. Yin Shi served as the director of the county party office, not yet a member of the standing committee. The 2 deputy directors managed crucial departments, including research, general affairs, information, secretarial work, inspection, duty room, archives, and confidentiality. Chun Jiankong, the deputy director of the political research office, held a general cadre position at the regular rank. And with the county party office in need of another deputy director, the other 2 deputies were already overwhelmed with responsibilities. He had always believed that the position of deputy director was reserved for him, considering his extensive experience within various departments of the county committee, his seniority, and established connections. According to the principle of seniority, he seemed the most deserving. However, to his surprise, Su Ting had unexpectedly risen to the occasion. Under the directive of Wang Xiyuan, the organization department initiated the democratic recommendation and assessment procedures for Su Ting's proposed promotion to a deputy-level position. If everything went smoothly, his case would be presented at the county committee standing meeting, thereby allowing him to assume the role of deputy director of the county committee office. Chun Jiankong felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, realizing that it was time to strike back. On the evening of the 22nd, after completing her reception duties, Wang Xiyuan returned to her office to review documents, while Yin Bing stood guard outside. Su Ting was summoned back for a work discussion. Before entering the inner room, Yin Bing cast a flirtatious smile in his direction. Just the previous midnight, she had once again visited his rented apartment, and their passionate encounter had only deepened her infatuation. Blushing, she whispered, "Su Ting, the secretary might have had a bit too much to drink, so be careful and don't stay too long." Even before the discussion commenced, she was already feeling jealous. "All right." Su Ting smiled back as he pushed the door open. Yin Bing followed him inside, placing a cup of tea before him. Wang Xiyuan, with flushed cheeks, donned a blue 3/4 sleeve shirt and fitted black pants, exuding an air of mystery and allure. She continued to ignore him, engrossed in her documents, merely offering a casual, "Please have a seat." Su Ting patiently waited, his gaze boldly sweeping across her face and figure. She was indeed a stunning beauty, with a perfect physique and exquisite features, embodying maturity, elegance, and poise, radiating a captivating charm. After 10 minutes, Wang Xiyuan set down her pen, looked up at him, and with a playful smile remarked, "Director Su, congratulations." "Thank you for the promotion, Secretary," he replied. "Make sure to avoid drinking, causing trouble, or getting involved in scandalous rumors during this period, such as being caught with a married woman. If anything happens, I won't be able to save you." "Understood. I will keep that in mind." Wang Xiyuan, with a mischievous smile, inquired, "What will you do to repay me?" Promoting Su Ting had indeed placed her under considerable pressure, especially since he had only recently completed 3 years in the job, remaining relatively obscure until then. Had it not been for the highly regarded assessment report by the municipal party secretary, promoting him would have drawn even more criticism. In the county, a deputy-level position was quite significant. "I have nothing to offer aside from my body. I shall dedicate myself to you," he jested. "How playful!" Wang Xiyuan laughed. "The Empress must refrain from indulgences for a while. You must endure." She was increasingly wary of Zhang Meng's potential machinations, concerned that their meetings might be discovered. Although both were single, their association would be deemed scandalous in the eyes of city leaders, especially given her efforts to promote Su Ting, which would provide others with the perfect opportunity to question them, alleging Su Ting's involvement in corruption. This was one of the reasons she was working late tonight, calling upon Yin Bing to act as a buffer. With a third party present, everything could be clarified. What if I can't help myself? She chuckled. Then you should take care of it yourself. Secretary, you are so heartless. Could you at least offer me some comfort? Did I not just say, you must comfort yourself? Wang Xiyuan remained unaware that he had already captured the heart of her beautiful and proud secretary, who consoled him nightly. Secretary, do you have a boyfriend? Su Ting boldly asked. I do, she replied. Ah, is he a provincial leader or a city leader? Are you still a star, a big boss, or perhaps a university professor? Wang Xiyuan laughed heartily, and after a moment's pause, playfully scolded, You silly fool. Am I truly the only one? Su Ting felt a surge of happiness within him, driven by a possessive desire for Wang Xiyuan to belong exclusively to him. Just having you is almost overwhelming, she remarked. Lowering her gaze to sip her tea, her cheeks flushed. With Yin Bing outside, they could not indulge in affectionate gestures or intimate encounters. Last time, Chun Jiankong overheard nothing while eavesdropping due to the two doors separating them, whereas Yin Bing was only separated by one. That is my greatest solace. I feel so blissful. Su Ting expressed with emotion. Little deceiver, full of sweet nothings, Wang Xiyuan teased. Su Ting rose and walked around to embrace her neck from behind, kissing her forehead as he said, I desire you. No, the secretary is outside. Aren't you worried she might be listening at this very moment? Let her listen. She'll be envious of you, he replied. Such vanity. Wang Xiyuan playfully swatted him and returned to her seat. Su Ting, somewhat disheartened, returned to his spot across the large table, which was cluttered with a computer, documents, books, and two small potted plants. He thought to himself, sooner or later, I shall claim you at this table. How about you read to me? That is far more interesting. Wang Xiyuan languidly reclined in her chair, exuding an air of regal grace once more. Su Ting's gaze drifted to the adjacent bookshelf where he spotted the 4 great classical novels. He stood and pulled out a copy of Journey to the West. Boss, allow me to share this with you. Journey to the West is well known. What is there to discuss? Su Ting casually flipped to chapter 72 and chuckled. Wukong is actually a master of flirtation. Oh, spare me. You are the true master of flirtation. She genuinely feared that if he continued, she might lose her composure and succumb to him. Men are indeed geniuses in this regard. Chapter 20. Accepting a bribe of 500,000. Don't believe me? Allow me to explain. Su Ting continued, flipping through the pages. All right, please do. I enjoy listening. In the spider cave, upon witnessing his master ensnared like a silkworm, Wukong observed 7 enchanting beauties gracefully approach and mused, No wonder my master sought alms. Such temptations await. He thought, should these 7 beauties ensnare my master, 1 meal would not suffice, and 2 days' worth of sustenance would be trivial. To touch them would mean certain doom. Su Ting narrated vividly. What does this imply? These 7 maidens intend to ensnare Tang Sung. Yet, Wukong is not in haste to rescue his master. What does he do instead? He transforms into a tiny insect to spy on the 7 maidens bathing. Wang Xiyuan giggled, blushing, and remarked, How did your interpretation acquire a hint of sensuality? The risku elements come later. Allow me to read you the description of the beauties. Su Ting said as he held the book and recited, This content is unsuitable for children. They must re-journey to the West themselves. What happens next? Wukong then transforms into an eagle, snatching away all their garments, leaving them bare, and later, when Zhu Beiji arrives, they run ashore in their nakedness. Secretary, tell me, is son Wukong not behaving lewdly? Wang Xiyuan laughed until tears threatened to spill, finally regaining her composure, wiping the corners of her eyes with her thumb, and exclaimed, This is utterly delightful. There's even more to come. Wukong further entices Beiji. Beiji, drooling, leapt into the pool, indulging in a bath with the beautiful maidens, even transforming into a catfish, wriggling beneath them. Ultimately, the 7 maidens fled the pool in a state of undress. This tale is vividly depicted. One might wonder, Does Sun Wukong lack desires? Unthinkable. Furthermore, he flirted with the Cow Demon King's young wife, even morphing into the Cow Demon to engage intimately with his original partner, Princess Iron Fan, in a display of affection. On another occasion, to subdue a demon, he transformed into an alluring young monk, waiting to be seduced by a beautiful and enticing female demon. She embraced him, caressing him, suggesting, "Come, let us retreat to a more secluded spot." The narrative continues with words of seduction, and I ponder, should I read further? Please do, he urged. The two strolled out of the Buddha Hall, hand in hand, heading to the garden behind. The enchanting demoness tripped Wukong, causing him to tumble to the ground, only to land in her embrace as she called out, "Darling, I find it challenging to continue." Wang Xiyuan blushed and laughed. "Oh dear, conversing with you is always such a joy. What to do?" A flicker of unbridled passion ignited in her eyes, almost compelling her to pounce upon him, yet she masked it with a light-hearted chuckle. "All right, let us discuss serious matters." Indeed, there were pressing issues at hand. Secretary Wang maintained his composure, never flustered. "Boss, please advise." Yesterday afternoon, Vice Mayor Wang Xiyuan led a delegation to survey urban renewal and the development of the old city. Last night, we dined at the Shangyan Grand Hotel, where leaders like Zhang Meng, He Feng, and Du Jian were present. Huang also brought along a real estate developer named Sun Jinlong. There were also 2 local business owners, totaling over 10 people. With Mayor Huang present, I could not decline and indulged in 4 or 5 lians of liquor, becoming intoxicated. Upon returning to my assigned accommodation from the county committee, I collapsed into slumber, oblivious to the 2 boxes of newly harvested lychees that were delivered to me. Wang Xiyuan recounted, before dinner tonight, I had been running in the gym for an hour. After bathing at home, I noticed the 2 boxes of lychees and inquired with the attendant, Xiao Hong. She informed me that 2 individuals had delivered them last night and mentioned they had spoken with me, as I had not brought Yin Bing to dinner last night. I cannot verify this. Something felt amiss. Upon opening the boxes, I discovered, indeed, beneath the lychees lay plastic bags filled with cash, 250,000 in each box, totaling 500,000. Su Ting's expression turned serious as he listened intently. I clarified that it was Sun Jinlong who sent them, introduced by Mayor Huang, the head of Jinlongwen Real Estate Company, who wishes to involve himself in the old city renovation project, expressing gratitude for my assistance. Su Ting, how should we handle this money? Secretary, this matter is of great significance. Your wisdom is unparalleled. You shall decide, and I will execute accordingly. You are my trusted confidant. May I seek your counsel? Su Ting found this phrasing peculiar, as trusted confidant typically refers to a woman. After contemplation, she replied, I believe the most prudent course of action would be to return the money to Sun Jinlong. Accepting it is out of the question. Reporting it to the disciplinary committee would not only offend others, but also appear disingenuous, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. Transferring it secretly to the integrity account? What if this is a trap? For instance, if Sun Jinlong is investigated, how can we clarify the origins of this money? What if he claims it is more than 500,000? Very well, I concur. Proceed with this plan. And the money? It remains with me. I shall present it to you shortly. Tomorrow, you will discreetly handle it. I will descend in 5 minutes. Su Ting emerged from the inner room and closed the door behind him. Upon turning around, he found Yin Bing standing right behind him, her brows furrowed and lips pouting, eyes glistening with moisture, exuding a sense of childlike grievance as she softly complained, Why did you take so long? You were all laughing and chatting. A sudden pang of concern struck his heart. Had this girl truly developed feelings? He gently pinched her delicate nose and caressed her slender, tender face with a smile, saying, The secretary will be out shortly. Cheer up. Oh, she replied, wiping away her tears and regaining her composure, straightening her posture and forcing a smile. Suddenly, she produced a piece of chocolate from seemingly nowhere and quietly placed it in his hand, saying softly, Dove chocolate, you should try it. It's delicious. Thank you. Ice Beauty. You resemble the leading lady in a Dove advertisement, Audrey Hepburn. Su Ting, that is the highest compliment I have ever received. Thank you. Her surprise was palpable, and the jealousy she had felt just an hour ago melted away like honey, for her idol was indeed the noble and elegant, pure as ice, Audrey Hepburn. A few minutes later, downstairs, Wang Xiyuan handed Su Ting a heavy black backpack. This is the 500,000. Keep it safe tonight and handle it tomorrow. Understood. Su Ting slung the bag over his shoulder, its weight substantial. Keep it confidential, Wang Xiyuan said before climbing into a luxury vehicle and driving away. As Yin Bing approached, she asked suspiciously, "What did the secretary give you?" "A secret. Are there still secrets between us?" Yin Bing replied, displeased. "This is for your own good. Let me escort you home." He gestured towards the electric bike parked nearby. "Absolutely not." Yin Bing huffed, exhibiting her typical spoiled demeanor, turning on her heel and walking away, her tea-brown ponytail shimmering beautifully under the light. It seemed he was particularly fond of her ponytail. Last year, her parents had purchased a 2-bedroom apartment near the county committee compound, a mere 300 meters away. "Yin Bing, be careful," he called after her. "Mind your own business." "Humph," she retorted, as she exited the compound and walked east along Jiefeng Road. Nearing home, he did not pursue her. A wave of disappointment washed over him. She had expected him to chase after her, to soothe her, and accompany her home for a delightful evening. Instead, he remained cold and indifferent. Feeling disheartened, she fought back tears, thinking, "No one in the world treats me as he does. How could he be so ungrateful after all the times we've spent together? Especially after giving him my first night?" Her heart ached with the realization that he only had eyes for Wang Xiyuan. Chapter 21. An encounter with the original partner. Su Ting had little patience for a girl's tantrums, so he ignored her and rode his electric bike westward. As they departed, Chun Jiankong, hiding in the shadows, put away his camera, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. The summer night breeze carried a hint of warmth, brushing against Su Ting's face yet failing to disperse the turmoil within him as he pondered how to navigate the predicament and fulfill the formidable task assigned by Secretary Wang. Arriving at an intersection, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the air, prompting him to halt before a food stall. Under the dim yellow glow of the street lamp, he spotted his mother, her head bowed in concentration, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her complexion pale and weary, the burdens of life evident in her tired expression. A girl clad in a school uniform sat nearby, engrossed in her book under the glow of the street lamp. Her skin was fair, her posture upright, and her expression serious. Yet, with her head bowed and face turned away, her features remained obscured. A wave of compassion washed over him. Although he felt no hunger and had no desire for the greasy street food, he retrieved 20 yuan and handed it over, saying, "Please prepare 20 yuan worth. Let us have half skewers of sausage and gluten." "Thank you, sir. Please wait a moment." The mother smiled at him with joy and then called out to the girl engrossed in her reading, "Yijun, put your book down and help add some charcoal." Indeed, when Su Ting had first discerned the woman's face, he had been momentarily stunned, for in his previous life, she had been the woman he once called mother. The revelation that she was calling out to Yijun only deepened his astonishment. Memories surged within him like a tidal wave. As he beheld this familiar scene, his heart was a tumult of emotions. He steadied himself and noticed a white plastic box on the ground, filled with ingredients resting atop ice. He then pulled out 200 yuan notes and said, "Auntie, please grill the rest. My colleagues are working overtime tonight, and I wish to bring them some late-night snacks." "Of course, sir." The mother's face brightened with a hint of a smile, her weariness easing slightly as Yijun set down her book to assist her mother. The girl seemed to sense his intense gaze and abruptly looked up. Her large, watery eyes met his, and she paused, seemingly lost in thought before softly saying, "Brother, I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before." Su Ting's heart skipped a beat, nearly moved to tears. Her name was Pei Yijun, his wife from the previous life. He endeavored to maintain his composure and replied with a smile, "I work at the county committee and often pass by here on my way to and from work. Perhaps we have crossed paths before." "Not quite. We used to set up our stall elsewhere, but we were chased away by the urban management. Here, at this hour, we are not disturbed," her mother explained. Su Ting gazed at them, his heart heavy with pain, pondering if this was perhaps a form of spiritual connection. Changing the subject, he inquired, "You have so many sausages and gluten left. Will this 200 yuan be sufficient? Yes, yes, that should be plenty. We might even have to give you change. Yijun replied. Indeed, when I counted earlier, it amounted to 206 yuan. You've given me 220, so you've overpaid. 200 will suffice. Her voice was gentle and refreshing, and within mere moments, she had calculated the total. Truly a scholar in her own right. Never mind. No need for change, Su Ting said. The mother quickly objected. That 1 due. We cannot accept more than due. We must give you the correct change. We will sort it out after the grilling. Curious, Su Ting asked why they had come to set up a stall. The mother sighed and shook her head with a wry smile. There's no choice. We were once workers at a state-owned lighting factory, but 2 years ago, the factory restructured. Somehow, it became the personal property of Zhang Fushen. None of us old employees received any compensation, and we've been laid off for over a year. She wiped the sweat from her brow and continued. Their father went to work at sea, and without a job myself, I have no option but to set up this stall. We used to sell in other places, but were constantly chased away by the urban management. Now we can only wait until they finish their shift at 11 before daring to sell a few skewers to earn a meager living to support our child's education. Su Ting listened, feeling a profound sense of sorrow. When asked about who else was at home, the mother's eyes instantly welled with tears. Her voice choked with emotion. There is still a little daughter at home. Su Ting's heart tightened, for he understood that the little daughter she referred to was the sister suffering from acute leukemia. Seeing their sorrow, he refrained from further inquiries and instead engaged Yijun in conversation about her studies, eagerly quizzing her on English, history, and classical poetry. Finding that not a single question stumped her, Su Ting mused that had it not been for their family's hardships, this child might have been destined for prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking. She, too, felt an inexplicable warmth radiating from his handsome older brother. And soon they were laughing and chatting comfortably. Yijun, stop chatting and let us get to grilling, the mother urged. Okay, Mom, she replied. The mother and daughter busied themselves, clearly delighted, as they prepared to finish their work and return home, having never handled such a large order before. After a wait of over 40 minutes, they finally completed the grilling. The mother and daughter carefully packaged the food in a clean white plastic box and handed it to Su Ting. Simultaneously, Yijun offered him 20 yuan, saying, Brother, thank you for taking care of our business. We really cannot accept more. She was so astute, understanding everything. Take it, consider this my support for your business. I must take my leave now. You should close up soon, it's getting late, and Yijun has school tomorrow, he replied, lifting the barbecue food and swiftly departing on his electric bike. Oh dear, give the money back. The mother snapped back to reality, smacking her daughter lightly. The girl dashed after him, her ponytail flying in the night breeze. Brother, wait. The sound of tires crunching over gravel echoed sharply, and in the rearview mirror, the girl's slender figure drew closer, the streetlights casting elongated shadows of her form. Ultimately, he halted his vehicle and accepted the 20 yuan. Thank you, he said. Yijun, breathless, her eyes sparkling in the night, replied, Thank you, brother. You are such a wonderful person. She bowed, her delicate frame swaying in the breeze like a dancing sunflower. Su Ting pulled a piece of Dove chocolate from his pocket and gently placed it in her hand. Smiling softly, this is for you, Dove chocolate, to give you a boost. You will surely get into a good university. Chapter 22. The beautiful secretary delivers to your door. Thank you, brother. Yijun's eyelids drooped, masking her deep sadness. She was so perceptive, aware that given her family's circumstances, attending university was merely a distant dream, even if she managed to pass the exams. Suddenly, Su Ting's phone vibrated violently in his pocket. He pulled it out to see it was Wang Xiyuan calling. He hurriedly answered, only to hear the displeased voice of Secretary Wang. Have you gone home yet? Yes. He lied. Huh? I sent you a gift. Hurry home to receive it. What is it? You'll find out when you get home. As the electric bike roared back to life, he heard the mother calling her daughter to return. Looking back, he saw the girl still standing by the roadside, the street light gilding her figure, clutching the chocolate wrapper that fluttered gently in the wind. Even after passing 2 intersections, that resolute silhouette remained steadfast in its place. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, pulling Su Ting back to the somber days of his previous life. During that time, he was merely a disheartened individual crushed by the weight of reality. After Wang Xiyuan was dismissed from her position, he suffered further oppression, relegated to an even more remote department, from which he could not recover. The callous departure of his former girlfriend, Lao Li, plunged a knife deep into his already wounded heart. Alone in this small county, he had come in pursuit of love, only to find himself in such a dismal fate. Without connections or wealth, his existence was reduced to poverty and despair, drowning his sorrows in alcohol and perpetually clutching a cigarette. Once proud and upright, he became stooped, hair falling out in clumps, his body deteriorating. Just when he believed hope had abandoned him, Pei Yijun appeared. This young girl, selling milk tea, was gentle, serene, kind, and beautiful. Like a ray of light in the darkness, she illuminated Su Ting's world. She appreciated his talents, admired his voracious reading habits, and cherished his profound thoughts and depth. To her, Su Ting was uniquely irreplaceable. In her company, Su Ting gradually rediscovered his courage to live. At that time, Pei Yijun was merely 24, while Su Ting had already reached the age of 34. The age gap did not hinder their connection. After more than a year of romance, they entered the sacred bond of marriage hand in hand. Despite Su Ting's dire circumstances, Pei Yijun never showed a trace of disdain. Yet, fate can be cruel. Shortly after their marriage, Su Ting was diagnosed with cancer. At that moment, he felt his world crumble anew. However, Pei Yijun remained steadfast, exhausting every means to secure his treatment, willing to sacrifice everything. What moved him even more was her determination to bear him a child, declaring it the fruit of their love, a spark she wished to leave behind for him. Tragically, for months into Pei Yijun's pregnancy, Su Ting succumbed to his illness, departing from this world forever. As he left, his greatest concern was for Pei Yijun and the child she carried. How would a woman face life's tempests alone with a child? It was only after meeting Pei Yijun that Su Ting learned of her family's earlier struggles. Her sister, Pei Qianqian, had fallen ill with leukemia, and the family had exhausted their savings to fund her treatment, plunging into debt. Despite their efforts, they could not save her life. If only they had sufficient funds at that time, the outcome might have been different. These were truths Pei Yijun gradually revealed to him after their acquaintance. In his reborn life, Su Ting was preoccupied with altering his fate, working diligently while savoring the beauty of life. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered Pei Yijun and her mother that fateful night. Observing Pei Yijun's mother busily tending to a barbecue stall and witnessing Pei Yijun diligently studying beneath a streetlight awakened long-buried memories. In this lifetime, he would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. No matter the cost, he was determined to save Pei Qianqian. He understood well that Pei Yijun once had a bright future ahead of her. With her intelligence, she had excelled in high school, ranking among the top in the entire county. Due to the impoverished circumstances of her family, she was compelled to relinquish the opportunity for higher education and venture into society at an early age, establishing a milk tea shop and shouldering the burdens of her household with her delicate frame. This time, it is highly unlikely that he will marry Pei Yijun, yet he is determined to ensure that she experiences a life of luxury and fulfillment. As his thoughts wandered, Su Ting returned to the small courtyard he rented, a solitary dwelling where the owner frequently resided in the city and seldom returned. Thus he often found himself alone. The iron gate creaked in the night breeze as Su Ting retrieved his keys, catching a glimpse of a graceful figure shrouded in shadow. Wang Xiyuan, donning a fisherman's hat and mask, leaned against the wall, the moonlight accentuating her alluring curves. The collar of her black silk shirt was slightly open, revealing hints of her collarbone and a well-defined bosom. Xiyuan, is the gift you spoke of yourself? Su Ting's throat tightened, his gaze sweeping over her flushed earlobes. Wang Xiyuan removed her mask, her luscious red lips curling into a dangerously enticing smile. What is the matter? Aren't you going to accept it? Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she had already crossed the threshold, the fragrance of her perfume mingling with the scent of alcohol. Accept it? Of course. What a delightful surprise. Su Ting exclaimed with joy. Wang Xiyuan scrutinized him as he placed his heavy backpack on the table, her voice cold as she pressed. I'm concerned. What if you squander that 500,000 on frivolities? Tell me, what were you doing for so long? I encountered an old acquaintance, he replied, setting the barbecue down on the table. No wonder you smell of sweat. Hurry, go take a shower, Wang Xiyuan urged, eagerly pulling him into the bathroom. In an instant, the thoughts of Pei Yijun and her mother dissolved in the allure and temptation of her beauty. After showering, as the two tumbled onto the sofa, a button from Su Ting's shirt fell to the floor. Wang Xiyuan was already devoid of clothing, her fingertips tracing the heated skin of his neck as she breathed into his ear, teasing me in the office and then running away. You rogue, you've left me utterly undone. Amidst their entanglement, the neon lights outside flickered upon their intertwined forms, casting an enchanting glow throughout the room. Over an hour later, Wang Xiyuan lay languidly wrapped in a thin blanket, traces of intimacy lingering on her collarbone, her cheeks flushed as if under a spell. That was incredibly exhilarating and relieving, she murmured, lifting a glass of red wine to her lips, noticing the barbecue and bursting into laughter. What are you doing? Why so much barbecue? Su Ting unwrapped the foil, the aroma of the grilled skewers mingling with the scent of the wine in the air. Try this. It's far more flavorful than what the hotel chef prepares. As the foil unfolded, the secret sauce, generously applied by Pei Yijun's mother, glistened with oil. Chapter 23. Who will prevail? Wang Xiyuan raised an eyebrow. Street vendor? Su Ting gazed at the tantalizing grilled sausages, his voice softening unconsciously. The vendors are a mother and daughter. The husband works at sea, and the wife, having lost her job, operates a night stall. They previously worked at a lighting factory in Shangyin County, but after the restructuring 2 years ago, they were laid off without compensation. I'm aware of that. Not long ago, the workers petitioned to the county committee. Wang Xiyuan remarked that the lighting factory was originally a county-owned enterprise, primarily engaged in the production of energy-saving lamps and emergency lights. In early 2004, preparations for reform were underway. It was alleged that the then factory director, Zhang Fuxin, embezzled public funds into a company under his control and subsequently acquired shares during the restructuring, ultimately securing 95.3% of the company. Through deceitful tactics, he transformed a state-owned enterprise into a private one, resulting in a loss of several tens of millions. This issue is a common ailment in many state-owned enterprise reforms. The crux of the problem lies in his avarice. He refused to provide benefits or compensations to the original employees, leveraging his connections with the county and city officials. 200 employees were laid off without any buyout or compensation. Is this not egregious? Zhang Fuxin is a cousin of Zhang Meng. Wang Xiyuan scoffed, stating that the workers had collectively petitioned numerous times, reaching the provincial and city levels, only to be placated by the Zhang family. The county government proposed a joint fund of $2 million from the Human Resources Bureau, Economic and Information Bureau, and the labor union to cover the workers' compensation. This was merely using public funds to shield Zhang Fuxin from accountability, which I vehemently opposed. During the standing committee meeting, I insisted that Zhang Fuxin must contribute $10 million to resolve the issue. Zhang Meng was infuriated, yet as the party secretary, he held the decisive power, while Zhang Meng, as the deputy, faced inherent limitations in significant decision-making. Wang Xiyuan opposed this. He could not temporarily utilize public funds to patch the gaps. Thus, he stalled the resolution of the matter. The situation remained in a stalemate, with the laid-off workers suffering in helplessness, continuously petitioning. Regarding Zhang Fuxin's embezzlement of state assets and other misconduct, since he was not a party member, Wang Xiyuan requested the county prosecutor's office to investigate. The office's misconduct division conducted an investigation for several months and concluded that no violations were found. Wang Xiyuan understood that not only was Zhang Meng involved, but also the city prosecutor's office was complicit in protecting him. Without a foolproof strategy, she chose to endure for the time being. Su Ting, unaware of these intricacies, expressed his indignation. What a monstrous act! Exploitation. The vile capitalist. Secretary, look at how many people are displaced. That barbecue stall we just saw is on the brink of collapse. So you bought all their barbecue? Indeed. Wang Xiyuan, with her delicate hands, brushed his hair and said, Kind-hearted child. That girl is only 14 and in middle school. Tragically, her sister, Pei Qianqian, is suffering from leukemia. Suddenly, Wang Xiyuan grasped his wrist, causing the red wine to ripple dangerously in the glass. What is your relationship with them? They confided all this to you? Su Ting's heart raced, nearly betraying the secret of his rebirth. But upon meeting her probing gaze, he sighed. I heard it from passers-by. It's so pitiful. Wang Xiyuan reclined on the sofa, her fingertips tracing the rim of the glass. Tomorrow, I will have Yin Shi arrange for you to take the Women's Federation, Civil Affairs, Youth League, Health, and other departments to verify the situation, offer condolences, and mobilize cadres and the community to donate to save that child. Thank you, Secretary. You are truly wonderful. He cupped her petite face and kissed her gently. She pushed him away, frowning. Even if treated, it would take 4 to 5 years, costing around 100,000 each year. This amount is insufficient. We must do our utmost. Su Ting's gaze fell upon the black bag on the table, which contained 500,000 in cash. Suddenly, he clasped her slender waist and whispered, I have a plan that serves 2 purposes. After hearing Su Ting's scheme, Wang Xiyuan nodded in agreement. Very well indeed. Moreover, I have also uncovered the matter regarding Yin Bing's younger brother. Su Ting continued. There exists a criminal syndicate in the county that specializes in ensnaring young and attractive women, targeting university students or married individuals returning during holidays such as National Day or Spring Festival, enticing them into bed and subsequently accusing them of rape, with the police and public security stepping in to formalize the case. Those involved often resolve the matter through compensation, which typically amounts to tens of thousands. Yin Bing, having achieved merit during an inspection in Juzhou and being a civil servant, only settled for a 50,000 compensation. The girl involved is named Huang Ying. She claimed to have received merely 10,000. Li Xiang acts as the shield for this criminal gang. Zhang Ming is likely a more formidable protector. As she spoke, Wang Xiyuan remained composed and unperturbed. Darling, do you not feel angered or taken aback? Should I unleash my wrath and take down Zhang Ming? She shot him a glare, then slowly smiled. You have procured valuable leads, which is commendable. I have my own arrangements. I've heard that the political and legal circles are predominantly theirs. As a great man once said, all opposition is but a paper tiger. Furthermore, who says I lack support in the political and legal circles? Who? The police chief? Wang Xiyuan did not respond, her expression tranquil as she remarked, let us wait another week. The provincial inspection team will be arriving, and certain individuals will undoubtedly become quite active. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Let us observe who will fall. As the two conversed in hushed tones, the night outside deepened into a more sinister shade. The following morning, Su Ting, accompanied by colleagues from the Youth League, Women's Federation, Civil Affairs Bureau, Health Bureau, and media reporters, arrived at Pei Yijuan's home bearing gifts. Upon seeing such a crowd, Huang Xiyuan momentarily stood frozen, her rough hands wiping her apron repeatedly. Little Su, what brings you here? Annie, we have come on behalf of the county to check on you. Su Ting pressed a pink envelope containing 5,000 yuan into her palm, inscribed with the words condolence money. Thank you. Thank you, this is too generous. How can I accept this? Huang Xiyuan smiled broadly, though tears glistened in her eyes. A wave of emotion washed over Su Ting. How kind this woman was. In her previous life, she, like Pei Yijuan, had never looked down upon that ineffectual son-in-law. His gaze drifted to the small, curled figure on the bed. 6-year-old Pei Qianqian, wearing a knitted hat, had a pale face nearly sunk into the pillow, yet her large eyes sparkled with brilliance. Spotting the strangers, she timidly hid behind her mother, revealing a wrist as slender as a thread. The child had lost some hair due to chemotherapy. She cherished her beauty, insisting on wearing a hat, even in the sweltering summer. Huang Xiyuan's voice trembled as she wiped her eyes. Given the state of the household, no one wished to linger or pry too deeply. Thus, the Health Bureau staff swiftly reviewed the medical documents and contacted the hospital, confirming that the little girl was afflicted with acute lymphoblastic leukemia and required a bone marrow transplant, which would cost approximately 300,000, and there was no guarantee of an immediate match. they would have to wait. The staff of a civil affairs bureau had set up a desk on site, with the printer humming busily. Soon, Pei Qianqian was included on the list of individuals needing assistance from the county. After the other staff members had departed, Su Ting intentionally lingered to share private words with Wang Xiyuan, preparing for the next steps in dealing with Zhang Meng's maneuvers. Chapter 24. The provincial inspection team approaches with malice. Noticing Qianqian had dashed outside to play, Su Ting quietly remarked, "Aunt, I have a question. Qianqian doesn't he seem to resemble you at all? In his previous life, he had only heard from Pei Yijun that Qianqian was not the child of her parents. Yet she was reluctant to elaborate. With the individual long gone, he had not pressed further. My dear child, you are indeed perceptive. Qianqian is not my biological daughter." Wang Xiyuan glanced outside and lowered her voice. "She is the child of my younger sister, Huang Xufang, who is 26 this year. At that time, she was merely 19 and working as a waitress in the county government when she secretly gave birth and later left the child with me. We raised her as our own daughter. She was both beautiful and clever in her youth. Who could have foreseen this? Alas, what about her mother? She went to Juzhou for work and then to Shanghai last year. That child has gone astray, working in various nightclubs and bars. And who is Qianqian's father?" Su Ting felt a surge of compassion for Qianqian, abandoned by her biological parents and now suffering from serious illness. Afang is reluctant to speak of it. Huang Xufan replied. However, she mentioned it was a leader in the county government. Surname, we do not know him. And even if we did, what could we do? He would not acknowledge her. Afang had sought him out a few times. But he not only refused to recognize her, but also had her detained by the police for a few days on charges of slander and defamation, even beating her, breaking her ribs. She dares not approach him anymore. Su Ting listened, filled with righteous indignation, but having lived a second life. He had learned to manage his temper with ease. He inquired nonchalantly, "Is that person named Du Jian?" Jian meaning health. Du Jian? Huang Xufan pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping her thigh and exclaiming, "Yes, that's him. I've seen him on television. He appears respectable. But who knew he was a beast beneath that facade? All right, I understand now." Seeing the stormy expression on his face, Huang Xufan quickly grasped his arm and urged, "Child, do not get involved in this matter. You are still young and an outsider. It's not something we can confront. Focus on your work, and when you rise to a prominent position, you can help us then." "It's fine, I know my limits." Su Ting gently patted her hand. "Aunt, please give me my aunt's phone number. I wish to discuss the child's situation with her. What is there to say? She sends home 2,000 yuan every month. Rest assured, I will not put her in a difficult position. Additionally, Aunt, you need not worry. The child's illness can certainly be treated, and money will not be an issue. When you return, please inform Yijun to focus on her studies and refrain from selling goods in the evenings." Armed with this information, Su Ting's plans grew even more refined. A week later, the county committee convened a standing committee meeting. The meeting first deliberated on the matters concerning the provincial 4th Inspection Team's entry into Shangyun County to conduct inspection work. Subsequently, several personnel issues were reviewed, including Su Ting's promotion to a deputy section-level position. The meeting was relatively quiet, with only county committee standing committee member and deputy county mayor Du Jian expressing the opinion that the county committee office is home to several talented and experienced individuals, such as Chen Jiankong, who indeed deserve promotion. County Mayor Zhang Meng refrained from taking a stance, neither opposing nor supporting the suggestion, which is quite unusual in the past. He would always offer his insights, sometimes indirectly or bluntly contradicting Wang Xiyuan's directives. Du Jian's remarks did not stir any waves, and the meeting concluded with an agreement. The announcement would commence the following day, lasting for 7 days, after which he would officially be promoted to deputy director of the county committee office. After the meeting, Du Jian accompanied the county mayor into his luxury Audi A6, a generous donation from a mining enterprise to the county government. While Wang Xiyuan's vehicle was merely a Toyota Crown, Zhang Meng aspired to surpass the county party secretary in various respects. Wang Xiyuan consistently maintained a graceful demeanor, often smiling in response to criticism. Some labeled her as weak, others as merely a woman, while some remarked on her seemingly passive approach, and still others suggested she was biding her time. Su Ting, however, opined, "Don't mistake my wife for a sick cat. just because the tiger is not roaring. Du Jian attentively lit a cigarette for Zhang Ming as they sat in the air-conditioned car, exhaling clouds of smoke. The driver, understanding the situation, stood outside, chatting with Du Jian's chauffeur. "Boss, aren't you being a bit too indulgent with that woman?" Du Jian remarked. "You do not comprehend. This is a strategy of restraint followed by elevation, luring the enemy deeper," Zhang Ming cryptically replied. "Only when raw rice is cooked into a meal does it become evidence. A fact, understood?" "Indeed, quite profound," Du Jian mused, albeit somewhat confused, but he firmly remembered that acknowledging the leader's wisdom would never lead him astray. He shifted the conversation. "However, Chen Jinkong has been diligent and has contributed significantly. It's disheartening that he didn't attain a deputy position this time. Such lack of composure. As I said, it's about restraint before elevation. Tonight, the provincial inspection team will arrive and hold a mobilization meeting. They will gather leads to report to the provincial and city discipline inspection commissions. The cases overseen by the inspection team must identify the troublemakers to fulfill their responsibilities. Thus, the show is about to commence." Anticipation is in the air, Du Jian chuckled, revealing a mouthful of blackened teeth. "All right, you may exit. I'm off to drink. Starting tomorrow, I must cut back," Zhang Ming urged. Just as Du Jian was about to step out, a thought crossed his mind, and he said with a hint of worry, "Boss, the head of this provincial inspection team was previously the secretary of the city's Discipline Inspection Commission and has been appointed as a full-time inspector. I hear he is quite meticulous. Half of the members are from the Discipline Inspection Commission, while the others hail from the Provincial Procuratorate Court, Audit Office, Finance Department, and Public Security Department. There are some unruly citizens in the county, although I've arranged matters, sending some away for travel and others to play mahjong in Juzhou. I worry some may emerge to cause trouble. Do not fret. I made arrangements at higher levels, and there are people covering for us within the inspection team. However, if things get too chaotic, it will be hard to conceal. Ensure that no one stirs up trouble, particularly the workers from the lighting factory and the villagers from the lychee orchard." "Understood. Let's wait and see how Wang Xiyuan falls from grace." Zhang Ming laughed, confident and composed. Chapter 25. Under double regulation during the announcement period on that day, shortly after 6 in the afternoon, the 4th inspection team of the Provincial Committee officially arrived in Shenyang County, comprising over 20 members, who took up residence and conducted their work at the Shenyang Grand Hotel. That evening, the inspection team declined the county committee's offer of a banquet, opting instead for a simple buffet at the hotel. Their arrival was already marked by an unusual air. The leader of the inspection team, Chen Liangping, a full-level inspection commissioner, had previously served as the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission in Guangqing City, accompanied by several deputy leaders, all of whom held deputy ministerial ranks. The duration of the inspection, commencing from the date of the announcement, was in principle set for 1 month, primarily focusing on the county committee, the county government, the People's Congress, and the Political Consultative Conference, along with their leading officials, while also receiving reports of other leads. Matters outside the inspection's purview would be referred to relevant disciplinary inspection departments or party committees for handling. Originally scheduled for the following morning, the mobilization meeting was postponed to the afternoon of the 3rd day at Chen Liangping's directive. It was rumored that they had received numerous anonymous reports upon checking into the hotel that evening, which contributed to the delay. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Consequently, a pall of anxiety enveloped the entire Shenyang County. At 3 o'clock on July 2nd, the mobilization meeting finally convened in the county committee auditorium. Leaders from the 4 main bodies at the county and department levels, as well as several deputy department level officials, were in attendance. Strangely, Wang Xiyuan, the director of the 8th Review and Investigation Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, was present, along with several unfamiliar individuals whose affiliations with the inspection team, the Provincial Discipline Commission, or the Provincial Procuratorate remained unclear. An air of unease permeated the conference room. On the podium, the heads of the 4 main bodies accompanied the leader of the inspection team and the deputy leaders seated beside them, while other officials remained in the audience. After a deputy leader introduced the inspection's purpose, significance, and rules, Wang Xiyuan spoke on behalf of the county committee and government, culminating in a speech by the leader, Chen Liangping. In his 50s, with graying hair and a lean, dark complexion, he read from his notes filled with bureaucratic jargon. Suddenly, he raised his head, gazing at the cameras flanking the sides and the journalists in the aisle, stating, "All right, I have finished reciting the official script. What follows should not be recorded or filmed. Journalists and other unrelated personnel, please exit. All those on the attendance list are to remain." The atmosphere grew even more tense. Under the direction of the diligent discipline inspection staff, the media and conference service personnel were ushered out and the doors were securely closed once more. Chen Liangping sipped his tea, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly, his tone abruptly turning serious. "Let's discuss some practical matters. In your words, we shall not adhere to the usual protocols. Today, we shall break convention and, in accordance with the Provincial Discipline Commission's directives, directly engage in disciplinary education here." He emphasized his point with a firm knock on the table. On the podium, Wang Xiyuan remained composed and inscrutable, revealing nothing of her thoughts. County Chief Zhang Meng exhibited a serious demeanor interspersed with a subtle smile. The officials in the audience widened their eyes, fixated on the podium, for it was customary for inspection teams to merely collect leads without taking action. This was typically a mere formality. Why, on the very first day of mobilization, was there such an earnest approach? Where was the precedent for such a bold intrusion from the outset? This truly resembles a case of dark intrigue. Chen Liangping continued. "Prior to our arrival, we specifically gathered information from the provincial court, the procuratorate, the letters and visits bureau, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, and other departments regarding some petition cases in your county. We discovered numerous issues, primarily concentrated in economic areas such as asset loss during enterprise restructuring, infringement of workers' rights, excessive mining and environmental pollution, as well as land transactions and real estate development. Additionally, there were clues related to the personal conduct and lifestyle of leading officials. Just the night before last, we received several comprehensive complaint letters highlighting severe concerns. I reviewed the list of attendees, noting that the heads of various departments were present, along with some deputy section-level officials. After consulting with the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, due to the gravity of the case, they dispatched personnel yesterday, including Director Wang Xiyuan from the 8th Review and Investigation Office, among others. Furthermore, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission instructed me to take charge of the overall coordination. Therefore, I shall not be polite. We will conduct a double regulation on site. The room erupted in astonishment. Even the usually composed Wang Xiyuan frowned, revealing her surprise. Zhang Meng was initially taken aback, straightened his posture, and exchanged a glance with Deputy Leader Yang Guozhong, who nodded slightly. Only then did Zhang Meng relax with confidence, leaning back against his chair. Meanwhile, the 4 male members of the inspection team secured the front and back entrances, while several others vigilantly observed the meeting room. The unprecedented act of detaining individuals during the inspection mobilization meeting was astonishing. Chen Liangping aimed to establish a ruthless and efficient atmosphere for inspection and discipline, delivering a significant warning to the officialdom of Shiyuan County. The inspection team provided leads yesterday, and the next day, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission arrived to apprehend individuals, truly explosive. The attendees were profoundly shaken, yet any inclination to discuss was stifled by fear. The meeting room fell into an eerie silence. Chen Liangping had already verified the list of attendees and cast a penetrating gaze over the cadre and staff present, suddenly fixing his eyes on the last row, declaring, "According to the complaint materials, preliminary investigations conducted by the Joint Investigation Team, formed by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and the inspection team last night, and this morning meet the criteria for double regulation. Please rise, Comrade Su Ting." All eyes converged on Su Ting. Next to him sat Chen Jiankong, along with colleagues from the county committee office, while Yin Bing was seated directly in front of him, her body trembling as she turned to glance at Su Ting, then back at Wang Xiyuan on the stage. Although both appeared somewhat surprised, they maintained their composure. A wave of anxiety surged through her. The investigation team seemed intent on targeting Secretary Wang. Was Zhang Meng behind this? Indeed, Zhang Meng's expression on stage was intriguing. Chen Jiankong beside Su Ting did not display shock, but rather a hint of secret delight, while Lao Li, initially astonished, soon rubbed his bald head, chuckling in schadenfreude. Some harbored cold laughter, having anticipated a significant catch, yet it turned out to be but a small fry. Not even in a critical position. Others sensed the ominous undertones. This was a warning to the tiger, indicating that Wang Xiyuan was in peril, and the atmosphere in Shiyun County was likely to shift dramatically. The inspection team had provided leads to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission rather than the Municipal Commission, suggesting that the case involved provincially managed officials, either the county party secretary or city leaders. At that time, the county party secretary had not yet been clearly designated as a provincial cadre, yet it was indisputable that Wang Xiyuan was indeed a provincial cadre. At this moment, Su Ting maintained an unperturbed demeanor as he slowly rose to his feet. For disciplinary inspection officials had swiftly gathered around him, effectively blocking his escape from both sides. "You are Su Ting?" Chun Liangping inquired, his glasses slipping down his nose as he fixed an intense gaze upon him. "Indeed, I am Su Ting." At just 24 years of age, he had recently been promoted to deputy section chief and was still within his probationary period. Quite audacious indeed. "Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter?" Chun Liangping began his interrogation. "I'm not aware," Su Ting replied. This young man exhibited a remarkable calmness and composure that belied his years. Chun Liangping, having handled countless cases in his lifetime, noted that the vast majority of officials would falter at the mere mention of being subjected to an investigation, quickly confessing everything. With a cold smile, he remarked, unaware, "You say? Allow me to enlighten you. First, there is the suspicion of hasty promotion prior to the inspection team's arrival. Second, you are implicated in a bribery case amounting to 500,000. Third, there are issues regarding your personal conduct, potentially violating the code of conduct. Do you have any questions?" "Of course I have questions." Before Su Ting could elaborate, Chun Liangping's authoritative voice rang out again. "Regarding the investigation protocol, there shall be no further discussion in this venue. Director Wang, please escort him away." Wang Xiyuan, seated not far away, immediately stood up and exchanged a glance, prompting the 4 disciplinary officials to encircle Su Ting. "Secretary Chun, while you dare to apprehend individuals at the mobilization meeting for the inspection work, do you not allow me to voice a few remarks in this assembly?" Su Ting remained composed, neither servile nor flustered. Chun Liangping raised an eyebrow, astonished to encounter such audacity in a mere 24-year-old official, who should have been pale with fear and barely able to articulate a coherent thought. Even if he were wronged, he ought not to challenge the proceedings directly in such a public forum. Intrigued by the young man, he coldly remarked, "Su Ting, do you comprehend the caliber of leadership present in this assembly? If you speak out, implicating county-level officials, it could have significant repercussions and create an undesirable scene. Do you understand? The political arena harbors no secrets. Regardless of my silence, the allegations against me will soon ignite a storm of gossip and speculation. Rather than allow others to misconstrue my actions and misunderstand my superiors, I would prefer to clarify the situation myself." "Misunderstanding? Clarification?" Chun Liangping replied with a chilling smile. "Are you suggesting you are wronged?" Chapter 26. Interrogation at the venue. Chun Liangping turned to his deputy team leader, Yang Guozhong, noting that the investigation had been conducted overnight alongside Wang Xiyuan, and thus inquired, "Comrade Guozhong, do you believe he is wronged?" Yang Guozhong's facial muscles twitched slightly as he cast a disdainful glance at Su Ting, leaning in to assert firmly, "The evidence is indisputable, there is no doubt." With his deputy's conviction, Chun Liangping felt no hesitation, adjusting his glasses once more as he gazed at Su Ting and thought, "Let's make an example of him to quell the arrogance of the Yun County Committee's leadership." In a cold tone, he declared, "You have 3 minutes to defend yourself. Speak." Su Ting replied resolutely, "First, my promotion adhered to the requisite conditions and procedures, and there is no issue therein. The recent promotion is closely related to the bold directive issued by the Municipal Organization Department a few months ago, which explicitly mandates that all districts and counties adhere to a personnel mechanism that rewards the capable, dismisses the incompetent, and eliminates the inferior. The directive outlines the conditions under which young officials may be boldly promoted. They must be under the age of 28, possess a full-time undergraduate degree from a prestigious domestic university, and demonstrate outstanding performance. I meet all these criteria, and my promotion is therefore entirely justified. What outstanding performance do you possess? Chun Liangping inquired. Su Ting retrieved a document from his briefcase, holding it aloft. This is the evaluation report I authored, which received high praise from the municipal party secretary. He remarked that it was excellent and should be disseminated citywide for all units and departments to study and adopt. It essentially affirms our county's innovative approaches and new directives regarding the cultural and creative industries, setting the tone for the vigorous development of such industries in Yun County. Wouldn't you consider that outstanding performance? Chun Liangping turned to Wang Xiyuan on his right, who nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, he authored the piece. This is also a primary reason for my recommendation of his promotion." Chun Liangping pondered why Yang Guozhong had not mentioned this point. With a smile, he asked, "And what of the second accusation? I have not accepted bribes, not even 50 yuan." Su Ting asserted vehemently, his righteous spirit palpable. A veteran discipline inspection officer interjected. "Group Leader Chun, Director Yang, I suggest we take the individual to a hotel for questioning. This setting may not be appropriate." Yang Guozhong thought to himself that, if that were the case, they might as well make it public, which would be more favorable for garnering public support and creating public opinion to undermine Wang Xiyuan. Without waiting for Chun Liangping to speak, he banged the table and declared, "No, we shall conduct the investigation right here, providing a live lesson in integrity education." Su Ting, you claim you did not accept a bribe of 50,000. It seems you are quite aware of that matter. This involves leadership officials. Is it appropriate for me to disclose? Su Ting hesitated. Wang Xiyuan, unable to remain still, respectfully inquired, "Deputy Group Leader Yang, with so many officials present, what do you think?" Chun Liangping turned to Wang Xiyong and asked, "Comrade Xiyong, what are your thoughts?" The Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee had clearly stated that to enhance efficiency, any leads discovered during this inspection would be handled by the Joint Investigation Team according to the situation, so the decision rests with you. Wang Xiyong returned the ball into Chun Liangping's court. "Very well, if that is the case, let's investigate on-site. Whoever is implicated, take them directly. It simplifies matters and serves as a deterrent," Yang Guozhong asserted, slightly turning his face to assert dominance. He then addressed Su Ting, saying, "Speak freely." A sincere attitude, proactive acknowledgement, and reporting of circumstances not yet known to the Discipline Inspection Committee will mitigate penalties. The primary role of the committee is to prevent recurrence of misconduct and to rehabilitate individuals. We prefer to save a cadre rather than imprison them. Young man, you are still young. There will be opportunities for a fresh start. Consider your words carefully, lest you harbor regrets. He was essentially instructing Su Ting to expose Wang Xiyuan on the spot. The investigation team had already prepared in advance to take Wang Xiyuan away from the venue, and having Su Ting personally identify his superior would enhance the authority of both the inspection and investigation teams, maximizing their deterrent effect. Chun Liangping initially wished to avoid escalating the situation. Conducting an inquiry in the presence of so many individuals could lead to chaos involving numerous leaders, which would likely result in an awkward conclusion. However, since the first deputy leader, Yang Guozhong, insisted on proceeding this way and confidently asserted that the evidence was irrefutable, Chun felt compelled to acquiesce to his decision. Moreover, Yang Guozhong and Wang Xiyong had previously briefed him on the investigation, which indeed implicated the county party secretary, Wang Xiyuan. Given their work arrangements for the inspection, the first task was to engage in discussions with the leaders of the county's 4 administrative bodies, with Wang Xiyuan listed first. After careful consideration, Chun Liangping consented. The atmosphere was one of astonishment. It was the first time the Discipline Inspection Commission had conducted an inquiry in front of such a large audience. Reactions varied. Some were filled with anticipation, others trembled in fear, while others were merely amused. Mobile phones were prohibited in the venue. Prior to entry, they had been secured in a designated cabinet outside, and a signal jammer was also installed within the hall. Wang Xiyong approached Su Ting, coldly interrogating him. "Su Ting, why have you fallen silent?" I wish to understand how a mere junior official like you could accept such a substantial bribe. Do you have any clients? Do you possess any power? What could possibly warrant an investment in you? Wang Xiyuan sneered, saying, You lack power. Under normal circumstances, no one would bribe you. However, you could act as an intermediary or agent, assisting leaders in accepting or handling illicit funds. Aware of their intent to receive bribes, you nonetheless aided in the collection, safekeeping, or transfer of illicit property. This constitutes complicity. You are an accomplice. His words revealed the underlying intent of the investigation, implicating Su Ting in Wang Xiyuan's corruption. Many in the audience began to furtively glance at Wang Xiyuan, including Deputy County Mayor Du Jian and Executive Deputy Mayor He Feng, the former reveling in the unfolding drama, while the latter felt a sense of trepidation. By sheer coincidence, the police chief, Lai Feng, was absent due to a major case he was handling, and in his stead, the executive deputy chief, Lai Zheong, attended the meeting. Lai wore a smirk, relishing the thought that with Wang Xiyuan's downfall, her associates, including Lin Rueilong and He Feng, would face dire consequences. Soon, the entirety of Shangyin County would be under the control of the Zhang and Lai families, free from any obstacles. Little did they know, the foolish Sun Jinlong had delivered 50,000 and even informed Chen Jiankong, rendering the need to present the video of Wang Xiyuan's infidelity unnecessary. Wang Xiyuan, a strikingly beautiful woman, was hardly a worthy adversary. She was far too incompetent to pose a challenge, falling swiftly to a single blow. Su Ting cast a glance at Wang Xiyuan, who remained composed and silent. With that, he decided to proceed with the plan and initiate an unprecedented public inquiry. He smiled faintly and inquired, Director Wang, are you referring to Secretary Wang of the county party? A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. How audacious of this fool to respond during the inquiry and directly name the county secretary. Such a display of political naivety was astonishing. Wasn't it said that he had evolved beyond his previous ignorance? How could he still be so unreliable? At the very least, he should have spared Secretary Wang some dignity and conducted the inquiry privately afterward. This was akin to a deadly game, forcing leaders to dance to the tune of the authorities. One need not fear a formidable opponent, but rather a teammate as foolish as a pig. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Xiyuan finally regained his composure. Meeting Yang Guozhong's gaze on stage, he deftly shifted the topic, stating, regardless of who it is, you are implicated in the act of accepting a bribe of 500,000 yuan. I am innocent. Please, Director Wang, clarify the matter. Considering confidentiality and the discipline of the case, there is no need for intricate details. A general overview will suffice so that I may refute each point. Su Ting's audacity left the assembled leaders and officials astonished. Yang Guozhong, his expression dark and menacing, retorted sharply, you are utterly ignorant of your own limitations. Wang Xiyuan, agitated yet amused, replied, such youthful arrogance. I shall ensure you grasp the gravity of this situation. On the evening of June 22nd, around 11 p.m., you received a black backpack in the corridor of the county committee building, which contained 500,000 in cash. Is that correct? It seemed the informant was lurking in the shadows, perhaps even capturing photographs. Su Ting replied with composure, yes, that backpack held 500,000 in cash. Chapter 27. A counterattack. Wang Xiyuan continued. The following afternoon, you met with Sun Jinlong at a tea house. Sun Jinlong is the individual who bribed you with that sum. You engaged in a clandestine discussion for an hour, finalizing your collaboration, after which you instructed him to accompany you to the bank to deposit that money into various accounts. Director Wang, have you interrogated Sun Jinlong? No, he is currently out of the province. How then do you ascertain he was the briber? Wang Xiyuan explained. According to information provided by the informant, he openly confessed during a dinner on the 21st. Subsequently, we investigated other relevant parties and confirmed that he had indeed bribed comrade Wang Xiyuan with 500,000. This morning, we actually questioned comrade Wang Xiyuan, who corroborated the account, detailing how, after a night of excessive drinking, she was unaware that Sun Jinlong had delivered 2 boxes of lychees to her home. It was only the following afternoon that she discovered this, and that evening, she handed it over to you for discreet handling. Did Secretary Wang specify how to handle it? Su Ting. Yes, he instructed you to return the 500,000 to Sun Jinlong. The next evening, you reported that you had returned it to him. In reality, you did not return it, but rather appropriated it for yourself. Thus, the facts of the bribery are irrefutable, Wang Xiyuan asserted. Everyone presumed Su Ting had exhausted his responses, and some had already moved to the area below the podium, awaiting the summons to place Wang Xiyuan under double regulation. Wang Xiyuan remained unexpectedly calm, her pale, delicate face exuding an eerie luminosity. What do you mean by appropriated? At this moment, it was Su Ting who began to interrogate Wang Xiyuan. You deposited the money into the bank. Wang Xiyuan retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. We examined your bank account and discovered an unexplained increase of 150,000. Surely, this is a portion of the illicit gains. Your monthly salary is approximately 3,000 yuan, with a dual contribution of 2,000 yuan to your housing fund. Given that you do not own a home, you cannot withdraw from the housing fund. Where did all that money originate? Su Ting was taken aback that they had scrutinized his bank account. As a senior official, Wang Xiyuan's accounts could not be examined without irrefutable evidence, leading them to target Su Ting as their point of leverage. Now, his financial secrets were on the verge of exposure. Accepting his fate, Su Ting replied with poise. That day at the tea house, I was instructed to meet Sun Jinlong to deliver the 500,000 intended for Secretary Wang. I attempted to return it to him at least 3 times, yet he consistently refused. I expressed my discontent, threatening to report him to the disciplinary committee. He implored me not to proceed, fearing scrutiny from the committee. He remarked that the sum I intended to report would be deemed insignificant, leading to complications. I mentioned that I would deposit the money into an integrity account, to which he cautioned that such an act would also leave a trace, casting suspicion on whether the entire amount had been declared. Ultimately, I appealed to his emotions and reason, and I returned the money to him. To my astonishment, he turned around and donated the 500,000 yuan. Donated? To where? Yang Guozhong's probing inquiry revealed that the investigation team did not truly grasp the origins of that money. They had acted too hastily. Su Ting recounted that in Xinguan town, there was a laid-off worker from the state-owned lighting factory, living in abject poverty. The husband worked in Haisher while the wife sold barbecued food on the streets with their 14-year-old daughter. On the night of the 22nd, the very night I received the 500,000 yuan, I saw them selling food and decided to purchase 200 yuan worth to support them. They were deeply touched and began to share their struggles with me. I learned they had a 6-year-old daughter, Pei Qianqian, who was suffering from leukemia and required 500,000 yuan for a chance at treatment. The following morning, I visited them alongside colleagues from the Women's Federation, Civil Affairs, and Health Departments to verify the situation. We established a charitable account and called upon the community to assist the unfortunate girl. That afternoon, while discussing this matter with Sun Jinlong, I casually mentioned Pei Qianqian's plight. He, being a kind-hearted individual, expressed a desire to contribute positively and voluntarily offered to donate the money to the charity for the girl's treatment. I informed him that the money had already been returned to him, and how he managed it was his own affair. Nevertheless, he insisted that I serve as a witness to his rectification of his past misdeeds. Thus, he insisted on taking me to the bank. At that moment, I had business to attend to, but knowing he intended to do good, I couldn't refuse. In the bank, he processed his donation while I handled my own transactions. Onlookers were bewildered. How could a businessman like Sun Jinlong, known for his shrewdness, donate such a significant sum based solely on his word? Wang Xiyuan questioned, "Are you spinning a tale? Who can validate this?" I pondered if within 48 hours Sun Jinlong reclaimed the 500,000 yuan from me and then personally donated it to the charity for Pei Qianqian's treatment, and neither Wang nor I harbored any ill intent. Could that not absolve us of our grievances? Wang Xiyuan scoffed, "Not necessarily. First, what evidence do you possess?" Su Ting pointed to his briefcase on the desk. "Could you provide me with that?" "Everything is inside." Wang Xiyuan exchanged glances, and a disciplinary officer opened it. confirming there were no harmful items before handing it back to Su Ting. He retrieved a folder and presented it to Wang Xiyuan, stating, "This contains a voice recorder. The recordings of my conversation with Sun Jinlong are included, where I spoke with righteous indignation, akin to a disciplinary report. Furthermore, it is an original recording, unedited. As we entered the bank, I even photographed him during his donation process, capturing the donation receipt and transfer records. The sum of 500,000 has long since been deposited into a designated charitable account, already allocated for Qianqian's chemotherapy expenses." Wang Xiyuan perused the documents, nodded, and accepted this information. "Then why did Sun Jinlong not inform us of these details?" questioned Yang Guozhong, unable to remain silent on the podium. "He had agreed with me that the donation for Pei Qianqian should remain confidential and not be disclosed to others," Su Ting replied calmly. Yang Guozhong rapped the table forcefully, demanding why. Su Ting glanced at Du Jian in the front row, hesitating with a sigh. Yang Guozhong assumed Su Ting was at a loss for words, convinced there must be some undisclosed misconduct, and slammed his hand on the table, insisting, "Speak. Pei Qianqian's biological father is him." Su Ting pointed at Du Jian. The crowd gasped, and Du Jian, utterly bewildered, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You slander me. How could I have such a daughter? I have only one son who is in high school. Huang Shufang, have you forgotten?" Su Ting remarked with a cold smile. 7 years ago, you were still the director of the county government office. That night at 11, after a few drinks, you returned to your office to retrieve your car keys and saw the beautiful and youthful attendant, Huang Shufang, cleaning in the conference room. You entertained illicit thoughts and lured her into your room, ultimately taking advantage of her. She became pregnant with Pei Qianqian that very night. Du Jian interjected sharply, "Silence. You are speaking nonsense." Chun Liangping coldly stated, "Deputy County Head do not interrupt. Let him finish." Su Ting, please continue. Afterward, you refused to acknowledge the incident or undergo a paternity test, instead managing to persuade Huang Shufang to never mention it again. This is Pei Qianqian's current mother, who is, in fact, her aunt. Huang Shufan informed me of this. I verified it with a phone call to Huang Shufang, who confirmed it. Su Ting continued, "Coincidentally, Sun Jinlong learned about this secret. He believed he must assist Deputy County Head Du in repaying his debts. Saving Pei Qianqian would equate to aiding Du. It is important to note that Deputy County Head Du is responsible for urban construction, upgrades, and renovation of the old city. Sun Jinlong's attempt to bribe Secretary Wang was an effort to seize the development rights for the old city project from others. You are spouting nonsense." Du Jian was initially furious, but soon felt a chill creep up his spine. Sweat poured down his face, his complexion fluctuating between pale, green, and ashen. The winds of change had suddenly shifted. The focus of the entire assembly abruptly turned to Du Jian. Chapter 28. The whole nest was taken. Zhang Meng on the podium was caught off guard, not expecting such a swift reversal, with Su Ting proving to be quite the formidable opponent. He glanced at Wang Xiyuan, who remained composed, as if she anticipated all of this. A chill began to rise from his feet. Yang Guozhong resolutely refused to allow the situation to turn against them. Otherwise, all would be in vain, and where would the inspection team's face be? He barked sharply, "Su Ting, how dare you quibble and retaliate?" shifting the focus. "Your issues remain unresolved. How did your account suddenly increase by 150,000? Did you conspire with Sun Jinlong to frame Deputy County Head Du, and he rewarded you with 150,000? Su Ting chuckled, responding with poise. Sun Jinlong came to Yin County to secure the project. Would he risk offending leaders above the Deputy County Head? Harmony breeds wealth. He is no fool. How could he conspire against the Deputy County Chief with someone he has just met? Such a simple truth. I am convinced that Chief Yang, having attained such a high rank, is well aware of it. Silence. Do not continue to create chaos and falsely accuse others. Now, tell me, how did that 150,000 come about? Wang Xiyuan stepped forward, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Su Ting retrieved a plastic stationery bag from his briefcase, raising it to proclaim, "Inside are the evidences of my 150,000 in lawful income. I have a passion for football and basketball, having played them since childhood. In middle school, I was a key player on both the football and basketball teams. I could be considered somewhat of an expert in betting, having played football manager and pro evolution soccer at an advanced level. Naturally, in my previous life, I had studied for many years. What do you wish to convey? Spare me the nonsense. Wang Xiyuan grew impatient. I placed bets on the finals and earned 80,000. The group stage of the European Championship had already begun. I wagered on 6 matches, correctly predicting 4, thus earning over 70,000. I exchanged everything for cash. Therefore, on the 23rd, I went to the bank with Sun Jinlong. He was making a donation while I deposited 150,000 into my own account. Here are the lottery winnings, tax receipts, and bank deposit proofs. Wang Xiyuan took the documents, scrutinizing them closely before glancing at Chen Liangping and Yang Guozhong. It was evident that Su Ting was not lying. Su Ting then asked, "Shall we return to the matter of Deputy County Chief Du's alleged assault on Huang Xufang?" "Yang, he is slandering me," Du Jian exclaimed, staggering to his feet, nearly losing his balance as something tripped him, beads of sweat erupting from his forehead like a fountain. Yang was about to speak when Chen Liangping, who had been observing, finally interjected, his tone calm yet resolute. "Deputy County Chief Du, please remain composed. There is no need for such agitation. The truth will be revealed through discussion." He then turned his gaze towards Su Ting. "Su Ting, you allege that Deputy County Chief Du assaulted Huang Xufang in the office, resulting in her pregnancy and refusal to acknowledge it. Do you possess any evidence?" Su Ting's hand reached for his briefcase once more, drawing the attention of everyone in the room towards it. It resembled a magical pouch from the waist of an ancient sage, promising treasures within. However, to their surprise, Su Ting withdrew his hand, causing some leaders to breathe a sigh of relief, fearing he might produce evidence that could implicate them. Regardless of how compelling the physical evidence might be, nothing could compare to the impact of a witness presenting their own testimony. "Is it possible to invite Ms. Huang Xufang in?" Upon this suggestion, the room erupted in commotion, and Du Jian stood frozen. It seems Su Ting had long anticipated their plans to confront him, preparing meticulously to ensnare them in their own trap. How cunning he was! No, it must be Wang Xiyuan's scheme. Chen Liangping's expression hardened, and he commanded, "Bring her in." Moments later, a young woman, around 25 or 26, possessing considerable charm, entered the room. Du Jian grew even more flustered, beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead. Observing Du Jian's demeanor, the assembly became convinced that she was indeed Huang Xufang, familiar with each other. Under Chen Liangping's guidance, Deputy Yang Guozhong dared not act rashly, resigned to watch the situation deteriorate. Soon, Huang Xufang wept bitterly as she recounted her accusations against Du Jian, detailing the events of that fateful night and the subsequent tragic ordeal she endured. Following that night, she was repeatedly coerced by Du Jian to engage in intimate relations. Wang Xiyuan, his face glistening with cold sweat, inquired, "Huang Xufang, did you not report this to the public security authorities or the disciplinary committee?" "I did," she responded, "but they ignored me and promptly informed that brute, Du Jian. He then beat me, cursed me, and threatened me." Huang Xufang continued, "I even lodged a complaint with County Chief Zhang." "Which county chief?" Su Ting pressed further. Huang Xufang glanced at the podium and softly replied, "County Chief Zhang Meng." At that time, he was the deputy county chief. He claimed to have conducted ideological work with Du Jian and imposed a disciplinary action, urging me to let the matter rest. With no alternative, I reported to the police, but the head of the Qingguan Town Police Station, Lai Zheong, is in cahoots with them. They locked me in a small dark room, beat me until my ribs were broken, and threatened to charge me with creating a disturbance, even suggesting they would sell me as a sex slave in Myanmar. I was terrified and dared not complain again, nor did I approach Du Jian. Upon hearing this, Lai Zheong, who had been anxiously shifting in his seat, panicked. He attempted to make a discreet exit, but Wang Xiyuan on the podium suddenly declared, "No comrade may leave the venue." Lai Zheong chuckled nervously. I need to use the restroom." Attempting to escape, Director Lai, "You cannot leave." Su Ting retorted coldly, adding, "Indeed, this former station head, now the executive deputy director, orchestrated the threats and assaults against Wang Xiyuan. Moreover, his transgressions extend beyond that. Wang Xiyuan, please proceed, Su Ting urged. Wang Xiyuan continued. They colluded to bully me. Lacking power and influence, I could only endure in silence while raising my daughter. Qian. Who would have thought? 2 years later, Lai Zihong's henchmen sought me out again, insisting I partake in some disgraceful dealings. When I refused, they assaulted me, violated me, and threatened my daughter. I had no choice but to acquiesce. What do they compel you to do? Chun Liangping asked, suppressing his fury. They forced me to seduce various outsiders, businessmen, university students returning for holidays, and then engage in relations, subsequently accusing them of entrapment and rape. The police would apprehend these individuals, but nearly all would opt for reconciliation, paying sums ranging from 80,000 to 200,000, ultimately suffering in silence while signing settlement agreements. Wang Xiyuan, filled with anguish, declared I was coerced. Afterwards, they would give me 5 or 10,000. I needed to provide for my daughter, so I accepted. A year later, I desperately pleaded with Du Jian, and he finally allowed Lai Ziyong to release me. I entrusted my daughter to my sister and fled to Juzhou City to work, too fearful to return. Lai Ziyong trembled as he shouted, "You are slandering me with baseless accusations. Every word I utter is the truth. You are the protector, the greatest criminal element." Wang Xiyuan retorted through gritted teeth. Yang Guozhong bellowed, "A woman of ill repute dares to defame our leaders in public. Remove her at once." Several disciplinary officers immediately seized her to escort her away. This is a photograph from that night. In Du Jian's office, after he assaulted me, he sweet-talked me into becoming his mistress and even took naked photographs with me. Wang Xiyuan raised the envelope in her hand and threw it at Wang Xiyuan, who picked it up and discovered, as expected, 2 old photographs. Wang Xiyuan continued her accusation. Moreover, after the birth of the child, there was an occasion when he forced me to sleep with him. I seized the opportunity to collect his bloodstains and fluids, then secretly conducted a paternity test at the hospital. The results matched perfectly. He is indeed Qianqian's biological father, but he is unworthy. He is a beast. The audience gasped. The drama was becoming increasingly riveting. This was likely to be the most captivating mobilization meeting of a supervisory group in the history of Huaxia. And was Su Ting truly about to dismantle the nefarious group led by Zhang Meng, Du Jian, and Lai Ziyong in one fell swoop? How exhilarating. Chapter 29. The double regulation of county leaders. Yang Guozhong's face turned ashen. His original plan was to undermine Wang Xiyuan by targeting Su Ting, believing that this timid, spineless youth would surely confess to his misconduct under pressure and shift the blame onto Wang Xiyuan, thereby concentrating all firepower on her and having her taken away on the spot. Who would have thought that Su Ting alone would withstand all the onslaught and redirect the fire back onto himself? In a fit of hysteria, he bellowed, "This is sheer nonsense. A woman of ill repute is here spouting nonsense, attempting to ensnare county-level leaders. Is there no law? Is there no discipline? This is a mobilization meeting of the supervisory group. Comrade Wang Xiyuan, you're in charge of enforcing discipline. Why are you just standing there? Drag this madwoman out." Su Ting interrupted sharply. "Wait. If anyone feels that Wang Xiyuan alone lacks credibility, there are other witnesses. Please bring them in." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Shi opened the back door and beckoned. 7 or 8 young and beautiful girls entered. Among them was Huang Ying. These young women were victims coerced into prostitution and extortion by Lai Zihong's gang. Today, the county police chief, Lei Tingfeng, was absent because he had personally taken trusted colleagues to dismantle the stronghold controlled by Lai Zihong's gang. Following this, the girls began to recount the heinous acts of the gang and their protector, Lai Ziyong, sharing their harrowing experiences. Huang Ying recounted her forced enticement of a university student, subsequently falsely accusing him of rape, which resulted in the young man compensating her 50,000 yuan, a recent occurrence. Huang Ying tearfully declared that she had been coerced, lest she face beatings or imprisonment. Du Jian and Lai Ziyong were rendered speechless, unable to refute her claims, casting pleading glances towards Zhang Meng at the podium. Zhang Meng, however, averted their gaze, internally exclaiming, "What the hell are you looking at me for?" In front of everyone, with irrefutable evidence. Not even the gods can save you. What was even more dire was that Police Chief Lao Li, clad in uniform and accompanied by several officers, strode in with purpose. He approached the podium and quietly reported to the leaders, Secretary Chen, Team Leader Yang, Secretary Wang. The case I took leave to handle is this one. I personally led the team to apprehend the secondary leader back from high. Preliminary investigations indicate that their statements are largely accurate. Lai Zheong is suspected of organized crime, extortion, and rape, and should be immediately criminally detained. However, he may also be implicated in disciplinary issues. I asked the leaders to decide whether to prioritize police action or the investigation of disciplinary violations. Yang Guozhong's elongated face resembled winter-cured meat, dark and hardened, as he cast a displeased glance at Lei Tingfeng without uttering a word. To Chen Liangping's right sat Wang Xiyuan, to whom he inquired, Secretary Wang, what is your opinion? This was due to Lai Zehong's status as a departmental official, managed at the county level. I will heed your arrangements, he stated. As a party member, the investigation team would first look into disciplinary issues. I kindly asked the comrades from the Public Security Bureau to assist wholeheartedly with the case. Understood. Lei Tingfeng replied with a formal salute, and, as he lowered his hand, his gaze met Wang Xiyuan's, to which he slightly nodded. Wang Xiyuan had already formed a clandestine alliance with him. As the director of the Public Security Bureau, he had yet to concurrently serve as the deputy county mayor due to Zhang Meng's oppression and attacks, thus remaining at the departmental level. Should Zhang Meng be toppled, he would seamlessly ascend to the deputy county level. In other counties, such roles were often combined, and the District Public Security Bureau also held the position of deputy district mayor. Yet Shangyan County was an exception. At that moment, Chen Liangping spoke up. In accordance with relevant disciplinary requirements and investigation procedures, I request that comrades from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission immediately place Du Jian and Lai Zheong under double regulation, along with Su Ting and other relevant personnel, to assist in the investigation. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lai Zheong sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Xiyuan, shouting, "You BTC? You think you could bring me down so easily?" After hurling his insult, he turned to Chen Liangping, gritting his teeth and asserting, Secretary Chen, Director Yang, Wang Xiyuan and Su Ting are lovers. Su Ting gained promotion through sexual bribery. They colluded and staged this farce today. Lai Zheong was cornered and desperate. The assembly erupted in uproar once more. Before he could finish, he continued. Moreover, Wang Xiyuan's ascension to county party secretary was orchestrated by Zhang Meng slammed his hand on the table, furiously rebuking Lai Zheong. You are a party member and the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. You must speak with responsibility. Wang Xiyuan's rise to county party secretary is a matter of organizational arrangement and recognition. Lai Zheong paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication. He was being cautioned to focus solely on the relationship between Su Ting and Wang Xiyuan, avoiding mention of that night's scandal involving her and officials from the provincial propaganda department. Was there perhaps a deeper intrigue at play? Could this signify Zhang Meng's concession? Or did he possess a more formidable backup? Regardless, Lai Zheong comprehended the situation and yelled frantically, I possess evidence of the affair between Su Ting and Secretary Wang. I have proof. The entire venue erupted once again. A young, handsome, and robust gentleman paired with a beautiful, graceful, and alluring lady. Their outward compatibility rendered the notion of an affair plausible. Yin Bing, witnessing the unfolding drama, felt increasingly disoriented, her complexion paling and palms sweating. Only she knew of their affair, a secret no fourth party was privy to, yet Lai Zehong's assertions instilled in her a profound sense of anxiety and fear. Both individuals were her pillars of support. If Wang Xiyuan fell, she would be doomed. Moreover, Su Ting was the man she cherished. She wished to see him soar rather than meet an untimely end before achieving success. As for Wang Xiyuan, her face flushed with both indignation and trepidation. After all, guilt gnaws at the conscience. Yet, she had no choice but to feign outrage, exclaiming, Lai Zheong, you shall not tarnish my innocence with your slander. Chen Liangping felt a mix of shock and anger as events spiraled completely out of control. He regretted initiating the live interrogation, but alas, there was no remedy for regret. He resolved to let things unfold naturally. Yang Guozhong smirked slightly and said, "Lai Zheong, if you claim to have evidence, present it for all to see. First, there are eyewitnesses. On the night of June 16th, at 11 p.m., Su Ting entered Wang Xiyuan's office, and they remained inside for a full 52 minutes. A solitary man and woman, both single and of similar age, were bound to ignite a spark within those confines. Witnesses not only saw, but also heard the sounds of their debauchery. Second, on the evening of June 22nd, Wang Xiyuan summoned Su Ting once more, and they spent another 50 minutes together, during which Wang handed him 500,000 yuan downstairs. Eyewitnesses can corroborate this as well. Third, having accepted 500,000 yuan from Sun Jinlong, such a substantial sum for such a significant matter was entrusted to a young individual with only 3 years of experience. Is their relationship not peculiar? Lai Zheong concluded, casting a fierce glance at Wang Xiyuan and then at Su Ting behind him, exuding an air of defiance. Yang Guozhong felt a surge of satisfaction. He had maintained his ground against the adversary's onslaught. Zhang Ming indeed had a backup plan, and even if he were to be implicated, he would ensure Wang Xiyuan's downfall. It was time to stoke the flames further. Lai Zheong, where are these eyewitnesses you speak of? Lai Zheong pointed to the terrified Chun Jiankong beside Su Ting and declared loudly, Chun Jiankong, director of the Political Research Office. On the night of June 16th, he witnessed Su Ting enter Secretary Wang's office in its entirety and even captured photographs. He also heard the couple engaging in relations within the office, the sounds echoing loudly. Director Chun, would you kindly recount the details once more? All eyes turned expectantly towards Chun Jiankong. Chapter 30. Playing the final card, Chun Jiankong was taken aback, his mind a blank canvas. Trembling, he stood up, only to collapse back into his chair. He never anticipated that his clandestine activities, spying, eavesdropping, and informing, would be revealed at this critical moment. And now he was being asked to provide details. The specifics he had shared were merely fabrications of his imagination. Lai Zheong, you have betrayed me. You are forcing me to sink alongside you. However, the path was chosen by him, and he had to muster the courage to proceed. He rose once more, his voice quaking. I deeply apologize. I will explain everything to the investigation team after the meeting. Is that acceptable? Yang Guozhong felt his objective had been achieved. Discussing such details in the meeting, while devastating for Wang Xiyuan, seemed rather undignified. So he interjected, let us discuss this after the meeting. Wang Xiyuan, infuriated, turned pale and retorted coldly, Chun Jiankong, even at this juncture, you remain in denial? Understand that while you're spying, eavesdropping, and informing may not lead to criminal charges. Spreading falsehoods about party members and causing detrimental effects could indeed result in imprisonment. Do not think you can aspire to be the deputy director of the county committee office. You might even lose your status as a civil servant. Chun Jiankong suddenly shuddered, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, a flicker of hope lingered within him. That night, he distinctly recalled seeing Wang Xiyuan emerge, her face flushed and alluring, a quintessential sign of a woman who had just experienced satisfaction. Su Ting cast a pitying glance his way and scoffed, Director Chun, you are my superior. Is it befitting of a leader to stealthily follow me and take clandestine photographs? The crux of the matter is that the scenarios you describe seem to be mere fabrications of your imagination. What do you make of this? As she spoke, Su Ting extracted a document from her briefcase, revealing an investigative report adorned with numerous annotations in Wang Xiyuan's handwriting. Displaying it to Wang Xiyuan and others, she continued, that evening, I arrived early and sat on the sofa in the inner office for a good 10 minutes while Secretary Wang reviewed documents. The secretary possesses a broad perspective and profound insights. I had thought my report was quite commendable, yet she pointed out numerous deficiencies and issues, guiding me on revisions and elevating my understanding. She even discussed the developmental trajectory of the cultural and creative industries, providing case studies. Ultimately, she assigned me some routine tasks, and then I took my leave. Lai Zheong vehemently retorted, you lie. Chun Jiankong, you must provide specifics. Chun Jiankong stammered, unable to articulate a response. Su Ting interjected. Can't speak, can you? You claim to have heard sounds from the inner room. Do you possess extraordinary hearing? Given that the secretary frequently engages in confidential matters. The walls are soundproofed, and when the doors between the inner and outer rooms are closed, you cannot possibly hear anything from outside. This has been verified by logistics. And Director Yin Shi is well aware of it. Yin Shi raised his hand and affirmed, Indeed, Chun Jiankong has lied. I have conducted tests with 7 or 8 individuals. It is impossible to hear anything, even if someone were singing inside. Chun Jiankong, flustered and at a loss for words, stammered, I don't know. I didn't hear anything. I misspoke. Seeing that Chun Jiankong, their pawn, was proving utterly ineffective and had met his downfall so swiftly, Lai Zheong, frustrated, exclaimed, There is a second eyewitness, Secretary Yin Bing. She sat at the outer desk, and with one less door, she could certainly hear the sounds from the inner room. Lai Zheong cast a glance at the frosty-faced Yin Bing and signaled her, stating, Secretary Yin, on the night of the 22nd at around 10 p.m. Wang Xiyuan summoned Su Ting again. You were present at the outer room while they were engaged inside, correct? The atmosphere was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, although Wang Xiyuan and Su Ting appeared on the verge of exploding with rage. They maintained their composure and restraint. All eyes turned to Yin Bing, awaiting her response. Yang Guozhong glanced at Zhang Meng, who wore a slight smile, and immediately understood that this beautiful girl was also a pawn of Zhang Meng. Otherwise, Lai Zheong would not have posed such a question. He rapped the table and urged, Comrade Yin Bing, do not be afraid. Speak the truth. Zhang Meng, brimming with confidence, regarded Yin Bing as his piece to maneuver. She was recommended for the position of secretary by Shui Jiaying, the executive deputy minister of the organization department, and she should feel gratitude, knowing that Shui Jiaying is connected to him. This connection could either serve as a stepping stone or a stumbling block for her aspirations for promotion as a cadre at the division level. Yin Bing slowly rose to his feet, his tone resolute and infused with indignation. I fail to comprehend why you would choose to malign Secretary Wang and Su Ting in front of so many people. On that fateful evening, Secretary Wang and Su Ting were engaged in discussions pertaining solely to work, devoid of any inappropriate remarks or actions. I was present outside, and I heard everything clearly. I even entered twice to refill their tea. Moreover, Lai Zheong, if you were to employ even a modicum of common sense, would any leader engage in intimate conversation with a subordinate while I was sitting just outside? Secretary Wang has summoned not only Su Ting late at night, but also numerous other officials, both male and female, including Deputy County Head Du Jian. Should we then assume that all of them are entangled in inappropriate relationships? Your actions are utterly excessive. Secretary Wang is a person of refinement. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since delivered a few resounding slaps to your faces, not to mention filing charges against you for slander and defamation, seeking your imprisonment. Zhang Meng was taken aback, and Yang Guozhong furrowed his brow, while Lai Zheong wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Had she truly defected? What was happening? Not long ago, she had even cooperated in the filming of videos and photographs depicting Wang Xiyuan's infidelity with an older man. Chun Liangping, unable to contain his frustration, commanded, What are we waiting for? Take Lai Zheong, Du Jian, and Chun Jiankong away. 10 minutes later, the venue finally fell silent. Aside from the 3 under investigation, Huang Shufang, Su Ting, and others were also escorted away. Chun Liangping was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, anger, helplessness, and guilt as he leaned towards Wang Xiyuan, seated to his right, and murmured, Secretary Wang, I apologize. This situation was unforeseen. I hope you'll not take it too personally. Team Leader Chun, you have witnessed it yourself. These officials lack any sense of discipline and do not regard me, the head of the county committee, with any respect. A thorough rectification is indeed necessary. Nevertheless, my reputation has been vindicated in public, and several corrupt individuals have been exposed, rescuing numerous young women in the process. The merits of this act are immense. Wang Xiyuan replied coolly, her demeanor calm and restrained. Chun Liangping nodded. You may announce the conclusion of the meeting. Wang Xiyuan then activated the microphone and, with a voice that resonated powerfully throughout the assembly, declared, "This meeting is hereby adjourned. I must insist that what transpired here remains confidential and is not to be disseminated. Otherwise, we shall address it as a breach of work discipline." Dismissed. Following the meeting, Wang Xiyuan and Zhang Meng were summoned by Chen Liangping to the conference room for a discussion, which was essentially a reconciliation. Having navigated the corridors of power for many years, he understood the intricacies involved. Zhang Meng appeared intent on undermining Wang Xiyuan, yet she had effortlessly bested her opponent, leaving him in disarray. Thus, his admiration and trust in her grew. However, he was perplexed by Yang Guozhong's relentless targeting of Wang Xiyuan, as if harboring a profound grudge against her. After concluding his conversation with Wang Xiyuan, Chen Liangping could not help but inquire, "Secretary Wang, have you and Comrade Guozhong had prior interactions?" Wang Xiyuan chuckled lightly indeed. "During my tenure at the Provincial Propaganda Department, he was at the Yanghui Municipal Office, having worked alongside County Head Zhang Meng. Later, he was transferred to the Provincial Judicial Department and subsequently to the inspection team, as you are aware. Did you find yourselves relatively familiar?" He probed further. Wang Xiyuan, initially reluctant to divulge details, decided to indulge him, stating, "To be frank, he pursued me for several years. From the time I was appointed deputy director of a news division to when I became the director of the theory division. Nevertheless, I declined his advances. I hold no affection for him, and he is a married man with children." He persisted relentlessly, bordering on the insistent. One day, he cornered me and questioned, "Are you concerned about my wife and children?" I retorted, in a moment of frustration, "Go ahead and divorce. It has nothing to do with me." To my astonishment, he actually followed through with his divorce. Naturally, I refused his advances. I later heard that he sought reconciliation with his ex-wife, only to discover that she had moved on to another man, rendering his efforts futile. This left him with a significant grudge against me. Chen Liangping sighed deeply. So that is the case. The following morning, Chen Liangping was engrossed in documents at the hotel when Yang Guozhong knocked and entered, his expression grave and a laptop bag in hand. Chen Liangping inquired, "Director Yang, what is the matter?" Yang Guozhong, formerly the deputy director of the Provincial Judicial Department, revealed, "There has been an anonymous report alleging that Wang Xiyuan is engaged in power for sex transactions. There are videos and photographs." Yang's face was flushed. Whether from excitement or the heat of his hurried arrival was unclear. Indeed, Zhang Meng had played his final card. Chapter 31. Investigating Wang Xiyuan, Chen Liangping asked, "With whom is the alleged transaction?" The informant claimed it was with a deputy minister from the Provincial Publicity Department. Yang Guozhong produced his laptop and inserted a USB drive, playing the video and photographs recorded on June 8th by Heise. "I am familiar with most of the leaders from the Provincial Publicity Department. Upon comparison, Minister Qin bears a striking resemblance to the older man in the images," Yang Guozhong noted. Moreover, Minister Qin had previously overseen the news department and currently served as the executive deputy minister in charge of theoretical affairs. Wang Xiyuan began her career in the publicity department and was swiftly promoted. Such rapid advancement would have been impossible without the backing of a superior. Furthermore, there had never been a precedent of a department head from the publicity department directly ascending to the position of county party secretary. Chen Liangping non-committally acknowledged this, asking, "On June 8th, was it the night following Wang Xiyuan's delegation to Juzhou for an inspection?" "Yes," Yang affirmed. "Was Minister Qin in Juzhou at that time?" I inquired, and he was indeed there. Chen Liangping scrutinized the photographs and video once more. The dim lighting and rainy conditions rendered the images somewhat indistinct, preventing a definitive identification. He remarked, "Please keep this for now. I need to contemplate how to proceed." "Director Chen, what is there to contemplate?" "Simply summon Wang Xiyuan for interrogation. In the face of irrefutable evidence, anyone would confess." Chen Liangping pondered. "There is no rush." After Yang Guozhong departed, Chen Liangping reviewed the video several more times, finally concluding that the individual was not Minister Qin, but rather Ma Shi. The woman, identified by the informant, was firmly believed to be Wang Xiyuan. However, he could not disclose this to Yang Guozhong, as Ma Shi was his former superior who had greatly aided his career. Ma Shitu, who had previously served as the secretary of the city committee in Guangxing, had facilitated Chen Liangping's promotion to city committee member and secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Given their close relationship, he had heard rumors regarding Ma Shitu's alleged affair with Wang Xiyuan. Wang Xiyuan, an exceptionally attractive and intelligent young official with charismatic appeal, was not surprising as the object of admiration and pursuit by men. The crux of the matter remained. The woman in the video had not once been fully visible, and although her appearance, stature, attire, and hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to Wang Xiyuan, this alone was insufficient for absolute confirmation. The pivotal question lingered. Was the hidden observer attempting to capture Wang Xiyuan or Ma Shi? Tracking and covertly photographing senior officials like Ma Shi is an issue of grave concern. Chen Liangping, smoking a cigarette, paced back and forth in his room, still unable to determine how to address the situation after half an hour. Just then, Yang Guozhong knocked and entered. Noticing the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts, he smiled and asked, "Secretary Chen, have you not yet decided how to proceed? Sometimes, indecision can lead to chaos. Let us simplify the matter. Just inform Director Ji Yong to place Wang Xiyuan under a double regulation for the time being." Chen Liangping, with his keen eyes, glanced at Yang Guozhong, abruptly extinguishing his cigarette. In a somber tone, he replied, "Let us refrain from the double regulation for now. We should first conduct an investigation and, if necessary, summon her for questioning later. As she is the county party secretary, we must extend her the utmost respect and courtesy, avoiding any embarrassment as we did during the mobilization meeting." "Understood. I will take care of it immediately," Yang Guozhong said, suppressing his excitement as he hurriedly exited the leader's office. An hour later, in a specially designated inquiry room at the hotel, Yang Guozhong met Wang Xiyuan, who was dressed in a professional skirt suit. He conducted a private interrogation under the pretense of inspection. A captivating fragrance emanated from her, and her deep, obsidian-like eyes sparkled with allure. Yang Guozhong couldn't help but admire her. She exuded even more charm and sensuality than before, making the once fragrant Longjing tea taste bitter. He greeted her with a smile. "Secretary Wang, it's good to see you again." "Yes. What is the matter?" she replied. "What do you think it could be?" Wang Xiyuan, sitting calmly in the upholstered chair, smiled faintly and remarked, "Given Director Yang's expression, it doesn't seem like good news. It appears you have an inkling." Yang Guozhong urged. "To speak plainly, Director Yang." Yang Guozhong narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you acquainted with Qian, the executive?" "Yes." "What is your relationship with him?" "He was my supervisor. We shared a superior-subordinate relationship," Wang Xiyuan replied with a calm demeanor. "We have evidence of an improper relationship between you and him. Please clarify the situation and see if you have concealed anything." In the inquiry room, only Yang Guozhong and a female disciplinary officer were present, taking notes. Wang Xiyuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling puzzled. According to the plan, Zhang Meng should have presented that video, yet it was not Ma Shi being implicated, but rather her former superior, Qian. In an instant, her sharp mind surmised that perhaps Zhang Meng and the investigation team had mistaken identities, as Qian and Ma Shi bore a striking resemblance in height and appearance. Upon this realization, she regained her composure and responded confidently. "Improper relationship? You are making baseless accusations. My relationship with him is entirely innocent, and I will not allow you to defame a leader. He is an honorable man." Yang Guozhong expressed admiration. "Comrade Xiyuan, having served as county party secretary for over a year, you have become quite adept, displaying such poise and finesse. Everyone knows that you transitioned from the position of theory director to county party secretary with his assistance. I'm unaware of such matters. All I know is that revolutionary comrades are like bricks. They're moved wherever needed. I comply with organizational arrangements and fulfill my duties." Yang Guozhong exchanged a knowing glance with the female disciplinary officer, who discreetly exited and closed the door behind her. "Xiyuan, I am here to assist you. I possess evidence of your affair with Qian, but I can't help you conceal it," Yang Guozhong whispered, his eyes filled with intensity. "Why?" Yang Guozhong rose and approached her, whispering, "I love you. Do you not understand? I'm still single, and as long as you." His fingers traced her smooth, jade-like arm. Wang Xiyuan shivered but restrained herself from pulling away, softly asking, "Then how will you conceal it?" Seeing her wavering, Yang Guozhong rejoiced, saying, "The videos and photos cannot definitively prove that woman is you. As long as you and Director Qin adamantly deny it, we can turn the situation around. I can arrange for someone who resembles you in every aspect to take your place. Do you know? Zhang Ming is after you, but as a mere county head. He cannot stir up much trouble. I will shield you from a storm." With that, he placed his hands on her shoulders, attempting to slide down. Wang Xiyuan brushed his hands away, standing up, and coldly retorted, "Yang Guozhong, you remain as despicable as ever. You're hopeless. Are you still that little pepper? I am the deputy director. What aspect of me is unworthy of you?" Yang Guozhong's pride was wounded, and he was infuriated. Disliking someone is simply disliking them, even if you're Tom Cruise or Bill Gates. Wang Xiyuan, I am offering you an opportunity. Do not be ungrateful. How? Can you strip me of my authority? There are few county committee secretaries who are not corrupt. Are you not afraid I might expose you this time? Besides, you have this scandal, a power for sex transaction. Even if it is merely a violation of conduct, you will have to resign." Yang Guozhong said with insidious intent. Those who do not engage in wrongful deeds by day need not fear the midnight knock. Come to investigate. I have no power for sex transactions. Wang Xiyuan replied coldly, her face like a striking red rose, yet full of thorns. Very well, do not regret this. I am busy, do not waste my time. Wang Xiyuan declared as she turned to leave. Yang Guozhong reached out to grab her, but she moved swiftly, causing him to stumble and kneel on the ground. Once again kneeling, Wang Xiyuan chuckled mockingly and walked away. Chapter 32. The provincial leader's fury. Wang Xiyuan, come back. Yang Guozhong shouted as he struggled to rise. Just as he exited the interrogation room, Wang Xiyuan encountered Chun Liangping. She sidestepped to greet him, while Yang Guozhong's shout reached Chun Liangping's ears. Subsequently, Yang Guozhong furiously cursed, "Bitch, I will make you submit sooner or later." Immediately, a disposable cup filled halfway with red tea was hurled from the interrogation room. Chun Liangping dodged the cup but was unable to avoid the tea, which drenched him, leaving him in a state of disarray. At that moment, Yang Guozhong also rushed out, and upon seeing the scene, was taken aback and hurriedly apologized, repeatedly offering him tissues to wipe off the mess. Chun Liangping angrily exclaimed, "Director Yang, what are you doing? Do you still have the demeanor of a department-level official?" With that, he called Wang Xiyuan and stormed off. After washing his face and changing his shirt, Chun Liangping went to the CAF on the second floor of the hotel, where he spoke with Wang Xiyuan for nearly an hour. She consistently denied any improper relationship with the leaders, and Chun Liangping, feeling helpless, eventually let her go. That evening, the undercover investigator arranged by Chun Liangping discovered relevant surveillance footage from the hotel where Wang Xiyuan checked in on June 7th, revealing the presence of another individual. The woman who bears an uncanny resemblance to Wang Xiyuan had once visited the 16th floor. However, the surveillance cameras there were malfunctioning, leaving her whereabouts unknown. The following day's investigation yielded new developments. Wang Xiyuan had a cousin named Wang Xiyuan, and the woman in the footage bore a closer likeness to Wang Xiyuan than to Wang Xiyuan. Consequently, Chun Liangping promptly returned to the provincial capital, assigning Wang Xiyuan to one of the investigation sites for a personal interrogation. Wang Xiyuan possessed a carefree and uninhibited disposition, showing no signs of timidity, as she openly confessed. "Old Ma invited me, so of course I went. Only a fool would decline. Besides, I have always pursued him, if he favored me. That merely reflects his lack of discernment. The heavens reward the diligent. He was eventually swayed by my charm, and thus, well, we had a delightful encounter." Chun Liangping, having served as the secretary of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee and encountered numerous shameless officials and women throughout his career, found her lack of modesty unsurprising. He calmly inquired, "Why did you go to the hotel where Wang Xiyuan was staying?" "Old Ma has a fondness for my sister, so I went to inquire about his weaknesses and interests. Eventually, I realized his weakness is my sister." Wang Xiyuan replied, adjusting her beautiful, shimmering long hair and playfully adding, I even style my hair to resemble hers, though it has since grown out. Indeed, he was quite taken with me that night, and we both had a splendid time. Chen Liangping's expression darkened slightly. The woman was of an entirely different ilk than Wang Xiyuan, brazenly unashamed. Why do you pursue Vice Governor Ma? What woman wouldn't be enamored? He's a vice governor. For heaven's sake, a mere slip of his fingers could sustain me for several lifetimes, Wang Xiyuan remarked, her face radiating admiration. Did he offer you any benefits after that night? Chen Liangping pressed. Wang Xiyuan replied with a triumphant smile, of course. However, I am in the legitimate business of tobacco and liquor gifts. No financial impropriety involved. Are you not afraid of being investigated? Do you dare to investigate? Wang Xiyuan retorted boldly. Let me tell you, leader, old Ma cherishes me dearly, treating me like his prized possession. If you dare to lay a finger on me, just try. Her assertiveness left Chen Liangping amused. You truly dare to speak and act so boldly. However, you must understand that even the highest-ranking officials are subject to oversight. Are you referring to the highest disciplinary committee? Go ahead and investigate. I've already opened the market for provincial agencies. If you investigate me, I have no financial issues at most. I merely shared a bed with a leader. How long could you imprison me? A few months? A year? I would emerge with even greater notoriety. What splendid advertising! Wang Xiyuan declared with a startling audacity. On the evening of June 8th, did you have a rendezvous with old Ma? Chen Liangping suddenly posed a pivotal question. Her? Wang Xiyuan's eyes sparkled with certainty as she replied, she doesn't know. I wouldn't tell her. She always tries to control me, preventing me from engaging in anything improper. This was an agreement she had with Wang Xiyuan. Should they be investigated, they would firmly deny that Wang Xiyuan was aware of the events that transpired that night, and that old Ma had not summoned her for companionship. Chen Liangping coldly smiled. You must be concealing some lies or secrets. Indeed, but it pertains to old Ma, and I am under no obligation to disclose that to you. Wang Xiyuan grinned, revealing her immaculate white teeth, 2 of which were adorned with gold, her smile radiating an audacious brilliance. Chen Liangping sighed and remarked, very well, it's nothing serious. You may leave. Secretary Chen, you are a commendable leader, discerning and tactful. A round of applause for you. Farewell. She swayed her hips gracefully and departed. After contemplating for quite some time, Chen Liangping hesitated over whether to report to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Secretary Jiang, just saying, or to initially inform the elder leader Ma Shurtu. For a figure of Ma Shurtu's stature, such matters were indeed trivial. There were countless officials with mistresses and decadent private lives. After an intense internal struggle, Chen Liangping ultimately decided to call Ma Shurtu, arranging a meeting at a highly discreet location for that evening. Upon hearing Chen Liangping's account, Ma Shurtu smirked coldly, resting his hand on his belly, and said, someone is plotting against me. Who? Chen Liangping inquired, immediately realizing it was an inappropriate question. As expected, Ma Shurtu did not respond and instead asked, has the whistleblower been identified? Anonymous. However, yesterday we received photos taken by a spy, and by reviewing nearby surveillance footage, we confirmed the suspect vehicle, a car registered under Zhang Meng's cousin, Zhang Fuxian. The spy, known as He Zai, is associated with Zhang Meng and is a key member of the Lai Zheong gang from Shangyin County. He is currently at large. Zhang Meng is the county mayor of Shangyin. Ma Shurtu inquired nonchalantly. Wang Xiyuan had frequently reported the mayor's transgressions to him. She conducted business in Shangyin County and, despite the support of the county's secretary, faced numerous obstacles and even threats from the underworld. Indeed, quite audacious. Ma Shurtu remarked with an air of indifference, though a hint of menace lingered in his demeanor. Boss, I will keep this matter under wraps. However, I advise you to remain vigilant. Some women are akin to landmines, and we never know when they might detonate. Thank you, Liangping. I shall be cautious, Ma Shurtu said warmly, patting him on the shoulder. Now, let us indulge in a drink, devoid of work-related discussions. An hour later, Chen Liangping departed, mildly inebriated. Ma Shurtu reclined on the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation for a moment, then picked up a secure phone and made a call. Let us remove Zhang Meng, the mayor of Shangyin County. The person on the other end responded, and Ma Shi replied coolly, "You want to investigate?" P.S. A significant embezzler. After uttering this, he clenched the prayer beads in his hand with such intensity that it seemed he might crush them. A few days later, at 10 in the morning, Zhang Meng was presiding over a special meeting regarding the development of the old city area when suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from Wang Xiyuan, the deputy mayor of Yanghui City. Knowing it must be urgent, he hurried back to his office to take the call. "Zhang Meng, is it convenient for you to talk?" "Yes, it is. Have you lost your mind? How dare you surveil and take photos of provincial leaders?" "Provincial leaders? Which provincial leader? I haven't done anything," Zhang Meng exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Initially, the losses of Lai Zheong and Du Jian, two of his key allies, had troubled him immensely. Fortunately, with Yang Guozhong providing cover, neither of the two brothers had divulged anything that might implicate him. However, the matter concerning Wang Xiyuan and Minister Qin's corrupt dealings had been kept under wraps by Chen Liangping, and the lack of new information left him with an unsettling feeling. Chapter 33. The fall of the county mayor upon hearing the leader's reprimand. Zhang Meng sensed that the situation was worsening. "Stop pretending to be confused. Qin, I mean, the executive?" "No." Wang Xiyuan seethed with anger. "Are you attempting to deceive me?" "Mayor, speak plainly." "Ma Shi, how could you monitor him and record his infidelity on video? And with audio, you fool. Do you think you can manipulate provincial leaders?" Zhang Meng was momentarily stunned, finally inquiring, "No, isn't that Qin I mean?" They bore a striking resemblance, both in appearance and stature. However, couldn't you have magnified the image for proper identification? "That is not Qin I mean, it is Ma Shi too. I can no longer assist you. I've done my utmost. Once you are inside, know what to say and what to withhold, or else you understand the consequences." Huang's tone grew increasingly sinister. Zhang Meng felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, utterly bewildered. How could that man be Vice Governor Ma? At the time, he had never even considered a higher-ranking official. Now he had stirred a hornet's nest, poking the tiger's rear. Had he known it was Ma Shi too, he would have never dared to spy on him. But wasn't that woman also Wang Xiyuan? Wang Xiyuan retorted vehemently. "Wang Xiyuan, nonsense. It is Wang Xiyuan, her cousin. They are identical." "Zhang Meng, do you realize you have been played? This is fishing. You are the foolish catfish. Enough, I cannot say more. Once you are inside, keep your mouth shut. Do not mention Ma Shi too, and I shall not either." With that, the call ended. Zhang Meng slumped back into his chair, attempting to redial, only to find the line busy. He understood it was over, utterly finished. His attempt to steal a chicken had resulted in a loss of rice. Lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot, he reaped what he sowed and lamented his folly. How could a mere woman like Wang Xiyuan possess such cunning? He had underestimated her gravely, losing his stronghold due to carelessness. Yet his subordinates were as inept as pigs, unable to ascertain whether that was Wang Xiyuan or who the man truly was. Meanwhile, Wang Xiyuan had ensnared him in her trap, her strategies deeply calculated. His defeat was complete, yet he felt no remorse. Pale as a sheet, he stood frozen for a while, contemplating calling Shui Jiaying and other leaders for assistance. But no one answered. Whether by coincidence or knowledge of his impending downfall, he was met with indifference. Indeed, when the walls crumble, the crowd rejoices. When the drum breaks, 1,000 hammers strike. The world is harsh and unforgiving. At that moment, a secretary knocked and entered, requesting his return to a meeting. "To hell with your meeting. Get out," Zhang Meng shouted, hurling a pen holder across the room. The secretary jumped in fright, dodging the projectile, casting a terrified glance at Zhang Meng before retreating and closing the door. 2 minutes later, another knock resounded. "Leave. I will not attend that meeting," Zhang Meng bellowed. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Wang Xiyuan from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, flanked by several disciplinary officials, including a deputy secretary from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, whom Zhang Meng recognized. Zhang Meng attempted to rise, but faltered, weak in the knees. He dumbly asked, "What are you all doing?" "Comrade, Zhang Meng, based on the findings of an investigation, you are suspected of serious violations of discipline and law, and you are under double regulation. Please accompany us," they replied. Zhang Meng was thoroughly defeated. The following day, The fourth inspection team of the Provincial Party Committee underwent sudden changes, as the Department of Justice had significant reform tasks, leading to Yang Guozhong being called back as an expert consultant, while a cadre from the Provincial Procuratorate, also at the deputy departmental level, was appointed as his replacement. This signifies that Yang Guozhong has been removed from the list of the provincial inspection team, following a tumultuous initial few days. The inspection work in Shangyun County has finally returned to a semblance of calm. Yet, it is widely acknowledged that the political landscape in Shangyun is akin to a post-quake scenario, marked by devastation and persistent aftershocks. Some individuals are like startled birds, while others, resembling hunters, keenly eye the vacant positions. There are those who adopt a detached, spectator mentality, relishing the chaos and hoping for even greater upheaval and more arrests, while some express concern that continued investigations might adversely affect them, resulting in the loss of certain covert benefits. It is a scenario of mixed fortunes. A month later, leaders Zhang Meng, Du Jian, and Lai Zheong were officially placed under investigation for serious violations of discipline and law, with their culpability firmly established. After being coerced by Wang Xiyuan into spending over $15 million to resolve issues concerning worker compensation and resettlement, Zhang Fuxin was abruptly captured by the Provincial Procuratorate. Additionally, over a dozen party members or corporate leaders from the Zhang and Lai families came under scrutiny. The once mighty Zhang and Lai families have now met their downfall. The provincial inspection team concluded its work successfully, departing with a bounty of findings and satisfaction. Su Ting has now served as the deputy director of the county committee office for a month, while executive deputy county head He Feng temporarily oversees the county government's operations. The revitalization project for the old city area, which he spearheads, is progressing smoothly, with the demolition and relocation plan established under extreme confidentiality. Deputy Secretary Lin Ruelong, eager and ready, prepares to launch a campaign for the county head position in the upcoming elections, displaying fervor and attentiveness towards Wang Xiyuan, as well as showing great care for Su Ting. Su Ting gained notoriety at the mobilization meeting of the inspection team, evoking a mix of admiration and trepidation among many, who fear incurring his wrath and facing disgrace. Much like Du Jian and Lai Zheong, the local populace is elated, having finally eradicated the criminal syndicate that had lingered in the county for years and its protective umbrella, while also effectively addressing the compensation issues of laid-off workers from the lighting factory. Su Ting has been honored with a third-class merit award. However, Zhu Lili finds herself in dire straits. Her imminent transfer has been thwarted, with no one willing to advocate for her, once the county head's prospective daughter-in-law. The Zhu family's hopes of relocating their daughter from Zhugo Town Primary School to a position in the county have been overshadowed by uncertainty. Zhu's mother, previously a dancer at the County Cultural Center, had long been without a formal position, and the county head's earlier promise to resolve her employment status has since faded into silence. Zhu Lili's father, Zhou Yud, a former laid-off worker from a textile factory, managed to open a postal newsstand near the county government. But now, following the county head's downfall, various departments such as urban management, market supervision, and cultural affairs incessantly visit, pressuring him to vacate under the pretense of maintaining city aesthetics and preventing the sale of illegal publications. The Zhu family has sought help far and wide, only to be met with cold indifference and rejection, experiencing firsthand the harsh realities of bureaucratic barriers and the frigid nature of human relations. Their situation has become unbearable. Thus, the couple deliberated and thought of one person, Su Ting. In their desperation, with no one willing to assist them, people seemed to scurry away as if encountering a plague. Zhou Lili's father sighed in exasperation. Wu Shuan coldly glared at her husband's woeful appearance, wishing she could kick him over and scold him. Zhou Yud, you worthless wretch, all you do is sigh. You have neither money nor power. If only you had a modicum of capability as a father. Could our daughter not even secure a position in the county seat? Zhou Yud instinctively shifted to one side, distancing himself, fearful that his wife might indeed deliver a kick that would leave him bloodied once more. What if I seek out Su Ting? He is currently favored by the county party secretary and serves as the deputy director of the county office. He is young and ambitious, with a promising future ahead, Zhou Yu cautiously suggested, observing that his wife had not yet erupted in anger. He continued, from the beginning, I asserted that the young man possesses commendable character. One should not solely focus on power and wealth. Yet you all disregarded my words. I believe if I appeal to him, he may be willing to assist us. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Our daughter, Ollie, has been in a relationship with him for 5 or 6 years. How we treat him back then? Will he not despise us? Seeking his help now would not only be humiliating, but would also likely expose us to his ridicule. There's no chance he would assist us. He might even revel in our misfortune. Although Wu Xiyuan vocally dismissed her husband's suggestion, deep down, she had begun to accept his idea. After all, it was the only viable option, and how could they know unless they tried? What if Su Ting agreed? Chapter 34. Aunt Wu's seduction. Zhou Yu pondered. I certainly cannot go alone. I believe he still harbors feelings for Ollie. Despite his current success, he hasn't found a girlfriend. I've heard that suitors wanting to introduce him to potential partners are lining up. Thus, it would be best if I brought Ollie along to seek him out. Wu Xiyuan sighed. Then why are you not hurrying to do so? I will make a phone call first, Zhou Yu replied, dialing Su Ting's number. Soon. The ringing echoed through the receiver. Zhou Yu grinned. See, he still has my number. After a brief conversation, he hung up. Wu Xiyuan, anxious, inquired, what did he say? Xiao Su, as Zhou Yu referred to him, was busy. Still Xiao Su? He is now Director Su. Your casual address has offended him. Truly. You have a knack for sabotaging our efforts. Wu Xiyuan scolded before rising to return to the bedroom. Standing before her dressing mirror, she examined her reflection. Though she had just turned 44, she believed her complexion, demeanor, and figure resembled that of a 34-year-old. Fair and youthful, exceptionally well-maintained. However, the years had left her desires unfulfilled, relying solely on her daily dance workouts to temper her passions. Suddenly, she recalled the day they signed the separation agreement. When Su Ting had been picking up money from the floor, his large eyes fixated on her long, fair legs, clearly astonished. He must have been captivated by this mature and alluring aunt. After all, she possessed the most beautiful legs in the region. As his thought crossed her mind, her face flushed, and she could not resist caressing her proud, serpentine legs, feeling an increasing sense of yearning. Recently, a close friend had relayed some intimate remarks made by Wu Mei after a night of drinking, extolling Su Ting's prowess in the bedroom. At that moment, she had felt a mix of anger and envy. How could Su Ting, with all his wealth, have seduced Wu Mei? Such audacity was simply shameless. Thus, a wicked notion suddenly took root in her mind. If a young aunt could do it, why couldn't he a mother-in-law? She felt a rush of crimson embarrassment, taking quite some time to regain her composure. She opened the bedroom door, just a crack, and discovered that Zhou Yu had already departed. Damn it, off to play mahjong again, she muttered under her breath, picking up her phone to call Su Ting. The first attempt went unanswered, causing a chill to wash over Wu Xiyuan. Nevertheless, her relentless spirit prevailed. For the sake of her daughter's career, her own position, and her husband's newsstand, she had to push forward. Thus, she dialed 3 more times, finally connecting on the 4th. Su Ting's confident and melodious voice resonated through the receiver, brimming with youthful vigor. Hello? Who is this? Wu Xiyuan momentarily faltered, thinking to herself, this rascal knows it's my number, yet pretends not to recognize it. However, under the circumstances, she felt compelled to lower her guard, responding with a smile. Director Su, this is Lily's mother, Wu Xiyuan. Are you busy? I'm occupied. Do you have something to discuss? Could I possibly speak with you in person? She asked, her tone growing increasingly deferential. Just say it over the phone. I am here to apologize and admit my mistakes. I sincerely regret the previous incident. We were truly ignorant. You are destined for greatness. So please do not hold our humble background against us. Aunt Wu, there's no need for that. Just state your business. Lily's job situation is stagnant. She has yet to be transferred from Zhugo Town Primary School, which is a desolate place far from the county, with low wages that are often delayed. Would you be able to speak to the leaders at the Education Bureau on her behalf? Your word would carry more weight than our endless running about. Su Ting replied, I'm sorry, but I lack that influence. Wu Xiyuan felt a prickling anxiety, having anticipated his rebuttal. The Zhou family had indeed been excessively demanding of him. Tomorrow is Saturday. Will you be home? Could we discuss this in person? I don't think that's necessary. Yes, it is. I have made some homemade glutinous rice cakes, your favorite from before. I'll bring you a couple of boxes. After a moment of silence, Su Ting agreed. All right, I have to work overtime in the afternoon and evening, but I will be free in the morning. Let us meet at 10. Wonderful, she exclaimed. After hanging up, Wang Xiyuan was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. She resolved to keep this meeting a secret from her husband and daughter, pondering the potential consequences of her actions. As these thoughts swirled, her fair and plump face flushed like the rosy hues of dawn. The following morning at 9:30, Zhou Yud rode his electric bike to the station to pick up his daughter. Last night, she had participated in an event at Zhugo Town Primary School, consumed a bit of alcohol, and stayed overnight with her female colleagues, returning only that morning. Before heading out, Wang Xiyuan cleansed herself and indulged in a generous glass of liquor, feeling exhilarated. She then wrapped herself warmly, humming a tune as she sauntered down the stairs, her demeanor lively and graceful, before mounting her electric bike and carrying a box of glutinous rice cakes to Su Ting's neighborhood. The gate to Su Ting's modest courtyard stood open for her. The charming and alluring aunt confidently drove her electric bike into the yard, parked it, and called out towards the east wing, "Director Su, are you home?" The door to the east room swung open, revealing Su Ting dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, tall and imposing, with an air of elegance. He smiled and said, "Aunt Wu, please come in. It has been a long time since we last met, Director Su. You are becoming increasingly handsome, embodying the demeanor of a true leader," Wang Xiyuan complimented, her cheeks flushed. She glanced at the door and added, "Shall I close it? We would want anyone to sneak in and steal the car." As she spoke, she moved to shut the door. "That is fine, no need to lock it." Wang Xiyuan smiled shyly, exuding charm, and gently pushed the iron door to a close, leaving it ajar. Upon entering the room, she securely shut the door behind her, placed the glutinous rice cake on the table, removed her sunshade shawl, and took a seat. The air conditioning inside offered a refreshing coolness. The room was bright and tidy, reflecting the young man's penchant for cleanliness and orderliness. "Su Ting, are you still single?" Wang Xiyuan inquired with a smile as she accepted the teacup he offered. "No, I'm not." Su Ting chuckled. "Annie, do you have anyone in mind?" Wang Xiyuan's face deepened in hue, the effects of the liquor becoming apparent as a wave of dizziness washed over her. Without thinking, she blurted out, "What do you think of Annie?" As she spoke, she elegantly stretched her crossed legs, gazing at him with a sultry look. Su Ting was taken aback, surprised by how quickly she had transitioned into such a bold demeanor. "No, I meant, does Annie have someone to introduce to me?" "No need for introductions. I'm not lacking in female company at the moment." "Then what do you lack?" "Interesting women," Su Ting replied with a subtle smile. Wang Xiyuan suddenly gasped, covering her thigh. "What is wrong?" She successfully redirected Su Ting's gaze to her exquisite legs. "I was in such a hurry on the way here that I accidentally scraped myself on a branch," she said in a delicate tone. "Look, I'm bleeding. Quickly help me find a Band-Aid." Her demeanor was strikingly similar to that of her sister, Wu Mei. They were indeed siblings. She was not deceiving him. She had genuinely scraped her leg, and her black stockings had torn. When Su Ting brought over the Band-Aid, she playfully urged, "You help me put it on." Su Ting's eyes fixated on her stunning legs, his heart racing. He found himself defenseless against the allure of a woman's beautiful legs and ample bosom. What was he to do? This middle-aged woman, with her fair and delicate skin akin to silk and tofu, had a slightly plump face, yet her body was exquisite, her skin tight and smooth, brimming with elegance. After Su Ting applied the Band-Aid, she made an even more audacious request. "Look, my stockings are torn. Help me take them off. I can't wear them like this." Chapter 35. Her husband heard everything. Su Ting crouched beside her, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he furrowed his brow. Wang Xiyuan felt dizzy, realizing that if things didn't progress, she might faint. Suddenly, she seized his hand and placed it on her thigh, guiding his fingers beneath the fabric of her stockings, breathing heavily as she urged, "Take them off." Su Ting complied, removing her stockings to reveal legs that shone like polished jade, even more beautiful than Zhou Lily's. Wang Xiyuan once again grasped his hand, placing on the waistband of her ultra-short shorts, teasingly extending her tongue as she softly urged, "Continue taking them off. I feel a bit shy. Can't you do it yourself?" Su Ting halted his movements. How annoying. Wu Xiyuan cast him a sidelong glance, followed by a charming smile, and swiftly shed her clothing. Having danced for nearly 30 years, her figure was indeed exquisite. At the age of 44, there was not a hint of excess flesh around her waist or abdomen, and her shoulders and back stood erect like finely carved jade, smooth, delicate, and fair. "Silly man, do you only know how to look?" She playfully leaped into his embrace. Su Ting found himself pressed against the sofa, his lips silenced by hers, gently yet passionately kissed. As he gazed over her head at the clock on the wall, it read 10:10. They had 30 minutes left, so it was time to commence. Thus, a battle initiated by Wu Xiyuan began. While the couple was engaged in their passionate encounter in the living room, Zhou Yud rode his electric bike into the alley. "Stop, Dad, stop!" Zhou Lili shouted from the back seat. Zhou Yud had no choice but to halt, turning to inquire, "Ollie, what's wrong?" "I really don't want to go. It's embarrassing." "What are you thinking? It's merely a matter of saying a few kind words and presenting some gifts. This is no disgrace to your work or your mother's promotion." He replied, "Did you agree to meet him at 10:40? Zhou Lili asked with a stern expression. "Yes. Can you go by yourself? It's already 5 minutes past." She checked her phone for the time. "No. Why are you changing your mind again? I secretly called him this morning and informed him you would come. He only agreed to meet us because of that," Zhou Yud said, displeased. "Stop being childish. Get in the car. We're already at the doorstep." With a sigh, Zhou Lili reluctantly took her seat in the back. Shortly after, they arrived at Su Ting's home. Seeing the door ajar, they parked the bike outside, carrying fruits and gifts as they entered. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, the sounds of passion echoed around them. Both Zhou Yud and Zhou Lili were taken aback. It was unmistakably Wu Xiyuan and Su Ting. Zhou Yud instantly grasped the situation, his face turning an intense shade of green, akin to a cucumber. His wife, for the sake of their daughter's future and his own job, had compromised her integrity. Zhou Lili's face flushed with a mix of red and white, trembling with anger as she exclaimed, "Shameless! Despicable!" Grabbing a shovel from behind the door, she attempted to storm in, but Zhou Yud seized her arm. Gritting his teeth and lowering his head, "Ollie, for your career, let's endure this." "Dad, are you still a man?" Zhou Lili stared at Zhou Yud in disbelief. "Your mother is rather pitiable. Let her be," he replied. He had always been grateful that his wife had never strayed despite the advances of other men. Now, with a chance that served two purposes, he believed she deserved to enjoy it. Indeed, the only thing Wu Xiyuan had done to deserve Zhou Yud was to fend off the advances of men throughout her life, never having strayed despite the allure of her stunning beauty and those mesmerizing legs that could easily attract a worthy lover. How could this happen? It's so humiliating. Zhou Lili tossed aside the shovel, covering her face as she sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. How could this be? Is it not your mother who is so superficial? Seeing that Su Ting was not getting promoted, she discarded him to cling to the Zhang family. At that moment, I vehemently disagreed. The child possessed both beauty and virtue, as well as talent. Zhou Lili abruptly stood up, pointing at Su Ting's residence, and exclaimed angrily, "Zhou Yud, how can you claim he possesses virtue? He is currently involved with my mother, and your wife. He is a scoundrel. Do you know? He has also been with my aunt, who even boasted about it to me. How can one speak like that? Your aunt is frivolous. How can she be compared to your mother? She was with Su Ting to sell her house. Your mother sacrificed herself for you, dear daughter. I would rather not have it this way. Even so, we cannot allow your mother's sacrifice to be in vain. Do you hear? Is she truly sacrificing herself? You are her man. How can you so readily accept this?" At that moment, a declaration from Wu Xiyuan echoed from within. "Su Ting, I love you. I have fallen for you." Zhou Yud felt an overwhelming urge to end it all. "Can you hear yourself? Are you even human?" Zhou Yud, hurry and fight back. Spurred on by his daughter, Zhou Yud could no longer endure, mustering his courage. He seized the shovel, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Scoundrels, I will fight you both." He rushed to the door, delivering a swift kick, and the door swung open. They had not even locked it. In the living room, Su Ting had just donned his clothes, wiping the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he remarked, The Wu family is truly exquisite, with splendid figures and flawless skin. It feels remarkable. Meanwhile, Wu Xiyuan posed alluringly, her gaze never leaving Su Ting, utterly enchanted. Upon suddenly seeing Zhou Yud enter, her flushed face turned as pale as a sheet, hastily searching for something to cover herself. But finding the sofa bare, her clothes and sheets were in the bedroom. Zhou Yud, what are you doing here? I'm going to kill you, you wretched person. He dared not lay a hand on Su Ting, nor use the shovel, instead grabbing a broom and charging at Wu Xiyuan. You useless man. Useless in bed and out of it. You only bully at home. Why don't you bring your daughter to the city? Why, you truly have no shame. Zhou Yud swung the broom like a madman. Su Ting observed the scene with calm composure, fastening his buttons and belt. Chapter 36. The new boyfriend also cheats. Wu Xiyuan evaded some blows, yet was still struck a few times. Her delicate skin could hardly endure such punishment, soon becoming marred with bruises and scratches. Enraged, she neglected to dress, seizing a teapot to shield herself, spilling water everywhere. Zhou Yud, clumsy in his movements, slipped and fell hard to the ground, face first. Zhou Yud cried out in pain. Wu Xiyuan, as she spoke, hastily donned the clothes thrown by Su Ting, her voice a continuous stream. What a waste! You can't even defend yourself against me. What is the point of your existence? You can't earn money, can't find a job, can't even satisfy your woman. You don't possess even a fraction of Su Ting's worth. And I have to help our daughter find work. How'd I end up marrying such a coward? Zhou Yud, filled with shame and fury, rose and shouted, Damn it! I will fight you, you wretched woman. Just as he was about to charge forward, Wu Xiyuan raised the teapot and brought it down forcefully upon Zhou Yud's head with a loud thud. As blood gushed forth, Zhou Yud clutched his head, feeling a warm sensation, only to discover his hands drenched in blood. In shock and fear, he cried out, Murder! Murder! Zhou Lili had already arrived at the doorway, her face pale as a ghost, trembling as she witnessed the scene unfold. Finally, her gaze settled on Su Ting's face, and with gritted teeth, she spat. You are truly despicable. Being a clever girl, she quickly comprehended that Su Ting had intentionally orchestrated this spectacle for them to witness. Su Ting smiled nonchalantly and approached the entrance, saying, Hurry and call 120. You scoundrel! She exclaimed, attempting to strike him. He seized her wrist, and when she tried to hit him with her other hand, he caught that as well, coldly remarking, This is all of your own making. I have matters to attend to. Don't burn down my house, or I will hold you criminally accountable. With that, he whistled and strode away. Zhou Lili's face flushed with indignation. She longed to set fire to his home, but that was an impossibility. Once more, she found herself weeping helplessly. Su Ting, don't leave. I haven't discussed the matter at hand, Lily called out, as Wu Xiyuan, her mother, rushed out, her chest heaving. Zhou Lili felt as if she might lose her mind. Her mother had spent an hour with someone else, crying out in ecstasy, yet had not mentioned her own involvement. Was she simply allowing him to take advantage of her again? But Su Ting was swift, having already vanished on his electric scooter at the alley's end. Was there to be another opportunity? Observing her mother's flushed face and lingering satisfaction, she felt her anger boiling within her. Indeed, not every family is at odds. The three of them had quarreled in the hospital for over an hour, only for the husband to ultimately forgive his wife. After weighing the pros and cons, the couple concluded that their daughter should abandon the now-fallen Zhang Tsong and reconcile with the promising Su Ting, urging her to seek him out. What do you mean, Mom? You want me to approach Su Ting and sleep with him as well? Zhou Lili was furious. Can you speak properly, child? In the past, Wu Xiyuan would have scolded her, but now she felt a sense of shame before her daughter. Yes, your mother is doing this for your sake, Zhou Yud interjected. Zhou Lili scoffed, Dad, Mom, one must retain some dignity. When Su Ting was destitute, you urged me to break up with him and be with Zhang Tsong. Now that Zhang Tsong is impoverished, you want me to return to Su Ting? Wu Xiyuan interrupted. This is the reality. It is said that the Zhang family has been raided, Zhang Tsong has been exiled, and with his father's issues, his life is ruined. Daughter, we must recognize the situation and cut our losses. You should promptly break up with him. Do you truly believe there is a possibility? Zhou Lili retorted. You have no shame. I still have some. Memories of her parents persuading her to end her relationship with Su Ting flooded her mind, and overwhelmed by sorrow, she covered her face and ran out. Where are you going? To Yangwei. Don't seek out Zhang Song. I will be with Zhang Song. I refuse to break up. At 7 in the evening, Zhou Lili hurriedly arrived at the door of Zhang Song's rented apartment in Yangwei City. Just as she took out her key, she was met with the sounds of lewd revelry from within. It was Zhang Song with a hoarse-voiced older woman. Stunned, she froze, as if plunged into an icy abyss. And the key slipped from her grasp. Zhang Song had betrayed her as well. Chapter 37. A family's plea for reconciliation. Zhou Lili trembled with rage as she picked up the keys, her hands shaking uncontrollably. After a prolonged struggle, she finally managed to unlock the door and dashed into the bedroom, only to find Zhang Song entangled with a plump middle-aged woman, both devoid of clothing. Zhang Song, you scoundrel! Zhou Lili hurled the keys with all her might, but they missed their target, striking the edge of the bed with a resounding thud. Startled, both Zhang Song and the woman ceased their actions, hastily covering themselves with the bedspread. The middle-aged woman, however, remained remarkably composed, casually arranging her hair. Zhang Gong, feeling a twinge of embarrassment yet unperturbed, inquired, "What are you doing here?" You old woman, who are you?" Zhou Lili retorted. Zhang Song, with a hint of amusement, nonchalantly picked up a cigarette and lighter from the bedside, igniting it before taking a drag. "She is the deputy minister of the Municipal Organization Department, divorced. Our love is genuine, and I intend to marry her. Since you've caught us, let us be clear. Zhou Lili, you've been cast aside." Zhang Song had latched onto a position of authority, choosing the path of opportunism for a resurgence in his career. Indeed, how could a humble family like the Zhous ever garner his interest? Shameless. Tears streamed down Zhou Lili's face as she hurriedly packed her belongings into a suitcase, fleeing Zhang Song's home in a state of panic. As she walked the streets, dragging her suitcase behind her, she wept profusely, reminiscing about the past and recalling Su Ting. Those moments had been filled with genuine joy and happiness. She could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of regret. Why hadn't she given Su Ting more time? Marrying the man who had shared her first love, her first night, and her first kiss would have been a profoundly blissful and sweet experience. After meandering aimlessly for over 10 minutes, she sank onto a bench in a small park, covering her face as she sobbed until her tears ran dry. After a lengthy pause, she summoned the courage to dial Su Ting's number. His familiar voice resonated through the receiver, warm and melodious. "Lily." Her defenses crumbled in an instant. "Su Ting, why don't you berate me? Why don't you mock me? Why have you suddenly become so gentle? I can't bear it," she cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. Once she calmed down, Su Ting asked, "Did you go to find Zhang Song?" "Yes. He rejected you, didn't he?" "How do you know that?" She had intended to conceal the truth, but Su Ting's perceptiveness made it impossible to hide. Couples are like birds of a feather, but when misfortune strikes, they fly their separate ways. What he needs now is not love or beauty, but an opportunity for revival. Can you provide that? Can your family? To him, you are a burden. He will not endure a life of hardship with you. Su Ting analyzed the situation with calm precision. He is quite handsome and youthful. If I am not mistaken, he will likely attach himself to a wealthy woman or an older female leader. Su Ting, how do you know everything? It is true that you caught him in the act. In a past life, he might not have seen through it, but having lived anew, with years of experience and knowledge, how could he not discern it? He is indeed a scoundrel. Yes, you are right. In the end, none of them measure up to you. Zhou Lili sighed sincerely, her tone gentle. So now you remember my goodness? Were you back then? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Came Su Ting's silent reply from the other end of the phone. Can we return to the past? Do you still recall that song? If we could go back, would everything repeat? We sang it together, and by the end, we always cried, tears streaming down our faces. What do you want to say? Do you know where I am now? At Yinnan Park. Do you remember that Wednesday when you came to find me from Shanghai? I skipped class to spend the afternoon with you, and later we dined at that hidden place for spicy chicken. It was nearly 9 when we finished. Hand in hand, we strolled and ran along the road when suddenly it poured, soaking us completely. We took refuge in this park, and even now, the memories stir my heart. Zhou Lili blushed as she recounted their intimate moments, including her first time. I chose a rented room for my birthday, and you, foolishly, didn't understand my intentions. Who chooses a rented room for a birthday celebration? We weren't even prepared with protection and went on for an entire night until 10 in the morning, 7 times. Until we were both too exhausted to get out of bed. I took the morning after pill, but my menstrual cycle was disrupted for 3 months. Su, can you forgive me? Can we reconcile? Silence lingered for a moment before Su Ting's voice broke through. We can't go back. Let us each be well. Director Su, please reconsider. I'm sorry, we used to look down on you, a low voice suddenly interrupted from the other end. Little Su, we apologize. The entire family is apologizing. Just tell us what you need. We'll do anything. Truly, it was her mother's voice. Zhou Lili was taken aback. Su Ting, you bastard. You put on speakerphone and in front of your parents. I'm mortified, she exclaimed. Her mother's voice followed. Lily, what are you doing? How can you scold Su Ting? He's such a wonderful boy. Mom, have you no shame? Zhou Lili thought her mother was referring to Su Ting's prowess. What is this child saying? Is there no respect? Director Su solved the issue you had with your transfer. And it's at the best primary school in the entire county. Zhou Lili was once again astonished, tears welling up, realizing that Su Ting was indeed a man of integrity. Wu Xiyuan joyfully added, not only that, but Su Ting also coordinated with the Cultural Bureau to resolve your mother's employment issues. After a lifetime of dancing for the government, she finally has a formal position and will receive a pension. Your father's newsstand at the county government gate 1TB shut down either. All of this is thanks to Su Ting. He is our family's benefactor. Chapter 38. Finally, in the secretary's office, Zhou Lili was at a loss for words, laughing and crying simultaneously before finally managing to say, Su, thank you. I'm leaving, Su Ting's voice echoed. Look at this child, coming here with so many supplements. Take them back with you. You're too thin. Eat well at home. Replenish your strength. Wu Xiyuan expressed her concern. Though the words were unintentional, they sounded imbued with profound intimacy. Zhou Lili called out to him, Wait, Su Ting, tell me, why are you helping us? Her aunt was right. You have been with me for nearly 6 years, devoting your most splendid youth to my side. We shared the happiest moments of our university life. I should be grateful. At that time, I truly lacked the ability to offer you anything, so your choice of Zhang Song is understandable. You even preserved my dignity. I am well aware of all this. Now, I have done everything I could, and I suppose it serves as closure to our past. Su Ting spoke with a hint of emotion. May we each find our own peace. Farewell. The call ended. Zhou Lili sat there, her heart a tumult of mixed feelings. The issues at work had finally been resolved, and she had obtained everything she desired. Yet, she felt no joy because she realized she had lost the most precious and deserving person, completely lost him. Meanwhile, at the courtyard of the Shangyun County People's Hospital, Wu Xiyuan reluctantly accompanied Su Ting downstairs, gazing at his tall and upright figure as it gradually receded. Her heart softened. Perhaps it is for the best that we do not reconcile. I now have my chance. He is a young man of emotion and integrity. Youth truly is a blessing, and his vitality is remarkable. Lost in these thoughts, her face flushed crimson, and she could not help but slap herself. Wu Xiyuan, how old are you? Have you no shame? This is utterly ridiculous. Zhang Meng and Du Jian had fallen from grace, leaving 2 deputy-level positions vacant in the county. Under the strong recommendation of Wang Xiyuan, Public Security Director Lei Tingfeng was finally elevated to deputy county level, appointed as a member of the county government party committee and vice county magistrate, and was approved during the county's representative assembly. However, the position of county magistrate remained unoccupied. The deputy secretary of the county party committee, Lin Ruolong, the executive deputy county magistrate, He Feng, and the secretary of the political and legal committee, Ma Mont-Song, were all eager to compete for the position of magistrate. Lin Ruolong, the deputy secretary from the organizational department, had previously served as executive deputy county magistrate, possessing the most experience and a solid backing. He Feng had been secretly vying with him, aiming for an immediate promotion to magistrate. Although the deputy secretary held an advantage, it was not uncommon for executive deputy magistrates to be promoted directly to magistrate, especially since Feng was currently presiding over the county government. Meanwhile, my Monsong waited for an opportunity to benefit from their rivalry. The political landscape of Shangyun was fraught with intrigue and hidden struggles. One evening, Pei Yijun and her daughter set up a stall selling barbecued food on the street, where they were harassed and insulted by a local thug, Zhao Taizhu. Su Ting stepped forward, rescuing the mother and daughter and subduing Zhao Taizhu, whose cousin was an associate of Yifeng. Knowing that other police officers would likely not enforce the law seriously, he called Officer Mai Jia, renowned for her fair enforcement of justice. Consequently, it was Officer Mai Jia's first deployment, and she indeed acted with integrity, resolutely upholding justice. Ignoring her superior's objections, she apprehended Zhao Taizhu and uploaded the case into the system, thereby eliminating any possibility of retreat. Mai Jia was the daughter of my Monsong. Director Lei Tingfeng's stance was ambiguous, while my Monsong supported his daughter as commitment to justice, resulting in Feng's attempt to rescue Zhao Taizhu failing. This further exacerbated the tensions among Feng, Lin Rilong, my Monsong, and Lei Tingfeng, complicating the political situation in Shangyun even more. Su Ting, in an effort to ensure that Mai Jia's first law enforcement experience remained untainted, subtly intervened in the political conflict instigated by Zhao Taizhu. The day following Zhao Taizhu's approval for arrest by the Procuratorate, within the confines of room 701 of the county committee building, Secretary Yin Bing was absent. The night was deep and tranquil. As Wang Xiyuan lifted her fingers from the New Tang history, her icy gaze settling on Su Ting's shirt taut against his well-defined chest. Under his influence, she had begun to delve into the history of the Tang dynasty, particularly during the reign of Empress Wu Zetian. Su Ting, do you truly consider yourself as Shui Huai? She inquired. No, I am merely a party member who detests evil, he replied, fully aware that she was angry with herself. He subtly fanned the flames regarding Zhao Taizhu's situation. Just because you've been promoted, you've become so arrogant. Wang Xiyuan suddenly erupted, her voice rising before she swiftly suppressed it, admonishing, do not think that just because we have shared a few nights, you are my man. I can dismiss you at any moment, banishing you far away, never to touch me again. Su Ting remained unfazed, for he knew her well. She rarely expressed anger. And when she did, it manifested not in words but in an icy silence. He approached her, bending down to embrace her, pulling her close and kissing her luscious red lips, humorously remarking, look at Secretary Wang. Your anger reveals a different kind of beauty, so charming, so captivating. I simply adore you. Get off, you shameless rogue, she retorted, trembling with indignation as she pushed him away. Unwilling to retreat, Su Ting playfully clung to her, and despite her attempts to evade him, he effortlessly placed her atop the desk, leaning in to whisper, I long to share this moment with you. His hands caressed her black stockings and form-fitting skirt, which he found irresistibly alluring, mysterious, enchanting, and sensual. Wang Xiyuan struck at him playfully, exclaiming, you scoundrel, release me. I'll scream. Go ahead, our scandal is already rampant. Tonight serves as confirmation, he teased. You are insufferable. I haven't dared to summon you in the office for ages, and now you behave so brazenly. You are truly incorrigible. She resisted, yet her body betrayed her resolve. Su Ting smiled gently, coaxing her to relent. No, this is an office. You've lost your mind. Her cheeks flushed crimson. However, he was not one to easily concede. Eventually, they succumbed to their desires. Chapter 39. Crossing boundaries I fear others may overhear. Not at all. You are utterly wicked, Wang Xiyuan teased, playfully pinching him. An hour later, the couple lay entwined on the bed in the lounge, basking in the afterglow of their shared bliss. Su Ting felt a deep sense of satisfaction, having consummated their affair on the very mahogany desk that symbolized authority. Wang Xiyuan, feeling a rush of exhilaration, confessed, since I've indulged in you, I have become increasingly reckless as the county committee's female secretary. Su Ting allowed her to wipe the sweat from his forehead and chest with a towel, softly asking, so, are you happy? Yes, it's enough. Wang Xiyuan's flushed face broke into a smile as she tossed aside the towel. I can't seem to resist you. You always manage to ignite my passions. Alas, to think we engaged in such indiscretions in the office, violating protocol and crossing lines. Yet it is thrilling. It is indeed exhilarating and quite a relief. My dear, observe the familiar scene of a couple quarreling at the head of the bed, yet reconciling at its foot. How delightful. Scram! Who are you calling a spouse? You are merely my paramour. Wang Xiyuan's expression shifted, her anger palpable as she commanded, quickly, assist the Empress in changing her attire. After a span of several minutes, the two resumed their seats. This time, however, Wang Xiyuan nestled in his embrace, their intimacy palpable and sweet. She brushed her tousled hair back, a hint of melancholy in her voice as she lamented, "My parents incessantly urge me to marry. It is quite vexing. Being single at the age suitable for raising children does not bode well for promotions either. Leaders may perceive me as unsettled and lacking in maturity and stability." "Then why not marry?" "Marry you?" Wang Xiyuan regarded him earnestly, then suddenly laughed lightly, her demeanor carefree and untamed. "You possess neither wealth nor influence. There's no way I would marry you." "Then whom do you wish to marry?" With a faint sigh, Wang Xiyuan replied, "I have been introduced to several suitors. Some possess attractive appearances, others boast robust physiques, some have intriguing souls, and a few are well-educated. Alas, none embody all these qualities. I am particularly discerning. Without a suitable match, I refuse to wed. However, one day, I might succumb to pressure and hastily choose a man for marriage. At that time, do not be jealous. My little trinket, I am already drowning in jealousy." "Sweet talk. You are merely enamored with my beauty." Wang Xiyuan's voice was both sticky and sweet. "My dear, I truly love you." Since her rebirth, she had only expressed this sentiment to Wang Xiyuan, and it was heartfelt. Wang Xiyuan smiled gracefully, a touch of weariness in her demeanor as she said, "Then marry me." Su Ting felt a pang of hesitation. He had no intention of marrying, planning instead to become a department-level official by 30. "Look how you frightened my paramour." Wang Xiyuan's eyes flickered with a trace of loneliness as she smiled faintly. Rising from his embrace and stating seriously, "Sit opposite me. We shall discuss work." Once seated, Su Ting sipped his tea, and the atmosphere returned to normal. Wang Xiyuan's eyes sparkled with laughter, devoid of the initial tension. Her tone blended authority with affection. "During lunch in the cafeteria, someone referred to you as an idealistic madman. For the sake of a common girl, you dared to offend the local dignitaries." Su Ting gazed at the fine lines that relaxed between her brows and chuckled. "So someone suggested that my Jia directly submit the evidence chain to the political and legal committee, calculating that my Monsong would leverage his daughter's case to establish legal norms? I wish for you to comprehend that a sword should remain sheathed. Do not draw it at every provocation. A true swordsman rarely unsheathes his blade. When he does, it must draw blood. Are you advising me to conceal my talents or to endure in silence? Why should I protect that scoundrel Zhao Taizhu?" Wang Xiyuan laughed. "You do not understand. He is entangled in the interests of the mining industry. I shall refrain from elaborating. When you ascend to leadership, you may wade through that murky water yourself. Then I shall refrain from asking and from involving myself." "Very well. I appreciate your sense of discretion." Su Ting gazed into her eyes, reflecting the myriad lights of the city, and suddenly noticed her silver hairpin had slipped askew. Last month, they had stolen away to a seaside hotel, wandering hand in hand at night, where he had purchased a simple hairpin for her from a street vendor. She had cherished it, wearing it from time to time, and now it gently quivered with her breath. Wang Xiyuan noticed his gaze and gently adjusted her hairpin. Speaking in a low voice, regarding Zhao Taizhu, He Feng, my Monsong, and Lei Tingfeng have all approached me. I have made my stance clear. A strict investigation will be conducted, and there will be no leniency. However, that is where it ends. The internal strife within the team is necessary, and maintaining stability and harmony before the transition is equally important. Su Ting suddenly experienced an epiphany. The Jiajing Emperor practiced Taoism daily, burning incense and refraining from court attendance. Yet he maintained a firm grip on the political landscape, manipulating several powerful ministers and factions to engage in mutual competition and conflict, thus preserving political equilibrium and equitable interests. This is the art of manipulation, a game for the sophisticated. Chapter 40. The publicization of County Committee Struggles Boss. I truly did not expect that a small county could be so intricate. It truly is a web of connections, Su Ting remarked with sincere astonishment. Wang Xiyuan chuckled bitterly, saying, in a small temple, the winds of mischief are strong, and in a shallow pool, there are many turtles. Hence, the development in the cloud is slow. The county lacks reputable enterprises, and the industrial data is dismal. I am wary of those companies. If I investigate, problems arise. I should make more trips to the provincial capital to see if I can attract some quality industrial enterprises. However, it is quite challenging. Hey, Director Su, do you have any resources? Can you bring in 1 or 2 large-scale enterprises? Boss, large-scale means an annual revenue of over 20 million. Our county is predominantly agricultural, and we lack geographical and industrial advantages, making it unappealing. What? Even you are hesitant? Wang Xiyuan's obsidian-like eyes glimmered with a piercing light. I'll give it a try. Haven't you been living in Shanghai all along? The Shanghai industry is undergoing transformation and upgrading, and many enterprises are spilling over into surrounding areas. Our county can accommodate them. All right, I will do my utmost, Su Ting agreed. Wang Xiyuan suddenly inquired, Su Ting, let me ask you, you have repeatedly come to the aid of Pei Yijun. What is your relationship with her? Are you such a flower thief that you won't spare even underage girls? Su Ting was slightly taken aback and quickly waved his hand, saying no. It was just a coincidence. I would have acted the same for any other girl. He truly had no intention of rekindling a romance with Pei Yijun. As she was still young, his actions were merely out of gratitude. Come on now. Pei Yijun will undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Su Ting smiled and lowered his head to sip his tea. Why are you silent now? Have you lost your voice? Wang Xiyuan exclaimed, tossing a copy of the new Book of Tang at him. Su Ting effortlessly caught it and placed it back on the table. Furthermore, what is the story with that young policewoman? Don't you know she is my Motsong's daughter? She is set to be engaged to Lin Ruilong's secretary. Better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Don't disrupt others' good fortunes. Su Ting laughed heartily, saying, am I so idle as to ruin their romance? Weren't Yin Bing and Ku Weiliang's affairs you're doing? That was his own doing, all right? Ku Weiliang strayed first. Wang Xiyuan felt a twinge of jealousy, but decided to move on from the topic. She stood up, clasped her hands behind her back, gazed out at the world beyond, and sighed. Su Ting, don't you find it peculiar? The municipal committee has yet to clarify the successor for the county magistrate. I have recommended Lin Ruilong, and Secretary Qin has expressed his agreement. However, the municipal committee has not convened the People's Congress to endorse this. If Lin Ruilong is not appointed as the deputy county magistrate and acting county magistrate, the situation remains uncertain. Are there alternative candidates from a city? At that moment, Su Ting approached from behind and gently embraced her, placing his hand on her abdomen, tenderly caressing it. In that instant, she resembled a compliant wife, exuding an aura of gentleness. I found it hard to believe. Secretary Wang has already voiced his support for me. I am concerned that someone from the provincial level has set their sights on this position. The downfall of Zhang Meng has completely disrupted the political landscape of the previous era, leaving Su Ting in a state of confusion. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed outside, followed by a flash of lightning cutting through the dark night sky. Rain was imminent. The storm was brewing. After expressing her thoughts, Wang Xiyuan turned back to embrace his waist. Gazing into his eyes, she desired him once more, but restrained herself, glancing at the clock on the wall and saying, it's past midnight. You should leave. I've still got over a dozen documents to review. Let us address them tomorrow, he suggested. What needs to be done today should be completed today. After Su Ting's departure, the office fell into deeper silence, illuminated only by the soft glow of the desk lamp that outlined her figure as she leaned over the desk. During moments of passion, she indulged fully, devoting herself equally to her work with relentless fervor. The title of Iron Lady was certainly not bestowed without merit. Days later, at the joint meeting of the county committee and government, the competition among Lin Ruilong, Lei Tingfeng, and He Feng became overt. The catalyst for this clash was the Public Security Bureau's proposal to procure 1 large bus and 9 ordinary buses to replace the soon-to-be retired police vehicles, totaling an expenditure of 29 million. He Feng, who oversaw the county government's operations, and controlled the finances, refused to approve the budget, resulting in a matter not even being presented at the county government's executive meeting. In a fit of anger, Lei Tingfeng brought this issue to the standing committee meeting. Lin Ruilong declared his support for Lei Tingfeng, while Ma Montsong, who should have backed Lei, instead defended Yifeng. The director of the Finance Bureau sided with Yifeng. Previously, Ma Montsong and Yifeng had been at odds over the Zhao Taizhu incident, yet here they found themselves allied once more. It was utter chaos. The meeting erupted into a cacophony of accusations, with each side vocally confronting the other. In essence, the root of the conflict lay in the arrest of Zhao Taizhu. Eventually, all eyes turned to Wang Xiyuan, hoping that as the leader, she would dispense justice. Wang Xiyuan had been calmly listening to their quarrel, and at last, a hint of an intriguing smile graced her lips. She activated the microphone on the table, casting a commanding gaze around the room, and coldly inquired, "Are you done arguing? Are you exhausted? Has the issue been resolved?" Chapter 41. The new county magistrate is Secretary Ma. Sure to, both Yifeng and Lei Tingfeng avoided her piercing gaze. I was aware that the county treasury was depleted and the equipment and facilities of the Public Security Bureau were outdated. Those old vehicles should have been retired long ago. Here's the plan. We will compress costs, with the county covering half of the expenses. The remainder will need to be requested from Municipal Bureau by the Public Security Bureau. In the future, do not bring uncoordinated matters to the standing committee or joint meetings. It is unbecoming and would invite ridicule. This decision is settled, and the county government must promptly convene an executive meeting. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Lei Tingfeng, who, with a scowl, remarked, "The Municipal Bureau has no funds to approve. How is it that there are no funds in August?" She retorted, "You must find a way to negotiate. I cannot be the one to beseech the mayor and the secretary every time. I am your last resort. If you all sacrifice me, then I will step up. Is that acceptable?" Lei Tingfeng had no rebuttal, and Yifeng nodded in agreement. With that, the topic was concluded, just as Wang Xiyuan finished her statement. Her phone on the table vibrated unexpectedly. Glancing sideways, she saw it was a call from the Municipal Organization Minister, Tianman. Quickly, she answered, a smile gracing her lips as she exchanged pleasantries before ending the call, though the others were unaware of the specifics. It was evident that a city leader was coming to the county. Setting her phone down, Wang Xiyuan cast a complex look at Lin Ruilong, then at Yifeng. Inside, "I have just received a notification from the Municipal Organization Department. The day after tomorrow, a deputy secretary will be visiting the county at the provincial level." Silence enveloped the room before an uproar ensued, filled with murmurs. Meanwhile, Lin Ruilong and Yifeng remained silent, their expressions grim. Ma Montsong masked his surprise and disappointment, though a sardonic smile betrayed his feelings. Wang Xiyuan rapped the table to restore order. The deputy secretary is Wei Xian, formerly the director of the Inspection Division at the Provincial Government Office. Organization Minister Yao Wanning inquired, "Secretary, did the city mention anything else?" Her question echoed the curiosity of all present. "Isn't it obvious?" Wang Xiyuan replied coolly. "The deputy director of the Provincial Organization Department, the minister of the Municipal Organization Department, and the executive deputy minister are personally coming to send him off, followed by cadre meeting. We all understand the implications. Maintain work discipline. Do not discuss or spread rumors. The meeting is adjourned." It was clear that Wei Xian was destined to assume the role of county magistrate. Someone, unable to contain their glee, whispered, "He isn't here to be elected as deputy county magistrate, is he?" This remark ignited another wave of commotion. Lin Ruilong, Yifeng, Ma Montsong, and Lei Tingfeng exchanged glances, each feeling a tumult of emotions. After all their efforts and rivalries, they were now overshadowed by an unexpected contender, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. After the meeting, Wang Xiyuan convened a conference with the secretaries, including Lin Ruilong, Yifeng, the organization minister, and the disciplinary secretary, to strategize how to properly welcome and accommodate Wei Xian. The squabbling between Yifeng and Lin Ruilong ceased, their demeanor turning compliant. As the meeting concluded, Wang Xiyuan instructed, "Let us prepare for the county people's representative conference. The provincial and municipal levels have confirmed that Wang Xiyuan will be elected as deputy county magistrate and assume the role of acting county magistrate. Rising from her seat, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. For Wang Xiyuan had previously served as the secretary to Ma Shi and had only recently been promoted to director of the inspection division. He was now coming to assume the county magistrate position, right beside Wang Xiyuan. This was undoubtedly a maneuver orchestrated by Ma Shi, and its ulterior motives were surely nefarious. Chapter 42. The policewoman as a sharp weapon with the new county magistrate's arrival imminent. Su Ting busied herself with preparations, her feet scarcely touching the ground. As the afternoon approached the end of the workday, a figure adeptly slipped into the office without so much as a knock, suddenly standing gracefully before his desk. It was Officer Mai Jia. Her high ponytail swung over her epaulets, and her dark blue police uniform was as crisp and pristine as new. Standing approximately 1 meter and 65 centimeters tall, she possessed a charming and lively demeanor. Her sparkling eyes resembled those of a playful puppy, evoking both affection and cleverness. Her fair and rosy complexion, adorned with 2 delightful dimples, further enhanced her vivacity, rendering her akin to a fresh-faced university student just stepping onto campus. With her hands clasped behind her back, she surveyed the room and exclaimed, "Director Su, what a grand independent office you have. It's so spacious. I cannot help but feel envious. Why don't you come over and share an office with me?" Su Ting set down his pen and manuscript, gesturing toward the empty desk beside him, which was merely an ornament to ensure his office did not exceed its designated size. "What a delightful thought," she replied playfully, lifting her chin. "If I were to share an office with you, I would undoubtedly be bullied by this big bad wolf of yours." Since the collaboration that successfully apprehended Zhao Taizhu, she had developed a fondness for this tall and handsome gentleman. "You are quite imposing, and with your full tactical gear. Are you here to intimidate me?" She teased. "Intimidate? I would not dare. That night when we caught Zhao Taizhu, you acted heroically. Therefore, I offer you an opportunity. Join this police flower for dinner tonight." She puffed out her chest, inadvertently accentuating her figure. Su Ting laughed heartily. "Is this an invitation? Or are you attempting to kidnap me? I cannot possibly accept, having just received my first month's salary as an intern. And being the first to invite someone to dinner, shouldn't you be overwhelmed with gratitude? Mais j'ai shi did plifuli. I suppose I should prepare an acceptance speech. Thank the organization, thank the police flower, and thanks Su Ting." He replied with a smile. "But I will be working late. Can you wait?" "I cannot wait. However, there happens to be a police matter to attend to, and once that is resolved, we can have a late-night snack." Indeed, after finishing his work at 10 o'clock, Su Ting found that she was genuinely waiting for him. As they neared the end of their meal, Mai Jia remarked, "Zhao Taizhu's operations are tied to the protection fees, operational rights, and mining rights of Pengwan Town. Heifeng oversees the mineral resources while Director Lei Tingfeng manages fire safety and explosives approval. Both Lin and Heifeng are eyeing the position of county chief, creating a chaotic and corrupt environment. Therefore, I wish to delve deeper into this lead. Can you assist me?" It became evident that she sought to establish a united front with him. This young lady, so innocent and spirited. Enough with the digging. "This is not your responsibility," he gently admonished, observing the flush of excitement on her cheeks, a surge of protective instinct welling within him. The little police flower must be cherished and, ideally, retain her purity and passion forever. The golden shield forged by fervor is desperately needed within the police force. "If you refuse to help, then I shall investigate on my own," she retorted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Careful now, you ought to eat slowly. Don't choke on the spice," he said with concern, offering her a tissue. "Ugh, why you speak like my father? So old-fashioned," Mai Jia replied, her lovely face taking on a defiant expression. As the nearly dilapidated police car roared to life, Mai Jia took the initiative to drive him home, a gesture of solidarity. "Officer, Zhao Taizhu has already been convicted. It is time to know when to stop. The water in the mine is too deep. You should refrain from touching it for now, as the time is not yet ripe," Su Ting advised once more. "Have you lost your spirit? How annoying. Are you angry?" "Yes, you have indeed provoked my ire. You've caused quite a stir." She ground her small tiger teeth. Su Ting looked up at the bright moon above and sighed. All right, I admit it's all the moon's fault. My Jia chuckled, so you can sing too? Not only can I sing, but I can also compose, he replied. You're even out of breath from your weight. She was no longer angry. Su Ting began to hum softly. I long to see you smile, to frolic and play, to embrace you in my arms. In one moment, we argue, in the next, we reconcile. I fear not your tears, nor your cries, for you are my pride. A pair of eyes chasing you, a heart already prepared. My Jia's cheeks flushed again, and she was momentarily stunned. The car remained stationary at the traffic light for quite some time, prompting honks from the vehicles behind. Only then did she resume driving, and after a while she asked, What song is this? Who sings it? I've never heard it before. I told you I can write songs. Do you not believe me? This song is my original composition. This song, just once, would not be released for several years. Director Su certainly has remarkable lung capacity, she teased. What do you mean? Capable of blowing up a cow. Su Ting laughed heartily. My Jia felt a tumult of emotions. This refined rogue had already become the deputy director of the county committee office at such a young age. Quite exaggerated, considering her father had only been promoted to a deputy position at 34. She sat upright, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, her back straight, like two rabbits bracing against the wheel, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. A novice female driver. Su Ting could hardly contain his amusement at her demeanor. Oh, what are you laughing at now? You rascal. Have I wronged you? You should focus on driving. Fortunately, in the quiet of the small county at night, there were few vehicles on the road. With a flushed face, my Jia glanced at the man seated beside her, thinking how he seemed even straighter than an instructor. The night breeze carried the fragrance of osmanthus through the car window, and my Jia softly remarked, Actually, when it comes to capturing Zhao Taizhu, my greatest concern is the lack of original evidence. Thankfully, you're not just a pretty face. You've managed to record footage of his lewd behavior and your self-defense in saving someone. Didn't you say I was a refined rogue? He countered. Ugh, how annoying. Am I really that old? Who told you to call me a young man? Only the middle-aged ladies at work refer to me that way. I shall ignore you. Su Ting observed her pouting lips, both handsome and adorable, and mused about what the new county head might be like. If he truly were a rogue, then my Jia would be a formidable force to be reckoned with. Chapter 43. The policewoman is teased upon arriving at Wenchang Alley behind the Xinhua bookstore on Renmin East Road. My Jia struggled for quite some time to park the car. She feigned indifference and said, Well, the delivery has arrived. Hurry up and get out. It's pitch dark and late at night. Look how deep the alley is. I'm frightened to be alone. He remained seated, turning to glance at her. You? Even the spirits and monsters would flee from you. Are you afraid of ghosts? You're a fright to behold. She rolled her eyes dramatically. The people's police serve the people. Please deliver the goods right to my doorstep. My Jia reached out, as if to strike, but upon reconsideration, she withdrew her hand and reluctantly remarked, In light of your bravery the other day, I shall grant you the rare privilege of home delivery. Now step out. Just as they alighted from the vehicle, Su Ting suddenly cast a terrified glance at the Santana. My Jia turned her head in the direction he was looking and gasped. Oh no, the car is rolling away. She hurriedly dashed forward, but alas, she was too late. The car crashed violently into the wall, damaging its headlights and bumper. Did you forget to engage the handbrake? She inquired. I forgot. Su Ting admitted as he inspected the damage, confirming her suspicion. Feigning nonchalance, my Jia declared, No matter, out with the old, in with the new. This old relic was due for replacement anyway. The alley was shrouded in darkness, and she illuminated the path with a flashlight, escorting him to the entrance. Su Ting earnestly invited her. Would you care to come in for a cup of tea? What? Suit a bad egg. Are you attempting to seduce me? The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting a silvery glow upon her face, which flushed a radiant crimson. Indeed. Oh, please, just you? Your morals are far too questionable. You are not worthy of my attention. To be frank, I do not even regard Secretary Lin Rue Long's secretary with any esteem. Moreover, there's a line of handsome suitors in Yin County waiting for a chance to court me. She masked her shyness with an air of triumph, playfully bantering with him. Su Ting chuckled and replied, Very well, you should head home then. My car is out of commission. If this is all your fault, then why not stay at my place? What are you thinking, you rogue? My Jia retaliated with a swift kick, but Su Ting deftly evaded her. Infuriated, she exclaimed, "You dare to dodge? Stand still and let me kick you a few times to relieve my frustration." After several attempts, panting and with flushed cheeks, she failed to land a hit. The last kick, delivered with too much fervor, caused her to stumble, nearly losing her balance. In a flash, Su Ting grasped her hand and enveloped her waist, pulling her into his embrace. He savored the delicate warmth of her form mingled with the scent of her police uniform and youthful fragrance. A most unique and pleasant sensation. "You scoundrel! You're taking advantage of me," she protested, her cheeks aflame. She instinctively struck at him, but Su Ting held her close, resulting in her hand landing harmlessly on his shoulder instead. Releasing her, he said, "Enough of this, officer. Allow me to escort you home." "You? I would never let a rogue like you take me home. How can you, as the deputy director of the county committee, bully a minor and then come to harass a policewoman? Truly shameless. I can manage on my own." My Jia shot him a fierce glare before turning to leave. Yet, as she neared the alley's exit, she glanced back, only to find that the debonair scoundrel had not followed her. She felt a mix of anger and disappointment. Suddenly, the moon disappeared again, casting the world into darkness. On her first day at the police station, she had heard of a local rape case, the work of a perverse individual on an electric bike who remained at large. A shiver ran down her spine, and upon reaching the police car, she discovered it was indeed inoperable. The lights were broken and it wouldn't start. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, uncertain of what to do next, and cautiously made her way out, intending to hail a taxi home. Suddenly, she heard the sound of an electric bike approaching from behind, accompanied by glaring headlights. Her heart raced, and she instinctively reached for her waist, only to realize that her pepper spray and baton had been left behind at the station. This was dire. Her teeth chattered as she hurried forward, her heart pounding with trepidation, unwilling to glance back. However, as she quickened her pace, the electric scooter accelerated in tandem. When she slowed, the vehicle matched her speed. It was over. She had truly encountered that perverse maniac. In a moment of panic, my Jia cried out for help and took off running. The electric scooter surged forward menacingly. Just as she was about to burst out of the narrow alley onto Renmin East Road, the scooter blocked her path. As my Jia prepared to strike it with her flashlight, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Why are you running?" "I'm not that rapist." It was Su Ting. Tears streamed down her face as she playfully punched his chest, both laughing and scolding. "You scoundrel! Were you trying to scare me to death? With such a timid disposition, how could you catch a thief? You're so mean, deliberately frightening me. Aren't you?" "No, I'm merely escorting you home, embodying the spirit of a gentleman." "Let us go, my lady." Pouting, my Jia huffed and climbed onto the back seat of the scooter. Su Ting suddenly revved the engine, and with a swift whoosh, they sped away. "Oh my!" she exclaimed, losing her grip on the handlebar and instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist for balance. The young girl was quite charming, with a well-proportioned figure. Though she felt both angered and flustered, she squeezed his waist tightly as Su Ting accelerated. Upon reaching the entrance of the county committee's residential complex, Su Ting halted the vehicle and inquired, "Do you live here? Are you from an influential family?" "Yes, indeed." "So, don't get any funny ideas. Otherwise, haha, my father will have you dismissed," she declared with a haughty air. "Your father must be Secretary Wang, right? How did you know?" "There's only one leader with the surname, my among the 4 leading teams. Given your lofty demeanor, your father must be a high-ranking official. Smart of you to notice. Aren't you getting off? Or would you prefer another scenic tour?" Su Ting turned to look at her, only to find her still clinging to his waist. Startled, she quickly let go and jumped off the scooter, hastily adjusting her attire and waving goodbye. "See you." Without a backward glance, she entered the community. Yet after walking a short distance, she abruptly halted, paused for several seconds, then turned around to look back again, only to find that tall, upright figure had vanished. A sense of emptiness washed over her as she pouted, resentfully kicking a small stone on the ground, muttering to herself, "You scoundrel, Su Ting. I've never even been embraced by a man." As she pondered this, a blush crept across her cheeks. Chapter 44. Wu Mei delivers to the door on the 5th day after the new county chief Wang Xiyuan took office. The compensation plan for the demolition of the textile factory residential area and other old city districts was finally settled and approved by the County People's Congress, with announcements made on the county government's official website and local television. Those opting not to select a new apartment at a 1:1 ratio could choose a one-time compensation payment at the rate of 110,000 yuan per square meter. Su Ting promptly signed the agreement, and within a few days, he would receive 2 million yuan in cash. With this, he could continue to grow his wealth exponentially. On Saturday, amidst a heavy downpour, Su Ting was engrossed in a book when the door was suddenly pushed open. It was his former aunt, Wu Mei, drenched and resembling a drowned rat. Did she not have a car? Surely she could have parked at the alley's entrance, grabbed an umbrella, and avoided getting wet. Upon witnessing her pitiable demeanor, he comprehended everything. Clad in delicate black gauze, her skin glimmered like silken tofu, further accentuated by the moisture that rendered her complexion even more luminous and her figure undeniably alluring. It was evident that she had intentionally drenched herself. Wu Mei flicked her wet hair and settled beside him, gazing intently for an extended moment. Noticing his indifference as he remained engrossed in his book, she felt a tinge of disappointment, her hand resting gently near his thigh as she inquired softly, "Handsome, aren't you lonely at home all by yourself?" "Your presence certainly alleviates the solitude," Su Ting replied, briefly lifting his gaze before returning to his reading. "What book are you engrossed in?" Wu Mei seized the volume of Accompanying, commenting, "Ah, a risky read." "You are incorrigible," he retorted. "This is a valuable resource for the study of Ming history, sociology, customs, and ancient literature." Chao Shuichin drew heavily from it for Dream of the Red Chamber. Moreover, prior to Dream of the Red Chamber, Accompanying was the most celebrated novel of its time, appreciated by both the refined and the common. "Is that so?" Wu Mei exclaimed in surprise, a smile gracing her lips. "Is it captivating?" "Indeed," Su Ting replied. "Wu Mei, you resemble a fusion of Pan Jinlian and Li Ping'er." He continued, "Do you know what Ximen Qing adored most about Li Ping'er?" Wu Mei chuckled, playfully adjusting her ample bosom. "No, it was her fair behind." She giggled. "Setting the book aside, can we refrain from theoretical discussions? Let us indulge in more practical matters." Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she extracted 2 bottles of red wine from her bag, leaning against him closely, her supple form akin to a fragrant, soft creature in motion. "Sister invites you to partake in this exquisite wine, brought back from the western frontier." "Very well, let's enjoy a couple of glasses." After 2 glasses were consumed, Wu Mei's allure intensified. "Oh, beautiful lady, in such torrential rain, surely you did not come solely to drink with me? You, with your charm, know very well the intention behind my drenched arrival," she replied, inching closer to him. Breathless, Wu Mei murmured, "I heard the textile factory's residential complex is slated for demolition. I was completely unaware during my business trip. You haven't informed me. Are you quietly amassing wealth?" "The crux of the matter is your absence," he replied. "You have deceived me. How heartless you are. What have I deceived you about?" "Everything. My resources depleted, lost to your embrace, and now my home is gone. Do you not feel any pity for me?" She nibbled at his ear, her breath warm against his skin. Unfazed, Su Ting chuckled. The publicity department, accompanied by artists from the Writers Association, embarked on a 20-day excursion to the western frontier. "Your company organized it, correct?" "Indeed. Weiliang was part of that trip. You catered to him for 20 days, and upon your return, you attempt to seduce me. It leaves a sour taste in my mouth. That? Spare me the details. He is utterly unremarkable, lacking even the slightest comparison to you. Besides, I never share kisses with him. I reserve such gestures for those I truly love." With that, she pressed her lips against his, her crimson mouth plump and inviting, soft and pleasurable. Su Ting initially intended to decline, but found himself unable to resist her charm, reciprocating the kiss. After a moment, Wu Mei released him, her voice sultry as she declared, "There are still 2 complimentary kisses remaining. Let's conclude them today." "Alas, thinking of you with Weiliang leaves me disinterested. Deceiver, your body betrays your true feelings." She laughed. "He pursued me relentlessly, begging for me to become his wife. I cannot be entirely unyielding. Can I? What you truly value is his power, isn't it? Are you not concerned that one day he might be investigated, leaving you with nothing? That won't happen. He is exceedingly cautious. After several minutes, the two concluded their conversation. Wu Mei gently kissed his cheek and asked, "Was that enjoyable?" "Very much so," he replied. "Shall we indulge in a second round shortly?" "It depends on your performance," he teased. Wu Mei cursed him silently, feeling frustrated. While others were eager to beg for her company, Su Ting was always the one humbly seeking her affection. Yet, her face radiated allure as she proposed. During this brief interlude of 10 minutes, shall we discuss the textile factory property? Certainly, please go ahead. I have changed my mind. I no longer wish to sell. Will you kindly return the property to me? Wu Mei slithered around him like a serpent. The contract has been signed, the transfer completed, and the public notice has been issued. I have already signed the compensation agreement. It cannot be undone. Then will you sell it back to me? I will offer you more money. How much? 30? 40? 50? It cannot be more than that. Su Ting chuckled. Why not simply wait for me to receive the demolition compensation and share half with you? That is acceptable, she replied. I was merely jesting. Did you not realize? Su Ting lamented. The transaction has long been prohibited. Before the plan was released, the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau and the Land Bureau had already issued a directive forbidding any transactions. While you were on your business trip, the People's Congress convened, and the public notice period has elapsed. Su Ting, I sold it to you for a mere 150,000, and you have suddenly gained 1 million. Just 3 months. Less than 3 months. Do you know how much that pains me? I toiled for a year and earned only around 200,000, which is what others might earn in 5 years. Such is fate. Su Ting sighed helplessly. No, you had prior knowledge of the insider information, didn't you? You deceitful scoundrel. You seduced me and swindled me of so much money. She playfully jabbed him with her fists. Su Ting did not evade, allowing her playful assault, and remarked, you should inquire with the Housing Bureau and the Development and Reform Bureau. The updates and demolitions occurred after you sold the property. I merely had the good fortune to be in the right place at the right time. Of course, I suspected that it might be subject to demolition, given its dilapidated state and the burgeoning real estate market in the country. If you neglect to follow the news and study national trends, you cannot blame others. Is it truly impossible for you to sell it back to me? Wu Mei persisted, unwilling to relent. Chapter 45. The county chief bullying the secretary. Su Ting suggested, you might call the new buyer. Wu Mei chuckled, recognizing Ku Weiliang's role as the new buyer, and proceeded to call him. The outcome confirmed Su Ting's assertions regarding the demolition. Once again, she felt taken advantage of by Su Ting, and in a mix of anger and embarrassment, she playfully hit him, saying, Su Ting, you rascal. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You had to wait until now. I was too engrossed in the moment to have the chance to say anything, he replied. How insufferable, Wu Mei exclaimed, striking him again. You are quite the figure now. A darling of the county committee, a true secret of power, having become wealthy overnight with a demolition house and won 1 million in compensation. You could at least show some pity for your sister. I must correct you. At that time, I purchased 2 units in the textile factory's residential area, and the total compensation is currently 2 million. You wicked scoundrel, you have deceived me most cruelly, Wu Mei said, both vexed and furious as she pinched him. I cannot let you toil in vain either. Su Ting remarked that there were some advertising opportunities within the county committee office, and he offered to take care of them. That's wonderful. How much will it cost? She inquired. It could amount to 200,000 to 300,000 a year, he replied. Well, at least you have me in mind. I suppose that's a consolation prize. Thank you, Su Ting. She smiled, her cheeks flushing, and added, my older sister is right. You are indeed a person of sentiment and loyalty. Su Ting paused for a moment, gazing at her in surprise. Wu Mei playfully continued, my sister has shared her admiration for you. She really likes you and speaks highly of you. Do you fancy her? She has legs that could rival the best in the world, not just empty flattery. However, she is rather conservative and reserved. Su Ting sighed. Your sister is truly remarkable, and I still think fondly of her after all this time. It's a shame such a wonderful figure married Zhou Yid. Compared to Wu Mei, he found himself more drawn to Wang Xiyuan. Perhaps next time, both sisters could join us? Wu Mei smiled enticingly. Su Ting quickly waved his hand. No, that would be crossing boundaries, and besides, she is married. I cannot violate the principles of propriety. Wu Mei teased, such a hypocrite. While you may not desire it, she certainly does. She's just too shy to approach you directly and hopes I can convey her feelings. Images of those exquisite legs flashed in Su Ting's mind, and he shook his head with a sigh. Have you rested enough? Someone wants to enjoy themselves and not be at your service, Wu Mei said as she shed her clothes and pulled him into the bathroom. After their second encounter, they lay in bed resting. Su Ting stativ. Let us make things clear between us. Don't seek me out anymore. Why not? She asked. You already have a man. It's not appropriate. Consider the implications. Kuwei, do you think he can satisfy me in just a few minutes? Rest assured, I will only give him your green hat. Besides, you're indispensable to me. No other woman can compare. That is true. Su Ting chuckled, but seriously, let us put an end to this. Please don't. She pouted. I'm not in it for the money. I genuinely enjoy being with you. No other man can match your vigor. And you are handsome and flirtatious, truly exceptional in every regard. What about the advertising opportunities at the county committee office? He inquired. I want them, she replied. Then it's settled. Let us go. How annoying. I'm not leaving. Wu Mei huffed, twisting around, her bosom undulating enticingly. What? Do you want to spend the night here? I do, he admitted. Su Ting suddenly softened his expression, drawing her back into his embrace and kissing her tenderly. She appeared deeply moved, eagerly reciprocating. He pressed a finger against her alluring red lips and said, Didn't you want to make a fortune? She nodded obediently. The newly appointed Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, Vice County Mayor, and Acting County Mayor, Wang Xiyuan, is rumored to be quite the libertine. If you were to sleep with me, you might as well sleep with him instead. My business here is rather limited, and I have high standards. Even without a rebate from you, your earnings would be minimal. How do you know he is a libertine? She queried. Su Ting chuckled. I know. A few days ago, when Wang Xiyuan took office, a welcome banquet was held at the Shangying Grand Hotel that evening. During the feast, his gaze towards Wang Xiyuan, Yin Bing, and the organization minister, Yao Wanting, betrayed his surprise and lewd intentions. He must not have anticipated such beauties in this small county. He, relying on his impressive capacity for alcohol, insisted on coercing Wang Xiyuan into consuming 2 liang of foreign spirits. After being rebuffed, the two of them encountered discord on their very first day. The following day, Wang Xiyuan visited Wang Xiyuan's office for a conversation, lingering momentarily in the outer office while inquisitively questioning Yin Bing. Upon entering, he adopted an air of superiority, displaying utmost disrespect towards Wang Xiyuan. This infuriated Su Ting. As both women were under his protection, the county chief not only bullied the female county party secretary, but also sought to humiliate her female secretary. Wang Xiyuan must pay a heavy price. In his previous life, following the downfall of Ma Shi, Wang Xiyuan and his subordinates were gradually investigated. Unable to wait any longer, Su Ting resolved to bring this vacuous and corrupt leader to justice ahead of time. As his thoughts whirled, Wu Mei's melodious voice resonated. I've heard he comes from the provincial level and has served as a secretary to provincial leaders. I wonder how many beautiful women he has pursued. Would he even notice me? Wu Mei, you must have confidence in yourself. In Shuyan County, you are among the most exquisite beauties, and you are certainly a woman capable of satisfying my desires. Wu Mei's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, So, I hold such a high position in your eyes? How delightful! If I become his mistress, can I freely secure projects? Su Ting playfully tapped her on the nose, saying, That is only natural. However, do ensure that the projects are executed with integrity. Avoid cutting corners and refrain from any violations. Understood. You have shown me a clear path. Tonight, I shall make sure you enjoy yourself thoroughly. She slithered onto him like a great white serpent. Su Ting gently pushed her away, stating, No need to thank me. I have reviewed your designs and advertising materials. They are commendable. Therefore, I expect you to diligently handle the business I entrust to you. I will not accept a single penny from you, nor will you need to offer gifts or favors, allowing you to retain at least 30% of the profits. Unlike others who demand kickbacks, there's a town mayor who absurdly insists on taking 50%. Damn it, the advertising industry barely yields a 30% profit. And in the end, the deal fell through. Su Ting chuckled to himself, realizing that although Wu Mei was somewhat materialistic, fixated on wealth, she still adhered to a moral compass. The outdoor advertising designs and materials she provided were of excellent quality. She would not compromise standards for monetary gain. This was the fundamental reason he entrusted her with the county party committee's advertising, decoration, banners, printing, and plaque production. I do not want your money. After you obtain a marriage certificate with Yang, your body will no longer be available. Wait, when did I ever say I would marry him? It seemed that their conversation could stretch on indefinitely. Su Ting rose from the bed, poured 2 glasses of red wine, and handed one to her, saying, "Isn't Yang a good match? He is the deputy minister of the publicity department, a mid-level official, and quite young for the county. Moreover, his maternal uncle is Deputy Secretary Lin Ruelong." Wu Mei was astounded. "Is that true? How come I didn't know? He never mentioned it to me. Has he ever proposed to you?" "Ugh, don't even get me started. He cries every time, begging me to marry him. He genuinely cares for you. He possesses commendable qualities, and you are not too young anymore. You should hasten to obtain a marriage certificate," Su Ting advised. "That would suffice to keep County Chief Wei at bay, and Yang would surely agree." Su Ting swirled the glass of red wine in his hand, the blood-red liquid swirling like Wu Mei's astonished and tumultuous heart. Chapter 46. Intense confrontation at the Standing Committee 3 days later. Su Ting's bank card reflected an increase of 2 million renminbi. That afternoon, a meeting of the county committee was convened. After addressing matters of party building and personnel, acting county head Wang Xiyuan remarked, "I visited the lychee orchard in the north of the city yesterday. Such a splendid piece of land should not be left untended." He turned to Yifeng, the executive, and inquired, "What exactly is going on?" Yifeng, 36 years of age, with a fair complexion and slightly plump stature, donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, presenting an image of a cultured gentleman. Yet, his gaze toward Wang Xiyuan was rife with hidden desire. Yifeng nodded and, maintaining a stoic expression, responded, "The lychee orchard project was approved long ago, initially intended for the construction of commercial housing. The land spans 924 acres, comprising arable land, and used land and forest land, predominantly agricultural. Only 77 acres are designated for construction, with 98 acres as orchard, 610 acres as arable land, and 139 acres as forest." Executive, I did not ask you to recite statistics. I want to know why the project has stalled. Wei Xian's displeasure was evident as he rapped the table. He showed no mercy in criticizing his subordinate. Yifeng's expression darkened momentarily as he replied, "There are 2 reasons. First, this project was spearheaded by County Head Zhang Meng, who illegally requisitioned land without the approval of the provincial government, resulting in inherent deficiencies. The requisition standards were too lenient, provoking farmers and orchard owners to lodge complaints with the provincial government, which subsequently denied the project. Second, Zhang Meng's downfall relates to violations concerning land requisition and project transfer, leading to its suspension." Wang Xiyuan interjected, "There's another reason. I have consistently opposed the development of real estate." Wei Xian turned to her with a smile, asking, "Why not pursue real estate?" Wang Xiyuan discreetly glanced at several deputy directors of the county committee office present, among whom was her partner, Su Ting. She recalled his unique and thought-provoking perspectives on real estate, and gently spoke, "In my view, the real estate boom cannot be sustained for long. The supply of commercial housing in our county is nearing saturation. Once the renovation of the old city is completed, a mismatch will arise between the county's housing supply and the demands of the populace, potentially resulting in ghost towns akin to those in Ordos. Therefore, I do not endorse land finance or rampant real estate development. We should instead focus on industry, proactively attracting industrial enterprises spilling over from coastal cities such as Haikou, Dongguan, and Zhuhai. This not only generates value and tax revenue, but also addresses employment issues." Wei Xian chuckled derisively and remarked, "Secretary Wang, you are surely aware that Huaxia is implementing an economic stimulus plan? The government is investing significantly. For what purpose? It is to promote infrastructure development and the construction of buildings, thereby stimulating the growth of the entire industrial chain, boosting investment, enhancing consumption, and revitalizing the economy that has been languishing due to the financial crisis. With a cryptic smile, he continued, "You may not know this, but in the past, real estate companies would plead with banks for loans. Now the tables have turned. Major banks are lining up to offer loans to real estate magnates." Why was Su Jiayin able to make a comeback? It is precisely because of this. Without the economic stimulus plan, Hengda would have long since vanished. Thus, we must seize this rare opportunity to vigorously develop the real estate sector, aspiring to create a billion-dollar enterprise akin to Hengda. We shall embark on grand construction endeavors, transforming our region into a picturesque garden city, propelling it into the ranks of the top 10 counties in the province. His words were fervent and impassioned. However, as he surveyed the assembly, he found the attendees utterly unmoved, completely impervious to his enthusiasm. This left Wei Xian feeling somewhat disheartened, inwardly berating them. These rustic individuals comprehend nothing. They remain fixated on their own small plots of land, oblivious to the national trends, unaware that only by striving vigorously can they hope to transcend their fates as mere county-level officials. Nevertheless, in the realm of governance, sycophants are never in short supply. Minister of Propaganda Su Rong nodded in approval, while Minister of United Front Work Du Chunsheng applauded and praised, declaring, "The county chief, hailing from the provincial level, possesses grand vision and profound insight. His words resonate profoundly, illuminating the path for our county's future development. I can almost envision a future where Shangyun County boasts towering skyscrapers and vibrant floral displays, a modern city, a city of the future. How exhilarating!" Wei Xian, satisfied, regarded the two county committee members, thinking to himself that these individuals possessed discernment. He turned to Lin Ruolong, adopting the tone of victor, and inquired, "Old Lin, what is your perspective?" Lin Ruolong, naturally filled with resentment towards Wei Xian, mused that if not for Wei's sudden arrival, the position of county chief would have rightfully been his. Wei's question was a deliberate provocation. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ruolong replied coolly, "I believe our county's remote location and inconvenient transportation, separated from Yonghui City and Shanghai City by mountains and rivers, render it unsuitable for real estate investment. The critical issue is, with so many buildings constructed, who will purchase them? If they remain unsold, we risk creating a ghost town. Our county's advantageous industries lie in agriculture, citrus production, rice, grain, and oil, along with the shoe manufacturing industry. If we relentlessly pursue real estate, forsaking our fundamentals, we may incur endless detriment." Wei Xian's expression darkened as he retorted with a sneer, "Secretary Lin, is this not alarmism? Everyone here serves but 1 or 2 terms. To ascend the ranks, one must deliver notable achievements. And what constitutes achievement? Is it not productivity and tax revenue? Is there any tax revenue from agriculture? Agricultural taxes have been abolished for years. Are we to rely on the low-end, processing-type shoe industry? What ist? I am here to benefit the people of Shangyun County, to adorn the accomplishments of all present leaders. I will not remain here long. Is there any necessity for me to make grandiose efforts for this?" Wei Xian, in his audacity, unabashedly proclaimed his intention to seek personal advancement. Indeed, all believed that as the secretary to Vice Governor Ma Shurtu, he was here to gain experience, expecting to be promoted within a year or 2. Lin Ruolong, having been publicly rebutted, wore a sullen expression, huffing in silence. Observing the attendees' despondency, Wei Xian revealed a victorious smile and turned to He Feng, asking, "Executive He, what do you propose for advancing this project?" He Feng leaned slightly forward, straightening his posture as he spoke. "There are 3 pressing issues that require resolution. First, the land transfer has not been approved by the provincial government. If we wish to proceed with the bidding process, we must supplement it with the provincial government's approval documents. Second, during the tenure of former County Mayor Zhang Meng, an agreement was drafted to transfer land to Zhang Fuxin's brother, Zhang Fuqiang. Although the agreement was signed, its implementation was stalled following Zhang Meng's downfall and Zhang Fuqiang's subsequent arrest, leaving the matter in limbo. Third, the compensation offered during the land acquisition was rather insufficient, leading to public dissatisfaction and persistent appeals, which poses a significant risk. County Mayor Wei, being a leader of the provincial government, undoubtedly possesses effective solutions. Since you, Wang Xiyuan, aspire to revitalize this stall project, I invite you to address these three thorny issues. The assembly turned their gaze towards Wang Xiyuan, anticipating his response. Wang Xiyuan clasped her hands together, sitting quietly and composed. Chapter 47. The Deputy Governor's Departure. Wang Xiyuan smiled confidently, asserting, since I have raised these issues, I must have contingency plans. Otherwise, it would merely be fanciful conjecture. As for the first challenge, I shall take the lead. Addressing the provincial government is a matter of a mere word. The second issue may be more intricate. So I request Executive Yifeng to swiftly clarify the legal aspects to ensure the Lychee Garden project land meets the standards for clean land. Regarding the third issue of public appeals and stability, I ask Secretary Mai to spearhead the communication efforts with the local Huayuan Street office to ensure the public's grievances are addressed and do not escalate further. Yifeng and my Montsong exchanged reluctant glances and nodded in agreement. Wang Xiyuan beamed with the smile of a victor and turned to Wang Xiyuan, courteously inquiring, Secretary Wang, do you have any further comments on this matter? Wang Xiyuan returned a measured smile and replied, the county mayor's proactive approach and vigorous spirit are commendable and worthy of emulation. Once the land in Lychee Garden is formalized, the development of residential properties over the expanse of over 900 acres will indeed be a significant undertaking. I wonder how County Mayor Wei intends to proceed with the transfer? Through an agreement, Wang Xiyuan replied with unwavering conviction. I will oversee this matter thoroughly to prevent a repeat of the tragedy where Zhang Meng and his relatives divided the land. I believe that bidding would be a better approach to ensure fairness and transparency, Wang Xiyuan suggested. In truth, is it not all merely a formality? Wang Xiyuan chuckled, giving her a meaningful wink. It was evident that his fervent and impassioned push for the Lychee Garden project was aimed at attracting the real estate enterprises he desired. The adage wealth brings demise, and greed leads to ruin also holds true for certain officials within the bureaucracy. Wang Xiyuan, with a measured smile, voiced her dissent. I propose we pause this project, as it does not align with the county committee's developmental direction and carries substantial risk. Wang Xiyuan was taken aback, and the other attendees were equally astonished. Their previous dialogue had led them to believe she had no objections. Secretary Wang, what do you mean by that? We are already discussing the mode of transfer. Why do you suddenly oppose it? Wang Xiyuan inquired with displeasure. Wang Xiyuan replied calmly. The county committee's priorities lie in maintaining the advantages of distinctive agriculture, strengthening traditional industries, attracting high-tech, emerging enterprises, and establishing a cultural and creative industry hub. The real estate sector is not a primary focus for the county committee. Secretary Wang, we are in an era of leapfrog development. Your approach is as constricted as that of a footbound woman. Your steps are too small and out of sync with the times. Yifeng had always followed Wang Xiyuan, and upon hearing those words, he let out a cold laugh, remarking that taking too large a step could lead to a misstep. A few attendees stifled their laughter. Wang Xiyuan's expression darkened. Just as he was about to retort, Lin Ruilong added fuel to the fire, stating in a grave tone that not long ago, Secretary Qin Huaiming from Municipal Committee had visited for an inspection and expressed full approval of the county committee's primary development strategies and layout. He even personally visited the Lychee Garden project, instructing that the relationship between industrial development and land use must be resolved, as well as the balance between pursuing economic benefits and safeguarding the interests of the community, and the need to reconcile rapid progress with adherence to regulations. Before he could finish, Wang Xiyuan interjected rather rudely, asking if Secretary Qin had stated that real estate development should not be undertaken at the Lychee Garden. Wang Xiyuan chimed in, asserting that Secretary Qin supported her idea of establishing an industrial park at the Lychee Garden, which effectively opposed real estate development. She quoted him, saying that county-level economies should not be solely focused on land or real estate, but should be precisely positioned with a long-term perspective to avoid the pitfalls of hollow industries and excessive debt, or else it would lead to endless repercussions. She did not wish to leverage the municipal secretary, but Wang Xiyuan was obstinate, like a troublemaker intent on disrupting the favorable situation, leaving her no choice but to invoke Qin Huaiming's name. Wei Xian acknowledged this with a casual "oh," smiling as if he had nothing more to say. Just when everyone thought he was at a loss, he brandished his phone in the air, a smug grin on his face, and declared loudly that a colleague from the provincial government had informed him that Vice Governor Ma would be visiting Yun County for an inspection next week. The former leader had specifically requested to see the lychee garden. Let us see how the provincial leaders will instruct then. This statement caused an uproar in the room. The Minister of United Front Work, Du Chunsheng, and Su Rongda, seated closely together, wore ingratiating smiles. Du Chunsheng remarked that the county chief was impressive. Having only been here for 2 weeks, provincial leaders were already coming for an inspection, and they looked forward to the blessings and significant projects Vice Governor Ma would bring to the county. Su Rongda echoed this sentiment, noting that it had been several years since provincial leaders last visited the county for an inspection, and they were eagerly anticipating it. Wang Xiyuan, a member of the Standing Committee and Deputy County Chief, inquired with a smile whether Vice Governor Ma was coming directly to their county or stopping by the city first, asking if they were merely a point of interest. Wei Xian replied that he would be inspecting only Yun County, spending a whole day here and staying overnight. He relished the banter with his subordinates, enjoying their harmonious exchange. Clearly, if Ma Shurtu were to visit, it would serve as a platform for him, unless it involved a significant project directly under the provincial government or a major event occurred. Leaders of deputy provincial rank or above typically did not conduct inspections at the county level. Wang Xiyuan observed that Wei Xian had finally played his trump card. Yet she was not as astonished as the other leaders, for she had already anticipated that Wei Xian would invite Ma Shurtu down, a prediction also made by Su Ting. Thus, she merely smiled lightly and suggested that County Chief Wei coordinate with the provincial government office to confirm whether Ma would come, when he would arrive, and what he would inspect, urging him to take the lead in organizing the reception and research work. She then stepped back, effectively shirking responsibility. If Ma Shurtu were to support Wei Xian's reckless actions, she had clearly opposed such ideas in the county committee's standing meeting. Yin Bing and other responsible colleagues had taken meeting minutes and would be compiling a summary. As the afternoon drew to a close, Su Ting entered room 701. Wang Xiyuan stood before the window, gazing at the distant scenery. Beyond the weathered county town, to the north lay the mountains, and to the south, the sea. Secretary, this is the speech draft for the Disciplinary Education Month Mobilization Meeting, which has been reviewed by the Discipline Inspection Commission and Director Yin, Su Ting said as he placed the folder on her desk. The research department was responsible for drafting the speeches of the county party secretary, and Su Ting had often assisted her with materials, which she appreciated greatly. This was a customary task, as the county held disciplinary education activities every year in August and September. She turned back, casting a fleeting glance at him, and inquired, "You attended the standing committee meeting today. What are your thoughts?" There is a saying in the Bible, if God wishes to destroy someone, he first drives them to madness. For a time, Wang Xiyuan believed that after Wang Ziding's emergence, Ma Shurtu had spared her. However, it seemed otherwise. A faint smile crossed her lips as she sank back into the armchair, gently rocking. "Boss, I confess, I underestimated Ma Shurtu's influence. He uses others as instruments of his revenge, leaving the perpetrator unharmed." Su Ting spoke of using Zhang Meng's report to bring down Ma Shurtu, only for Zhang Meng to face his own downfall. But now, Zhang Meng had fallen, while Ma Shurtu remained unscathed. Ma Shurtu had cast Zhang Meng aside. His actions were not just vengeful, but also a strategic move for Wei Xian's arrival. Had he not recently secured his position, it was likely he would have been promoted long ago. Wang Xiyuan understood that Ma Shurtu was aware she had manipulated Zhang Meng, leading to his downfall. The fact that Ma Shurtu had not only lost his position, but had been used as a pawn must have left him deeply dissatisfied. Chapter 48. The county head personally pulls strings. Wang Xiyuan chuckled softly, mused that a former vice governor who had once been the party secretary of Guangxing was not a mere small clerk for her to manipulate. Yet, she admired his courage. Under his planning, she had evaded a calamity, and for that, she felt grateful and acknowledged his charm. Lowering her voice, she remarked, "The upcoming troubles will be even greater." The real estate enterprises brought in by Wei Xian present 2 possibilities. First, a shell company that acquires land at a low price through undisclosed agreements only to sell it at a premium, the construction company involved may lack the necessary strength, raising concerns about potential financial collapse in abandoned projects. Second, he might introduce a legitimate real estate firm that still acquires land cheaply but may secretly spend exorbitant amounts, leading to shoddy construction and violations that could create endless problems. The implications of such interests are chilling. Then we must not allow him to succeed. Su Ting's gaze was sharp, resolute as a mountain. Wang Xiyuan glanced at him, a playful smile escaping her lips, with Ma Shirtu personally backing him. Do you think you can thwart his plans? One must be willing to risk everything to bring down an emperor. What do you propose to do? Let us keep it confidential for now. Be cautious. Do not fall before the battle is won, as I still need you. At this point, she suddenly blushed, her expression exuding a flirtatious charm. I am untroubled. The real danger lies with you. Su Ting gazed at her tenderly, displaying a protective demeanor. Me? Old Ma is coming for an inspection and specifically wants to stay the night, Wang Xiyuan sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Indeed, she added. Wang Xiyuan remarked that Old Ma has grown weary of her. If Old Ma arrives, it seems he desires her company. The arrival of soldiers shall be met with generals, and the flooding waters shall be countered by the earth. I will absolutely not permit any other man to lay a finger on my woman. Su Ting straightened his imposing figure, akin to a valiant warrior prepared to detonate explosives to destroy a bridge. Wang Xiyuan felt a rush of warmth in her heart, nearly moved to tears, yet she restrained herself, opting instead for a light laugh. This is the office, during working hours. Refrain from speaking frivolously. That evening, Wei Xian extended an invitation to the leadership team for drinks, and Wang Xiyuan, unable to decline, joined in. After consuming several glasses, she felt somewhat lightheaded. Upon returning to her residence in the family compound behind the county committee at 10 o'clock, just as she was about to take a shower, Wei Xian from the second compound knocked and entered the living room. The attendant designated to serve Wang Xiyuan, Xiao Hong, promptly brought over tea. Wang Xiyuan invited him to take a seat, smiling as she inquired, Director Wei, what brings you here? A phone call would suffice. What need is there for a phone call for such a short distance? That would be rather impersonal, Wei Xian remarked, his gaze wandering over her chest and collarbone. Then please, speak your mind, Wang Xiyuan replied, sipping her tea leisurely. There's not much to it. I merely came to recognize the place and reminisce with you. Wang Xiyuan chuckled, responding, Director, you jest. We have only just met, haven't we? No, you were prone to forgetfulness. When you brought reporters to interview Governor Ma, I was the one who escorted you into his office. You were younger and more spirited then, and 5 years have passed. I have not forgotten you. With the influence of alcohol, Wei Xian's words took on a suggestive tone. But now, you're even more captivating, more enchanting. Is that so? I appreciate your compliment. Wang Xiyuan replied gracefully, suddenly asking, Is your wife moving here? Is your child in elementary or middle school? She was subtly reminding him that he was a married man with children. Wei Xian, clearly realizing her intent, chuckled awkwardly. I won't be here for long. They will, of course, remain in the provincial capital. How delightful that I am free. The freedom of party members and officials is, however, limited, Wang Xiyuan remarked. Wei Xian laughed heartily and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Hong, the young girl serving tea. After receiving a slight nod from Wang Xiyuan, she quietly retreated and closed the door, hiding in the eastern wing of the house. Xiyuan, do you not feel lonely living here alone? He asked, placing his tea cup down and intertwining his fingers, gazing intently at her. Not lonely, she replied. Do you have a man in your life? Wang Xiyuan, suppressing her emotions, allowed her smile to fade. Director Wei, is that not a rather presumptuous question? Who is he? What does my relationship status have to do with you? The only reasons I allowed you in are that you're the county director, and I assumed you came to discuss work. If we are to delve into such trivial matters, I must ask you to leave. Wang Xiyuan firmly dismissed him. You have grown more composed, yet your essence remains unchanged. You are still that little firecracker, Wei Xian chuckled, adding, I heard you were getting closer to a handsome gentleman from the county committee office, and rumors have circulated? Young, handsome, and robust. Director Wei, I believe there are 2 young women from the county office who are even closer to you. Shall I report their names? Wei Xian's indiscretion was evident. He had only been in office for a week and had already entangled himself with two ambitious young female officials, a matter that had spread within a limited circle. Yet, Wei Xian remained unconcerned. Very well, let's not speak of that, he continued, keeping his gaze fixed on her, attempting to discern any shift in her expression, but he failed. Wang Xiyuan had mastered the art of concealing her emotions. He lifted his cup of tea and took a sip, his expression shifting suddenly. You know why my boss is here for research, right? No. Well, since you won't speak, I shall. Wei Xian coldly huffed. First, support me. I am determined to secure the Lychee Garden project, and no one can stand in my way. To put it bluntly, I will slay any Buddha or deity that obstructs me. Wang Xiyuan chuckled softly. Which company? Yours or Olma's? That is of no concern to you. Just know, do not jeopardize my endeavors. Wei Xian's tone carried a hint of menace. And the second point? Support you. Old Ma has been pining for you. After all these years, you remain the one woman he cannot possess. I will arrange a hotel and create the right opportunities. You know what to do. This way, you will firmly secure the position of secretary, and in due time, be promoted to deputy mayor. Wang Xiyuan gazed at him coldly, taking a long moment before responding. So you're not here to become the county head. You are here to solicit me. Wei Xian's expression froze, anger flaring. Wang Xiyuan, I am creating an opportunity for your advancement. Do you wish to endure another term? By then, you will be 40, and if you cannot secure a deputy department position, your career will be finished. Perhaps you could merely linger until retirement, hoping for a spot on the City People's Congress as vice chairman. I believe enduring is a form of cultivation. I rather enjoy my self-imposed trials. Wang Xiyuan teased with a smile. Do not refuse my goodwill. Wei Xian suddenly displayed his fury, slamming the teacup down on the table, glaring at her. If you continue to disobey, you may find even the opportunity to endure slipping away. What? Is old Ma planning to strip me of my official title? What do you think? Wang Xiyuan laughed heartily, waving her hand dismissively. You may leave. Our ambitions do not align. Previously, she had chosen to submit herself to protect her father's reputation, but now that threat had vanished. The mere title of a county committee secretary held no sway over her. Chapter 49. The drunken county head, you possess such a seductive and vibrant form, and you choose not to utilize it? Are you foolish? When age diminishes your beauty, no one will desire you. Wei Xian's lascivious gaze roamed over her. You should direct that comment toward your wife. She works at the reception office of the Zhuzhou Municipal Committee, does she not? I wonder which male leader she is currently toasting with. Wang Xiyuan regarded him with pity, a cold smile crossing her lips. You will regret this. The fact that his wife had once humiliated him was common knowledge among those in the provincial government. Stung by the revelation, he furiously smashed a white porcelain cup and stormed out of courtyard 1. Wang Xiyuan rose with a smile, exiting the living room. Once she saw his figure vanish beyond the gate, she closed the door and retrieved a recording pen from beneath the coffee table. Checking it to confirm that all of Wei Xian's words had been captured, she instructed Xiao Hong to secure the courtyard door, tidied up the room, and, after a shower, lay down in bed, her thoughts in turmoil. Given the delicacy of the matter, she felt it inappropriate to discuss it with her friends in the capital or Zhuzhou, so she decided to confide in her man instead. She dialed Su Ting's number and, upon learning he was home alone, playfully said, in the stillness of the night, I often think of you, especially when I am wronged. Wei Xian? Yes. She briefly recounted the events. Su Ting fumed, scoundrel. With this year's reshuffle, my position as county committee secretary may soon be untenable. As I topple, the trees fall and the monkeys scatter my dear trinkets. Fear not, they shall not fall. Trust me, both Wei Xian and old Ma will meet their demise before the transition of power. Su Ting proclaimed with unwavering confidence. What ground do I have to trust you, my 24-year-old young lover? My darling, are you not engrossed in history? Countless officials have been demoted. Once their oppressors are ousted, those suppressed officials often regain their positions, and some even ascend 3 ranks, like Direngia. After adversity comes prosperity. Tomorrow will indeed be brighter. Wang Xiyuan chuckled. You are so earnest in your efforts to console me. You know my character best. I am not overly despondent. I relish power and authority. Yet I would not be utterly heartbroken if it were to vanish. Instead, I find myself intrigued by what tricks you might still have up your sleeve. Anticipate the splendid performance tomorrow night, replied Su Ting, his voice tinged with excitement. Tomorrow? Are you not aware? These past few days, there has been a scramble to invite the county magistrate to dinner, and tomorrow it will be the turn of the publicity minister, Su Rongda, to host. Su Ting mentioned, adding that Prevailed and his lovely wife would also be in attendance. What are your intentions? My dear boss, there are matters you need not concern yourself with. Rest easy. Very well, I do feel quite fatigued. Farewell. After hanging up, Wang Xiyuan, her cheeks flushed, pondered the man who captivated her so, before drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Prevailed sought out Su Ting, and the two engaged in a confidential discussion behind closed doors for an hour. Once dismissive of Su Ting, Prevailed had transformed his disdain into jealousy, and now he sought a sincere collaboration with him. At 7:30 p.m., within the most lavish private room of the Emperor Restaurant, County Magistrate Wang Xiyuan, Publicity Minister Su Rongda, Standing Committee Vice County Chief Lao Li, Director of the County Office Li Jinzhong, along with a dozen individuals from the Publicity Department and the County Office, commenced an evening filled with laughter and toasts. Among the attendees were three enchanting women. Director of the Reception Office Xu Lan from the County Office, Office Director Li Qian from the Publicity Department, and Prevailed fiancée Yi Wu Mei. Xu Lan, at 30, exuded the beauty and charm of a mature woman, yet her allure paled in comparison to Wu Mei, whose captivating fox-like eyes ensnared the souls of men. Wu Mei possessed an uncanny ability to entice, subtly igniting desire in those around her. Li Qian was considered a striking beauty within the Publicity Department, yet she could not hold a candle to the two aforementioned women. After a single glance, Wang Xiyuan did not spare her a second. As for Xu Lan, he had already tasted her allure on his 5th day in office, while Wu Mei remained a novelty. Having only just met her today, for a man with a penchant for beauty, the allure of the new always eclipsed the old. The more, the merrier. With several new faces present, Su Rongda introduced each one in turn. Upon introducing Wu Mei, seated beside Prevailed, Su Rongda jovially remarked, "This is the fiancée of our Deputy Minister Prevailed, preparing to wed during the National Day festivities. This couple is inseparable, always together. It is said that she insisted on joining the county magistrate for dinner tonight, eager to witness his grandeur. She is an outstanding young entrepreneur in our county, the owner of a cultural dissemination company, excelling in advertising for major county events. A remarkably capable and stunning young woman." Wang Xiyuan's gaze lingered on her for quite some time, though he endeavored to maintain an air of composure, smiling as he commented, "Indeed, Yin Province is a land rich in beauty. Every day brings forth surprises. Each night new delights." Xiao Qingyun quipped. Xu Lan, with a charming smile, declared, "The horizontal banner reads, traveling day and night." The crowd erupted into laughter. Wang Xiyuan, tears of mirth glistening in his eyes, playfully pointed at the several enchanting women and remarked, "You all are truly amusing." Unperturbed, Xu Lan replied, "Indeed, it is quite entertaining. Mr. Wu's advertising design skills are exceptional. Everyone adores them for their realism." The audience paused in surprise before bursting into laughter once more. Prevail's expression darkened slightly. Wu Mei, her cheeks flushed, momentarily transformed her indignation into delightful laughter, exclaiming, "Sister Xu Lan, you jest, as if you are not realistic." Xu Lan, momentarily taken aback, allowed a flicker of annoyance to flash in her eyes, but quickly masked it with laughter. Being seasoned veterans of the social scene, both beautiful and playful, Wang Xiyuan found himself increasingly enamored with Wu Mei. As she was introduced to the crowd, she was playfully teased, prompting her to respond with grace and charm. In her sweetest voice, she exclaimed, "Today is truly an honor. I have finally met my idol. County Chief Wei, from the moment you arrived in Shanyun, I have heard tales of your illustrious reputation, described as charming, cultured, handsome, and particularly considerate of the fairer sex. Thus, I implore my husband to allow me this outing. Meeting you in person has left me utterly exhilarated. My heart has been quietly exclaiming in delight. To me, you're like a star." At this moment, she playfully nudged Prevailed, teasingly saying, "Look at you, over 30 and still just a deputy section chief. And here he is, barely in his 20s, already a county chief." Turning to Mr. Wu, she inquired, "Do you have any issues with your eyesight?" The county chief is grinning from ear to ear. "I am considerably older than your husband, at 36. "Really? That is hard to believe," she exclaimed, astonished. "You possess such smooth skin, a youthful appearance, and an aura of confidence that only a successful man in his 30s can exude." The crowd chuckled, echoing her compliments. "Look at you. The disparity between you and the county chief is vast," Wu Mei lamented, pushing Ko Wei-liang playfully. "Alas, it's true. Comparisons can be disheartening." Su Rong laughed heartily, suggesting, "Then you might as well pursue the county chief." "Oh dear, what a pity. He is a married man," Wu Mei said, lowering her gaze with a hint of sorrow. Chapter 50. The policewoman captures the county chief. Shao Qingyun interjected, "The county chief is also a married man." "Indeed. Shao County Chief, your words hold wisdom. I almost overlooked that," Wei Xian remarked with a chuckle, chiding him lightly. Shao Qingyun smiled awkwardly. Shulan came to the rescue, stating, "Some women have a preference for married men. They tend to understand romance better." At this, her cheeks flushed. The laughter returned, and the understanding was palpable. This rather attractive married woman, seeking advancement, had found herself in Wei Xian's bed just 5 days after the county chief's arrival, all arranged by her husband. Some still remain oblivious. Wu Mei's words reignited the jovial atmosphere, leading the crowd to laughter filled with innuendo and ease. Only Ko Wei-liang's smile appeared awkward and despondent. Wei Xian's gaze towards Wu Mei grew more fervent and eager. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the toast reached a crescendo. Ko Wei-liang and Wu Mei appear to be in perfect harmony, frequently toasting the county chief. Naturally, others were unwilling to fall behind. By 9 o'clock, the county chief had consumed over a gin of liquor, his mind in a haze. Su Rongda felt it was time to intervene, suggesting the conclusion of the drinking session, especially with the formalities to be arranged for Governor Ma's inspection the following day, and Vice Mayor Huang Xingwang scheduled to arrive early for a pre-inspection. However, the inebriated county chief waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "What a delightful evening. Let us continue the second half." Su Rongda urged, "County chief, it's enough. You cannot drink anymore." "I didn't mention drinking, but rather playing cards, engaging in do di zhu." Wei Xian pointed to the director of the county office, Li Jinzong, saying, "Right here, let us head to my room." On his very first day in office, Wei Xian had arranged for the county office to rent a suite at the Shangyun Hotel, establishing it as his second residence. His summons to and dalliance with Shulan took place in room 608. A few minutes later, Su Rongda, Shao Qingyun, and other leaders tactfully departed, leaving behind Li Qian, Shulan, Wu Mei, Li Jinzong, Ko Wei-liang, and the county chief secretary. In the suite, after sipping tea for a while, Wei Xian felt his intoxication waning somewhat. Li Jinzong suggested, "Wei-liang, Secretary Lin, and Li Qian, let us go play mahjong. We're not particularly adept at do di zhu." Both Secretary Lin and Li Qian agreed and stood to leave, while Ko Wei-liang offered an awkward smile, casting a lingering glance at Wu Mei. "Let us go. I lost over 2,000 to you last time. Tonight I must win it back," Li Jinzong said, pushing Ko Wei-liang out. Thus, only Wei Xian, Shulan, and Wu Mei remained in the room. Shulan, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, resolved to perform her role as a competent matchmaker and opened a fresh deck of cards, stating, "County chief, let's drink and play." "Very well, bring the red wine." Wu Mei, already flushed from earlier drinks, exclaimed in a sweet voice, "County chief, you're quite the spirited one. I can hardly manage. My head is spinning." "Alcohol enhances one's prowess," Wei Xian remarked, his gaze lingering meaningfully on her. Then drifting to her ample bosom, noticing that the strap of her sundress had slipped, revealing a glimpse of her fair, delicate skin. When Shulan went to fetch the wine, Wu Mei picked up the cards to shuffle, but fumbled awkwardly. "Allow me." Wei Xian reached for the cards, but Wu Mei withheld them. He seized her hand instead, caressing her smooth, delicate fingers, while his foot, now free of its shoe, glided along her soft thigh. "County chief, you truly are inebriated." Wu Mei's face flushed deeper as she lowered her gaze, withdrawing her hand and shifting slightly away. Wei Xian smiled at her, thinking, what are you trying to portray? Upon Shulan's return, the three engaged in drinking red wine and playing do di zhu for about 10 minutes, until Shulan's phone rang, prompting her to say, County Chief, Ms. Wu, you two carry on. I'll take this call. Shulan exited, gently closing the door behind her. Wei Xian swirled his wine glass, clinked it against Wu Mei's, and smiled. It's just you and me now, a world for two. Let us share a toast. To you. May I ask for your continued support, County Chief? Wu Mei, in a charming manner, raised her glass, and both took a hearty sip. What support are you referring to? Alas, County Chief, your questions are somewhat disingenuous. A small company can thrive with just a flicker of your attention. The outcome now hinges on your performance. Wei Xian remarked, placing his hand upon her elegantly exposed thigh. Nearby, at the Shanyun Grand Hotel, Su Ting stood conversing with Mai Jia, who was clad in her summer police uniform. Su, you scoundrel, where's the fighting happening? Let me remind you, filing a false police report is against the law, she asserted, her hand instinctively reaching to her waist where the handcuffs clinked ominously. Earlier, that group from the food stall seemed poised for a brawl, yet now they were sharing camaraderie. Look, he pointed to a table outside a street-facing shop, where patrons were joyously drinking, some adorned with tattoos and exuding a fierce demeanor. Are you luring me here under false pretenses, hoping to treat me to a late-night snack? Mai Jian nodded playfully, revealing her charming dimples. All right, let's go, she teased, playfully punching him. Just kidding. I'm on duty today. Besides, I must maintain my figure by skipping dinner. Very well, Su Ting shifted the topic. Is there any update on Zhao Tizhu's case? None. The investigation has hit a wall. As she furrowed her brow in dismay, her elegantly arched eyebrows dipped, and her pouting lips made her appear irresistibly cute. Su Ting sighed. It's quite tangled, with layers of protection involved. Would you dare to apprehend a corrupt official? Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? Mai Jia declared boldly. You are a true guardian of the people. Su Ting commended her with an enthusiastic thumbs up. At that moment, Mai Jia's radio crackled to life. Officer 0371, are you near the Shanyun Grand Hotel? Yes, I am. There has been a report of suspected rape in room 608. Please gather your team and proceed to the scene immediately. Understood. I'm on my way. By. Mai Jia responded, quickly rallying two male officers as they dashed into the hotel. Upon reaching room 608, the sounds of a woman weeping and a man gasping filled the air. With a swift kick, she forced the door open, revealing a man sprawled across the sofa. The woman's red dress was torn, exposing her fair skin, her face bruised and swollen, as she struggled and pleaded for mercy. Stop right there, the officer commanded fiercely. One of her teammates began capturing the man's heinous actions on camera. Startled, the man turned to face the young officer, a smirk creeping onto his face as he stood up and taunted. What do you want? Do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are, Mai Jia retorted, swiftly knocking him to the ground and cuffing his hands behind his back. You have a right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence against you. Caught off guard by the officer's skill and audacity, the man found his mouth pressed into the carpet, unable to utter a word. Chapter 51. The county chief's fury having subdued the suspect, the officer then helped the woman, who had managed to don her dress again, to her feet, draping a bathrobe around her to cover her exposed skin. Did you make the call for help? No, I didn't. Report it. I had no chance and was too afraid to do so, the woman sobbed. Mai Jia pressed further. Were you coerced? Were you resisting the entire time? I harbor no desire to engage in intimacy with him, yet he insists, and despite my persistent resistance, I eventually found myself drained of strength. Vei Mei, you are utterly deranged. It was you who seduced me, seeking to cling to me, flirting coyly. Yet when it came to the final act, you recoiled, a true pervert. Suddenly, the man recalled something, his eyes blazing with fury as he bellowed. Are you plotting against me? Wu Mei, with a pitiable shake of her head, implored. No. I haven't. I had no idea someone reported it. I simply do not wish for that tonight. The man attempted to rise, but his hands were restrained, rendering him powerless. Writhing on the ground like a maggot, shouting, Stop recording! He noticed a team member was diligently filming with a body camera. My Jia approached him, sneering. Are you a pig? Why are you making such a racket? With that, she delivered a sharp kick to his abdomen, causing him to yelp in pain. Scoundrel! A woman's consent is paramount. Even if you were her husband, disregarding her wishes is a crime. My Jia instructed another team member secure the scene, expedite the investigation, and collect evidence. The man, in a fit of anger and desperation, shouted, Open your eyes and see who I am. Very well, I was just about to interrogate you. What is your name? Age? Occupation? I am Wang Xiyuan, the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, the newly appointed county head. Mais j'ai expression shifted dramatically. She paused in shock for a few seconds before crouching down to scrutinize him. Incredulity etched on her face. You're the county head? Wang Xiyuan, realizing she recognized him, expected her to be terrified and promptly knelt to apologize, requesting the release of his handcuffs. To his surprise, my Jia chuckled derisively, retorting, I am the director of the Public Security Bureau. How could a county head stoop to such base behavior? Cease your slander against county officials, or you shall incur further charges. Now, accompany me to the police station. With remarkable strength, my Jia yanked him upright, pushing him toward the exit. Wang Xiyuan, indignant, growled, I truly am the county head. Release me at once, or I shall ensure your dismissal by tomorrow. To my knowledge, there is currently no county head in Shenyang County. This ruse of yours is both tired and clumsy. I am the acting county head, and an election is imminent. Once concluded, the position will be mine. Enough of your prattle, move. My Jia, wholly unconvinced, kicked him again. The impact, delivered by her police boots, made Wang Xiyuan grimace in pain. Wu Mei, tell her I am indeed the county head. Wu Mei, who had been lost in sorrow, finally regained her senses and urgently stated, Officer, he truly is the county head. Wang Xiyuan, Wei county head. At that moment, Su Lan returned. More than half an hour earlier, she had left under pretense, reluctantly granting the county head to Wu Mei, hoping to incite their liaison. 10 minutes prior, she had eavesdropped at the door, overhearing scandalous exchanges within, prompting her to stomp in frustration and walk away while dialing a number. Upon hearing from the lobby manager about the police's arrival, she rushed back to the 6th floor, only to be taken aback by the scene before her, nearly fainting in shock. She hurried forward to intervene, but my Jia swiftly pushed her aside. Su Lan est bien furiously. He truly is county headway. You have apprehended the wrong person. Release him at once. Wang Xiyuan finally spotted someone coming to his rescue and shouted in exasperation. Su Lan, quickly call Lei Tingfeng. Get this scoundrel of a police officer dismissed by tomorrow. The prince is as guilty as the commoner. Whether you're the county magistrate or not, I witnessed you committing the heinous act of rape tonight, and the evidence is irrefutable. There is nothing more to discuss. We must head to the police station. Let us deal with the criminal detention first. You bastard, I did not complete it. It was an attempt. Wang Xiyuan protested desperately. My Jia shook her head and sighed. You see, you have admitted it yourself. However, whether completed or attempted, it is still a crime. We shall await the investigation and the results. Wang Xiyuan's eyes widened in fury. Are you out of your mind? It is you who are insane. If you truly are the acting county magistrate and could commit such atrocious, beastly acts, then you are unworthy of your position and should be dismissed immediately. As she spoke, my Jia forcefully pushed aside the obstructing Su Lan and propelled Wang Xiyuan out of the room. Despite the police tape already being set up at the door, other guests, drawn by the commotion, emerged to witness the spectacle, snapping photos and recording videos. Su Lan, both anxious and furious, hurried forward to prevent others from filming. Wu Mei, prior to exiting, donned a hat and mask to conceal her identity and followed suit. Wang Xiyuan, with his head lowered, wore an expression of both shame and anger. By the time Li Jinzong, Ku Weiliang, and the county magistrate's secretary rushed down to intercept, my Jia had already escorted Wang Xiyuan and Wu Mei into the police vehicle, which drove towards the Huayuan police station. Awaiting my Jia at the station was Director Wang Zhangwo, who, upon seeing her, unleashed a tirade of anger, mixed with sycophancy towards the county magistrate, exhibiting signs of a fragmented psyche. My Jia, are you out of your mind? How dare you arrest the county magistrate? You have the audacity of a bear and a leopard combined. This is lawlessness. Unruly wretch, release those handcuffs immediately. Noticing her standing still, he signaled to a team member behind her, who promptly proceeded to unlock the cuffs for the magistrate. County magistrate, I sincerely apologize. It is our failure to manage the team properly. This young officer has been on the job for less than 2 months and is unfamiliar with the regulations, acting recklessly in her enforcement. The county magistrate huffed, readjusted his glasses, and scrutinized my jia with renewed seriousness before suddenly delivering a resounding slap across her cheek. My jia, already aware that he was the deputy secretary of the county committee, felt a wave of dread wash over her, momentarily stunned and unable to evade. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, leaving 5 distinct bruises on her delicate face, causing blood to trickle from her mouth, with tears welling in her eyes. My jia indignantly retorted, "How dare you assault a police officer?" as she reached for her expandable baton at her waist. She was fortunate not to possess the qualification to carry a firearm. Otherwise, she might have drawn her weapon. Wang Xiyuan immediately barked, "My jia, what are you doing? Stand still. That is an order. Not only will I strike you, but I will also have you dismissed. Immediately fire her." Wei Xian commanded, furious beyond measure. Wang Xiyuan, taken aback by the county magistrate's slap towards my jia, realized this would only exacerbate the conflict. Observing my jia's bewildered expression, he feared her fiery temperament, knowing she was not one to be trifled with, especially since her father was my man Song. To prevent any further unruly actions, he hastily pushed my jia aside and turned back to the magistrate, ingratiatingly saying, "County magistrate, please calm down. It is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. No worries. You surely have nothing to concern yourself with. Allow me to escort you back." Wei Xian, visibly agitated, cast a disdainful glance at my jia, directing his ire towards Wang Xiyuan. "If you cannot handle this matter, then you may as well leave. Take me back." Chapter 52. Dismissal of the police flower soon. The county chief departed unscathed, while Wu Mei was taken to the waiting room by the deputy director. Within the precinct, my jia stood in the wind, silently shedding tears. The salty drops mingled with blood as they trickled to her neck, leaving her in a state of profound discomfort and indignation. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Su Ting. His voice was clear, calm, and resolute. "Listen to me, do not respond. I was at the scene and heard everything. You apprehended someone you should not have, and the political ramifications outweigh the legal facts. Thus, this matter will inevitably be suppressed. However, justice may be delayed, but it shall not be absent. Amidst this chaos, copy the evidence from the body camera and ensure that no one else is aware." Understood. In that moment, she realized that Su Ting was her most trustworthy ally. After ending the call and wiping her tears, she turned to her loyal team member and reassured him, "Xiao Lu, this is not your fault. You will not be dismissed. So rest easy." Xiao Lu nodded, concern etched on his face. "My jia, are you all right?" "I am fine. Please hand me the camera." Half an hour later, Wang Xiyuan returned to the precinct, immediately announcing that my jia was suspended for investigation, confiscating all evidence and materials collected that evening. He then summoned her to his office, shutting the door behind them for a reprimand. His face darkened as he inquired, "Have you submitted all the evidence?" My jia, feeling defiant, nodded in response. "During the brief interval when I escorted the county chief, did you tamper with anything?" His gaze fell upon the body camera on the desk. "No," my jia replied. Her spirits dampened, uttering just 2 words. Wang Xiyuan glared at her, exhaling deeply and chastised. "My jia, I can no longer tolerate your behavior. The Zhao Taizhu incident has yet to settle, and today you've gone too far by directly detaining the county chief. Why didn't you arrest the provincial governor as well? As long as he commits a crime, he should be apprehended." My jia lifted her chin defiantly. Wang Xiyuan's temper flared, and he slammed his hand on the table, rising to point an accusatory finger at her. "My jia, do not presume that having a powerful father grants you carte blanche. He is the county chief, a leader parachuted in from the province, with far greater authority than your father. His influence is substantial. If he wishes to eliminate you, it would be as effortless as squashing a bug. Director Wang, does being the county chief grant him immunity from the law? Does it allow him to assault women? Is there no justice in Shangyin County? If the police do not apprehend criminals and instead shield their misdeeds, they are unworthy of the title of police officer. My Jia retorted vehemently. Who claims he has committed a crime? That was mutual consent. You are infringing upon the privacy of a government official. Mutual consent? He clearly forced her. Had I arrived a moment later, Wu Mei would have been violated. My Jia's face flushed as she spoke. Subsequent investigations revealed that Wang Xiyuan, in the end, did not partake in the last morsel of flesh. He was merely a breath away. Wang Jiangwo smirked coldly. You truly are naive. Do you not know who Wu Mei is? She is a femme fatale, a public bus. After a brief pause, he sat down and spoke in a gentler tone, stating that Wu Mei had already voluntarily confessed. She was engaged in role-playing with the county chief, and it had become rather intense. Impossible. Wu Mei was fiercely resisting, and I saw it clearly. When I first inquired, she expressed her unwillingness and resistance. Moreover, Wang Xiyuan has a wife and children. He is committing adultery and violating moral conduct. Enough. My Jia, you are still quite young and inexperienced, and there are many truths you simply do not comprehend. Heed my advice and do not involve yourself in this matter. No, I must interfere. Why should a worker be detained for merely touching a girl's backside, while Wang Xiyuan attempts rape and faces no consequences? This is your first lesson in being a police officer. Wang Jiangwo fumed, his head nearly steaming with anger. How could this obstinate girl be so oblivious? If it weren't for your father, my man-song, I wouldn't be sharing these heartfelt words with you. This is also your final lesson. If you refuse to comply, then leave. My Jia coldly smiled, producing her officer's badge, unfastening her tactical belt, and removing her police cap, tossing them onto the table as she strode out. Wang Jiangwo trembled with rage, ready to roar, when suddenly the landline rang. Without even glancing, he shouted, You better speak up. Wang Jiangwo, who are you cursing? I am the county chief. My apologies, county chief. I just finished reprimanding my Jia and thought it was her calling back. Have you dismissed her? Wang Jiangwo chose his words carefully. County chief, as you know, my Jia was recruited through the provincial public security examination and hold the position. Dismissing her requires a substantial justification and thorough procedures. Moreover, her father is Secretary my Mansong. Wang Xiyuan was evidently taken aback and paused before asking, My Mansong? Was she aware of this tonight? That cannot be. She did not know it was you. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to enter. Since her father is my Mansong, she must be dismissed to serve as a warning to others. Wang Jiangwo, I am giving you an opportunity to pledge your loyalty. Handle it as you see fit. The county chief abruptly hung up. Wang Jiangwo silently lamented. He understood that if he dismissed my Jia, he would undoubtedly receive a promotion. The issue was that at 45, his prospects for advancement were limited. Wang Xiyuan was merely gilding his resume, leveraging provincial connections to secure a swift promotion. If that were to happen, he would have alienated my Mansong and the brothers in the county's public security line, reaping the bitter fruits of his actions. Furthermore, dismissing someone was not a matter that could be resolved with mere words from a county chief. Thus, he resolved to maintain a policy of appeasement. An hour later, he made a return call. County chief, I will craft some reasons and propose my Jia's dismissal. The police station will submit the recommendation to the County Public Security Bureau, following the necessary procedures for a meeting to discuss it. Therefore, I must first communicate with the bureau chief, Lei Tingfeng. I spoke with Lei Tingfeng earlier. He was very upset and issued a stern criticism regarding my Jia and your station's actions. However, he is currently on a business trip, and the acting deputy chief, Gan Mingyuan, is overseeing operations. You should contact him. All right, I will reach out to Chief Gan immediately. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jiangwo, puffing on a cigarette, waited for a while, yet Lei Tingfeng did not call. It was evident that his stance was ambiguous. Had he truly intended to dismiss my Jia, he would have undoubtedly called personally. Slamming his hand on the table, he cursed, Damn it, this position of director is truly unbearable. Just like Zhu Beiji gazing into a mirror, feeling out of place both inside and out. After pondering for a while, he first dialed my Mansong's number, and after a conversation lasting several minutes, he He finally spoke to Gan Mingyuan. The three arranged a time and place, convening at the rooftop chess room of Gan Mingyuan's residence for an hour before dispersing. Chapter 53. Tonight, at your home meanwhile. Mai Jia and Su Ting were seated at a barbecue stall by the Yunhe River, indulging in food and drink. Cheers! Mai Jia, her cheeks flushed and her demeanor slightly dazed from drink, exclaimed. Slow down here. Have some food. Su Ting gently took the beer glass from her hand. Over an hour prior, after leaving the police station, she had called Su Ting, who promptly arrived on his electric scooter. She had offered him the opportunity to share a late-night meal, leading them to this spot. Having changed out of her police uniform, Mai Jia donned a casual outfit, a fitted white shirt, sky blue cropped jeans, and stylish high heels, exuding freshness, charm, and youthful vibrance. Su Ting, do you think I can apprehend the county chief tonight? She tilted her head, gazing at him with intoxicated curiosity. Su Ting, resembling an elder brother, smiled encouragingly, of course. You can. The fault lies with them. Then why does everyone say they are blameless? Answer me, please. Not everyone. I stand by your side. Thank you, thank you. I am a bit moved. I'm sorry. Crystalline tears welled in her large eyes. Su Ting offered her a tissue, the silence speaking volumes. After a brief cry, she stabilized her emotions, seemingly recalling something, and half-drunkenly raised her eyebrows. Oh, wait. That night, when Zhao Taiju harassed Pei Yijun and her daughter, you were the one who reported it, and some said you were a refined scoundrel. I nearly apprehended the wrong person. Tonight, you lured me to the Yin Hotel, and then someone reported a case of rape. Why does it always seem to revolve around you? Speak the truth. Did you orchestrate the report tonight? It is somewhat coincidental. Perhaps destiny, he replied. Oh, I see. Mai Jia pointed at him with a mysterious smile, as if she had unraveled a profound truth. Su Ting was taken aback, realizing that she had suddenly become perceptive, recognizing that there was indeed someone orchestrating these events behind the scenes. She was truly a sharp and insightful police officer. Just as he pondered how to respond, Mai Jia unexpectedly pulled up a small stool, sat beside him, and leaned in closer, whispering, Su Ting, you have gone to great lengths just to be near me. Are you utterly infatuated with me? After speaking, she playfully laughed, gave him a light tap, and teased. You naughty boy, you big rascal. Su Ting nearly fainted, stifling a laugh as he hurriedly redirected the conversation back to serious matters, who reported it is not important. What matters is that the county chief is suspected of illegal activities. Mai Jia immediately erupted with righteous indignation. Yes, that scoundrel. The higher one rises, the more they should abide by the law and set an example. Yet he is a true, refined scoundrel. As she raised her glass to drink, Su Ting snatched it away once more. What are you doing? I possess a remarkable capacity for drinking, capable of consuming quite a significant amount. She playfully extended her index finger in mock reproach. Su Ting chuckled and inquired one tale. No, not that. She shook her head gently, the faint scent of her perfume lingering in the air, an indescribable yet delightful fragrance. A pound? No, not that either. Then how much? Just keep drinking. Su Ting laughed heartily. It seems you're not truly intoxicated after all. Are you trying to get me drunk? What are your intentions? To take advantage of me? You scoundrel. If you dare to bully me, I will treat you as if you were a county magistrate and detain you. She playfully attempted to hit him, but her inebriation hindered her coordination, nearly causing her to tumble from her seat. Su Ting, quick-witted and swift, once more steadied her delicate waist, saving her from falling. This time, Mai Jia refrained from chastising him for being lewd. Instead, she propped her chin on one hand and gazed at him in a daze, murmuring, The magistrate's position surpasses my father's. He's powerless against it. I may be dismissed. How disheartening. Su Ting responded, Do not be disheartened. You will not be dismissed. Mai Jia, you are already quite impressive, and I hold you in high regard. You admire me? I feel so inadequate, merely a junior police officer. Do you believe in me? Wei Xian will undoubtedly face punishment. Indeed, my father once sent criminal evidence to the provincial department when he served as a criminal police officer. Mai Jia suddenly realized. Su Ting hastily gestured for her to calm down. No, return the video to me. I will send it to the province. She was resolute, ready to act. Mai Jia, if you send it to the provincial department, Not only will it not resolve the issue with Wei Xian, but it will also bring disaster upon many officials in Shanyan County, including your father, Director Lei Tingfeng, and even myself. Su Ting asserted solemnly, I will handle this. Trust me, Wei Xian will face legal repercussions. Mai Jia questioned doubtfully, how do you intend to proceed? Let's await good news. Half an hour later, Su Ting rode an electric bike with Mai Jia wrapped around his waist, her body pressed against his back. Both singing the Cantonese song The Vast Sky as they navigated towards the center of the county. Su Ting, you've taken a wrong turn, Mai Jia murmured from behind him. Indeed, aren't we heading to the county committee's family quarters? You silly thing, she exclaimed, freeing one hand to playfully pat him a few times, then bashfully added, I don't want to go home. Let's south go to your place. Are you certain? Su Ting, are you made of wood? Her voice was soft yet charming. All right. To my house, then. Hold on tight. Close your eyes. I can hardly wait to speed up. MHM. A few minutes later, Su Ting halted the electric bike and gently tapped the nearly slumbering Mai Jia. Young lady, we arrived at home. Mai Jia opened her eyes slightly, tightened her embrace around his waist, and shyly requested, You have to carry me down. I'm on the bike. How can I carry you while you're clinging to me? Su Ting chuckled. Moreover, it would be quite inappropriate for others to see. No, I can't move. She wriggled her body, acting coy. Oh no, your father is here. Quickly, let go. You liar. I don't believe you. She continued to cling to him, refusing to release her grip. I assure you it's true. Su Ting's respectful voice rang out. Hello, Secretary Mai. Liar, you're putting on quite the act. Mai Jia calmly held him, pinching his waist playfully. Xiao Su, is it you? Mai Jia gasped in surprise, hastily releasing Su Ting and straightening her posture. The alcohol had dissipated significantly, and when she turned to look, her father had just stepped out of the official vehicle and approached her side. She quickly leaped from the car, her face flushed with embarrassment as she softly murmured, Dad, what brings you here? What brings me here? This is my home. Is it not permissible for me to return? Mai Jia raised her eyes, realizing that indeed, they were at the entrance of the county committee staff quarters. Su Ting had not taken her to his residence, but had instead escorted her home. Look at your state, utterly intoxicated. What a disgrace. Come home with me. Mei Song was evidently displeased. Chapter 54. Who is the whistleblower? Su Ting remarked, Secretary Mai. This evening, Mai Jia was slapped by County Head Wei and scolded by Director Wang, and she is facing dismissal tomorrow. Anyone would be in a foul mood under such circumstances. I feared she might take it too hard, so I encouraged her to drink a couple of beers to drown her sorrows. This situation is entirely my fault. Please do not blame her. Having just conferred with Gan Mingyuan and Wang Jiangwo, Mei Song returned home only to witness the earlier scene, which further aggravated his already unsettled mood. He cast a stern glance at Su Ting, contemplating the young man's apparent sense of responsibility. However, the way his daughter clung to Su Ting suggested a romantic inclination, which conflicted with his desire to see her wed to Secretary Lin Ruolong's aide, Zhang Hui. Out of respect for Wang Xiyuan, he refrained from direct reprimand, instead coldly stating, Thank you, you may leave now. Su Ting politely replied, Goodbye, Secretary Mai, and mounted his electric bike, departing without a backward glance. Mei Song assisted his daughter back home, and upon seeing them both intoxicated, especially his precious daughter inebriated, her mother began to fret, having called 3 times without a response. As she helped Mai Jia to bed, she incessantly nagged. Enough with the nagging. Just step outside for a moment. I need to have a word with my daughter. Once the door closed, Mei Song fixed his gaze on his daughter and asked, Speak honestly with me. What is the extent of your relationship with Su Ting? What extent? I merely had him accompany me for a drink. It was our first time drinking together, Mai Jia replied, somewhat irritated. Have you two been dating? Of course not. What about earlier? Dad, he was drunk, and his body was not under control. Besides, that was an electric bike. If I hadn't held on to him, he would have surely fallen off. Please don't look at me like that. Observing his daughter's rosy cheeks, Mei Song was uncertain if it was due to embarrassment or the effects of alcohol. He sighed, choosing not to press further, and lamented, You are becoming increasingly worrisome as you grow older. Is there anything you wish to say about tonight's events? No, I'm tired and want to sleep. With that, She turned away from her father. I have discussed matters with them. You should go to the countryside and lay low for a while. Mai Jia was taken aback. Turning to her father with wide eyes, what do you mean? Once the paperwork is completed, you will report to the local police station. This was Mei Minsong's compromise after discussions with Wang Xiyuan and Wang Xiyuan. What? Exile to the frontier? Isn't that enough? Do you wish to be dismissed? Mei Minsong said, exasperated. They cannot dismiss me. I have not violated any laws or regulations, nor have I shirked my responsibilities. Penghuan town is simpler than the city, yet it is also more arduous. Perhaps you should go there to hone your skills for a year or two. Penghuan town? Certainly, I shall go. Mai Jia sat up, a smile gracing her face. Now, it was Mei Min's turn to be astonished. Should she not have protested? She inquired, do you truly wish to go? Yes. It is far better than enduring under the watchful eye of the county magistrate. Can you endure hardship? I can. In her heart, she calculated that going to Penghuan town would provide a legitimate opportunity to delve deeply into Zhao Tieju's case. The following day, in preparation for the arrival of Ma Shi, acting county magistrate Wang Xiyuan was busy all day, foregoing lunch and attending to every detail personally and meticulously, ensuring that no errors occurred. By 6 in the evening, he finally had the opportunity to meet Shulan privately. Clad in a professional suit and high heels, her long, fair legs were alluring yet constrained. However, as she stood before Wang Xiyuan's desk, she appeared both enchanting and pitiable. Did I not tell you? Do not seek me out. Can you not see how busy I am? Wang Xiyuan shot her an exasperated glance, reclining on the sofa while smoking. Magistrate, I have come to offer my apologies. Shulan, devoid of her usual charm, spoke with a tone of grievance. When I left last night, I closed the door, but who knew Wu Mei had not locked it from the inside? Magistrate, I am yours. Nonsense. You have a husband. How can you claim to be mine? I speak of my heart. Does one not admire a leader who is wise and great? It is only natural for subordinates to revere their superiors. Enough of this nonsense. I ask you, why did you not keep watch for me outside last night? Shulan explained, I was watching, but upon hearing such harmony from within, I felt deeply unsettled. I thought you were about to sow. You chose to call the police. Wang Xiyuan slammed the table in anger, ash falling onto his clothes. No, it was not me. I meant someone was envious. Wang Xiyuan extinguished his cigarette and replied coldly, Indeed, you were envious, and thus lost your reason. Magistrate, how can I explain this to you for you to believe me? Shulan trembled helplessly, tears streaming down her face. The police reviewed the corridor surveillance. After you left, you returned within minutes, pressing your ear against the door, filled with fury and indignation, and immediately called the police. The most venomous hearts are those of women. This describes you perfectly. Magistrate, I am truly wronged. Shulan cried, her tears falling like rain. Wang Xiyuan stood up, advancing toward her, his cold gaze piercing as he demanded. Then tell me, who did you call? What was said? I called a friend to discuss some gossip. Who? What is their name? What gossip? Shulan found herself at a loss for words, weeping as she threw herself into his embrace, exclaiming, Magistrate, I love you dearly and do not know how to please you. How could I possibly report you? I swear I did not. Please believe me. It took Wang Xiyuan considerable effort to push her away, wiping the tears and makeup smudged on his clothing, coldly stating, The police received the emergency call just 1 minute after yours. Your call was likely a signal to report me, was it not? I did not. I truly did not. Shulan vehemently insisted that it was not her. Yet she refused to reveal her call records or the identity of the person she had spoken to, leaving Wang Xiyuan profoundly disappointed. Just leave. Don't bother me. As the county chief's words trailed off, a knocking sound interrupted them. Get out. Wang Xiyuan coldly barked. With a heart full of sorrow, Shulan sighed deeply, hastily wiped her tears with a few tissues, and exited the office. Upon returning to her own office, Shulan closed the door and windows and called the standing committee vice county chief, Xiao Qingyun. Xiao Qingyun, was this your doing? She asked sternly. What doing? He replied, feigning ignorance. Stop pretending. Did you report the incident from last night? Shulan held sway over him, making it appear as though she was the superior and he the subordinate. Darling, your temper is too fierce. Let's meet at the usual place tonight. I can help you vent, Xiao Qingyun suggested. Don't joke with me. Just last night, I informed you that the county chief was involved with Wu Mei, and you turned around to call the police. Why did you do that? Do you have any idea that the county chief is convinced that I reported it? Xiao Qingyun was taken aback. I didn't call the police. Am I crazy to do that? Come over, and we can discuss this face to face. Chapter 55. The mastermind behind the scenes. It truly wasn't you? Shulan was perplexed. Indeed, Xiao Qingyun had long since allied himself with the county chief, and he was far too busy currying favor to consider reporting him. Moreover, during their phone conversation, she had mentioned the intense passion between them, and soon after, the county chief had boarded Wu Mei's bus. When the police arrived, they found Wu Mei violently resisting, while Wei Xian faced attempted rape accusations. It wasn't me. My dear, think about it. What advantage would reporting it bring me? Shulan suddenly realized that it was impossible for Xiao Qingyun to be the one responsible. Earlier in the county chief's office, she had adamantly refused to disclose who she had called because it was Xiao Qingyun. She didn't want the county chief to know about their connection. This former lover had elevated her from the township and entrusted her with the role of director of the reception office, a significant achievement. No matter what, she would never betray him. Besides, who would report such matters for the police to investigate? It was a simple task. My darling, come over tonight. I miss you so much, Xiao Qingyun cooed. No, tomorrow Governor Ma is coming, and I'm swamped these days. Then we shall postpone. After hanging up, Shulan fell into deep contemplation. Who could possibly have reported the incident? After Shulan's departure, Gan Mingyuan, dressed in police uniform, entered the office. Seeing him, Wei Xian's anger flared, and he launched into a tirade before darkly stating, "Your police department needs a thorough overhaul, a complete shake-up. Those who do not wish to work cannot work, or just aimlessly doing things should get the hell out." Gan Mingyuan concurred. Indeed, the county chief's criticism is justified. However, a train runs swiftly only if led by its engine. It all hinges on the leadership of the team. Without effective leadership, the team becomes disorganized. Wei Xian's sharp gaze fixed on his face, and indeed, this individual also harbored dissatisfaction with Lei Tingfeng. Wei Xian, having only arrived for just over half a month, dismissed a significant project concerning the information technology development of the Public Security Bureau, a lucrative opportunity exceeding 3 million, as he wished for his brother to seize this bounty. However, due to the company's lack of relevant qualifications, he delayed the approval, vowing to address it only once the qualifications were secured, which exacerbated the conflict with Lei Tingfeng. To his astonishment, he found himself apprehended by Mai Jia, while Lei Tingfeng was conspicuously absent from the county, making it hard to dismiss the notion that Lei was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. A change was imperative. Wei Xian rapped his knuckles against the table, exuding an air of unyielding authority, then suddenly shifted his demeanor, smiling warmly. "Mingyuan, you have done well. Keep up the good work." He subtly hinted at the promise of promotion. Gan Mingyuan, overwhelmed with joy, eagerly nodded. "Thank you for your affirmation, county head. I shall, under your leadership, face any challenge without hesitation." "Excellent. Now tell me, who was behind last night's incident?" Wei Xian inquired with a chilling tone. Gan Mingyuan pondered. "County head, this is still under investigation. It's not something that can be resolved swiftly. Ma Montsong? It seems unlikely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed his daughter to be involved." Wei Xian nodded thoughtfully. "They could be Lei Tingfeng? That appears to be quite probable." Regardless of the truth, Gan Mingyuan hoped it was indeed Lei Tingfeng. Should he fall from grace, it would open a pathway for him to ascend to the position of director. As for joining the county government, with Wei Xian in play, it was merely a matter of time. He's been away on business for 2 days. Could he be orchestrating from afar? Gan Mingyuan cautiously replied. Director Lei commands respect within the bureau, and there are many who would serve him loyally. Then why would he send a newly appointed female officer? Especially my Montsong's daughter. Gan Mingyuan smirked. "County head, if I were to execute a scheme against you, I would certainly dispatch her as well." "Why?" "Firstly, Mai Jia, being a rookie officer, is fearless and straightforward. Her audacity allowed her to be on duty that night while patrolling nearby. Seasoned officers are more discerning and typically avoid places like Yangda Hotel, which is frequented by leadership after hours, as they would not want to face potential setbacks. Secondly, Lei Tingfeng and my Montsong have a strained relationship. Sending my jia would only entangle my Monsong further into the fray. Wei Xian nodded contemplatively. That makes sense. However, dismissing my jia is not a feasible option. Gan Mingyuan continued. First, she has committed no wrongdoing, and terminating her would lack legal standing. If she were to escalate the matter to higher authorities, it could backfire on you. Second, she is the daughter of my Monsong. If we were to fabricate a reason for her dismissal, it would offend my Monsong and fall directly into Lei Tingfeng's scheme of sowing discord. Thus, I have negotiated with my Monsong to transfer her to a township police station after some time. This way, she receives a reprimand while also granting my Monsong a favor, effectively drawing him closer to our side. What significance is there in courting an old man like my Monsong? Wei Xian scoffed. He may appear to be uninvolved, but he is biding his time and possesses considerable influence. Wei Xian contemptuously chuckled, thinking to himself, what power could a mere county committee member wield? I, on the other hand, operate at the provincial government level, dealing with officials of higher rank, including those from the capital. I have publicly stated that she should be dismissed, and now you present me with a compromise. Where does that leave my reputation? Others truly believe I am guilty, Wei Xian exclaimed with indignation. The waters of Pengwan town run deep. It is better to dismiss her after she makes a mistake, thus justifying the action. Gan Mingyuan revealed a sly grin. Wei Xian scoffed. Let it be as you wish. With Lei Tingfeng around, you wouldn't dare to act decisively. A spineless coward. Boss, take your time. Struggles require strategy. He advised. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. Have we discovered who reported the incident? Wei Xian inquired. Last night, Li Jinxiong and several others were playing mahjong upstairs during that time frame. Ku Weiliang did not make any calls, and the 110 call came from a female voice. Using a disposable phone card, we have yet to trace the source, and it's certainly ISNT Shulan. Whether or not it is Shulan, that woman is no longer relevant. Damn it, what bad luck. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, concealed too deeply. Wei Xian resolved to abandon his thoughts about the beguiling married woman. Gan Mingyuan remarked, Boss, this is not the crux. What truly matters is uncovering the mastermind behind it all. Then investigate. Wei Xian retorted. It's obviously Lei Tingfeng at play. Are you attempting to use me as a pawn in your game? I assure you, I am not a tool for your schemes, Wei Xian sneered. No. How could that be? I am merely analyzing from a motive standpoint. Lei Tingfeng stands as the greatest beneficiary. His motives are substantial, and he possesses the means and strong counter-surveillance capabilities. Thus, I have yet to uncover any leads. Wei Xian acknowledged his words, harboring a profound disdain for Lei Tingfeng, and slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, Damn it, he is asking for trouble. A wicked smile crept on Gan Mingyuan's lips. At 11:30 that night, after drinking with Gan Mingyuan and others, Wei Xian returned to the county committee's family compound, preparing to bathe. Suddenly, Xiao Hong, a waitress from the adjacent unit, entered timidly, saying, County Chief, the Secretary requests your presence. Wei Xian was momentarily taken aback. Then a triumphant smile spread across his face. Had she come to a realization? There were two possibilities. Either she agreed to spend the night with the old man, or she was attempting to bribe me, as I could help her avoid the old man's advances. I hope she chooses the latter. With lewd thoughts swirling in his mind, Wei Xian entered the first unit. Chapter 56. Governor Ma's visit to Shangyin County the following day at 4 in the afternoon. Vice Governor Ma Shurto led relevant department heads to Shangyin County. The group first inspected the citrus production base and research center, a regulated enterprise, Chaoyang Cement Factory, and a lychee garden project. The first two were merely a prelude. They glanced over them briefly. By 6 o'clock, they arrived at the site of the lychee garden project. After listening to County Chief Wei Xian's introduction, Ma Shurta beamed at his companions, Qin Huaiming and Lu Jingwei, commenting, County Chief Wei has adapted to his role quite swiftly. In less than a month, he has developed plans and directions for the county's industrial growth, with clear thinking and far-reaching strategies. Impressive. Wei Xian smiled in gratitude. City Committee Secretary Qin Huaiming and Mayor Lu Jingwei nodded in agreement, regarding Wei Xian with newfound respect. The gazes of other county leaders towards Wei Xian were filled with envy. However, Standing behind Wei Xian, Wang Xiyuan appeared ethereal, like a beautiful white cloud, graceful and unattainable. Ma Shitu's gaze swept over Wang Xiyuan, and she truly was a beauty. Ever since assuming the role of secretary, she had grown increasingly graceful and dignified, stirring ripples within his heart. Mayor Liu Jingwei smiled and complimented. This is all due to the governor's wise guidance. As the saying goes, a strong general commands no weak soldiers. Under your leadership, County Head Wei has matured into a capable figure. Now that he is in the local arena, he can fully unleash his talents. No, I merely acquired a smattering of knowledge during my years with the governor, Wei Xian replied with utmost respect. His humility tinged with an edge, as he felt somewhat displeased when the mayor mentioned his connection with Ma Shitu. Comrade Wei, do not be overly modest. The sky is vast, allowing birds to soar. The sea is deep, enabling fish to leap. In the countryside, there is much potential to be realized. Work diligently. Ma Shitu spoke with an air of nonchalance, his vice province-level authority unmistakably evident. Thank you for your encouragement, Governor. I will certainly endeavor to fulfill the trust placed in me by the leadership. Wei Xian responded earnestly. Ma Shitu then cheerfully remarked, let us dispense with such formalities. Wei Xian, I ask you, how do you intend to utilize this expanse of land? They continued their conversation, momentarily leaving Wang Xiyuan aside. The county head had been rather dominant in the discussion. Secretary Qin Huaiming observed this with a discerning eye and a cool demeanor, merely smiling without contributing much to the dialogue. He noted Wang Xiyuan's calmness, as unperturbed as still water, and silently marveled at her growing stature. It was clear that Ma Shitu had intentionally allowed the county head to speak, providing him with an opportunity to showcase his capabilities, essentially endorsing his real estate development plans. With the vice governor voicing support in front of the city committee secretary and the mayor. Such backing was monumental. Who would not envy it? Wei Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before gesturing towards the land at the foot of the mountain, stating, Governor, based on the city's industrial planning and the realities of Shangyin County, I believe this area is suited for modern industrial development. Our county primarily relies on agriculture, with a weak industrial foundation and sluggish industrial growth, particularly in high-tech manufacturing. If we could attract such enterprises, it would significantly enhance the county's industrial structure, stimulate economic growth, and alleviate the employment challenges faced by urban residents. Upon finishing, he offered an awkward smile. Those who heard his words were momentarily taken aback. Just days prior, he had been embroiled in a fierce debate during a meeting, standing resolutely in favor of real estate development alongside Wang Xiyuan, Lin Rolong, He Feng, and other leaders, even resorting to enlisting the revered Ma Shitu. Yet, with Ma Shitu's arrival, he had suddenly reversed his stance. It was utterly astonishing and perplexing. Lin Ruilong slightly shook his head, indicating his confusion. Xiao Qingyun was equally baffled, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Mayor Liu Jingwei, too, felt a twinge of doubt. What was this young man up to? Just days ago, he had come to my office, wielding the banner of Governor Ma, advocating for a major lychee garden housing project to drive tax revenue and invigorate the market. How could he suddenly change his tune without a word? Qin Huaiming was also taken aback, but his surprise was tinged with gratitude. Wei Xian was indeed commendable. He did not possess such narrow vision as to pursue personal political gains at the expense of real estate development. Ma Shitu was taken aback, pondering the intentions of the young man before him. Was this elaborate arrangement merely to transform this land into a high-end residential district? It was previously agreed that the housing enterprise, Dai Group, would receive a share. However, after years in politics, he had cultivated an unflappable demeanor, remaining indifferent to praise or criticism. He gazed calmly at Wei Xian, who subtly nodded as if to signify that there was no other choice. Having collaborated with him for many years, Ma understood that Wei might have new ideas or hidden concerns. He smiled and turned to Wang Xiyuan, inquiring, Secretary Wang, what are your thoughts? Wang Xiyuan, poised and confident, replied, Governor, this afternoon you also examined the other two sites, the citrus production base and the collective shareholding cement factory. One represents the agricultural economy of Shangyin, while the other symbolizes industrial economics. Although the citrus sector has gained recognition, it primarily involves fruit cultivation, with farmers operating independently on a small scale, lacking deep processing, and failing to establish an industrial chain, thus not significantly enriching the farmers or generating substantial output. The cement factory presents another dilemma. Our county has few industrial enterprises, many of which are high-energy, high-pollution energy companies. Particularly, cement production belongs to a traditional high-energy, high-pollution industry, and currently, there is a pronounced surplus in cement capacity. The government is promoting energy conservation and emission reduction, with increasingly stringent environmental requirements, making the development model of cement inherently flawed and unlikely to witness significant growth, potentially becoming a burden to the county. Therefore, to rectify the unreasonable industrial structure of Shenyang, to leap towards development and achieve poverty alleviation, as well as to carve out new economic pathways for the county, we are preparing to establish an industrial park here, attracting overflow modern industrial enterprises from coastal regions, Guangxing, and other areas. With support from provincial and municipal authorities, land, policies, labor, and genuine intent, we are confident that we can forge a prosperous future. This vision from Director Wei is a collective decision made by our team, and we earnestly seek the backing of provincial and municipal leadership. Qin Huaiming seized the opportunity, stating, Governor, Shenyang is a major agricultural and populous county, also classified as impoverished. To enable the populace to escape poverty and prosper, we must develop industry. The timing is ripe, with favorable conditions at hand. The province is vigorously promoting county-level economic development, and our county leadership is both determined and ambitious, united in purpose. Many industrial enterprises from economically advanced cities, such as Shanghai, Zhuzhou, and Guangxing, are looking to relocate, and we in Yanghui City are fully prepared to accommodate them. Indeed, well said, Governor. The rural expanse holds great potential. Secretary Wang, Director Wei, may you work diligently together and not disappoint the earnest expectations of the provincial leadership. Chapter 57. The night's service, such eloquent words, supported by Ma Shitu's comments and Wang Xiyuan's and Wei Xian's affirmations, firmly established the nature of the land in the lychee garden, industrial land. Any future endeavors in real estate would certainly face challenges. Moreover, in the presence of many, their words were recorded by the city and county television stations. A sense of bitterness crept into Ma Shitu's heart as he subtly nodded towards Qin Huaiming, casting a lingering glance at Wei Xian and Wang Xiyuan, and cheerfully remarked, Your team in Shenyang is commendable, unified. The future holds great promise. He refrained from expressing his stance, thus leaving Wei Xian an opportunity for a turnaround. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, the investigation concluded, and a group of several dozen individuals proceeded to the Shenyang Grand Hotel for the evening banquet. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the toasting of cups, 18 leading officials gathered in a private room, each raising their glasses to toast Ma Shitu, a rare occasion to display loyalty to their superior. As the fine liquor flowed, even the robust Ma Shitu could not withstand its effects. By 10 o'clock that evening, the gathering finally came to an end. With a slight intoxication setting in, Ma Shitu opted to stay overnight at the Shenyang Grand Hotel. Planning to return to the provincial city early the next morning, a detail meticulously arranged in advance. City leaders such as Qin Huaiming and Lu Jingwei lingered in Ma Shitu's luxurious suite, sipping tea for over half an hour before bidding farewell and returning to Yanghui City. Others, attuned to the moment, departed, retired to rest, or engaged in their leisure, no longer intruding upon the leader's respite or the second half of the evening. Just as Wang Xiyuan prepared to take her leave, Ma Shitu suddenly called out to her, Xiao Wang, wait a moment. I have a few words to impart. Reluctantly, she resumed her seat, a flicker of unease crossing her gaze. The wine had imbued her cheeks with a rosy glow, rendering her stunningly captivating. How fares your work in Shenyang County? Ma Shitu inquired, his tone calm and unperturbed. Thanks to the support of our leaders, things are progressing quite smoothly. Do you aspire to advance further? He opted for directness, eschewing any circumlocution. Wang Xiyuan smiled and replied, in the realm of politics, who does not desire promotion? Very well. I shall advocate on your behalf, he assured her. Thank you, leader. Ma Shirta glanced at Wei Xian, who was busy brewing tea, bemused by his apparent lack of awareness that day, and directed Xiao Wei fetch 2 bottles of red wine. I wish to commend Secretary Wang for her diligent work at the grassroots level. Wei Xian rose to comply, leaving the room with only the 2 of them remaining. Leader, it grows late. You should retire early, Wang Xiyuan began, but before she could finish, Ma Shirtu raised a hand to silence her, asserting, "You must be quite aware of what I desire. The leader is still youthful and vigorous, capable of further advancement. I hope you will continue to look after our humble county," Wang Xiyuan replied with an awkward smile, attempting to divert the conversation. Ma Shirtu chuckled lightly before abruptly sobering, asking, "Did Wei Xian not inform you?" "Oh, he did," Wang Xiyuan replied, momentarily taken aback. "Regarding the Lychee Garden project, he has changed his mind and has complied with the collective opinion of the county committee to pursue industrial development instead of real estate. At the standing committee meeting, over a dozen leaders supported industrial development. It is quite remarkable, as previously, County Headway often opposed me." Ma Shirtu laughed again, though this time it was a cold, sardonic chuckle. His gaze roamed over her, finally resting upon her gently rising bosom. "Xiao Wang, you are rather charming, though not as astute as your sister. A clever woman knows precisely what men desire. What do you want?" Wang Xiyuan replied, feigning innocence with a gentle smile. However, the scene Ma Shirtu had envisioned failed to materialize, diverging from his expectations, and he grew somewhat displeased, lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa before coldly stating, "Do you know why Zhang Meng fell from grace? He was embroiled in corruption and had a poor personal conduct. His downfall was the will of the people, a significant achievement in our party's vigorous anti-corruption efforts, and also a profound lesson. Our county committee and government shall take heed, learn from this, and uphold strict party discipline. I too shall lead by example, committing to integrity in governance, particularly in maintaining a clean personal conduct and adhering to the baseline of moral behavior." Wang Xiyuan emphasized the importance of this moral baseline with candor and conviction, leaving Lao Ma both infuriated and unable to retort. "Were it not for my command to apprehend Zhang Meng, Secretary Wang, you might still be seated unsteadily, perhaps even oppressed by him. So that is how it is. I am grateful to the party for discerning the truth and rooting out the harmful elements, subsequently sending the exceptional county chief Wei Xian to us, which is splendid." Wang Xiyuan was not swayed by his words, implying that your arrest of Zhang Meng was not for my sake, but to clear a space for Wei Xian. "You truly are a little firecracker, Wang Xiyuan. How intriguing, how delightful." Ma Shirtu laughed in exasperation. "Why are you laughing, leader? What is wrong with them?" Wang Xiyuan pouted playfully. From their earlier heated exchange to this sudden display of charm, the shift was too swift, leaving Ma Shirtu momentarily stunned, only to realize that this was a case of feigned retreat. His gaze towards Wang Xiyuan grew ever bolder, while she shyly lowered her head, her eyes darting elsewhere. Reminiscent of Su Jima's poetry, the soft tenderness of that lowered head, akin to the shyness of a water lily. His heart blossomed with joy. Just then, Wei Xian knocked and entered, carrying a tray adorned with a decanter of red wine and 2 glasses. Ma Shirtu cast an annoyed glance at him, thinking that his timing was rather unfortunate, as he had already found his spirits lifted. The wine had arrived, and it was exquisite. Wei Xian approached the counter, placing the tray down, turning his back to pour 2 glasses, which he then presented to Wang Xiyuan and Ma Shirtu, saying, "Boss, Secretary Wang, please continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Wei." Ma Shirtu nodded in satisfaction. Once Wei Xian departed, Ma Shirtu raised his glass and smiled. "Secretary Wang, cheers." "Cheers." They both emptied their glasses. Ma Shirtu's heart raced. Her eagerness in drinking so freely indicated that she had truly come to terms with her desires and was willing to embrace intimacy. After all these years, this alluring prospect was finally within reach. The next morning at 7:30, Ma Shirtu awoke to find Wang Xiyuan absent from his side. Could it have been a dream? Or had she left early? Recalling the events of the previous night, after consuming that glass of red wine, he had felt dizzy and disoriented. In his hazy recollection, he had seen Wang Xiyuan across from him, smiling and chanting, rising to inquire about his well-being, before he seemingly collapsed into unconsciousness. He immediately called Wei Xian, who was waiting just outside, rushing in with a nervous yet respectful smile. "Boss, you are awake. How long did I sleep?" "Since 12:30 last night, 7 hours. You were truly exhausted, sleeping soundly." "Did I sleep alone? Where is Xiyuan?" The vivid yet indistinct scenes of his dream lingered in his mind. Chapter 58. The betrayal of the county chief. She departed early in the morning. Should she be seen by others, it would not bode well. Wei Xian evaded the piercing gaze of his superior. "Oh, why do I feel so indifferent? Still clad in pajamas? Indeed, it seems someone assisted you in dressing. Otherwise, you might catch a chill, and we cannot bear the consequences." Wei Xian maintained a respectful smile. Ma Shitu uttered no further remarks, but waved his hand, prompting Wei Xian to discreetly exit the bedroom. As Ma Shitu rose and donned his attire, he reflected upon the events of the previous night. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Why did a single glass of red wine leave him dizzy and sprawled upon the sofa, while Wang Xiyuan, having consumed the same, managed to rise and remain steady? He meticulously inspected the large bed. The sheets were pristine, devoid of signs of dampness or drying, lacking long hair or the scent of perfume. The snow-white bedding bore no trace of a woman's kiss, despite Wang Xiyuan possessing a pair of vividly red lips, heavily adorned with lipstick. There were no bloodstains left upon the sheets. Wang Xiyuan acclaimed she was still a virgin. Could it be that she was no longer? Or perhaps nothing had transpired last night at all? No, Wang Xiyuan had not yielded at all. I must have merely indulged in a vivid dream. After drinking the red wine, I lost consciousness, leading to these hallucinations. Was there something amiss with the wine? Did Wei Xian dare to lace my drink with a soporific? Truly reckless. Once he grasped the situation, Ma Shitu swiftly regained his composure, completing his morning routine with poise, dressing elegantly before making his way to the living room, where his secretary and the deputy secretary general of the provincial government awaited his descent for breakfast before returning to the province. Upon his emergence, all present greeted him with utmost respect. Ma Shitu, exuding warmth and approachability, suggested, "You two may head down for breakfast. I wish to share a few private words with Xiao Wei." The secretary and deputy secretary general understood his intent and discreetly exited, closing the door behind them. Wei Xian endeavored to maintain his calm, yet beads of sweat began to form upon his brow. He was acutely aware of the old gentleman's discerning nature. He was an astute individual, attentive to detail, and not easily deceived. Ma Shitu, with hands clasped behind his back, silently observed Wei Xian, his silence inducing increasing anxiety in the latter, causing his back to become drenched. "Speak. What transpired last night?" Ma Shitu's tone was calm yet chilling, akin to a blade poised at Wei Xian's throat, causing his defenses to crumble instantaneously. I, Wei Xian stammered, appearing quite the fool after 5 or 6 years of service. Ma Shitu suddenly raised his voice, fierce and commanding, only to soften it moments later, insisting, "Speak truthfully." As he spoke, he settled onto the sofa, leisurely lighting a cigarette and taking a gentle puff. The swirling smoke rendered him enigmatic and inscrutable. Wei Xian adjusted his spectacles, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and, lacking confidence, confessed, "Boss, I regret to inform you that I laced your drink with a sedative last night. However, fret not. It was merely a sleeping aid, a harmless herbal remedy that would not harm your health, merely inducing slumber." "Why?" Ma Shitu inquired. "You're not young anymore, burdened with work and often burning the midnight oil. I observe your fatigue and wish for you to enjoy a good night's rest." "Wei Xian, you insolent fool. I can surmise your intentions just by the way you shift in your seat. At such a moment, you still attempt to mislead me." Ma Shitu slammed his palm upon the table, his voice resonating with fury. "When did you and Wang Xiyuan become entangled? How dare you pursue her?" Ma Shitu misinterpreted the situation, believing that Wei Xian's reluctance to allow him to approach Wang Xiyuan stemmed from the fact that he had already claimed her as his own. Wei Xian hastily raised his hands in protest, exclaiming, No, my dear sir, it is not as you think. There is nothing between her and myself. Indeed, last night, I intentionally slipped a drug into your drink to thwart your endeavors. After you lost consciousness, the waitress, Wang Xiyuan, and I carried you into the bedroom. Subsequently, Wang Xiyuan departed, and the waitress assisted me in changing your night clothes. Ma Shurtu glared at him coldly and demanded, "Is this what you call betrayal? Tell me, why did you assist her?" Wei Xian responded, his voice trembling, "She coerced me. I had no alternative. You are like my reborn parents. I might have been lenient if I softened my heart. However, Wang Xiyuan is a different matter entirely. She is my sworn enemy. Should I defy her, she would surely destroy me. Moreover, this arrangement serves you well. The county is rife with treacherous elements. If they were to discover this and report it to the province, it will be detrimental to you." Ma Shurtu paused, momentarily taken aback, before scolding, "You pathetic creature, a grown man, reduced to the whims of a mere woman. How disgraceful. She possesses evidence of my crimes." Wei Xian's voice fell to a whisper. In fury, Ma Shurtu extinguished his cigarette, lighting another as he inquired, "What exactly transpired? Speak plainly." Thus, Wei Xian recounted the events of 3 nights prior, detailing his near-rape incident that led to his arrest. "You fool, you have been here only a few days, yet you flit about, meddling in others' affairs. This county is the most complex. Each individual has their own territory. You obstruct their financial avenues as though you were killing their parents. Who else would they target but you?" Ma Shurtu scolded vehemently. "This is not the work of 1 or 2 individuals. It is a collective effort. Those you mentioned, the Director of Public Security, the Executive Vice County Chief, the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, including Wang Xiyuan and the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, may all be involved or complicit in this scheme." Old Ma, with his extensive experience in political circles, saw through the facade immediately. Wei Xian was left in shock, his glasses sliding down his nose as he stood speechless. "Do you not realize? You are merely the acting county chief. You have usurped another's position. A gentleman remains blameless, yet possessing treasure brings peril. Your downfall aligns with the interests of the majority in the upper echelons of Yin County. Do you understand?" It was then that Wei Xian comprehended the serendipitous nature of that night. Why did Wu Mei, a mere business owner, dare to oppose him? Why did the initial complainant's inquiry lead to a convoluted mess? Why was the young policewoman unharmed? And why did the matter escalate to the county's disciplinary committee? All of this was a carefully orchestrated trap, and he was the unsuspecting fool ensnared within it. Anguish and regret surged within him. How did Wang Xiyuan become involved? Ma Shurtu queried. "The night before last, upon returning to the county committee's staff quarters, I was summoned to her residence. I thought she had a change of heart and would acquiesce to my desires. To my astonishment, she presented a video and several photographs. Wei Xian lamented. They were captured by the police body camera that night, depicting my actions with that woman. I mistakenly claimed that Wu Mei had initially consented, only to later accuse me of rape. Thus, the evidence against me is rather substantial. There are numerous photographs and backups as well." Wang Xiyuan stated that this was entrusted to her by the county's discipline inspection secretary, who sought her advice on whether to report it to the municipal or provincial discipline inspection committees. I then implored her not to escalate the matter. She proposed 2 conditions. First, that the lychee garden should not engage in real estate, but instead focus on industrial development. Second, that she must secure your cooperation. "So, have you allowed her to manipulate you?" Ma Shurtu's voice was frigid. Chapter 59. Governor Ma admits defeat. Wei Xian nodded, contemplating. "I thought, should you fail to secure this matter, there will always be another opportunity in the future. However, if they indeed report to the provincial committee, I might find myself in dire straits with no way to recover. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Do you still possess those Green Mountains? She could use that video to threaten you for a lifetime. Boss, what should we do? Are we to resort to killing her? Ridiculous." Ma Shurtu nearly struck him in frustration, exhaling a heavy sigh. "You should have informed me in a timely manner that evening. Now that things have unfolded this way, how can I assist you?" I did not wish to trouble you, nor did I want to tarnish your hands," he replied. In truth, had Ma Shurtu intervened, Wang Xiyuan would have undoubtedly proposed the same 2 conditions. He was unaware of how Wang Xiyuan had persuaded Wei Xian to betray him and partake in this charade, leaving him to be the fool in this performance. Ma Shurtu felt deeply insulted, yet his composure and experience kept him seemingly unruffled. Very well, let us conclude this matter. You may leave. Boss, I am truly sorry. I am unwaveringly loyal to you. Eternally loyal. Wei Xian wept. Leave. Seeing the iron-cold expression on Ma Shirtu's face, Wei Xian dared not utter another word. Bowing out like a eunuch from the emperor's chamber. The greatest sorrow is a heart that has died. After finishing his last cigarette, Ma Shirtu sighed and pondered. Wei Xian had lost the most fundamental principle of loyalty. He was now unreliable and of little use. The loss of this insignificant pawn was inconsequential. One must not sacrifice the substantial for the trivial. If his downfall implicated Ma Shirtu, it would be a grave mistake. He feared that this spineless individual would divulge everything once ensnared. Thus, he must not be allowed to fall. With this thought, his anger dissipated, and his interest in Wang Xiyuan vanished entirely. Simultaneously, he genuinely lamented that Wang Xiyuan was indeed no ordinary person. She was formidable and not to be trifled with. This time, he conceded defeat. Yet within his heart, seeds of resentment were sown, and he secretly vowed, Wang Xin, do not let me catch you off guard. Otherwise, I shall bring you down completely. However, Wei Xian was unwilling to accept defeat. A few days later, one morning, he summoned the director of the county government office, Li Jinzong, and the executive deputy chief of the Public Security Bureau, Gan Mingyuan, for a clandestine meeting. Who reported this? You two useless fools. How have you not discovered this after all this time? What are you doing? Wei Xian began, his voice laced with fury. His violent temper was well known in official circles, likely only tolerated by the honest or those seeking power and wealth. Gan Mingyuan and Li Jinzong exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of helplessness. Essentially, we have identified the culprits. It should be Wu Mei and Ku Weiliang. Those two. Impossible. Wei Xian expressed his disbelief. Guan Mingyuan inquired, County Chief. On that evening, when you were not removing Wu Mei's clothing, did she not briefly touch her phone? I cannot recall. She dialed Ku Weiliang's number, connected for an instant, and then immediately hung up. That was a covert signal intended for Ku Weiliang. Shortly thereafter, he sent a text message, and another woman reported the incident. As for the identity of that woman, it remains undetermined. Wei Xian, incensed, exclaimed, Damn it, get Ku Weiliang expelled immediately. Ku Weiliang's uncle is Deputy Secretary Lin Ruelong. He has committed no wrongdoing and cannot be dismissed, Li Jinzong reminded. Realizing the implications, Wei Xian paused and remarked, Is Lin Ruelong the mastermind behind this? Guan Mingyuan and Li Jinzong exchanged glances, non-committal, as they too were uncertain. Then let the Discipline Inspection Commission investigate. A person like Ku Weiliang must be involved in illicit activities. Li Jinzong cautioned. County Chief, Ku Weiliang also has familial ties with the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. This complicates matters. Wei Xian, taken aback again, slammed the table in frustration, shouting, Damn it, can't I, as a county chief, investigate anyone? Li Jinzong, with a sense of melancholy, thought that presently this seemed to be the case. Lin Ruelong, Hifeng, Maimont Song, and Lei Tingfeng, among other leaders, were embroiled in severe internal strife, particularly over the position of county chief, engaging in overt and covert battles. However, with Wei Xian's unexpected arrival, seizing what they considered their shared prize, he had inadvertently become the target of their collective ire. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, these leaders united, all obedient to Wang Xiyuan. Consequently, there is little to investigate. This was merely a conspiracy orchestrated by Wang Xiyuan in collusion with Lin Ruelong and Yifeng. In this scenario, Wei Xian's chances of success appeared bleak. Having lost the trust of Ma Shirtu, he needed to temper his brilliance, adopt a more modest demeanor, and focus on his work to achieve political accomplishments, lest he find himself unable to remain in office for long. Therefore, Li Jinzong earnestly advised, Boss, perhaps it would be best to let this matter go. To hell with that. Wei Xian retorted fiercely, Are you suggesting I, as a dignified county chief, suffer a silent defeat? He slammed the table once more, causing the teacups to rattle, tea spilling over the rim. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will unearth the informant and the mastermind behind this. I will ensure they face the consequences. Li Jinzong and Guan Mingyuan exchanged knowing glances. It seemed this matter would not be resolved without finding a scapegoat. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Mingyuan proposed. I have thought of someone who appears quite suspicious. Who? Wei Xian's eyes brightened. Su Ting, deputy director of the county committee office and a trusted confidant of Wang Xiyuan. There were rumors of an affair between them, but lacking evidence, it ultimately fizzled out. Few believed that a distinguished county party secretary would be interested in such a poverty-stricken individual. Li Jinzong interjected quickly, Guan, you are mistaken. Su Ting is not impoverished. Several months ago, he purchased 2 old apartments in the textile factory's residential area, and with the ongoing demolition, he received compensation of 2 million. Wei Xian slammed the table again, his frustration boiling over as the demolition compensation scheme bore his signature. What sheer luck? Guan Mingyuan scoffed. I reviewed the surveillance footage from the vicinity of Yin Shi Hotel that night and discovered that before the incident, Su Ting was conversing with my Jia downstairs. Later, I inquired with the team members who had come with my Jia and discovered that Su Ting had called my Jia to inform him of a brawl occurring near Yin Hotel. Consequently, my Jia rushed to the scene, and upon arrival, he received an emergency dispatch directive from the 110 Command Center. In reality, that night, no altercation took place. Su Ting had deceived my Jia with the sole intent of apprehending the county head. Wei Xian felt a shiver run through him as he connected the dots. Increasingly convinced that the true puppeteer behind these machinations was Wang Xiyuan, with Su Ting merely a pawn in her game. He pondered, what is the relationship between Su Ting, Ku Weiliang, and Wu Mei? Surely, they must be in cahoots? Li Jinzong shook his head, expressing doubt. By all accounts, they should not be allied. Su Ting and Ku Weiliang are known to have a fraught relationship. It is said that Ku Weiliang was engaged to Wang Xiyuan's secretary, Yin Bing. But Su Ting disrupted their union, having caught Ku Weiliang in an affair with Wu Mei. One would think that Ku Weiliang and Wu Mei would harbor resentment towards Su Ting. Furthermore, Wu Mei is the aunt of Su Ting's ex-girlfriend. After being spurned by her, Su Ting's relations with the Wu family soured considerably. Wei Xian felt overwhelmed, contemplating the intricate web of relationships within the county. Each individual seemed to be intricately connected to the county leadership, truly illustrating the adage, in a small temple, the demons are many, and in a shallow pond, the turtles are numerous. Chapter 60, Shulan's redemption regardless. Su Ting's culpability loomed large. Moreover, being an outsider from the north, raised in Shanghai, devoid of connections or resources, he appeared to be the most malleable target. Guan Mingyuan insidiously remarked that he specifically targeted the softest fruits. Li Jinzong recalled Su Ting's astonishing performance at the recent inspection mobilization meeting and shook his head. Just as he was about to counter that it might not be the case, he heard Wei Xian imperiously command, "Let us deal with him first." Set an example. Guan Mingyuan patted Li Jinzong on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, do not overestimate his significance. At the mobilization meeting, he had Wang Xiyuan and Chen Liangping backing him. After all, he is merely a pawn crossing the river. Remember, there are many who oppose Wang Xiyuan. Suppressing him is a widely supported notion, and few would dare to dissent. Just wait and see." Li Jinzong considered this, realizing that when one stands out in the forest, the wind will undoubtedly bring it down. The three deliberated for an extended period, ultimately concluding that they would target a mere junior-level official. The ambitions of the county head indeed seemed grand. After Li Jinzong and Guan Mingyuan departed, Wei Xian summoned Shulan into his office. She felt as if she had been confined in a cold palace for years, and now, suddenly, a eunuch had come to summon her to an audience with the emperor. She was ecstatic at the prospect of seeing the light of day again, especially after the county head had previously denied her 3 requests for an audience. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she stood nervously before the desk, respectfully yet somewhat alluringly addressing him, "County head." Today, she donned an ivory-white long-sleeve blouse paired with a black pencil skirt, her figure voluptuous and well-shaped, her legs glimmering with elegance, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Wei Xian gazed at her tenderly and remarked, "Initially, I intended to transfer you to the Science and Technology Bureau, a rather mundane position. However, seeing your exquisite beauty, I cannot bring myself to do so. How about this? I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. That would be splendid. Thank you, County Head. You may command me to do anything tonight, no? At this very moment, she contemplated that aspect, licking her lips with a touch of allure. Wei Xian chuckled softly, waving his hand, and remarked, "Your enticing demeanor reveals that victory is beckoning me. I, too, intend to reciprocate in kind. Specifically, you should consult Gan Mingyuan. He will instruct you on what to do and how to proceed. What should I do? Do not inquire of me. I know nothing." Shulan comprehended instantly that it must involve something clandestine. Thus it couldn't possibly be the county head's directive. With a charming smile, she straightened her posture and proudly proclaimed, "Rest assured, County Head, I shall accomplish the task flawlessly." On Sunday evening, in a seaside hotel in Yonghui City, Su Ting and Wang Xiyuan's second romantic encounter finally reached its conclusion. Each time their passion deepened, Wang Xiyuan would bite him fiercely, whispering in a trance, "I adore you. I adore you. Let us ascend together." Ultimately, Su Ting, in a weary tone, confessed, "Xiyuan, I have genuinely fallen for you. What shall I do? I warned you not to fall in love with me. Do you understand? My little plaything." Her eyes glistened with moisture as she tenderly caressed his hair, exuding a maternal warmth and affection. Both were drenched in sweat, clinging to each other in discomfort. Thus, this pair of lustful souls rose to take a shower, emerging refreshed. Seated on the balcony in reclining chairs, savoring the sea breeze while sipping red wine, utterly content. However, she regained her composure, now regal, languid, and somewhat indifferent, devoid of the earlier fervor. Su Ting could never quite discern what he truly represented in her eyes. He had no desire to unravel this mystery, for their futures were evidently divergent. As Wang Fei sang beautifully, "Happiness is a lover. In the present, what more can one desire?" Having spared Wei Xian this time, do you think he will learn to be more prudent? Wang Xun lifted her delicate face, gazing at the boundless sea, her peripheral vision sweeping over the man's exposed chest. She wore a spaghetti-strap dress, while he donned only a pair of shorts. "Not at all," Su Ting replied. This time, he was compelled to yield to preserve his position. It is merely a delaying tactic. He has the support of leaders like Su Rongda, Xiao Qinyan, and Du Chunsheng, along with mid-level officials such as Gan Mingyuan and Li Jinzong, who are eager to advance further. With the illustrious reputation of Ma Shi and his obstinate nature, how could he possibly accept defeat? Wang Xiyuan nodded with a smile. "Su Ting, are you truly only 24 years of age? My body is 24, but my intellect may be more mature. An old soul in a youthful guise. However, I am somewhat weary. This endless struggle is rather tedious. I wish to accomplish something." My heartfelt words during the report to Ma Shi in the lychee garden were sincere. I aspire to transform the industrial structure of Shangyun. Relying solely on agriculture is inadequate, and the heavily polluting cement industry contradicts the principles of scientific development. We must attract investment and introduce quality enterprises of substantial scale. As she spoke, she shifted the conversation towards work. "Boss, the investigation regarding the industrial development status of Shangyun is nearing completion. I will draft a highly valuable report for your reference." "Very well." Wang Xiyuan gazed longingly into the distance, took a sip of red wine, and softly inquired, "Do you think Lao Ma will seek revenge on me?" Su Ting pondered for a moment and replied, "I believe not. A man of his stature would not stoop to contend with a mere county-level official. Besides, he has already suffered a loss without gaining anything in return. He is unlikely to stumble a third time. Such individuals are keenly aware of their reputation and, being astute, recognize that you are not to be trifled with, prompting him to retreat. As for Wei Xian, given his intellect, he should not have anticipated that Lao Ma would abandon him over this matter. In the political arena, sentimentality is of little consequence. Loyalty holds far greater weight." Wang Xiyuan turned her profile to glance at her partner, smiled, and nodded slightly, saying, "You see things quite clearly. Moreover, Lao Ma must be somewhat preoccupied with his own troubles. Wouldn't you agree?" "What do you mean?" "He will inevitably fall from grace." Su Ting spoke with an air of casual certainty. "Have you heard any whispers?" "None. I simply have a hunch." Su Ting mused, calculating the days, estimating that it would be a little over 2 months. As they conversed, Su Ting's phone suddenly rang, prompting him to return to the living room to answer the call. Wang Xiyuan gently swirled the red wine in her glass, closing her eyes to relish the rare tranquility, knowing that once she returned to work the next day, another whirlwind week awaited her. She was the type of person who endeavored to separate her personal life from her professional responsibilities. A few minutes later, Su Ting returned. She cast him a sidelong glance and casually asked, "Which little mistress is it?" "Not at all. I am engaged in industrial research, you see." Deputy Director Zhou Haiyang of the Economic and Information Bureau has been uncooperative and rather disdainful. He possesses more detailed and authentic data, as well as some internal documents from several enterprises. Su Ting continued, "Thus, I issued a supervision letter under the guise of the County Committee's inspection office, addressing the inflated industrial economic indicators and the manipulation of reporting by the Economic and Information Bureau. This seemed to have subdued him, and now he wishes to treat me to dinner." Wang Xiyuan laughed heartily and remarked, "Are you aware that Zhou Haiyang has a beautiful wife?" Su Ting shook his head. "Shulan." Su Ting was taken aback. "She walks with a sway, exuding charm. I had assumed she was unmarried." Wang Xiyuan burst into laughter. Chapter 61. A united front on Tuesday evening at 7 o'clock. Su Ting pushed open the door to the private room 666 at the Emperor Restaurant. A man and a woman hurriedly rose from the dining table, beaming as they greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. The man was Zhou Haiyang, and the woman was Shulan. Su Ting was taken by surprise to see that Zhou Haiyang had brought his wife along, a detail he had not mentioned beforehand. The enchanting Shulan emanated a delightful fragrance and, with a radiant smile, exclaimed, "Director Su is the youngest deputy director in the county, and also the deputy director of the county committee office. Handsome and charming, with a promising future ahead. How could I possibly miss the opportunity to meet you? This is our first time dining together as a couple, and it is so rare and exciting that tonight we must not leave without a toast." Such flattery is unwarranted. In the presence of esteemed seniors, I dare not claim such praise. To receive an invitation from Director Zhou is already an honor. The addition of the stunning Director Shu is a delightful surprise, and I am both touched and thrilled to dine with such a beautiful couple. Thank you, thank you." Su Ting expressed his gratitude with a flourish of politeness. Zhou Haiyang, look how eloquently Director Su speaks, humble and considerate, while you remain as dense as a wooden block. She jested and scolded in equal measure while extolling Su Ting. However, the mention of model couple made her feel somewhat uneasy. In truth, the county government office and the county party committee office are two independent yet intertwined departments. Previously, Su Ting had been relatively obscure, seldom attending gatherings, while Shulan, a social butterfly with her nose in the air, only had eyes for leaders and potential talents, thus remaining oblivious to Su Ting until his sudden promotion to deputy director. Noticing his tall and striking figure, she realized he was only 24 years old and already serving as the deputy director of the county party committee office. She had no choice but to regard him seriously, especially since he had come tonight with an important task from the county mayor. Su Ting observed that the private room featured an independent restroom and a reception area equipped with a tea table, multiple sofas, and single chairs. In the center of the room, a 10-person dining table was positioned by the window, already laden with dishes, and wine had been poured, red wine, no less. Moments ago, Shulan and Zhou Haiyang had risen from the dining table to greet him. Ordinarily, they should have been waiting in the reception area, shouldn't they? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Shulan, with a beaming smile, suggested, "Shall we take our seats? Director Su, please, you take the honor position." The seat across from him remained vacant, while Shulan occupied the right and Zhou Haiyang the left, their bags perched on their respective chairs, and each of them had a glass of red wine before them. This was a clear indication that he was being compelled to sit in the prominent position. With two seniors present, how could I dare to sit in the center? Moreover, Sister Shulan is here. You are the esteemed steward of our county government office. Su Ting politely declined with a smile. The reception office head was a deputy section chief. Shulan, feigning reproach, remarked, "Oh dear, my Director Su, you're a leader in the county party committee office. You must understand that in various meetings, the nameplate of the County Party Committee office always takes precedence. While other departments such as the Organization Department, Disciplinary Committee, and Propaganda Department must stand aside, not to mention our government sector. As for my husband, let us not even mention it. He's in a peripheral department. Therefore, you ought to cast aside your modesty and take your seat without delay. Indeed, Director Su is a distinguished guest and must occupy the center. Su Ting continued to resist. Look, our dining utensils have already been used. Come now. Do not be so modest, Xu Lan insisted, linking her arm with his and pulling him into the center. Whether intentional or not, as she entwined her arm with his, her ample bosom brushed against his arm, soft yet firm. Su Ting glanced at the 3 red wine glasses, all identical in color and quantity, and exchanged his glass with Xu Lan's before switching utensils. Xu Lan, both amused and exasperated, pressed his hand down, chiding Director Su, "What are you doing? This meal is hosted by us as a couple. If you do not sit in the center, how will we dine? Come, sit down." She forcefully pressed him into the honored seat. The utensils remained unchanged, but the wine had been swapped. Xu Lan did not exchange wine glasses, which eased Su Ting's mind a bit. As dinner commenced, the couple took turns toasting him, showering him with endless compliments and attentiveness, which Su Ting found gratifying yet made him more vigilant. There is no such thing as a free lunch, nor are there unwarranted accolades. Xu Lan, undoubtedly the belle of the county government, donned a strikingly short red skirt today, her long, slender legs drawing much attention. She paired this with a beige shirt, half tucked into her shorts. Her sleeves were deliberately rolled up, revealing her fair, voluptuous bosom and delicate arms. Her somewhat plump and rounded face was adorned with exquisite makeup, her full red lips reminiscent of ripe wax apples found in southern streets, alluringly vibrant. After indulging in some drinks, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, enhancing her captivating charm. At this moment, Zhou Haiyang respectfully raised his glass. "Thank you, Director Su, for gracing us with your presence. I've long wished to share a meal with you, and today it has finally come to fruition. Allow me to toast to you." Su Ting lifted his glass in response, smiling as he said, "Director Zhou, you flatter me. We should have been nurturing our relationship more. You are the elder brother, so I toast to you. And to your esteemed wife, let us raise our glasses together. Are you not putting us to shame?" Zhou Haiyang replied, lowering his glass further, bending slightly at the waist. "To the most dashing comrade Su Ting of the county committee. Let us drink until we are inebriated." Xu Lan boldly raised her glass toward him. Su Ting, no longer holding back, downed the red wine in his glass. "Director Su, I apologize. I heard you prefer white wine. However, since you are a lady and have an allergy to it, we resorted to red wine instead. Besides, red wine is far more romantic and festive. These 2 bottles of dry red were brought back from Bordeaux during my trip to Europe, and I have refrained from drinking them for 3 years, Xu Lan coquettishly remarked. She leaned in close, occasionally brushing against him, and with a flirtatious smile. The moment she bowed her head, her ample bosom would quiver slightly. "Thank you, truly a treat from both of you," Su Ting responded politely. Why would a mere supervisory notice elicit such deference from him? Moreover, this dinner included only the 2 of them. Usually, gatherings involved more people for a lively atmosphere. What sort of person was Su Ting? Having lived a full life, his experiences were vast, yet he remained composed. Xu Lan was 30 years old, having been promoted to deputy section chief 2 years prior, while Zhou Haiyang, at 36, had only recently ascended to the position of deputy director of the Economic and Information Bureau, overseen by Xiao Qingyan. In his previous life, Su Ting later learned that Zhou Haiyang's promotion was solely due to his wife's clandestine maneuvers, ultimately endorsed by Xiao Qingyun, with Zhou Haiyang providing his support. Reflecting on this, Su Ting felt a sense of pity for him. This man was not even as admirable as Zhou Yud, for Zhou Haiyang, despite his youth, education, and status, had not reached a point of desperation. However, his appearance was unremarkable, with thinning hair at 36, embodying the local support for the central authority. He was overweight, with a protruding belly and a sullen complexion, neglecting his work while spending his days drinking and playing mahjong, oblivious to the county's industrial landscape, and lacking any initiative to foster enterprise development, though he was quite adept at exploiting opportunities. After enjoying a few drinks and some dishes, Su Ting inquired, Director Zhou, have you brought the materials I requested? Absolutely, Zhou Haiyang replied with a cheerful smile, retrieving a file folder from behind him and handing it to Su Ting. Chapter 62. The Drug and the Wine. Su Ting accepted the folder, glancing through it. Indeed, it contained the materials he sought, comprising sensitive internal documents of various industrial enterprises. Xiyuan tilted her head and inquired, Brother, what exactly are you aiming to achieve with this research? She had already established a fraternal bond with him. Didn't the notice state the primary objective? It is to attract investment, to first ascertain our resources, identify our strengths and weaknesses, and determine what we might achieve in the future. Only then can we act with purpose, avoiding detours, for knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Director Su is indeed astute and far-sighted. I shall learn from you. Come, let us have another drink. Her eloquence was commendable, befitting her role as the head of the county government as reception office. Throughout the gathering, she took great care in her inquiries about Su, particularly his personal life, asking, Handsome, are you seeing anyone? Su Ting shook his head. What a waste. With such excellent qualities, how can you not have a girlfriend? Or is it that you have many, but none are fixed? Speak the truth. Su Ting smiled silently. Xiyuan sighed wistfully, saying, I have several here. I can introduce you. What type do you prefer? A maiden or a mature woman? A mature woman. Xiyuan's expression suddenly grew flustered, her ears reddening, and with a charming smile, she replied, Indeed, what man does not favor a mature woman? Nearby, Zhou Haiyang chuckled awkwardly. As the wine flowed, a bottle was soon emptied. Up to this point, Su Ting had discreetly observed that the three of them were drinking the same wine. Xiyuan felt a twinge of curiosity. They had been eating and drinking for an hour, and Su Ting had not excused himself to the restroom despite consuming alcohol, tea, and 2 large bowls of exquisite soup. He must be young and healthy. It was time to set the plan in motion. 2 minutes later, a server knocked and entered, announcing, whose black electric scooter is parked downstairs. It has been struck by a car. Please go down to handle the matter. That would be mine, Su Ting replied, taking his keys and heading out. Xiyuan exchanged a knowing glance, and Zhou Haiyang quickly stood up, saying, I'll accompany you. As they left the private room and descended to the first floor, they found the car had vanished. Su Ting's scooter bore marks of the collision, though they were merely minor scratches, inconsequential. Upon inquiry, they learned the car owner had been in a hurry, leaving behind 50 yuan before hastily departing. Su Ting and Zhou Haiyang had no choice but to return, somewhat disgruntled. Just as they reached the second floor, a man approached and engaged Zhou Haiyang in conversation. He turned out to be an old acquaintance. Zhou Haiyang said, Director Su, you go ahead. This is an old classmate from middle school, and I need to discuss some personal matters with him. With that, he was pulled into another private room. Su Ting returned alone, pushing open the door to room 666, where he found Xiyuan standing at the entrance, her complexion radiant and welcoming. She appeared graceful and charming, yet there was an air of something amiss. Notably, she did not inquire about Zhou Haiyang's whereabouts. After closing the door, she took Su Ting's arm and invited him to sit once more, expressing both feigned and genuine sentiment. Today has been such a delight. I never expected to find such a wonderful brother. Truly, how did I not notice before that you are the most interesting person in the county committee compound? Come, let us drink to our newfound camaraderie. 1,000 cups with a true friend is but a small number. We shall not rest until we are intoxicated. I, too, was pleasantly surprised. Xiyuan embodied both beauty and capability. Previously, I could only admire her from afar, but today, in close proximity, I discovered she was also a person of great character. How delightful it is! Truly, she is the pride of the county government. Is it really so? Her sweet words enchanted him, filling his heart with joy. She laughed heartily, her laughter causing her to sway like a flower in the breeze. Suddenly, she pulled her chair closer to him, her voice tinged with shyness as she asked, Brother, do you truly fancy married women? Su Ting replied earnestly, Yes, I prefer women who are older than I. You're lying. She teased playfully, giving him a gentle tap. Yet, her brows furrowed in sudden lamentation. What a pity. I don't know what I was thinking back then when I married that useless man, Zhou Haiyang, who is of no value whatsoever. Is your marriage unhappy? He inquired. Did you notice? Xu Lan lowered her gaze, then looked up at him with affectionate eyes, appearing quite forlorn. Sister, speaking of this, aren't you worried your husband might return unexpectedly? Not at all. Xu Lan abruptly realized her slip of the tongue and hastily corrected herself. If he comes back, I will simply send him away. It's just the two of us. Let's share some heartfelt words. What shall we speak of? First, let us drink. Alcohol emboldens the brave. Only after a few drinks can one dare to speak the truth. As she said this, she lifted her glass of red wine, casting a glance at his glass. Su Ting noticed that his glass had been slightly moved. He had specifically placed it over a small flower on the table before he left, and now it only covered half of it. The glass had been shifted. Moreover, he had poured only half a glass before leaving, and now there was a little more wine with a couple of bubbles. He couldn't help but smile coldly to himself, raising his glass to clink with hers, then slowly bringing it to his lips, catching a glimpse of Xu Lan pretending to drink while nervously glancing at him. Suddenly, he exclaimed, putting down his glass. Xu Lan hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "I dropped my phone. It seems to have slipped beneath your feet, under the table," Su Ting said with an awkward smile. "Sister, could you help me retrieve it? Why don't you come and get it yourself?" "It seems to be right beneath me," she replied, her face flushed with heat. Su Ting chuckled. "You're dressed too lightly. That may not be appropriate." To his surprise, Xu Lan was not fooled. "Oh no, I want you to come down and look for it yourself. To thoroughly search," she cooed, her words laced with innuendo, her legs slightly parted, glistening in the light. Any ordinary lecherous man might have succumbed, but Su Ting remained composed. "Very well," he said, preparing to crawl under the table, but paused, cautioning, "Sister, I've heard that in the royal wine house, some couples engage in indiscretions after dining, and there are rumors of business secrets being recorded. Thus, some may install recording devices under the table to blackmail the parties involved. I wonder if there is anything under our table." Upon hearing this, Xu Lan's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Zhou Haiyang, that fool, must have set something up down there. If he discovered it, all would be lost. She grasped his arm and said, "Who have you been listening to? There's no such thing. You, innocent boy, your face is as red as your neck. How adorable. I won't trouble you anymore. I'll handle it myself." With that, she slid off her chair and crawled under the table, easily finding Su Ting's phone. Using the light from the phone, she illuminated the area and indeed spotted a recording device taped beneath the table, capturing their conversation. Internally, she cursed, "Zhou Haiyang, you fool. You didn't even tell me where you placed the recording device. I almost got caught." Recalling her earlier brazen flirtations, a flush crept over her cheeks. However, she dismissed it. After all, she was a married woman, and such banter was hardly uncommon in taverns. Speaking did not equate to action, but the crux lay in the fact that Su Ting had crossed the line, placing himself in peril. A minute later, Xu Lan emerged from beneath the table, her smile radiant as she returned the phone to Su Ting. He seized a handful of cashews from the snack tray, chewing thoughtfully as he inquired, "There aren't any recording devices down there, are there?" "How could there be? You're overthinking it, dear brother. Come, let us drink." After finishing his cashews, Su Ting raised his wine glass to clink gently against hers, gazing into her eyes with heartfelt admiration, and murmured, "Sister Xu Lan, you possess such charm." Hearing this, Xu Lan beamed coyly, and the two downed their drinks in unison. In Chapter 63, Female Dominance Over Male, the man who pulled Zhou Haiyang into another private room was named Kwang Wei, a detective from the county police department, though today he donned plain clothes. Accompanying him was his aide, Ouyang. The trio smoked and shared jokes, awaiting Xu Lan's signal for help. Feeling the need to investigate further, Kwang Wei commanded, "Ouyang, go eavesdrop and see what is happening inside. Be cautious, don't alert them." "Understood." Ouyang chuckled as he departed. Moments later, he returned, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "They're really getting into it. It's thrilling. Watch your words. Don't you see Director Zhou is present?" Kwang Wei kicked Ouyang, nearly causing him to topple. Ouyang quickly recognized his faux pas and bowed in apology. Zhou Haiyang felt a pang of bitterness but refrained from reprimanding him. That would seem petty, especially since the idea had originated from his wife, a notion he wholeheartedly supported. Continue to observe and report. Kwang Wei ordered, and Liang dashed off once again. Cool, mate. Director Zhou, let us drink. Kwang Wei lifted his glass. After finishing his drink, Zhou Haiyang began to feel lightheaded and unsteadily rose, stating, I'll check in. I can't let that fool get too carried away and actually harm my wife. What are you worried about? Sister Lan is seasoned in these matters. She can handle a young lad. If she finds it overwhelming, she'll send a signal. Have you checked your phone for notifications? Zhou Haiyang had indeed been monitoring his phone. During his return to the tavern with Su Ting, Shu Lan had sent him a message. The drug is in place. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Since then, there had been no further messages or calls, indicating that the situation had not yet reached a critical point. That's all right. Liang is watching. Besides, you shouldn't Tigo. There are too many people coming and going, and surveillance cameras could cast suspicion upon you. The key is to ensure he removes your sister-in-law's clothing. If it escalates to that, it would constitute attempted rape. Otherwise, it may only be considered forcible indecency. Which one to ruin him? Hearing Kwang Wei's reasoning, Zhou Haiyang felt somewhat reassured and settled down to continue his drinking. Suddenly, the door swung open again, and Liang returned, a lascivious expression unmistakable on his face. He quietly closed the door and grinned. They're flirting? And that handsome fellow has even crawled under sister-in-law's chair. Zhou Haiyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and glared angrily at Liang. Liang, with a playful grin, shifted his words. He intended to sneak beneath his sister-in-law's chair to retrieve his phone. Their flirtatious banter was quite captivating. At that moment, under the influence of the drugged wine, they were whispering sweet nothings. Though I could not discern their words, the atmosphere felt intoxicatingly delightful. Let us hurry. Kwang Wei, like a hunter sensing his prey, wore a confident smile. Shall I eavesdrop again? Liang eagerly volunteered, seemingly addicted to the thrill. No, refrain from doing so. Kwang Wei waved his hand dismissively. If you go again, you will expose yourself. As a police officer, you cannot be caught eavesdropping at the door, can you? Well, if a passerby spots you, there's surveillance overhead. If that fellow sets us up, we'll be left in a tangled mess. Brothers, maintain your composure. Let's wait a bit longer. The effects of a drug take time to manifest. Minutes passed, yet Shulan had not called Zhou Haiyang's phone. As previously agreed, Su Ting would forcibly remove her pants and clothes, and at the moment of climax, she would send a signal via her phone. Zhou Haiyang felt a foreboding sense of dread. He harbored the unsettling suspicion that his wife genuinely favored Su Ting. Tall, youthful, and robust, what woman could resist such a lure? He rose, pacing anxiously, suddenly halting with a worried expression. This feels off. What if my wife has truly succumbed to him? After all, he is a man. My wife would tire of resisting. What are you worried about? The signal hasn't been sent yet, has it? If her phone is inoperable, she won't call out? You can hear it, Kwang Wei remarked, lighting a cigarette and taking leisurely puffs. Even if something did happen, it would simplify matters. If he successfully assaults her, I'll ensure he pays dearly for it. Kwang Wei, you speak so cavalierly. Would you hold the same sentiments if it were your wife? The crux is, my wife is not as beautiful or alluring as yours, Shulan. She possesses a captivating charm that leaves any man entranced. Kwang Wei's jest contained a kernel of truth. He harbored a desire for Shulan, yet she hardly regarded him with any interest. However, as more minutes elapsed without any signal of distress, Zhou Haiyang could no longer wait. This isn't right. I must see for myself, he declared, stepping out of the small room and approaching the door of room 666. Pressing his ear against it, disturbing sounds of intimacy between a man and woman echoed from within, sending him into a state of shock. This is disastrous. They've truly gone too far. Let them be. It's an opportunity to regain the county chief's trust. With my wife's promotion to a formal position, I too could ascend to director in a couple of years. Kwang Wei and Liang followed him, and the three of them leaned against the door to eavesdrop. Though the sounds were somewhat indistinct, they were undeniably provocative. In a moment, Kwang Wei and Zhou Haiyang exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement to burst in and apprehend Su Ting. Just as they prepared to open the door, a figure suddenly emerged from nowhere, forcefully kicking the door open. The trio lost their balance, nearly tumbling to the floor. Zhou Haiyang, having neglected physical activity due to his long hours of mahjong, suffered a twinge in his back. Then came the crisp and resounding voice of Mai Jia. "Step aside. We have received a citizen report of suspected rape." With that, she, clad in police uniform, rushed into the room alongside a patrolling officer. "Mai Jia, what on earth are you doing?" Kwang Wei exclaimed, helping the stooped Zhou Haiyang regain his footing, his voice laced with fury. "Investigating a case," Mai Jia retorted with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, one of the team members was engrossed in capturing the scandalous scene on the chair, snapping photos and recording videos, prioritizing evidence collection. There was Su Ting, clad in a top, his hands bound by a belt, hanging helplessly over the back of the chair, weakly calling for help. Tears of humiliation welled in his eyes. In stark contrast, Shulan appeared completely composed, exuding charm and utterly indifferent to the intrusion. "For safety's sake, comrades, please use your imagination." Kwang Wei, Zhou Haiyang, and Liang were left dumbfounded. Mai Jia's face flushed crimson. She had never witnessed such an appalling spectacle. Chapter 64. Su Ting felt utterly humiliated. Mai Jia hastily approached and tried to pull Shu Lan down, but the latter, lost in her own world, resisted stubbornly, murmuring nonsensical and inappropriate phrases. Zhou Haiyang finally regained his senses, stepped forward, and slapped Shu Lan to the ground, furiously berating her. "Slut, wretch, shameless. What on earth are you doing?" The imprint of 5 fingers immediately marked Shu Lan's flushed face, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Staring blankly at Zhou Haiyang, she flashed a seductive smile and said, "Darling, I can't take anymore. Let us go home." Mai Jia seized a bottle of chilled mineral water from the table, opened it, and took a large gulp before spraying it forcefully onto Shu Lan's face. After a few attempts, Shu Lan finally regained some clarity, staggering to her feet and collapsing into Kwang Wei's embrace. Seizing the moment, Kwang Wei wrapped his arms around her waist, his hand pressing against her chest, inquiring with feigned concern, "Sister, what has happened to you?" Clearly, the potent drug Shu Lan had administered to Su Ting had backfired, affecting her instead. The drug was overwhelmingly strong, or perhaps the dosage was excessive, rendering Su Ting bound and helpless, like a lamb in the jaws of a lioness. Zhou Haiyang forcefully pushed Kwang Wei's wandering hands away and helped his wife onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Auxiliary Officer Xiao Lu found Su Ting's trousers to cover him and untied the ropes. However, Su Ting still looked frail, his complexion pale, pointing at Shu Lan and stating, She raped me, police officer. I was forced." Kwang Wei scoffed, grasping Su Ting by the collar and menacingly demanding, "Stop playing the victim. How could a grown man be coerced by a woman? Speak. What illegal methods did you use to manipulate Director Shu?" "I didn't do anything. I had no idea what was in that drink. After I consumed it, I felt completely weak, unable to resist or even cry out. I was at her mercy. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. How can I ever face the world again?" Su Ting's voice was barely audible, trembling as he spoke, on the verge of tears. Shouldn't these words belong to a woman? Mai Jia, innocent and compassionate, crouched down to touch his forehead, exclaiming, "You're burning up. Are you feverish? You're talking nonsense. The substances in that drink only serve to excite and arouse. They cannot render someone powerless." "Are you pretending?" Zhou Haiyang interrogated. Su Ting weakly retorted, "Isn't that an admission that you all spiked the drink? Was this a conspiracy among you? To assault me, a grown man? Are you deliberately trying to humiliate a party cadre? This is outrageous." Zhou Haiyang and Kwang Wei were nearly driven to madness. Originally, they had intended to set Su Ting up for an attempted rape, only for Shulan to become the one implicated in an attempted assault. No. Could that be considered an actual crime? Kwang Wei, tall and imposing, forcefully shoved aside Mai Jia, who was protecting Su Ting, and glared fiercely at him, demanding, "Stop your nonsensical rambling. Speak the truth. Did you coerce Shulan into this? Do you truly doubt it?" Su Ting weakly coughed a few times and pointed beneath the table, saying, "Officer Mai, there should be a recording device under the table. You can retrieve it to find out." Zhou Haiyang was taken aback, suddenly realizing he had concealed a recording device down there. However, before he could seize it, the nimble Mai Jia had already crawled beneath the table. Moments later, she emerged, her gloved hand clutching an evidence bag containing a black recording pen, which was affixed with black tape. She smirked. Indeed, there is a recording device. This is crucial evidence. I also took photos. Whoever's fingerprints are on it will indicate who set it up. Although she appeared somewhat foolish, her professionalism was apparent. Seeing the tide turn against him, Zhou Haiyang's face drained of color, his heart sinking in despair. How could this have gone so awry? Why had an unexpected variable emerged at such a critical moment? Wasn't my Jia supposed to be dispatched to the countryside? How was she still here enforcing the law? The most alarming part was that the charge of rape was now being directed at his wife. Su Ting had become the victim, and he lamented, "Haven't I lost both my wife and my men in this debacle?" Panic-stricken and filled with regret, he feared that if this continued, he might himself be implicated in illegal activities, leading to both him and his wife being dismissed from their positions. Just as he contemplated what to do next, he turned to find that Quang Wei and a Liang had mysteriously vanished. These two, sent by Gan Mingyuan to ensnare Su Ting, had evidently decided to take their leave at the first sign of trouble. In a frenzy, he dialed Quang Wei's number, but there was no answer. He then called Gan Mingyuan, who picked up. "Haiyang, what's the situation? Have you managed to resolve it?" "Director Gan, it's a disaster. Please come quickly and save me. My wife is implicated in the rape of Su Ting. An officer might have caught her red-handed." "What? How is that possible?" Gan Mingyuan's voice rose sharply, revealing his profound shock. Before he could finish, Mai Jia interjected, speaking loudly. "Director Gan, I'm on the scene, currently handling the situation. This is unprecedented. A woman assaulting a man while binding his hands. It has shattered my worldview. We have video footage, photographs, and audio recordings. There's no escape for her." "Mai Jia, weren't you supposed to be in Pengwan town?" "I'll be there tomorrow. Today is my last day on duty. I received a report from a concerned citizen, which is why I rushed over. That concerned citizen is none other than Su Ting himself. I don't need to come. You handle it within your jurisdiction. Report any developments to the sub-bureau in a timely manner. I'm busy, goodbye." When the call ended, Zhou Haiyang tried calling again, but the line was already disconnected. He finally grasped that these individuals, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, had distanced themselves to avoid being implicated. Looking at his wife, who had succumbed to the effects of the medication and lay slumped on the sofa with half-closed eyes, her expression weary, he felt a mix of hatred and pity. He was engulfed in despair, casting a disdainful glance at Shulan, particularly at her mouth, which had been so thoroughly marred. Finally, he squatted down, cradling his head in his hands and lamenting, "Had I known it would come to this, why did I even bother? Su Ting is not someone you can ensnare." After reporting to the supervising officer at the garden via the radio, Mai Jia swiftly summoned reinforcements. She crouched down, measuring Su Ting's forehead once more, and found it still burning with fever. Leaning in, she whispered, "You wicked man, how long do you intend to keep up this charade?" I don't know. I truly feel dreadful. My whole body aches. I'm fatigued, dizzy, nauseous. I feel like I might vomit." As he spoke, Xiao Lu handed him a trash bin, and Su Ting promptly emptied his stomach into it. Zhou Haiyang stood by, astonished as he watched Su Ting retch. Was this boy truly not fainting? What on earth was happening? Had he perhaps been given the wrong medication? Once he had finished, Su Ting collapsed weakly into Mai Jia's embrace. Despite her slender and attractive appearance, she possessed considerable strength, having honed her skills at the police academy, where she excelled in marksmanship with submachine guns, rifles, and handguns. Holding him tenderly, she expressed her concern. "Why would you associate with such scum? Look at what you've endured." After a moment of reproach, she shot a glare at Xiao Lu and commanded, "What are you standing there for? Call 120. Chapter 65. The county head distances himself half an hour later. In a hospital room at the County People's Hospital, 2 beds held 2 individuals, Su Ting and Shulan. Both were in a deep slumber, receiving intravenous fluids. Mai Jia extracted her notebook and pen from her tactical belt, rapping her knuckles on the table as she declared, "Zhou Haiyang, I shall now commence your formal interrogation. You cannot escape your involvement in tonight's events. Speak truthfully." Zhou Haiyang gazed at her with pleading eyes. "Officer Mai, my wife is the victim. Are you blind or simply ignorant of the law? It was your wife who assaulted Su Ting." Zhou Haiyang felt as if he were on the brink of despair. How had the night devolved into such chaos? He recalled how Du Jian and Lai Zheong had fallen victim to Su Ting. Finally grasping the undeniable truth, Su Ting was not to be trifled with. Just as he was about to confess, the door was abruptly pushed open, and Gan Mingyuan strode in with two officers, exuding authority. Mai Jia and Xiao Lu quickly stood and saluted respectfully. Mai Jia, well done on holding your position until the end, Gan Mingyuan remarked, surveying the two unconscious individuals before shifting his gaze to Zhou Haiyang. This is a serious case involving a public servant. An investigation team has been established, and I am the leader. This case will now be handled by the Special Investigation Team. Mai Jia, your involvement ends here. Immediately hand over all evidence to me. But Director Gan, I haven't even finished my interrogation. Did I not make myself clear, or are you simply not listening? The case is now under the purview of the Special Investigation Team. That is an order, Gan Mingyuan declared with imposing authority. I request to conduct the interrogation and prepare the files for immediate transfer. Request denied. Gan Mingyuan pointed toward the door. It's already past 9. Hurry home. Your father is waiting for you. Who says my father is at home waiting for his daughter? I can also be found on the battlefield. A voice, aged yet robust, resonated from outside the room, startling everyone. They turned to see my Montsong standing at the entrance. Hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze fixed on Gan Mingyuan. Secretary Mai, what brings you here? This was my daughter's final case in the county, and I feared she might face injustice, so I came to support her. Director Gan, do you still think this little girl is easy to bully? Not at all. How could I dare? Gan Mingyuan chuckled as he explained that this case involved 3 deputy-level officials and was exceedingly sensitive, unsuitable for minors. Xiao, Mai is a young girl. It is inappropriate for her to handle such a case. When have police ever differentiated between genders in criminal investigations? What does inappropriate even mean? She is an adult, regardless of how unsuitable or violent the case may be. It must be addressed to grow into a true people's police officer. My Montsong waved his hand and said, Enough, I don't wish to debate this further. You should return. Tonight, Officer Mai Jia will finalize the case files and submit them to the director. As for how to proceed, that is for your department to arrange. Secretary, the urine tests for the 2 individuals have yet to be completed. Does that mean we cannot determine if it is sexual assault? If the female acted under uncontrollable circumstances? It changes the narrative, especially since this involves a woman against a man, which cannot be classified as rape. He then turned to Zhou Haiyang, conveying his intentions and orders. The husband was entirely unaware, and Xiyuan might have acted unintentionally, rendering the case perplexing. Given the complexity of this matter, it would be prudent to assign it to seasoned detectives. Experienced detectives, however, also began as novices. Comrade Mingyuan, would you like me to arrange for the prosecutor's office to intervene? Upon hearing this, Gan Mingyuan appeared deflated. Once the prosecutor's office for duty violations intervened, the situation would only escalate and become increasingly difficult to conceal. He sighed and said, there is no need for that. Considering the reputation of those involved, it is best not to widen the scope. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter remains under wraps tonight. Seeing the old man insist on meddling, Gan Mingyuan could only leave reluctantly. After all, my Montsong came from a police background. Both he and Lei Tingfeng had fought under his command, making my Montsong his mentor. Once seated in the special vehicle, Gan Mingyuan received a call from Wei Xian, who unleashed a tirade. You bunch of incompetent fools, barely able to accomplish anything. How could this turn into a case of a woman raping a man? It's utterly ludicrous. If this gets out, what will be left of the county government's reputation? This matter must not escalate. Keep it under control. County chief, it can't be contained. Someone reported it to Mai Jia, and she has taken Xiyuan and her husband away for questioning at the hospital. I established a special task force to take over, but I was chased out by my Montsong. He is a member of the county committee, the secretary of the political and legal committee, and my former superior. I cannot confront him directly. County chief, could you perhaps give him a call? Call your own sister. Wouldn't that expose me? Wei Xian retorted angrily. I only want results. Regardless of how you investigate or what the outcome is, it must not implicate me. Rest assured, the couple understands this matter well and will not turn against us. Do not create a storm in the city, and do not involve you or me. Gan Mingyuan asked, What if my Jia and her father, Lei Tingfeng, or even the prosecutor's office insist on pursuing criminal charges against Xiyuan? Should we save or not save? I did not instruct her to do anything. The specifics are your directive. Whether to save is your concern, and it does not involve me. Wei Xian's tone was frigid and devoid of compassion. In any case, Xiyuan must be dismissed. Very well, I comprehend. Gan Mingyuan hung up the phone, gazing at the hazy night, and let out a cold sigh. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, my Jia skipped forward, linking her arm with my Montsong's and playfully shaking it as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Dad. I knew you would come to my aid. You little rascal, when did you learn to use me as a shield?" He affectionately teased, giving his daughter a gentle poke on the nose. Having learned from Zhao Tieju's case, she had become shrewd, anticipating interference and thus informing her father in advance. Sensing the acrid scent of political maneuvering, my Montsong resolved to take action. With a righteous and discerning father like him, he was undoubtedly a powerful asset, one to be utilized. Indeed. All right, continue your investigation. Regardless of how far it goes, deliver the case files to Wang Xiyuan tonight, and do not concern yourself with what follows, my Montsong concluded, ruffling his daughter's hair. I shall take a stroll and not intrude upon your proceedings. Dad, you should head home. I can manage on my own. Very well. After the elderly man departed, my Jia locked the door and commenced her interrogation. However, upon receiving the message from Gan Mingyuan, Zhou Haiyang realized that someone would come to his rescue and resolutely refused to implicate Gan Mingyuan, Wei Xian, or Quang Wei. Simultaneously, he wished to avoid entanglement. They could not both suffer, so he decided Xiyuan must bear the brunt, and thus remained obstinately silent. Chapter 66. Let her off the hook. After a rigorous round of questioning, Zhou Haiyang understood that without divulging any information, he might endure a sleepless night of torment. I organized dinner last night to befriend Su Ting, the most sought-after deputy-level cadre in the county, a favored individual among the county committee leaders. That should not be an issue, right? But I ran into an old acquaintance, Quang Wei, who pulled me into another private room for a chat. After having a few too many drinks, I returned to find myself in that situation. I was completely in the dark and ended up being cuckolded. I'm the most unfortunate one. Do you understand, young lady? Who is the young lady? I am a police officer. Mais j'y ai retorted fier sur lui. All right, officer, you may inquire with my wife. She only has eyes for handsome men, frivolous and capable of any sordid deed. My Jia scoffed. Are you even a man? Your wife behaves that way, and yet you shift the blame onto her. You are a scoundrel. However, as he remained uncooperative, the investigation and review of surveillance footage would require time, and there was no one at the station willing to assist. Clarity would not be achieved tonight. After over an hour of fruitless interrogation, my Jia found herself at a loss. She did not wish to hand over the case in a nebulous state. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, she discovered a clinical doctor from the hospital. Seeking forensic support from the bureau, she lamented that 2 hours had passed without a single soul appearing. To prevent Zhou Haiyang from overhearing any sensitive information, my Jia instructed Xiao Lu to escort him outside before allowing the doctor to explain the medical condition. The gentleman was suffering from acute gastroenteritis, likely allergic in nature. Based on his vomit, cashews were suspected, and tests were underway with results expected by tomorrow. Upon hearing the middle-aged Dr. S. explanation, my Jia was astonished. Eating cashews can lead to gastroenteritis? That seems rather exaggerated. Every individual's constitution and immunity to food varies significantly, with some being allergic to peanuts and seafood. Acute gastroenteritis induced by cashews can manifest in a spectrum of symptoms, from mild to severe. Mr. Su's case is rather severe, leading to dizziness, fatigue, and fever within minutes. However, there is no cause for alarm. With the fever subsiding and inflammation treated, he will be discharged tomorrow. My Jia pondered thoughtfully, remarking, "It must be the cashews." I recall a plate of assorted nuts on the dining table, and there were plenty of cashews. The doctor shook his head with a wry smile. How could someone, knowing their allergy, still consume them? I was unaware of my cashew allergy. Had I known, I certainly would not have eaten them. Su Ting, who had been quietly resting with his eyes closed, interjected defensively. His desperate ruse could not be easily unraveled. Indeed, having experienced life anew, He was acutely aware of his allergy to cashews. My Jia's face brightened as she stepped closer, expressing concern. You rascal, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you any better? Feeling a bit better. There's still some dizziness and pain, and my stomach is somewhat uneasy. Other than that, I'm all right, Su Ting replied, looking at her gratefully. Thank you. Don't mention it, she said, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Su Ting glanced towards the adjacent bed. Separated by a curtain, Xu seemed to be in a deep slumber, though her ears perked up slightly. Adjusting his position for clarity, Su Ting inquired, Doctor, has the urine test for that lady come back? The middle-aged doctor responded, Yes, it has. The lady likely ingested a substantial amount of hormone-based stimulants tonight, which can incite intense desires and heightened, even chaotic, states of mind. Such substances can be quite harmful to the body and should never be used again. You young people ought not to indulge too recklessly. Take care of your health, for life is long. Understood. Thank you, Su Ting acknowledged. The doctor measured their temperatures with a non-contact thermometer, administered new medication, and departed. The detailed medical report would only be available after the forensic expert arrived from the bureau tomorrow. My Jia helped Su Ting sit up and tapped her notepad against the edge of the bed, saying, You seem to be in good spirits. How about we proceed with the statement? Yes, Su Ting replied thoughtfully. However, before we begin, I have a question. Go ahead. If it is confirmed that Xu acted under the influence of hormone stimulants, commonly referred to as aphrodisiacs, would that mean she was unable to control her body or consciousness when she infringed upon me, thus absolving her of criminal liability? My Jia responded playfully, Why do you ask that? I believe Xu is not a criminal. She is still young and should not be ruined over this incident, he said. What? Are you feeling protective? Su Ting sighed. I truly had no knowledge that the drink contained aphrodisiacs. I also do not know how she ended up consuming them. I merely happened to eat cashews, which triggered acute gastroenteritis, leaving me defenseless. It was a series of unfortunate coincidences. My Jia, I hope you can be lenient and not classify this as a crime. I am willing to reach an understanding or say that I do not wish to press charges regarding her actions. My Jia softened her expression, pouting slightly. You are simply too kind. But do you realize that legally, regardless of whether you consumed an aphrodisiac, any violation of another's will constitute a criminal act? In our country's criminal law, it is stipulated that if a male employs violence, coercion, or other means to force a female into sexual intercourse, he is suspected of committing the crime of rape. If the act is not completed, it constitutes an attempted rape. Conversely, if a female engages in forced indecency, it is classified as the crime of forced indecency and not as rape, which is regarded as a lesser offense. However, the circumstances surrounding both of you are somewhat unique, and I am uncertain how to categorize this situation. It may require clarification from the prosecutorial or judicial authorities. Su Ting gazed at her with admiration, exclaiming, After 3 days apart, one must see you in a new light. You are truly becoming more and more professional. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he observed the noticeable progress of a young woman who had shed the naivety she exhibited during her first assignment. After all, she had graduated from the Provincial Police Academy, where she studied criminal law for 3 years. My Jia blushed with delight. My Jia, I do not advocate for charging her with forced indecency. Let us consider it merely indecency, which could be addressed administratively, correct? Su Ting, please refrain from being overly lenient. My Jia retorted sharply. Even a fool can see that this couple is out to harm you. That drink laced with aphrodisiacs was undoubtedly prepared for you. If you consume it and violate Xu, you will be guilty of rape and face imprisonment. Yet, this event has not transpired. Xu exhibits subjective malice, and the issue is rather serious, my Jia asserted. However, if she can earn your forgiveness and you do not pursue charges against her, perhaps it could be handled as a mere administrative infraction. I had intended to show her some leniency, but given her husband's demeanor, look at him. He is as solid as a rock, refusing to speak a single truthful word and shifting all blame on his Xu. He does not embody the qualities of a real man. The saying goes that a couple are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they each take flight. Xu, too, is rather pitiable. While Su Ting spoke, his gaze flickered toward Xu, who lay on another bed. In truth, he had already noticed that Xu Lan was awake, feigning sleep. Chapter 67. Xu Lan's fate. Su Ting, what are you doing? Have you developed feelings for her? Is it that you are attracted to voluptuous, sultry married women? No wonder she got into trouble. Mai Jia exclaimed with indignation. Aren't you aware that those who frequently walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet? If you avoid the river, your shoes will remain dry. Annoyed, she ground her little tiger teeth together. Do not be so agitated. I am merely speaking in her defense. Su Ting replied gently. Which woman desires to entice others with her body? It is often beyond their control. It is challenging for women to navigate politics, especially those who are both attractive and alluring. If you rise through the ranks, others will claim you slept your way to the top. If you do not, they will dismiss you as nothing more than a pretty face. Xu Lan, a full-time undergraduate, is intelligent and capable, and she possesses beauty, yet she lacks a powerful background. In a small county, lacking connections is a grave sin. She is ambitious, yearning to excel and wield greater power, yet at times, she must acquiesce to the unspoken rules of the game. Let us not dwell on this. You are still young and do not comprehend these matters. Do I not understand? Mai Jia retorted. All I know is that whether one is a man or a woman, in life or in work, one must adhere to their principles and maintain integrity from beginning to end. She playfully struck him, reproaching him. How do we even start discussing this? Hurry, let us get back to the record. Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from the other bed, and then the curtain drew closed as Xu Lan emerged from beneath the covers. Leaning against the bed, her large, glossy black eyes were fixed on Su Ting, her expression complex. After a moment of contemplation, tears streamed down her cheeks as she clasped her hands and, with a quivering voice, said, Su Ting, thank you. You possess far more masculinity than I do. Were you not asleep just now? Mai Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Xu Lan's complexion was pale as parchment, revealing her profound weakness. She slowly nodded and replied feebly. I awoke when Gan Mingyuan entered. I heard everything you said. Are you all right? Su Ting expressed no hint of reproach or resentment. His beautiful eyes brimmed with compassion and concern. At this juncture, she had come to realize that Su Ting had seized the opportunity while she crouched beneath the table to switch the wine glasses, and she had consumed the aphrodisiac intended for him. When a Liang provided her with the Indian remedy, he instructed her to use just 3 drops. Yet she had applied 5, and the potency was overwhelming, nearly rendering her unconscious. This is not good. She cast a lingering, resentful glance at Su Ting and inquired, Director Su, were your words sincere just now? Which words? You mentioned reconciliation and that you do not advocate for my coercive assault. If I cooperate with the investigation and provide an honest account. Su Ting replied, I will. Then will I face criminal charges? She gazed anxiously at Mai Jia. I cannot be certain. It depends on the subsequent investigation. What I can assure you is that Su Ting's attitude is of utmost importance. All right, Director Su, Officer Mai Jia. I will confess. I will disclose everything. A few days later, Xu Lan was dismissed and demoted for breaching relevant regulations. Both Su Ting and Mai Jia compromised, allowing her a reprieve. Ultimately, Xu Lan retained her status as a public servant and was reassigned to the County Bureau of Ethnic and Religious Affairs, though the formalities were not yet completed, and she was promptly sent to work. Zhou Haiyang, due to his discretion in protecting involved parties, retained his original position. Despite Su Ting, Mai Jia, and others' efforts to keep the matter under wraps, the news of Xu Lan's inadvertent consumption of aphrodisiac and subsequent assault on Su Ting spread like wildfire, utterly tarnishing her reputation. This was indeed a sensational and scandalous story. Good deeds go unnoticed while misdeeds travel far and wide. Su Ting felt quite embarrassed, as numerous male colleagues discreetly sought his advice on how to have beautiful women deliver themselves, only to initiate sexual advances. Some even suggested, Director Su, why not write a reflection or an experience summary? We can circulate it as a confidential document. Indeed, it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Brother, your expectations are too high, aren't they? I only desire a fish. This one will suffice. As for the key tactic to contravene a woman's will without breaching the law, may Director Su enlighten us. This group, typically devoid of creativity when drafting materials, suddenly became prolific in their thoughts when faced with a scandalous incident. As a result, Su Ting refrained from socializing for several days. Not to mention encountering Xiyuan. She took a half-month leave to clear her mind. Out of sight, out of mind. On Saturday evening, Yin Bing finally invited Su Ting to her home. They prepared several dishes together, even searing steaks, thoroughly enjoying their meal and indulging in a few glasses of red wine. Yin Bing was content, savoring the simple joys of life. After such a hearty feast, it was time for some exercise. Yin Bing, with a bashful demeanor, said, "I'm going to take a shower. Don't you dare run away. I want tea." While she showered, she intentionally left the bathroom door unlocked, but regrettably, after about 10 minutes, he did not sneak in as he had with Wang Xiyuan, leaving her a bit disheartened. She had yet to engage with him in the bathroom, and feelings of both shyness and anticipation swirled within her. As she washed her exquisite form, she envisioned the pleasures that awaited her. He was right. When a woman takes the initiative, a man goes wild. Thus, she covered her chest with one hand, while opening the door slightly with the other. Calling out to Su Ting in the bedroom, "Su, I just bought a new bottle of shower gel. It's on the vanity. Please bring it to me." Su Ting complied, opening the door to a breathtaking sight. Although Yin Bing had intentionally lured him in, she still felt a wave of shyness and regretted her actions. With a startled exclamation, she covered herself and cried out, "Don't come in. Go away." Su Ting suppressed a chuckle, wanting to mimic Wang Xiyuan, but finding it difficult to pull off, which was quite amusing. He chose not to leave and thoroughly satisfied her. Afterwards, they lay in bed, and she remained demure, quickly donning her pajamas and tightly embracing the bare Su Ting, fearful that he might flee. Softly, she inquired, "Su Ting, what do you think this is between us?" "I don't know. Do you like me, or do you prefer being with me in that way?" Su Ting gazed at the ceiling, remaining silent for a long while. "Never mind. You needn't answer," she said, her spirits plummeting, her body chilling as she released him, turning her face away and shedding a few tears. After a moment, she continued, "Last week my parents came to visit, and while my mother was tidying up my room, she found your razor, toothbrush, and men's slippers. They asked if I had a new boyfriend. I said it belonged to Yang. I forgot to throw it away. My mother, being observant, noticed the shoes were several sizes larger than Yang's and that the toothbrush was still wet, as if recently used. I didn't know how to explain, and she didn't press further. When they were leaving, she secretly asked if I wanted to bring you home to have a meal with them, for my parents to meet you." With a sorrowful sigh, she turned, gently wrapping her arms around him from behind, kissing his chest, and asking, "Su Ting, would you like to go?" Su Ting sighed softly. "Let's talk about it later." "I knew it," she replied, tears welling up again, overwhelmed by disappointment. Yin Bing did not embody his ideal image of a wife. She was only truly gentle when they were united, while at other times she was rather aloof and proud, with a temper to boot. The crux was that he lacked that profound, passionate love for her. Su Ting held her close, tenderly caressing her beautiful long hair, remaining silent. Sometimes, silence comforts more than words can express. "Su Ting, be honest with me. What is going on between you and Xiyuan? I feel so ashamed." Yin Bing's tone turned serious once more. Chapter 68. The beautiful woman awaits at midnight. Su Ting explained, "Zhou Haiyang invited me to dinner, intending to revoke the inspection office's supervision letter to their bureau and collaborate with me on an industrial situation research report. I didn't expect him to bring his wife along. From the start, I sensed something was off and kept my guard up. As events unfolded, things grew more suspicious, prompting me to discreetly switch Xu Lan's wine glass with my own. I had no idea what was in the wine. I just felt something was amiss. To my astonishment, it turned out to be a potent aphrodisiac, and I nearly fell victim to her advances. "Ah, you must be feeling quite pleased with yourself, huh? Men like you are drawn to that kind of provocative woman." Yin Bing playfully scolded him. "Not at all. I ended up in quite a mess myself. Who doesn't cherish their reputation? Do you have any grievances with them?" "No. Therefore, I attended the banquet without any reservations. They attempted to stage a failed assault against me, using me as an example to intimidate Secretary Wang. It is better to sacrifice one finger than to injure 10. They aim to expel me from the civil service. Su Ting mentioned that it might be instigated by the county mayor. He did not elaborate further. In truth, Xiyuan has already disclosed that the mayor summoned her, and the insinuations were quite apparent. Subsequently, Gan Mingyuan approached Zhou Haiyang to orchestrate that gathering, and Zhou Haiyang discussed the details with Xiyuan. Is that so? The mayor's behavior is quite unbecoming. It is rather shocking. Yin Bing was taken aback. Su Ting chuckled and said, "What do you think? His vision and capabilities are so limited that I can hardly be bothered to contend with him. He is unworthy of my attention. Comparatively, the officials sent from the province, such as Wei Xian and Secretary Xiyuan, are like heaven and earth, a stark contrast. Your words are quite bold." Yin Bing increasingly perceived that her man's aspirations were lofty, and it seemed reasonable that he was reluctant to engage in a romantic relationship or marriage. To him, she was merely a fleeting romance that might hinder his ascent. Nevertheless, she felt a pang of jealousy. Does Secretary Wang hold such a high place in your heart? Su Ting pulled her into his embrace, kissing her tender crimson lips, and said, "Each has their merits. I cherish them both. Then promise me, do not become involved with a third woman, all right? Su, I have genuine feelings for you. Can you not sense it?" As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears once more. Perhaps she had shed all the tears of her life for him. Previously, her icy demeanor had never allowed her to weep so freely. Su Ting gently replied, "Ice, I'm aware of everything. Yet why will you not promise me? Is our relationship merely physical? Such a connection is also a form of love. At least during those moments, I truly loved you." Although Yin Bing understood that this relationship lacked formal recognition and a future, she still found herself irresistibly drawn to it. Su Ting was like opium, poisonous, yet impossible to forsake once tasted. Perhaps this is the essence of love. She wiped away her tears, turned over, and embraced him, whispering, "Then let us love once more." The following day, Su Ting gathered 2 colleagues to work overtime, completing an in-depth research report on the industrial situation of the entire county. This was the first comprehensive, detailed, and profound industrial survey report in the history of Shangyun County, with vast lands being prepared for use. It signified that Wang Xiyuan was cleaning up and preparing for unprecedented investment attraction, heralding a new industrial era. Although Su Ting was known for his charm, his work capabilities were widely recognized, and he was exceptionally dedicated, often working late into the night to draft speeches for leaders, research materials, and reports for the municipal and provincial governments. Having lived a second life, he possessed the ability to foresee future events, and his reports consistently impressed provincial and municipal leaders. Consequently, the Provincial Office's Information Daily and the Municipal Office's Information Weekly had published information from Shangyun County multiple times, even featuring it in internal publications of the State Council. In just 2 months, the coverage had surpassed that of the previous several years, garnering increasing attention from provincial and municipal leaders. The county committee's information work received repeated commendations from city leaders, including Wang Xiyuan, earning him the respect of his subordinates. In the late hours past midnight, Su Ting returned to number 9 Wenchong Lane, his weary form dragging along. He had yet to purchase a residence, fully aware that his future did not lie here. To safeguard his privacy, he had rented the entire courtyard but still resided in the eastern room, leaving the other 4 rooms unoccupied. Wealth certainly has its advantages. Even in renting, one can secure a room while leaving 4 others idle. As he approached the courtyard gate, a lithe figure clad in black emerged from beneath the neighbor's eaves, gracefully striding toward him with a feline elegance, her gaze lingering on him with a gentle allure. "Director Su, you have finally returned," she purred. "Shulan, would you mind discussing this indoors?" "I'm being devoured by mosquitoes out here," he replied. Upon entering the eastern room, she removed her hat, revealing cascading locks of hair, and took off her mask to reveal luscious, crimson lips. Dressed in a form-fitting black athletic ensemble that resembled yoga pants, her figure was accentuated, glowing with a luminous fairness. Su Ting poured her a glass of water and noticed a large mosquito bite on her exposed chest. He handed her a box of tiger balm, saying, "Use this, it works wonders." She toyed with the balm, her head bowed, cheeks flushed before suddenly looking up at him, her gaze direct. "Could you apply it for me?" The intention was unmistakable. Su Ting chuckled softly, shaking his head as he seated himself across from her. What brings you here? I thought you were traveling? I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Before I go, I wish to fulfill a desire. What desire? Her gaze drifted suggestively toward his vital area. Though no words were exchanged, both understood the implication. To express my gratitude. Thank you, Su Ting. You are a true gentleman. She added. What else do you wish for me to do? Nothing. It's unnecessary. These past few days have been tumultuous. I've encountered scorn and betrayal, deeply experiencing the harshness of human nature. I have come to understand many truths and have come to terms with them. You speak wisely. Ultimately, using one's allure can lead to one's own downfall, and it is not worth it. In truth, I was once compelled to comply. Wang Xiyuan and Lao Li, those scoundrels, took advantage of me, presenting explicit demands, promotions, and promises. If I refused, I would be cast aside. If I acquiesced, I would advance. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. In the end, they distanced themselves, leaving me to bear the consequences alone. Wang Xiyuan and Lao Li not only failed to rescue me, but also expelled me from the county government. Su Ting smiled faintly. The heartlessness of those in power has been a timeless truth. Once the prey is hunted, the bough is hidden, and the hounds are put to rest. You are still young, and there remains an opportunity for redemption. But I'm already 30. The chance for revival has passed. She sighed, her expression softening as she gazed at him, a playful smile gracing her lips. Su Ting, you should go take a shower. I've already bathed. How about showing some compassion for a beautiful woman? I'm afraid, as a married woman, we would be breaching ethical boundaries, which would not be beneficial for either of us. You should return now. Su Ting firmly rejected her advance. Xu Lan laughed. You are quite amusing. Do you think that pursuing my superior is without risk? Every household has its own spouses and children. Are you afraid I would bring you harm? Look, search me. There are no recording devices. And I can switch off my phone right now to prove it. Fearing that I might burden you, I came secretly, without anyone else's knowledge. She turned off her phone and emptied her bag for him to see. I'm sorry. Su Ting had no desire to entangle himself with her any further. Her delivery to his doorstep was merely a result of being cast aside by other powerful men, seeking a new pillar of support. Do you disdain me? She inquired, rising to sit beside him, her presence fragrant and delicate, like soft tofu, swaying gently. What do you see here? Xu Lan said, pulling a red booklet from her bag. Her divorce certificate. Today I divorced Su Haiyang. I'm now free. Really divorced? Su Ting glanced at the certificate, genuinely taken aback. Yes, he is now the deputy director, far above me in status, and has lost interest in me. I explicitly stated I would no longer sleep with leaders for his promotion. In a fit of rage, he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xu Lan wiped her tears, stating she had finally seen his true nature and that the divorce was indeed the right choice. Do you have children? No, I don't want to have children, especially not with him. He is not a man. He has no right to be a father. You are young, beautiful, intelligent, and capable. Many men dream of marrying you. Find a good family and start anew. Before I begin anew, I want to do what I love. Previously, it was forced, a transaction. Now I have no ulterior motives, just desire. Leaning closer, she nestled against his shoulder, finding his hand and intertwining their fingers, playfully saying, You're just letting the opportunity slip away. Xu Lan, I do not disdain you. It simply feels peculiar, without reason. Am I not attractive enough? She said, biting her lip, shedding her top, followed by her pants, revealing herself before him. Su Ting felt a stir of desire, yet still gently pushed her away, saying, Please go back. I'm truly exhausted. I've worked intensely for over 10 hours today. As he stood and opened the door, gesturing outside, he added, Be my guest. I'll shower and then sleep. Xu Lan felt immensely embarrassed, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. You still fear I might harm you. I understand. I have behaved excessively in the past. Very well. I'll leave. Just let me get dressed. Su Ting smiled. I want to see you off. Farewell. With that, he entered the bathroom. 10 minutes later, after washing up, he emerged shirtless. Noticing Xu Lan's absence from the living room and courtyard, he locked the courtyard gate and front door, yawned, turned off the lights, and slipped into bed, quickly drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned Wang Xiyuan sliding into bed, wrapping around him from behind, her body moving against his, creating a silky and comfortable sensation. Drowsily, he turned to embrace her, kissing her, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. Her lips were plump and full. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find it was Su Lan. She shyly nestled in his arms, panting, "Su Ting, it's me. Please don't push me away. Are you trying to seduce me?" Su Ting worried she might repeat her previous mistake. "No, a woman to a man is merely indecent. I am not being indecent. I simply have nowhere to sleep and borrowed your bed. Discovering the comfort of sleeping beside you, I shall borrow your broad back once more. Do not misinterpret my intentions. When she becomes playful, she exhibits a certain charm." Su Ting chuckled softly, remarking, "When one reaches a certain level of shamelessness, they become invincible. I embrace my shamelessness. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. For tonight, I am yours to command." "You should sleep in the living room," he suggested. After some silence, Su Lan shyly replied, "No." Remembering their encounter at the Imperial restaurant, she recalled how he outshone others like a child compared to an adult. As she climbed onto Su Ting, he pushed her away, but she persisted, embodying relentless determination. After a playful struggle lasting around 10 minutes, Su Ting felt a warmth rise within him. Seeing her pitiable demeanor softened his heart, and he decided to indulge her just this once. Afterward, Su Lan was filled with an overwhelming joy, while Su Ting felt a tinge of regret. He had succumbed to temptation once more, sharing his bed with a beautiful woman. How could he continue down this path? His resistance to corruption seemed alarmingly weak. Yet, Su Lan was indeed exceptional, more open and exhilarating than other women. At that moment, she embraced him, showering him with kisses, exclaiming with great affection, "Su Ting, I love you. I've fallen for you. Is it truly that simple? After just one night?" he inquired. "Indeed, that feeling is worth everything," she replied, teasingly stealing his lines. "You need not pledge your life. Simply assist me with one task. In this world, it is usually the woman who, after being seduced by a man, requests his aid." Su Ting, however, was reversing the norm. He possessed Su Lan's confession and initially intended to persuade Prevailed to take action himself, but now she was willing to step forward, allowing him to remain in the shadows. "You can request 10 or 8 things, as long as it does not involve sleeping with other men," she declared resolutely. Su Ting smiled. "Now that we have reached this point, you are indeed mine. I shall not impose such requests upon you. However, you may face disciplinary action for what I propose. Having been demoted to a lower rank, what do I have to fear? They cannot dismiss me from my position. Can they?" She retorted, "No, it will be temporary. If you perform well in the future, I shall assist in your resurgence." "Very well. What do you want me to do?" she asked. "Upon your return from the trip, seek out Prevailed. He is the true secretary to Secretary Wang. I will instruct you on what to say and what to offer. It is too late today. Let us rest," Su Ting said, releasing her and lying back down. Su Lan, previously the director of the reception office, was astute and well-versed in the factional struggles within the local political arena. She understood the strategy of utilizing others to achieve one's goals. Wang would undoubtedly wish for Wang Xiyuan's downfall. If successful, with Su Ting's recommendation and Wang's support, she would have ample opportunities for a resurgence. With this thought, waves of excitement surged within her. She admired Su Ting as a man of loyalty and affection, and felt assured that he would protect and aid her after their encounter. Determined to seize this rare opportunity, she resolved to serve him well tonight, demonstrating her prowess so that he would think of her fondly every day henceforth. Thus, Su Lan revitalized her spirit, not waiting for Su Ting to prepare. In late September, the Lao Li project finally settled, establishing a high-tech manufacturing park in Shangyin County, which has already commenced construction, with ground hardening completed swiftly. The subsequent challenge lay in attracting investment, making it a paramount task for the entire county to bring in several large enterprises. Simultaneously, various towns and districts, including Huayuan Street Office and Xingwan Town, prepared land for development, ready to initiate land acquisition or transfer whenever significant projects arose. Chapter 70. Digging a pit for Su Ting on the afternoon of September 25th, the Investment Attraction Conference for Xiangyun County convened at the County Committee Auditorium. The backdrop on the podium displayed the gilded characters building a nest to attract phoenixes shining under the overhead lights, accentuating Wang Xiyuan, who sat at the center of the stage, making her appear even more dignified and fair-skinned. Today, all county leaders at the level of section chief and above, along with some deputy section chiefs, attended, marking an unprecedented comprehensive mobilization. Wang Xiyuan first read the responsibility system for investment attraction in Xiangyun County, followed by an impassioned speech. We must attract investment through familial ties, allowing Xiangyun entrepreneurs to hear the tide of their hometown, through friendships, enabling partners to perceive Xiangyun's sincerity, through love, ensuring that settled enterprises fall in love with Xiangyun's environment. We will attract investment through emotions, commerce, stability, and prosperity. After finishing his speech, Wang Xiyuan took a sip of tea to catch his breath, scanning the audience until his gaze landed on Su Ting in the middle of the room, filled with resentment. He had not anticipated that this young man would be so difficult to manage. The iron triangle formed by Shulan, Zhou Haiyang, and Gan Mingyuan had backfired, leaving him with significant losses, utterly infuriating. When schemes fail, overt tactics must be employed. Wang Xiyuan's expression hardened as he rapped the table and declared, "Comrades, listen closely. Attracting investment is a non-negotiable order, a hard task. From today onwards, all deputy section chiefs, and unit-level officials must shift their focus from the office to the front lines of investment attraction." The county committee laid down 3 ironclad rules. First, those capable must step up. Whoever brings in a qualified enterprise will have their record established immediately by the organization department, receiving priority for promotion. Independently attracting a billion-yuan project will see section chiefs recommended for deputy positions at the municipal level, deputy section chiefs promoted to section chiefs on the spot, and unit-level officials elevated to deputy section chiefs, with seniority put aside. This is a tangible merit badge for investment attraction. Those who can achieve it will receive rapid advancement from the county committee. Second, the inept must step down. Assessments will primarily be conducted at the unit level, and those who sign responsibility agreements yet fail to meet targets will be stripped of their titles and demoted. The lightest punishment for a section chief is demotion to deputy section chief, while those who slack off will see deputy section chiefs directly downgraded to unit-level officials, with a 3-year ban on promotions for unit-level cadres. Anyone who undermines the county's development will find their livelihood threatened. Third, the battlefield recognizes no sentiment. From this day forth, the task numbers of each unit will be prominently displayed, with weekly progress reports. Those lagging behind will be required to make self-criticisms at the standing committee meetings. Monthly performance rankings will see the lowest-ranked unit heads scrutinized in front of all. Let me be clear. The investment battlefield is akin to the front line of a fierce battle. Those who fail to meet their targets should not blame the county committee for taking harsh measures. Those capable must step forward, while those unable should relinquish their positions, lest they occupy a place without contributing. After the meeting, tasks were immediately assigned and military orders were signed. Anyone who dares to negotiate conditions or backtrack will be publicly humiliated. This is the style of the county mayor, stern and unreasonable. Today marks a serious turning point, undoubtedly ratified by the county committee's standing meeting. Such severe penalties and audacious promotion policies are unprecedented. Regrettably, in a previous life, Wang Xiyuan also implemented a similar reward and punishment mechanism, yet the results in attracting investment were dismal after half a year of grand efforts. Only 2 enterprises met the required standards were introduced, and not a single billion-yuan enterprise was secured. Attracting investment is not merely a matter of rhetoric. It is one of the most challenging tasks at the grassroots level. Consequently, the mid-level officials in attendance trembled with trepidation, particularly those from the key departments such as the Investment Promotion Bureau, Economic and Information Bureau, Rural and Grain Bureau, Cultural Bureau, as well as various townships and street offices. They were indifferent towards unorthodox promotions due to the daunting nature of such achievements, yet they felt immense anxiety regarding demotions. The mayor's speech contained alarming rhetoric. likely not to be implemented in its entirety, yet would target one or two negative examples. The thought of becoming an unfortunate scapegoat is disheartening. Advancing to a deputy section chief is no easy feat at the grassroots level. Just as the audience fell into a hushed silence, Wang Xiyuan abruptly shifted his tone, stating, "This time, we are mobilizing the entire county, with everyone participating wholeheartedly. Thus no one can remain aloof. Departments such as the County Committee Office, Organization Department, and Propaganda Department are no exception. I have conferred with Secretary Wang, and the County Committee Office must also join in, taking on the task of attracting at least one standard enterprise and 1 billion yuan enterprise. Lin Ruilong oversees the County Committee Office." The well-off official seated in the front row frowned, thinking to himself, this was not communicated in advance. Why is this suddenly being announced in the meeting? Isn't this putting the County Committee Office in a difficult position? Besides, the County Committee Office primarily serves Secretary Xiyuan. Did you consult with her? It is a central department, mainly responsible for ensuring the smooth operation of the county. The mayor's domineering and unreasonable style, interfering everywhere, seems somewhat excessive, yet he could only silently grumble, too afraid to oppose openly, glancing at Wang Xiyuan on the stage, who remained calm and composed. Wang Xiyuan continued, "I have heard that the County Committee Office is brimming with talent, particularly among the several deputy directors, with Comrade Su Ting being the youngest, most educated, and most capable among them. I have thoroughly read the information articles he published in the provincial and municipal offices. They are remarkably insightful, especially regarding county economic development, modern industrial innovation, and the layout of the cultural and creative industries. Furthermore, the countywide industrial development research report he authored is exceptionally well written, demonstrating his familiarity with industrial enterprises. These are essential qualities for successful investment attraction. Therefore, I have discussed with Secretary Wang that Comrade Su Ting will represent the County Committee Office in taking on the task of attracting at least one standard enterprise and 1 billion yuan enterprise, contributing to the economic development of the entire county." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. This is clearly an attempt to target Su Ting. A county mayor competing with a deputy section chief is degrading. You know nothing. This is a warning shot, a show of strength. Is the county chief, Wang, not being excessively audacious? In the presence of Wang Xiyuan and all the staff, it is indeed quite bold. I believe that his methods are rather astute. After all, Su Ting has nothing to counter with. Wang is merely executing the County Party Committee's directives, aligning with Secretary Wang's governance philosophy. This is akin to striking oneself with one's own hand. Such a blatant maneuver is indeed clever. The issue lies with the young Su Ting, who is at a loss as to where he might attract a sizable enterprise, let alone a billion yuan company. Such notions are nothing short of fanciful. Regrettably, it seems he may be facing a demotion. The tallest trees in the forest catch the wind. His smooth sailing surely warrants a reminder that those who stand out often face the first blows. Feng furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Xiyuan in the central position. Observing her calm demeanor, which surpassed his own, he felt perplexed. It was evident that this was an attempt to undermine Su Ting, to set a trap for him. Yet why was Wang Xiyuan so unperturbed? Chapter 71. Su Ting leaps in Wang Xiyuan raised his hand to quell the murmurs below, turning his head from side to side, and with a smile inquired, "Secretary Wang, Secretary Monsong, Minister Rongda, Comrade Qingyan, Minister Chunsheng, do you have any objections?" The five nodded in unison, indicating their agreement. Lin Ruilong, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, "Young individuals should be encouraged to shoulder more responsibilities. It is through pressure that motivation is derived. Sometimes, potential is forced to emerge. Although it may be challenging, should Su Ting succeed, we must not hesitate to offer him a position at the county level. As the county chief has suggested, qualifications can indeed be flexible." He then looked towards Wang Xiyuan on his left and asked, "Secretary Wang, do you find this arrangement suitable?" He was well aware of the protocols. While the county chief did not seek approval, he, as the deputy secretary of the party in mass line, felt it necessary to consult. Naturally, he was quite shrewd, sometimes aligning with Wang Xiyuan, while at other times adopting a neutral stance, ensuring that he did not offend either side. He would be delighted to witness a conflict between the county chief and Wang Xiyuan, as ultimately, one of them would have to yield, paving the way for his own ascension. Wang Xiyuan responded with a serene smile. I concur with the opinions of the county chief and Comrade Rillo. Young comrades like Su Ting should indeed venture into the economic frontline to explore and gain experience. Wei Xian, pleased, announced, excellent. After the meeting, let's have Comrade Su Ting sign a letter of responsibility. Please ensure that today, as proceedings are reported by the television station and featured in the Yonghui Daily, as well as included in the meeting minutes. I urge the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Supervision Office to carry out their oversight and assessments. We have a deadline of 1 year. Of course, the sooner the better. Having concluded, he invited Secretary Xiyuan to deliver the closing remarks, and the assembly applauded warmly. Once the applause subsided, Wang Xiyuan straightened her posture, addressing the microphone with a voice that was both graceful and resonant. Comrades, I have been in Shangyun for over a year now, and my core philosophy can be distilled into 6 words. Focus on the economy. Strive for the economy. If the economy does not flourish, the goals of poverty alleviation and wealth creation become mere platitudes, without economic development. The construction of public facilities that serve the populace lags behind, leaving the citizens deprived of their sense of happiness and fulfillment. What do we have to report to our superiors? Her melodious voice resonated throughout the venue via the microphone. As long as our thoughts remain steadfast, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. We must first liberate our minds, shed our burdens, and embrace innovation. We should reach out and invite in, vigorously developing modern industries to catalyze growth across various sectors. What we seek to introduce may include labor-intensive enterprises, yet they must be industry leaders. It could involve manufacturing, but it must be advanced and modern, or it may pertain to agricultural processing enterprises, which must be high-tech, thereby enhancing the value added of our citrus, lychee, and other industries. Wang Xiyuan spoke passionately, her heart heavy. At present, attracting investment is the core task of our county, a matter of utmost priority, and we must dedicate ourselves fully to it. With the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day approaching, this is a golden opportunity for us to connect with local dignitaries and engage with enterprises. We must leverage every resource, capability, and opportunity to draw in investments. However, attracting investment does not mean accepting every proposal blindly. We seek to introduce robust enterprises that can thrive in the cloud, rather than hollow ventures that may falter in the future. High energy consumption, severe pollution, and speculative capital gains are to be strictly excluded. In summary, each must demonstrate their unique talents and fully embody the spirit of perseverance and tenacity, tirelessly advocating and navigating through challenges to secure investments. We must exert ourselves to the utmost in this critical endeavor. I appreciate everyone's hard work. Thank you all. She stood up and bowed deeply to the audience. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. It was evident that Wang Xiyuan was genuinely anxious, profoundly concerned, and sincerely dedicated to the development of Shangyun County. Her refusal to engage in land financing alone is commendable. While neighboring counties are bustling with towering skyscrapers and a booming real estate market, it is well understood that in a small county, who would inhabit such high-rise buildings? After the meeting, Su Ting signed his name following the signatures of the heads of various departments and townships. This signified that within a year, he must successfully attract 1 regulated enterprise and 1 billion yuan enterprise, with actual registered capital being the determining factor. Although he currently had no clear leads, he remained calm and unafraid. For someone like him, who has lived through many challenges, attracting such 2 enterprises was not an insurmountable task. Yet, Yin Bing truly felt a pang of worry for him. Seizing the opportunity while the secretary was attending a meeting in the city, she visited his office and asked with concern, Su Ting, do you really have no connections? Don't let yourself become a negative example for failing to complete your tasks. No connections, Su Ting replied bluntly. What? Then why are you so relaxed? Not at all anxious. Yin Bing approached him, grasping his hand, and said, why not speak to the secretary? If you do, perhaps the secretary could intercede on your behalf, granting you clemency and preventing any demotion. During the meeting, The secretary agreed publicly. Wouldn't it be difficult for me to approach her? With her character, she is one to keep her word and would not show leniency. What shall we do then? Director Wei is truly insufferable, openly bullying others. Yin Bing waved her small fist in indignation, tenderly squeezing his hand and softly reassuring, Su, do not worry. Where there is a will, there is a way. We shall find a solution. Since that night, when he remarked that her gentleness was most evident when she was physically close to him, she had endeavored to transform herself, striving to remain as gentle as a stream in his presence. I must also express my gratitude to County Chief Wei. What a timely gesture he has made, she thought. Suddenly, Su Ting pulled her into his embrace, sweetly planting a kiss on her lips. This was the first time he had displayed such intimacy in a public setting, causing her to gasp in surprise before quickly covering her mouth, smiling sweetly and shyly. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully chided, How dreadful of you. It would be so embarrassing if others saw us. Your tenderness makes me want to kiss you, he replied. Then I shall be even kinder in the future. She joyfully wrapped her arms around him, burying her head in his chest, before suddenly lifting her face with a smile, asking, By the way, what did you just say? Thanking the county chief? Indeed. To achieve an exceptional promotion, one must have a compelling reason. I shall introduce two enterprises, he explained. In that moment, Yin Bing comprehended why Wang Xiyuan had never opposed Wei Xian's proposal, placing this opportunity and its inherent risks upon Su Ting, urging him to venture forth in battle, to reap rewards if victorious and face consequences if defeated. Such were the rules of the game. Wang Xiyuan had been deliberately honing Su Ting's skills with great care. How much faith she must have in this budding political star. Or perhaps, how deeply was her affection for him. The 30th marked the final day before the holiday, and Su Ting left work early, suitcase in hand, preparing to hail a taxi back to Shanghai. He had three major tasks: to spend time with his mother, to purchase a property for his degree, and to gather with a few classmates, some of whom worked in government, to uncover potential investment leads. Upon exiting the county committee compound, he heard the unmistakable sound of a horn beeping. Glancing up, he spotted a white Nissan Tina parked by the roadside, with a strikingly beautiful woman leaning against it. Mai Jia. She maintained her high ponytail, adorned with a pink baseball cap, dressed in a white round-neck t-shirt and blue cropped jeans, complemented by white sneakers, exuding a refreshing and charming aura. With two adorable dimples, she smiled and waved at him. Su Ting approached her and inquired, Officer Mai, have you got a new car? No, it belongs to my mother. I work at the police station in Pengwan Town, which is about 10 miles away, and my mother drove it here. What about you? Are you picking up your dad after work? He has a dedicated vehicle. My father doesn't enjoy such privileges, Mai Jia laughed. Didn't you mention at noon that you would be finished by 5 and would take a taxi back to Shanghai? I'm here to give you a ride. How about that? Quite loyal of me, wouldn't you say? Wow, what a privilege. This treatment is quite impressive, Su Ting remarked, admiring the gleaming new Tina. This must be the latest model, around 300,000. It cost over 280,000 after taxes. Now, stop dawdling and get in. She tossed her head back with flair, her newly dyed tea-brown ponytail shimmering in the sunset. Each time he saw her, she seemed to have undergone delightful changes, maturing and growing in confidence at an astonishing pace. No, I could take a taxi. It's over 100 kilometers. If you drop me off, you'll have to drive back yourself. And I can't impose that on you. In that case, I want to take you. You've scored a great deal today and tomorrow. A classmate of mine is getting married in Shanghai. I'll be attending the wedding and can drop you off along the way. A few minutes later, the car ascended onto the highway, swiftly heading westward. After a brief stop at a service area, Su Ting took the wheel. Mai Jia, how is everything at Pengwan? Is it going smoothly? She retorted, feigning ignorance. You know it's not going well. With her lips pursed in annoyance, she continued, the director, Jia Zhong, spends his days drinking and neglecting work. He has assigned me to oversee petition and stability maintenance, excluding me from handling criminal matters. For the past half month, I've merely been mediating disputes at the town government, maintaining order, and convening petition meetings. It's incredibly dull. Petition and stability work can be quite a training ground. Take your time to adjust. What do you mean? Is it wrong to have a difficult personality? She turned her face away, glaring. Well, it's quite charming in its stubbornness. However, I discovered that besides the complex mining interests in Pengwan town, underground lottery gambling thrived. And there were rumors of prostitution as well. In short, it was rather chaotic. Be cautious. You're a girl after all. Prioritize your safety. Suddenly, Mai Jia fell silent, staring intently at his shoulder, which made him somewhat uneasy. What's wrong? You have a wound on your right shoulder? Was a bite? Who bit you? No. There's also a mark on your left shoulder. Su Ting's face flushed slightly. The right one was from Wang Xiyuan a few days prior, while the left bore the marks of Yin Bing's handiwork from last night. Upon noticing Wang Xiyuan's bite marks, Yin Bing had followed suit, leaving two deeper impressions, causing bleeding at the time. These two women always bit him during their passionate moments, ensuring he was never free from marks on his back and shoulders. Earlier at the service area, Su Ting had changed into a round-necked casual shirt, exposing the wounds. He awkwardly chuckled. It's a dog bite, a little puppy. That doesn't resemble a dog bite. It looks like a human did it. Who bit you? That's brutal. Shouldn't we report this? I'll catch them. Mai Jia exclaimed innocently. No, it was a doctor who bit me. It's a new form of gua sha treatment. I have internal damp heat and need to detox. Wow, such a medical technique exists? That's intriguing. I want to try it next time. She glared at the unscathed part of his shoulder. Su Ting shivered slightly, shifting away. With a sharp smack, Mai Jia playfully struck his shoulder, feigning aggression. Where are you hiding from? Afraid I'll bite you? Dream on, naughty boy. Su Ting chuckled awkwardly, attempting to change the subject. Where is the wedding being held? At the Royal Court Hotel in Fushan Street, Danyang District. Upon hearing this, Su Ting beamed. The urban village where he and his mother lived was situated near the Royal Court Hotel. That's a great hotel, a 5-star establishment. Indeed, my classmate is marrying into a wealthy family. The groom's family runs a conglomerate, the Liu Group, if I recall correctly. Guests are generously giving double the usual amount in gifts, quite extravagant. They are even arranging accommodations for guests at the Royal Court Hotel tonight. One person per room? Of course. Would you expect them to share with others? That is wonderful. My family has visitors from the countryside today, and we have limited space. Suddenly, Mai Jia's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, stammering, What do you mean? No way, that is too fast. Su Ting chuckled, amused by her reaction. What are you thinking? I merely meant that there is no need to invite you to stay at my house. Su Ting, you are truly full of yourself. When did I ever express a desire to stay at your house? What kind of relationship do we have? Oomph. She nibbled on her small tiger teeth, suddenly widening her eyes, which sparkled with a captivating allure, and asked him, Where is your home? Su Ting burst into hearty laughter. You rascal. Why are you laughing? She retorted, both vexed and embarrassed, playfully swatting him twice. My home is right beside the Huangting Hotel, though it's merely a village in the city, and we rent. Is your family truly impoverished? Mai Jia's expression darkened. Alas, my mother is rather superficial. She insists that a wealthy suitor is the foremost criterion for me. The two engaged in a lively and flirtatious conversation, and time flew by. At 6:50 in the evening, Mai Jia escorted Su Ting to a Cantonese restaurant. He had been invited to a reunion with university classmates. In his previous life, he had never attended such gatherings due to his introverted nature and principles, as he was not fond of socializing, mainly because he hadn't fared well. However, his perspective had now transformed entirely. He believed that having more friends opens more avenues. He sought to broaden his network for his future career, especially since he had come with the arduous task of attracting investment. Wherever there is wine, there exists a world of camaraderie. With camaraderie comes both alliances and rivalries. Where there are officials, there lies the realm of bureaucracy, and within bureaucracy, a hierarchy prevails. Su Ting arrived late. The other 10 or so attendees had already gathered and begun their meal. Seated at the head of the table was Ouyang Yang, the son of the deputy secretary of the party work committee of Fushan Street in Danyang District. Upon graduation, he had established a construction company, securing numerous projects within his father's jurisdiction and amassing considerable wealth. He was hosting tonight's gathering, typically in a meal involving businessmen and civil servants. The latter would occupy the esteemed positions, yet Ouyang audaciously claimed the head seat for himself. He was not tall, had a somewhat rotund figure, and was clad in designer attire, his hair slick and shiny, exuding an air of affluence and arrogance. Spotting Su Ting's late arrival, he pointed and jested. "Welcome our dedicated grassroots cadre, comrade Su Ting. Quite a journey from the impoverished mountains and rivers of—" "What county was that?" Li Fei, a clerk from Fushan Street, obsequiously interjected. "Shangyun County in Yonghui City." "Yes, having traveled from the remote and underdeveloped Shangyun County by bus." "How humble, how arduous." "Cool me. Let's all welcome Comrade Su Ting, who is rooted in the grassroots and selflessly contributes." Ouyang elongated his voice as he raised his glass, the jade ring on his ring finger glinting coldly under the lights. "Old classmate, please take a seat. The last position is reserved for you." He gestured towards a spot near the entrance where dishes were served. Su Ting maintained his composure, smiled lightly, and took his seat, then nodded apologetically to several classmates, including his former roommate Yuan Zibin, who currently worked at the Xinhai Customs, Yin Shi, a secretary in the Linghai district, Mu Qing from the Municipal Organization Department, and Lu Wenming from the Corporate Department of a state-owned bank's Dongyang District branch, which was responsible for large loans, the bank's most lucrative division. The two beauties, Mu Qing and Yin Zi, sat on either side of Ouyang. Upon hearing Ouyang's sarcastic remarks about Su Ting, Yuan Zibin and Yin Zi displayed displeasure. But upon noticing Su Ting's subtle gesture, they restrained themselves. Yin Zi remarked, "Su Ting, you traveled the farthest. It must have been quite exhausting. Please, have something to eat to tide you over." During their university days, it was common knowledge that Yin Zi harbored affections for Su Ting, while Ouyang was enamored with Yin Zi. Even though Su Ting opted for a long-distance relationship with Zhou Lili from the second-tier Yonghui Normal University, Yin Zi remained steadfast in her feelings and repeatedly rejected Ouyang's advances. Consequently, Ouyang regarded Su Ting as a thorn in his side, a source of constant irritation. Upon overhearing Yin Zi speak in Su Ting's defense with such fervor, Ouyang's resentment intensified, and he sarcastically remarked, "Su Ting, I trust you're enjoying your time on Cloud 9. Just look at your attire. It's more humble than the rags my maid uses to clean the floor. Truly a modern-day Jiao Yulu." Ouyang's metaphors were undeniably creative, as his sidekick Li Fei jested. "Look at Su. He's practically wearing service to the people on his sleeve, unlike us mundane folk who only know how to don suits and ties. Is this conversation amusing to you, Ouyang and Li Fei, when we rarely gather like this?" Yuan Zibin interjected, visibly displeased as he defended Su Ting. Yin Zi lifted her chin and replied, "Ouyang, you may not be aware, but Su Ting is currently the deputy director of the county committee office. In just 3 years since graduation, he has risen the fastest among us." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Mu Qing from the Municipal Organization Department was still awaiting her promotion to deputy director. No one anticipated that Su Ting would be the one ascending so swiftly. Ouyang appeared momentarily stunned, before dismissively scoffing, "What good is speed? The essence of being an official lies in the platform. In a small county, without connections or wealth, the highest one can achieve is a department head. It's a different story for Xianghai, being in a vice-provincial city with a higher platform. The street office is a proper department level. My father is 46, has been at the department level for 5 years, and will surely be promoted to deputy bureau chief next year. Do you really think you can rise to the level of department chief, Su Ting?" With that, he fixed Su Ting with a condescending gaze, expecting an explosive reaction. To his surprise, Su Ting remained unfazed, merely smiling serenely as he sipped his tea. "Cat got your tongue, Su Ting?" Ouyang felt an oppressive weight bearing down on him, fueling his irritation, prompting him to provoke further. Su Ting regarded him with a calm demeanor, smiling slightly as he replied, "If your father can't secure the deputy bureau chief position, I doubt he can even maintain his current rank. Those who engage in unjust actions inevitably meet their downfall." His composed and assured tone endowed him with an undeniable sense of authority, making his words seem irrefutable. Ouyang leapt to his feet, exclaiming, You're talking nonsense. In a fit of rage, he hurled his glass of liquor at Su Ting, who effortlessly sidestepped the attack, causing the drink to splatter across the nearby dishes and drench Li Fei in alcohol, ruining his newly purchased Armani white shirt. Though Li Fei cursed inwardly, he dared not display any displeasure, fully aware that Ouyang-Yang's father was the director of the street office, his superior. Su Ting, Ouyang-Yang Shouted, Su Ting, you're just envious and resentful, sour grapes, because you can't have what you desire. How dare you curse and slander my father? If you wish to salvage your reputation, kneel and apologize. As tensions escalated, onlookers realized that the meal was becoming untenable, prompting them to intervene. Only Yuan Zibin and Yin Shi remained silent. Their expressions darkened. They had long grown weary of Ouyang-Yang's bullying. Li Fei tugged at Su Ting's sleeve, urging, apologize quickly, don't ruin the mood for everyone. Another colleague chimed in. Su Ting, you were always so amiable. What has happened today? Did you choke on something? Just now. Ouyang was merely jesting with you. There is no need to disparage his parents. Hurry and apologize. Ouyang is magnanimous. The meal can still continue. Ouyang-Yang, brimming with self-satisfaction, fixed his gaze upon him, eagerly awaiting his capitulation. Su Ting chuckled softly and said, apologize? Certainly. Ouyang-Yang's pride swelled further as he sneered. You know your place. When you seek to borrow money from me for a house in the future, I will take tonight's performance into consideration. Ouyang-Yang, you have misunderstood. I was referring to your apology. Su Ting's tone was calm, yet resolute, demanding an apology to me and to everyone else. If I'm in a good mood, I may show you mercy and save you this time. Otherwise, do not blame me for not giving you the opportunity. The entire room was taken aback. Chapter 74. Disaster approaches. Ouyang-Yang, both astonished and enraged, bellowed, apologize to you? Are you out of your mind? Li Fei, akin to an eager lapdog, immediately joined in, barking, Su Ting, have you looked in a mirror? A penniless wretch, working in a remote county, and here you are, pretending to be a giant. What kind of person is Ouyang? Wealthy, powerful, and with women at his beck and call. Li Fei, how dare you speak like that? My heart only holds admiration for the stunning Yin. Ouyang-Yang reprimanded. Li Fei quickly retorted, yes, yes. Ouyang is someone of stature, commanding respect in Shanghai City, capable of anything. Aren't you going to quickly admit your fault and apologize? Su Ting smiled faintly. Ouyang-Yang, if you do not apologize today, you will inevitably do so in the future. With a loud bang, Ouyang-Yang slammed the table and rushed toward Su Ting, ready to strike. Yet, Su Ting stood immovable, like a martial arts master, exuding an aura of authority, casually holding a wine glass, seemingly indifferent to him. Ouyang-Yang was momentarily subdued by his presence, well aware that Su Ting's physical prowess was exceptional. Agile and skilled in both basketball and soccer, he was the top fighter in the literature department, and a one-on-one confrontation would be futile. He relented, pulled back by classmates, and pointed at Su Ting, cursing, Su Ting, do not be so arrogant. Just wait. I will make you kneel and call me grandfather. You should leave. There is no place for you here. Su Ting raised his glass, ignoring Ouyang-Yang, and surveyed his close friends, stating, to those worthy of respect, I bid you farewell. He finished his drink in one gulp and departed with a flourish. As he exited the Royal Court Hotel, a torrential downpour commenced outside. The moment he laid eyes on Ouyang-Yang, memories of his past life surged within him. Tomorrow, a calamity awaited Ouyang-Yang, unbeknownst to him. He wished not to intervene, nor could he. The disaster precipitated by the rain bore no signs, and no one would believe him if he spoke of it. Without an umbrella, and having called for a taxi for ages to no avail, he was startled by a familiar voice. Su Ting. Yuan Zibin approached with a smile, followed by Yin Shi, each holding an umbrella. Su Ting felt a sudden wave of gratitude and smiled back. What brings you both out? We came because we heard you were attending. If you leave, what joy is there for us to stay? Come, let's go to the night market, Yuan Zibin said, wrapping an arm around Su Ting's shoulder as they shared one umbrella. Su Ting, please do not be upset. Ouyang-Yang is simply hopeless, a waste of space, Yin Shi scornfully remarked. In a nearby, bustling eatery, the trio indulged in chaozhou hot pot and beer reveling in their merriment. Yin Shi, though petite and slender with an astonishingly large pair of eyes, was affectionately nicknamed Thin Girl back home. During her school years, she resembled a mere wisp of paper, her figure unremarkable. However, after a few years of work, she had filled out considerably, her complexion fair and her face and chest adorned with a touch of softness, rendering her much more attractive. When it came to matters of the heart, Yin Shi was candid, sharing, "That year, while you were entangled in a passionate affair with Lao Li, I also embarked on a relationship in my sophomore year. Yet within 6 months, it was disrupted by Ouyang Yang, and I remained single thereafter. After starting my job in Lingang District, I dated someone introduced by others, but I was simply too preoccupied. He desired a partner to manage the household and raise children, so we amicably parted ways. My role in the conference department keeps me at the venue during the day and preparing for the next day's meetings at night, leaving little room for personal time. I can't fathom why we have so many meetings. The more we try to streamline, the more they seem to multiply. I envy Zbin, who works regular hours and enjoys 5 to 6 leisurely hours each day, and his benefits are exceptional. Haha, while we may be idle, the compensation has significantly diminished." Yuan Zbin, feeling despondent, took a sip of his drink. "A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Don't come here lamenting your plight just because you work at customs," Yin Shi retorted, then turned her attention back to Su Ting. "So Su Ting, how are you? When will you marry Lao Li?" "We broke up," Su Ting replied. Yin Shi was taken aback, unable to conceal her surprise tinged with delight, her voice trembling slightly. "So you're single now?" Su Ting hesitated before responding, "I have a girlfriend." Yin Shi's expression darkened, and she sighed, realizing the reality. They lived in entirely different worlds, she in a first-tier city and he in a remote, impoverished county, 2 parallel lines with no intersection. After more than half an hour, Mu Qing and Lu Wenming arrived, joining the lively gathering of 5. Mu Qing was another fair and slender girl, yet tall and strikingly attractive, exuding an air of quiet intelligence. She suggested to Su Ting, "The city holds recruitment drives every May and June, open to candidates under 30 nationwide. You should apply and take the exam. Indeed, given your capabilities, it would be a mere trifle," Yin Shi encouraged. Su Ting chuckled. "I believe I'm doing quite well in the county." He wanted to rise again from where he had fallen, and there were too many ties to sever. Wang Xiyuan, Pei Yijuan, Mai Jia, and Yin Bing were difficult to let go of. Mu Qing added, "That's true. He is currently the deputy director of the county committee office, with boundless prospects ahead. Once he is promoted to a full position, he could become a key leader in the town, and advancement comes swiftly. Moreover, if he were to participate in the selection process, he would have to relinquish his current deputy position in Yin County and start anew as a staff member, which is hardly advantageous." Yuan Zbin boldly raised his glass, exclaiming, "Then let us wait for Su Ting to be promoted to the director of a municipal office and return as the mayor of Shanghai City, a vice-provincial level." The group cheered in unison. After the revelry, Su Ting inquired about Lu Wenming's work situation. He was a man of few words, shaking his head as he remarked, "There's an old saying in banking. To succeed, one must balance 9 virtues with 1 vice. There are far too many gray areas. Damn it. Those in charge of trust funds. It's more like 3 virtues to 7 vices." His companion, Su Ting, comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, recalling how Lu Wenming's previous life had been fraught with challenges due to his unwavering integrity. As they indulged until 11 o'clock, Lu Wenming suddenly raised his glass, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is getting late. Let's call it a night. My cousin's wedding is tomorrow morning, and I must lend a hand." Su Ting paused, his expression momentarily frozen, and inquired, "Is it being held at the Royal Court Hotel?" "Indeed, how did you know?" Lu Wenming responded, "A colleague of mine is attending the wedding, and I decided to join her for the ride." Upon hearing this, Su Ting felt a stir within him and glanced outside the corrugated shelter. The rain had lessened slightly, yet it showed no signs of stopping. In his previous life, the bride and groom from the Lu family perished in that calamity, claiming over 20 lives. Su Ting could not remain indifferent. But how could he avert such a disaster? He felt utterly at a loss. Though reborn, he had no intention of meddling in others' destinies. However, now that fate had brought him here. With Mai Jia's close friend and a relative of a good classmate among the guests, and even Lu Wenming in the wedding procession, Su Ting, at his core a kind-hearted individual, found it impossible to stand idly by. If he failed to intervene, Mai Jia would never forgive him, and he would struggle to reconcile with his own conscience. He believed that regardless of his efforts, the downfall of the Wu family would remain unaffected. Unbeknownst to Su Ting, their act of saving lives would lead to unforeseen rewards. Chapter 75. The policewoman invites trouble at midnight. Su Ting returned home to find his mother waiting for him. She chided him, saying that someone had come to deceive the young policewoman. Originally from the north, Su Ting's father, a rural schoolteacher, had passed away when he was in middle school. Following that, his mother brought him to Shanghai to work, and they relied on each other, remaining in Shanghai ever since. Seeing her son drenched from the rain and having consumed alcohol, his mother, Zhao Meiyun, felt a pang of concern. She helped him change clothes and brought him a bowl of goji berry and pig liver soup, scolding, "Can't you drink less? Look at you. You're as thin as a reed. Is the food at your workplace really that bad? Here, drink this soup to sober up." Su Ting chuckled, accepting the soup and gulping it down eagerly. He then embraced his mother, exclaiming, "Mom, this soup is absolutely delicious. And by the way, you're becoming more beautiful by the day. Look what I brought you." He presented her with a set of mid to high-end cosmetics from a mystery of the sea collection. Zhao Meiyun playfully smacked her son, her eyes glistening with emotion as she said, "You little rascal, always trying to butter me up. Wow, this is quite expensive. Why would you buy such costly cosmetics? It's a waste of money. Hurry and return them." As Su Ting listened to his mother's gentle reprimands, he felt an immense sense of happiness. At 2 a.m, as thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured outside, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally, he decided to get up, turned on the desk lamp, and pulled out his phone to call Mai Jia. To his surprise, she answered almost immediately. "You naughty boy, calling me in the middle of the night. What's going on? Why aren't you asleep yet?" The rain outside is pouring heavily, accompanied by thunder and lightning, instilling a sense of fear within me. I find myself restless and unable to sleep. What about you? Are you also experiencing insomnia? Her voice is charming and playful. Shall I come find you? With company, you might feel less frightened. Huh? What are you planning to do? Su Ting chuckled lightly. Are you afraid I might devour you? In that case, I shall refrain from coming. No, please do come. Her voice trembled slightly. I'll wait until the rain lessens before I head over. Half an hour later, Su Ting slipped out his house, opened his umbrella, and walked for several minutes until he reached the Royal Court Hotel. He knocked 3 times, and the door opened to reveal Mai Jia, standing gracefully in a pink pajama set. She appeared delicate, her complexion a soft blush, shy like a water lily in summer. Lowering her head, she gazed at him with her adorable puppy-like eyes and stammered, "You really came? Dear girl, this is no dream, it's real." Su Ting replied with a smile as he entered the room. Mai Jia gently closed the door, her hands tucked into her pockets, tilting her head with a rosy flush as she said, "Just so you know, I let you in, but you must not misbehave." Su Ting looked her up and down, finding her clever and endearing. The contours of her figure were subtly visible beneath her pajamas, and he laughed. "Misbehave? In what manner? Oh, how annoying." She playfully slapped him, her face growing even redder. The two stood in the room, exchanging glances, silence enveloping them for quite some time. Su Ting felt slightly awkward. The young girl was so innocent, and he hesitated to take any bold steps just yet. "Please have a seat. Are you thirsty? Would you like to watch television? Perhaps we could play cards? Or try arm wrestling? You might not stand a chance against me. I was the champion in the girls' division at the police academy, defeating several males." She felt nervous, eager, and her breath quickened, longing to leap into his embrace, yet a sense of shyness held her back. Biting her lip, she pondered, knowing full well how much she adored him. Why maintain such reserve? Seizing the moment when Su Ting turned away, she gathered her courage and took a step forward, preparing to leap into his arms. However, just as she opened her arms, Su Ting suddenly turned back and asked, with such heavy rain, "Will the wedding be canceled?" "No, no. The wedding is being held at the hotel, so rain poses no threat," she replied, embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Will you accompany me to the wedding tomorrow? She nodded. I will be the bridesmaid. We leave for the bride's house at 5, then get ready and wait for the groom to come and take us to his home, followed by the evening banquet. What time will the groom arrive to fetch the bride? She frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. With a stunning beauty standing before him, how could not grasp the situation? Foolish. Why are you asking these questions, Su Ting? It's rather strange. Just answer me, he insisted. At 6:06, the groom departs to fetch the bride, taking an hour on the road, arriving at 7:07. After a series of ceremonies, he will see the bride at 8:08, pick her up at 9:09, and reach his home by 10:10, where they will pay respects to the parents and so forth. The remaining ceremonies will take place at the hotel in the evening. Su Ting said, you folks from Lingnan truly adhere to traditions when it comes to marriage. Indeed, we must select auspicious dates and times, down to the very minute. Are you aware of the route the groom will take to fetch the bride? Mai Jia was utterly bewildered. She stamped her foot and exclaimed in annoyance, what is it? Su Ting, you come here in the dead of night just to ask me these strange questions? Her small canine teeth clicked together as she thought, you blockhead. If you don't want to do anything bad, at least give me a hug or a kiss. The question was indeed peculiar, yet it was of utmost importance. She was unsure of the path, but she had heard that the route had been calculated by a master and could not be altered. Su Ting pondered. So we must pass through Orange Pit, right? She replied, I don't know. A sudden seriousness washed over her. Su Ting, how do you know they plan to go through Orange Pit? Mai Jia, being a police officer, possessed a keen sense of intuition and increasingly felt that something was amiss. Vigilantly, she inquired, Su Ting, what on earth is going on? Tell me directly, don't beat around the bush and leave me in the dark. Su Ting slowly approached her, exuding charm and grace. Her heart raced, and with a blush, she gazed at him, thinking, come on, embrace me, kiss me. Su Ting placed his hand on her shoulder, his gaze deep and captivating as if it could draw her in. She could feel his breath and charisma right before her, and in a moment of dazed enchantment, she sweetly and shyly closed her eyes, presenting her lips. However, what awaited her was Su Ting's unyielding command. Change your clothes. We need to go out. What? Why? She opened her eyes, filled with irritation, while Su Ting had already moved to the doorway. Listen to me. A few minutes later, Su Ting drove Mai Jia's car, a heavenly vehicle, out of the hotel and into the vast darkness. The rain continued to fall, though not as heavily. Before long, they entered the winding mountain roads of Fulu Mountain, a two-lane thoroughfare. The village of Orange Pit lay at the foot of the mountain. After a while, Su Ting stopped the car, got out, and stood by the roadside, gazing at a nearby farmer's house. With a sigh, he remarked, it's this one. The community where Su Ting rented was located in Orange Pit, albeit in the open area at the foot of the mountain. Mai Jia followed him and looked in the direction of his gaze, utterly perplexed. Su Ting, have you lost your mind? You brought me out here in the middle of the night to look at a house. Look, it has been raining for several days, and tonight there is a torrential downpour. The ground is eroded. That building's foundation is unstable. The construction quality is subpar, and with so many additional floors, it's bound to collapse. There are many people living inside. Su Ting's expression grew grave as he spoke with certainty and seriousness. Mai Jia waved her fingers in front of him. Su Ting, are you insane? How do you know that this building will collapse while so many others want? Are you a geological expert, a construction specialist, or do you possess some superpower? The key point is it's pitch black out here. How can you discern that it is about to fall? Her barrage of questions left Su Ting shaking his head with a wry smile. If even Mai Jia didn't believe him, how could he convince the residents of the building to evacuate? It was an 11-story low-rise constructed by farmers, an illegal structure. The village of Orange Pit was notorious for extensive illegal constructions, approved by Ouyang Hong, the director of the Fushan Street office. Ouyang Yang had contracted the vast majority of the projects, cutting corners and using inferior materials. In a previous life, a tragedy occurred, resulting in the deaths of 22 individuals and injuries to 5 others, leading to both Ouyang Hong and his son being imprisoned. Su Ting certainly wished to witness the retribution of Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Yang, yet he did not desire to see so many innocent lives sacrificed for it. Therefore, he resolved to save them, regardless of the outcome, At the very least, he would give it his all. It is essential to understand that rescuing them equated to saving the pride of Ouyang Yang. With this thought in mind, Su Ting suddenly grasped Mai Jia's hand and, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "Mai Jia, this building is on the verge of collapse. It is highly likely that when the bride and groom pass by here, in an effort to save your classmates and the 20 lives residing above, you must trust me, will you?" Mai Jia was startled by his frenzied demeanor and measured his forehead, saying, "Su Ting, are you unwell? What is happening tonight that you're spouting such nonsense?" "I am not speaking nonsense. I speak the truth." He raised his voice, only to receive a look from Mai Jia akin to that directed at a madman. He sighed and calmly continued, "I have a high school classmate who holds a master's degree in geology. Recently, when he visited my home and passed by here, he mentioned that the blasting in the back mountain has caused resonance, which could severely compromise the structural integrity of this building. I have always felt it was unsafe. Adding an 11th floor has rendered the foundation incapable of withstanding the load. Thus, I have dreamt of its collapse, not falling down the mountain but onto the road. What if the bride and groom were passed by? What if it were to crush your classmates? Just think of how terrifying that would be." Suddenly, Mai Jia embraced him, filled with concern. "Su Ting, what is wrong with you? Are you ill? Your words frighten me. I am so worried. Come with me to the hospital." Su Ting pushed her away and strode downstairs, glancing at the building number before shouting upwards, "Hey residents, wake up everyone." After several calls, someone finally turned on a light upstairs, and heads began to peek out of the windows. Su Ting continued, "The building you reside in, number 25, lane 33, is at risk of collapse due to the recent heavy rainfall that has compromised the foundation. Hurry and evacuate. Move your belongings while you still can. Or it may be too late. Are you crazy? Your building is the one that's going to collapse." A man shouted from above, "Insane fool, get lost. What's all this noise? Can't anyone sleep? Stop shouting. He is clearly deranged. It's just past 3 o'clock. Shut up, you lunatic, or I'll call the police." Su Ting's good intentions were met with a barrage of insults, followed by someone hurling a rotten apple and stones at him. Mai Jia quickly pulled him back to the car. She turned to him and chuckled, "See, this is how it ends when one goes mad. Su Ting smiled fondly, indeed. I would throw bricks too. Then why did you shout? Fool." Most residents here were workers. If they were driven out too soon, they would have nowhere to go, which was impractical. Waiting a little longer seemed necessary. Being a good person is quite difficult, Su Ting lamented. Mai Jia smiled lightly. "Regardless, your intentions are noble. You're truly kind-hearted. Let me offer you a suggestion." "What suggestion?" "Call the local street office and have them come to inspect. If they find any issues, they can force the residents to evacuate." Brilliant. Thus, Su Ting dialed the duty phone of the Fushan Street office, insisting that they must dispatch geological or engineering experts for an inspection and report back to the primary leadership of the office. The duty personnel, somewhat dazed, agreed to arrange for someone to investigate, acknowledging that ensuring building safety was indeed the office's responsibility during the continuous torrential rains. Realizing that waiting idly would bear no fruit, Su Ting and Mai Jia returned to their hotel. At 3:30, both were exhausted and drowsy, collapsing onto the bed in deep slumber. At 5 o'clock, the hotel's wake-up call rang out abruptly, and Su Ting opened his eyes, intending to rise, only to discover he was immobile as Mai Jia clung tightly to him, her head resting on his arm. He attempted to pry her off, but she only held on more fiercely, mumbling something in a playful tone. Her face flushed with a rosy hue, her small mouth slightly parted. Her two soft curves pressed against him, and her legs intertwined with his in a rather intimate manner. As Su Ting gazed, he felt a stirring within him, prompting a reaction. Mai Jia, still in a sleepy haze, sensed something pressing against her and half opened her eyes, mumbling, "Don't fool around. Why is there a stick on the bed? Quickly, take it away." With that, she closed her eyes again, but soon her eyelids fluttered, and she abruptly opened her eyes wide, gazing at Su Ting in fright. She glanced down at the source of her alarm, her face instantly turning crimson as she pushed him away, exclaiming, "You naughty boy, what are you doing? Why are you holding me while I sleep?" Thankfully, she was clad in a nightdress, and Su Ting was fully dressed. She scanned the sheets for any signs of indiscretion and, relieved, noted the absence of any red stains. Su Ting, feeling wronged, replied, "Last night, I slept on the sofa. It was you who insisted I sleep on the bed. We agreed to maintain our boundaries. Yet here you're nearly pushing me off the edge, all the while holding on to me and constantly touching and kissing me, making things terribly awkward. You're talking nonsense. I did no such thing. You are the one being lewd," she retorted, mortified. A quick glance confirmed Su Ting was indeed precariously positioned at the edge of the bed, with traces of her lipstick on his face and chest. "It's 5 o'clock. Are you not going to the bride's house?" Su Ting asked, having regained his composure, appearing as though nothing had transpired the previous night. "Of course I am. Don't look at me. I'm going to change in the bathroom," she hurriedly declared, searching for her clothes and disappearing into the restroom. Standing at the door, Su Ting knocked twice, saying, "Forget that. Come help me save people instead. What are you still daydreaming about? You are a police officer, after all, a golden shield forged by fervor, showcasing your skills in times of peril," he sang, attempting to coax her. "Stop singing. I've heard that song so much my ears are going to callous over." "Su Ting, do you truly believe the building will collapse? Especially while my classmate's wedding car is passing by," she retorted, opening the door and fixing her gaze on him. "Absolutely," Su Ting affirmed, his eyes falling upon her hands. She was clad in denim and a pastel blouse, yet held a flesh-colored bra. Suddenly, she realized, her face igniting with embarrassment, how mortifying. "I forgot to put it on," and she slammed the door shut. "My Jia, in life, one must embrace madness at least once. Let us indulge together." Su Ting's voice resonated, enticing and bold, causing my Jia to feel an odd sensation, her previously flushed face reddening anew. Chapter 77, The Rescue of 30 Lives, Part 1. Just as she was about to scold him, Su Ting's melodious voice echoed once more. "Once you complete this, you will undoubtedly have no regrets and can take pride in it for the rest of your life. Officer Mai, I truly cannot manage alone. A partnership between men and women makes the work less burdensome." With a swift motion, she flung open the door, and Su Ting, leaning against it, nearly stumbled into her embrace. She chuckled, revealing 2 charming dimples, and lifted her delicate face, asking, "All right then, how will you thank me?" Overjoyed, Su Ting embraced her tightly, spinning her around twice before gently placing her back on the ground. She gazed at him bashfully and, on a whim, rose on her toes to plant a soft kiss on his cheek, whispering, "No need for thanks. We are already this close." Su Ting was momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by this close? They hadn't even undressed yet. Suddenly, my Jia wrapped her arms around his neck, offering her fragrant lips. To not reciprocate would be a disservice to such a beautiful and lovely girl. Thus, he kissed her, savoring the refreshingly sweet sensation. In an instant, they found themselves tumbling back onto the bed, poised to launch an affectionate assault when my Jia pressed his hand down, her cheeks flushed, saying, "I'm still young. Please don't rush things." Su Ting pondered for a moment before nodding. "Also, if you're my girlfriend, you cannot be close to other women. You must love and cherish only me for life." And regarding my mother. Suddenly, a loud growl emanated from Su Ting's stomach, prompting him to chuckle. "I'm hungry. Let us eat." My Jia responded with a soft "oh," silently dressing and taming her tousled hair. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her sweet, bashful face. Why was he still reluctant to be her boyfriend? After breakfast, Su Ting dialed the emergency number for the Fushan Street duty room yet again. But no one answered until 7:20, when the call finally connected. Upon inquiry, he learned that no one had gone to inspect the situation overnight. The on-duty personnel, Li Fei from the Safety Supervision Office, would lead a team to the site for assessment. Su Ting promptly called Li Fei, but again, there was no answer. Dismissing these concerns, he drove with my Jia back to the site at Building 25, Orange Pit, Alley 33. The day had brightened, with a fine drizzle falling. Several windows in the building had illuminated, and a young couple was seen departing with their luggage, presumably heading home or off to travel. At 7:40, Su Ting called Li Fei once more, and this time he finally answered. "Su Ting, have you come to your senses and decided to apologize to Ouyang Yang? I can speak on your behalf, but honestly, you should know better than to confront someone without the means." Su Ting interjected. "I heard from the duty room that it's your turn to be on duty today. I have crucial information. A building in Orange Pit is swaying dangerously. You need to come and investigate immediately and make sure to bring a geological expert. Wait, Su Ting, I received several calls last night from you. Are you trying to drag me into this mess because you can't handle Ouyang Yang? Li Fei, I don't have time for your nonsense. If you don't come and something happens, your position will be at stake. With that, Su Ting hung up. 30 minutes later, to his surprise, Li Fei arrived, driving a taxi and accompanied by 2 younger team members. Su Ting shook his head with a wry smile and asked, Li Fei, where are the experts? Surely, your urban construction office has geological specialists, right? Without hesitation, you may communicate with the district to send someone over. I'm indeed an expert. Step aside. Li Fei, with an air of arrogance, pushed Su Ting aside and descended the stairs. He looked up and, with his hands clasped behind his back, circled the building. To the east lay a ravine, while the western side bordered the Fulu Ring Road. Further west sprawled the expansive urban village of Juzikong, rife with illegal constructions, some towering as high as 28 stories. After finishing a cigarette, Li Fei remarked, Su Ting, are you ill? What does the potential collapse of this building have to do with you? The crucial point is that there are no signs of imminent failure. The ground remains stable, devoid of any sliding or settling, and a tap reveals no hollow sounds. Furthermore, if it were to collapse, it would surely fall towards the ravine, not onto the road. Are you toying with me? Li Fei, you work in the Safety Supervision Office. In many cases of landslides, mud flows, ground subsidence, or building collapses, are there always clear signs? Such events occur underground, invisible to the naked eye, requiring experienced experts and specialized instruments for detection. Regardless, I have tried my best to assist you. If you choose not to listen, there is little I can do. Su Ting, if my memory serves me correctly, did we not study contemporary literature in university? Are you truly an experienced expert? Do you possess any professional measuring instruments? I think not. How? Then, do you ascertain that this building is on the verge of collapse? Su Ting fell silent, too weary to explain. Suddenly, my Jia stepped forward. I am, and I believe this building is exceedingly dangerous. Who are you trying to fool? Are experts typically underage girls? Li Fei turned to Su Ting, saying, Su Ting, you've done well for yourself, finding such a young and beautiful girlfriend, driving a luxury car, living off others, indeed. You two continue your research. I shall take my leave. With that, Li Fei drove off. Su Ting glanced at his watch. The building was likely to collapse in about an hour. Yet, why did it show no signs of fissures or subsidence? He could not wait any longer. He recalled that the Danyang district government had recently published the mobile numbers of the district head, deputy head, and leaders of various functional departments to promote transparency and accessibility. He promptly found district head Lin Xiyuan's number on the official website and dialed it. The call connected swiftly, and a deep, composed voice responded. Hello. Who is this? Is this district head Lin? Yes, it is. I am a concerned citizen from Danyang district. Due to recent heavy rains, the foundation of Farmer's House in Juzikong may have been undermined. This building has also been illegally expanded to 11 stories. The foundation was never stable, and the construction quality is subpar. While it may appear sound on the surface, the underlying structure is compromised. District Head Lin Xiyuan listened patiently and replied courteously. Thank you for the information. I will dispatch personnel to investigate further. If the issues you mentioned are indeed present, the district government will take prompt action to eliminate the hazards and express our gratitude in person. District Head, you must come personally. This concerns the lives of dozens of people, and I trust you understand the gravity of the situation. We are beginning to evacuate residents, but without official organization. It may prove difficult, and I cannot guarantee success. He was referring to his official position. I understand your concerns. However, without any evidence to support your predictions, spreading unverified claims about a building's collapse may also be deemed illegal. Do you comprehend? Lin Xiyuan exhibited remarkable patience and spoke with a gentle tone, subtly advising against the unilateral evacuation of residents. All right, I understand. Goodbye. Su Ting ended the call and glanced at his watch. Less than 40 minutes remained before the impending collapse. The 11-story building appeared to sway amid the rain and fog, resembling a damp biscuit. He anxiously turned to Mai Jia and inquired, "Could you check with your friend about when the wedding procession will arrive here?" Mai Jia, sensing his seriousness, felt her own anxiety rise as she made the call. After 3 attempts, she finally connected and relayed they should arrive in this area around 9:30. I informed her of the danger here and suggested an alternate route, but she refused to believe it. "There is still time," Su Ting replied. "I have a plan. Let's go all in." All right. Chapter 78, Rescue of 30 Lives, Part 2. 10 minutes later, Su Ting dashed into the illegally constructed 11-story building, where the walls of the stairwell showed signs of decay. Mai Jia grasped the fire axe she had snatched from the vehicle, following him into the stairwell. Suddenly, she halted. Terror etched across her face as she exclaimed, "Su Ting, did you feel that? The building just swayed." "I felt it," he confirmed. "What you said is true. Let us act quickly." Su Ting ignited a cushion and a piece of plastic in a safe area on the first floor. The acrid smell and smoke spreading rapidly as numerous residents opened their windows. The water meter box. Su Ting's chow teeth. Mai Jia swung the fire axe to cleave through the rusted metal, and as she turned the valve with a wrench, a torrent of clear water gushed forth, pooling in the stairwell. She then hurried to the second floor, pouring iodine onto a cotton cloth and covering her mouth and nose before racing to the 5th floor, shouting, "Smoke! There's a fire! Gas leak!" She deliberately allowed the iodines scent to mingle with the humid air, while playing a pre-recorded sound of a bursting pipe on her phone, the hissing echoing through the corridor like a serpent's hiss. The mother in room 302, startled by the sound of rushing water, opened her door. Mai Jia thrust the rust-stained, actually iodine-dyed, cloth into her hands and urged, "Take your child downstairs. Hurry." At that moment, Su Ting shouted from downstairs through a loudspeaker, "Do not use the elevator below the 4th floor." The woman, seeing the water spreading in the stairwell, screamed and scooped her infant into her arms, fleeing downstairs. Subsequently, Su Ting and Mai Jia ascended to the 11th floor, knocking on doors one by one. The pungent smell and smoke ultimately frightened the residents, prompting them to escape, either via the stairs or the elevator, until they reached the spacious ground floor. It was then that they realized the building was indeed swaying. A gathering of over 20 individuals on the ground floor looked up at the 5th floor, pointing at the tightly shut security door of room 503, exclaiming, "That girl is still inside. She hasn't drawn her curtains in days." Mai Jia stood in the stairwell, faintly perceiving the warm, yellow glow emanating from within the room. At that moment, a concerned neighbor rushed up, saying, "She broke up with her boyfriend of 3 years last week. I heard he had been unfaithful all along, which is why she locked herself inside and hasn't left her home for days." Then he began to pound on the door, calling for the girl to come out. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden dull thud echoed from the direction of the back mountain, resembling a heavy stone crashing into a deep pool. Su Ting abruptly lifted his head, noticing that the plaster on the western wall of the building was cascading down, a distinct crack visibly expanding outward. It was the explosion from the Fulu mountain quarry. This building could not withstand the resonance. Disaster was imminent. He shouted urgently. The girl inside seemed startled by his voice, shifting from her curled position on the sofa, peering through the glass towards the door. Su Ting, sweat glistening on his brow, wore a confident and charming smile as he called out, "Miss, come out quickly. Don't let unworthy matters hinder your view of the world. There are splendid sights beyond." The building creaked ominously, emitting a groan as dust and debris occasionally fell from above, stirring up fine particles on the ground. Suddenly, the girl stood up and walked briskly towards the door. Though her steps were rapid, they remained steady. Another explosion echoed, causing the building to sway gently. And with a click, the lock on room 503 sprang open. The girl, her eyes reddened and streaked with tears, stood at the threshold, glancing at Su Ting before mustering a smile. "You're right, handsome. I can't remain trapped in one place forever. Hurry, let us head down." Su Ting stepped aside to let her pass, and the 4 of them hurried down the stairs. Just as they burst through the unit door, a thunderous crash resounded behind them. A small section of the 5th floor's ceiling collapsed, scattering bricks and stones. Su Ting glanced at his watch. The hands pointed precisely to 9:31, and his anxious heart finally settled. The heartbroken girl widened her eyes, gazing at Su Ting, and quietly remarked, "The scenery truly is beautiful. May I ask your name? Do you have a girlfriend?" Su Ting was nearly struck dumb. That was rather forward. Beside him, my Jia interjected, linking her arm with his. "Yes, he does. Don't you see the resemblance?" The girl, observing their compatibility and their shared act of heroism, sighed in disappointment, her spirits plummeting. However, there was no time for romance. The illegal structure on the 11th floor loomed like a giant stripped of its bones, groaning dully in the mountain breeze. The sound of firecrackers from around the bend grew increasingly jarring. A wedding procession, adorned with red silk, sped towards them at 40 miles per hour, the leading car proudly displaying a license plate proclaiming a century of harmony. It suddenly dawned on my Jia that her best friend's wedding convoy had arrived. Yet, her calls remained unanswered. "Heavens, my friend, stop them." My Jia's pupils constricted. At that very moment in her previous life, this procession had halted right in front of the building, the first and second cars crushed by the collapsing structure, resulting in 6 fatalities, including the bride and groom, and 2 others severely injured. My Jia dashed ahead, with Su Ting quickly following, soon overtaking her as he rushed into the middle of the road, rainwater mingling with dust creating muddy streaks on his face. Behind him, my Jia shouted, "Stop! The building is about to collapse." The wedding convoy screeched to a halt, tires screeching in protest, the front car coming perilously close to Su Ting's knees. The driver, adorned with gold chains, leaned out the window, cursing, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" We calculated the auspicious time to traverse the mountain road. Su Ting lunged in front of the vehicle, slapping the hood forcefully and declaring loudly, "The building will fall onto the road." "Look," he pointed to the western side of the building, where cracks were visibly extending toward the road. The rain had washed away enough dirt to expose half of the red bricks of the foundation. Among the onlookers, someone shouted, "How could the mountainside building possibly fall toward the road? It must collapse into the valley due to the blasting on the back mountain." Suddenly, my Jia raised her phone, displaying a recent photograph of the quarry, where smoke and the sound of explosions mingled. "Each blast sends vibrations toward us. This building is illegal. The foundation was poorly constructed, and all the stress is on this side of the road." She then called out to the bride, "Aju, it's me, my Jia. I'm not here as a bridesmaid. I'm here to save you." The bride, in the lead car, gasped, "My Jia, is that really you?" Her face was smeared with dirt, and for a moment, she did not recognize her. Just then, the sound of snapping rebar pierced through the rain. The wedding car driver suddenly shifted into reverse, and the convoy began to retreat like a startled serpent. Su Ting had just dragged my Jia to the roadside drainage ditch when a thunderous roar erupted behind them. Chapter 79. The district chief's reception. The entire building collapsed like a domino toppled by an invisible giant hand, crashing down in a cloud of dust onto the road. The first to hit the ground was a rooftop beam, which landed precisely where the wedding car had been about to pass, splattering Su Ting with debris and mud. "Retreat. Quickly retreat." Su Ting, choking on dust, scrambled to his feet and gestured for the stunned residents to move back. The bride, Wang Xiyuan, leaned out of the car window and, upon witnessing the harrowing scene, felt her heart race as she clung tightly to her groom, unable to distinguish between rain and tears on her face. They had narrowly escaped death. Suddenly, my Jia pointed at the fallen structure and began to laugh, her laughter soon transforming into tears. They had survived, saving over 30 lives without a single casualty, among them her close friend. If Su Ting had not intervened, she would never have forgiven him. Had she remained passive, she would never have forgiven herself. Such was the essence of my Jia's kind-hearted nature. Su Ting wiped the dust from his face, his fingers brushing against something warm. He observed the streaks of mud on my Jia's pale shirt, and then glanced at the wedding car, which remained unscathed not far away, exhaling a sigh of relief amidst the ruins. "Damn it, we can't engage in such reckless actions again. It's far too perilous." The rain fell ever harder, washing away the dust clinging to them and dispersing the unique, ingrained scent of blood that accompanied their rebirth. Su Ting took my Jia's hand, and in the chaos, they slipped away. Soon after, District Chief Lin Zhijin arrived at the scene, accompanied by Ouyang Hong, the director of the Fushan Street office, and Li Fei, who arrived late. Ouyang Hong, shaken, felt a surge of relief. Had there not been someone to organize the evacuation, he might have faced imprisonment. The fire brigade, emergency response teams, public security, and medical personnel all arrived in succession. Lin Xiyuan efficiently coordinated rescue and relief efforts, as well as the comfort and accommodation of the affected populace. For a building had been reduced to rubble, and there might still be those trapped inside. After completing the arrangements, he fixed a cold glare on Ouyang Hong and reprimanded. Ouyang Hong, did I not call you yesterday, instructing you to conduct a thorough and serious inspection of all the slopes, hazardous walls, and dilapidated buildings in your jurisdiction that are prone to disaster? Did you carry out this inspection? This morning, did I not call you, asking you to come here in person? Did you come? Did you even look? Have you taken my words to heart? Have you truly considered the safety of the lives and properties of the common people? If I had not come personally, would you have deigned to visit this desolate place? Look at yourself. Your belly is larger than your head, and the stench of alcohol still clings to you. How much did you drink last night that you have yet to awaken? As the director of the street office, you are the primary responsible party for safety production. Have you fulfilled your duties? District Chief, there were no signs of collapse in my building prior to this extreme weather. We had even conducted inspections, and I acknowledge my mistakes. He lowered his head in admission of fault, then cast a cold glance at Li Fei from the Safety Supervision Office. The district chief had instructed him to check the safety conditions, but he, lacking the motivation, delegated the task to Li Fei, who claimed to have inspected the site earlier in the morning and found no issues. Thus he did not return. It was only upon hearing of the district chief's impending arrival that he hastily brought the duty personnel to the scene. Were it not for the vigilant citizens, we could have faced significant casualties. Can you bear that responsibility? Why are you standing there in shock? Hurry and organize the rescue and the relocation of the affected people. By 2 in the afternoon, the rescue and road clearing operations were completed. City and district leaders took turns inspecting the site, and the entire Dongyang district sprang into action, with various units and departments descending to the front lines to identify hazards and prevent similar incidents from reoccurring. Preliminary investigations indicate that this was a responsibility accident, pending further inquiry by the municipal investigation team. Since it is a matter of accountability, officials must be held responsible. In the temporary command office of the Fushan Street office, Lin Xiyuan warmly received Su Ting and Mai Jia. They had eventually been located and summoned by government staff. Su Ting was acutely aware that he had previously called the district chief, and there was no concealing that fact. Perhaps this could salvage the political career of a powerful leader, which would undoubtedly benefit his own future endeavors. Lin Xiyuan shook hands with both, expressing with heartfelt sincerity, "Thank you. You are brave and wise. You are heroes. You have saved dozens of lives and mitigated significant losses, making exceptional contributions to the stable development of Shanghai City. Thank you." No, we merely did what any citizen should do. He personally served them tea, and once seated, fixed an intense gaze upon Su Ting, stating, "I shall refrain from further comments, but I have a question. How did you know that building would collapse?" Su Ting and Mai Jia exchanged glances, remaining silent. Su Ting struggled to find a response. It was hardly feasible to say that he had returned from another life, foreseeing future events. Noticing his silence, Lin Xiyuan continued, "I have learned that you called the duty room of the Fushan Street office around 3 in the morning, and again around 7. You visited the site last night. Later, you called Li Fei, insisting he bring professionals for inspection. However, he only brought 2 young assistants, merely going through the motions, which caused the street office to repeatedly miss the opportunity. Subsequently, you returned to the site around 8 in the morning and even called me. Initially, I did not pay it much mind, but after considering the continuous heavy rain, I thought perhaps the situation you described could occur, prompting my visit to the site, yet I was a step too late. All of this clearly indicates that you had already determined that building would collapse last night. However, you only returned to Shanghai from Shangyin County last night. How did you know?" Mai Jia gazed at him, her large, watery eyes filled with encouragement and affirmation. Brave, kind, and responsible, his heroic act of saving others had completely captivated her. No, it was not merely love, it was also admiration. Su Ting pondered for a moment and replied, "You might find this hard to believe, but I have a high school classmate who holds a master's degree in geology. He visited my home last week, and upon reaching here, he heard the blasting sounds from the back mountain and suspected that such resonance might trigger the collapse of Building 25. He found himself compelled to continue fabricating lies. That building had suddenly risen 2 years ago, and it left a deep impression on me. It should have been within a designated forest area, yet it was ostentatiously constructed, and at 11 stories high, it must have been an illegal structure. At that time, the crackdown on illegal constructions was severe, and yet it managed to be built. Residents in our community speculated that the owner had bribed officials. According to Shanghai's policy of one household, one building, villagers can construct a standalone building of 480 square meters on a 100 square meter foundation, limited to 5 stories. I'm a person who despises wrongdoing, perhaps subconsciously hoping that a legal building would collapse." Lin Xiyuan scoffed. "Indeed, it is a blatant violation of regulations. Completed last year. It took less than 4 months. Preliminary investigations revealed the use of substandard steel and coastal sand, with shoddy construction practices, resulting in severe safety issues with both the structure and materials. Residents have lodged numerous complaints, yet the authorities have taken no action." "Please continue," Su Ting said. "The second reason is the incessant heavy rainfall over the past few days, which has undermined the foundation. After such downpours, secondary geological disasters are prone to occur, a common occurrence reported by the media. Thirdly, as I mentioned earlier, there is a stone quarry behind Fulu Mountain that conducts daily blasting for remediation, and Building 25 is directly aligned with the valley connecting to the quarry. The shock waves from the explosions reached here, causing resonance. Once it surpasses the critical point, the building is bound to collapse. Given these 3 factors, along with my classmates' expertise, I am genuinely worried about its potential to fall. I have also researched related cases and visited the site, which led me to a rather unsettling dream where I witnessed its collapse. I tend to be somewhat superstitious. Upon waking, I deduced that the likelihood of its downfall was significant based on these conditions. District Chief, that is the gist of it. Believe it or not, I shall maintain this narrative." Chapter 80. Ouyang apologized simultaneously. Su Ting discreetly filed a complaint against Ouyang. Knowing that the remediation project for the stone quarries in Fushan Street was being overseen by him, and the investigation team would soon uncover the truth. According to safety regulations, blasting operations are prohibited during or immediately after heavy rainfall due to the instability of the terrain. Yet, in his eagerness to earn quick profits, he hastily ordered his workers to commence operations as soon as the rain subsided. Furthermore, the collapsed building was constructed by Ouyang's company. The Ouyang family benefited from both sides, receiving 300,000 for the illegal construction while still profiting from the building project. Lin Xiyuan chuckled and remarked, "How truly remarkable." District Chief, the key point here is that we saved the lives of over 30 individuals. That is what truly matters. In his previous life, Lin Xiyuan had been dismissed from his position due to that nationally sensational disaster, despite having connections, which subsequently hindered his political career, leaving him obscure and unremarkable. Many express their heartfelt regret for him. At merely 41 years of age, he possesses remarkable abilities, is unafraid to confront challenges, and enjoys an excellent reputation. With a promising future ahead, Lin Xiyuan nodded solemnly, acknowledging, "Indeed, you are correct. The city and district will subsequently commend you, and the awards for bravery and the title of urban hero should be a certainty. Furthermore, once the investigation by the municipal committee concludes and a definitive verdict is reached, we shall send a letter of gratitude to Yanghui City, while also recommending that you receive commendation for your personal second-class merit." "Wow, second-class merit. That's wonderful. Thank you." District Chief, Mai Jia clapped her hands, beaming with joy. As a police officer, she was acutely aware of the difficulty in attaining such an honor, which would greatly aid in career advancement. Observing the pair, one vivacious and charming, the other composed and steady, Lin Xiyuan bluntly remarked, "Xiao Su, I had someone look into your reputation in Koyun County. It appears quite favorable, and your capabilities are evident. You are a promising young talent. Your family resides in Danyang District. Would you be interested in transferring back? Su Ting was momentarily taken aback by the district chief's forthrightness. Mai Jia, too, was stunned and discreetly pinched him, pouting slightly and shaking her head. She did not wish for him to leave. Su Ting replied, I appreciate the district chief's recognition. I am truly honored. However, this matter is significant and involves inter-city transfer, so I must consider it carefully and consult with my superiors. Lin Jijin smiled and said, no need to deliberate further. Both work and family are essential. One cannot neglect one for the other. I certainly do not wish to bear the blame of separating a couple and forcing you into a long-distance relationship. Besides, in the future, we may have the opportunity to work together. Don't you think, young man? That would be splendid. I eagerly anticipate your promotion to Secretary of Yanghui. Xianghai is a vice-provincial city, where the district committee secretary and district chief hold the rank of a department head. If one were to assume the role of mayor or secretary of another prefectural city, it would constitute a promotion, transitioning from a deputy department head to a full department head. Have you arranged everything for me, young comrade? Lin Jijin laughed heartily, his jovial nature shining through. No, not at all. I am merely envisioning a bright future. Lin Jijin chuckled again, appreciating the young man's quick wit and eloquence, and said, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. We prefer not to accept media interviews, or at least not at this moment. After all, we have finally secured a holiday and wish for some peace. He managed to convince Mai Jia, who firmly opposed any media engagement. News reporting relies on timeliness. After a couple of days, the media would cease to disturb them. Lin Jijin pondered, very well, I will inform the publicity department to minimize disruptions. However, such a monumental event, such an inspiring act, cannot be concealed. Moreover, promoting positive social energy is an unassailable responsibility for us party members and officials. Thank you, District Chief. Su Ting accurately predicted that, 2 years hence, Lin Jijin would indeed be transferred to Yanghui City. Just as they exited the command office, they encountered 2 individuals pacing in a corridor, the rotund Ouyang Hong and his short, stout son, Ouyang Yang. The father and son wore increasingly green expressions, reminiscent of oversized cucumbers from an orchard. Upon spotting Su Ting and Mai Jia, Ouyang Hong quickly forced a smile and graciously remarked, thank you, young heroes. The district chief conversed with you for quite a while, filled with laughter and joy. What was discussed? Su Ting intimidated them, stating that he was personally investigating the cause of the incident and accountability was imminent. What did you say? Ouyang Hong appeared somewhat anxious. I have no knowledge of who constructed the building, so I have nothing to say. Objectively speaking, it seems that Li Fei will not escape responsibility. Did you mention anyone else's matters? Ouyang Hong inquired softly. No, I did not. Ouyang Hong sighed with relief, but as he turned to his son, his smile transformed into a scowl. With a sharp slap, he unexpectedly struck his son across the face, chastising him. Good for nothing. Haven't you expressed your gratitude yet? Ouyang Yang covered his swollen face, casting a resentful glance at his father before stepping forward, bowing slightly, and saying, thank you, Su Ting. If it weren't for you, I would have been arrested by now. Ouyang, it seems you are still lacking insight. You should be grateful that those 30 lives were saved. Rather than fretting over your own gains and losses, Su Ting remarked coldly. Ouyang Hong sensed something amiss and asked, Yang, do you know each other? University classmates. We had a reunion last night. Ouyang scolded me harshly and drove me out of the private room, which gave me the time to contemplate the matter of that building. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether anyone could have been rescued. Ouyang is wealthy and influential, and with you as his esteemed father, he is quite formidable. We all fear him. Ouyang Hong, upon hearing this, became enraged again and struck his son on the right cheek, leaving 5 red fingerprints on his once smooth complexion. You dare to flaunt your connections and cause trouble? You will eventually bring your father down with you. Su Ting and Mai Jia are like your second parents, and you dare treat them this way. Unworthy offspring. Apologize at once. With a sorrowful expression, Ouyang Yang remained silent. Ouyang Hong kicked him harshly, causing Ouyang Yang to bend his leg, almost collapsing to the ground, and hurriedly bowed, saying, I apologize, Su Ting. I was blind to your greatness. I am sorry for my disrespect. I hope you can overlook my shortcomings and not judge me too harshly. Are you cursing at me? Ouyang Hong reached to strike again. Su Ting intervened, let him finish. Ouyang Yang, in a subservient manner, pleaded, I humbly request Director Su to spare me, to advocate for me in front of the district chief and the investigation team. I would be immensely grateful. How could I advocate for you? Su Ting feigned surprise. You are not a public official. That building has nothing to do with you. Suddenly, Ouyang Yang recalled Su Ting's words at the gathering last night about his father possibly not even retaining his position, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Could he be prophetic? How terrifying! Yet, without Su Ting's timely intervention, they would have faced criminal detention. Even so, it seemed difficult for them to escape calamity this time. Ouyang Yang was about to speak when Su Ting continued, Moreover, Ouyang, I have yet to feel the sincerity in your apology. Ouyang Hong ruffled his son's hair and scolded, Hurry and apologize, be sincere. With a mournful face, Ouyang Yang bowed deeply in apology, proclaiming, I am truly sorry, I was gravely mistaken. I deeply regret my actions and hope you can overlook my faults, treating me as inconsequential. Su Ting nodded in satisfaction. Mai Jia nearly burst into laughter. At this moment, the district chief's secretary emerged, stating, Director Ouyang, the district chief requests your presence. Thus, Ouyang Hong entered the office with his son. While waiting for the elevator, Mai Jia inquired, Do you think those two scoundrels will be apprehended? The district chief was a leader who tolerated no corruption. The Ouyang family was doomed. Such a significant matter, so blatantly corrupt, had already attracted media scrutiny into the Ouyang family's industrial chain. Justice would soon be served. Su Ting was not mistaken. A month later, Ouyang Hong was dismissed. Ouyang Yang was imprisoned, and other related members of the Ouyang family were also apprehended. That, however, is a story for another time. At 7 in the evening, at the Royal Court Hotel, the lavish wedding of Lu Wenlong and Huang Liju was underway. It was said that the wedding cost 5 million. With table flowers flown in from the Netherlands, featuring Ecuadorian Juliet roses, each the size of an adult fist. As the bride and groom walked down the aisle strewn with rose petals, 300 spotlights illuminated the scene, making the pearl embroidery on the mermaid wedding gown shimmer like a flowing river of stars. In the audience, Mai Jia was overwhelmed with emotion, murmuring, I truly envy them. She secretly took hold of Su Ting's hand, intertwining their fingers, imagining how wonderful it would be if one day the bride and groom were to be them. Lost in thought, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at the handsome man beside her, a shy smile spreading across her face, deepening her blush. Su Ting gazed at the stage with an impassive expression, yet the young policewoman Mai Jia was becoming increasingly enamored with him. Internally, he felt conflicted. Although he had nearly taken their relationship to another level the previous night, he had not agreed to be her boyfriend afterward. Su Ting and Mai Jia were afforded the utmost respect, seated at the main table alongside the clan leader and local officials. The Lu family was known for their gratitude. Without Su Ting, this wedding would not have taken place. To the right of the guest seating were the elders of the Lu clan, while to the left sat Wu Yongyan, a member of the Fushan Street Party Committee and deputy director of the office, who was responsible for economic development and industrial affairs. He was impeccably dressed, his wristwatch glinting coldly in the candlelight. During their handshake, he lightly tapped the back of Su Ting's hand with his fingertips, remarking, Comrade Su is impressive. Saving lives across cities demonstrates rare responsibility. His words concealed a sharp edge, as if to remind of certain boundaries. Mai Jia noted his unkind demeanor toward her companion and felt displeased. She smiled and replied, If it weren't for Comrade Su, the entire Donyang district would likely face penalties and investigations, wouldn't it? Director Wu would have had no time to attend. Thus, Su Ting was regarded as a benefactor of Fushan Street. After witnessing the conduct of Ouyang Hong and his son, Mai Jia had lost all favor for the leaders of that unit. Wu Yongyan's face darkened slightly as he smiled disdainfully, saying, The young lady is quite naive and speaks without restraint. As the street office director, I shall overlook your remarks. You must quickly familiarize yourself with the rules of the political arena and learn to be discreet. Beside him sat Xiaodali, the chairman of the Sha Wan Village Cooperative, who, with his tobacco-stained teeth, chuckled in a deep voice, Indeed, we shall not hold it against the youth. After all, coming from impoverished mountains. It is only natural not to understand the rules of the big city. Ignorance is excusable. Su Ting initially treated Wu Yongnian with courtesy. Yet he was taken aback to witness the latter's arrogance as he engaged in a contest of wills with a young lady, exuding an air of superiority as if to remind everyone of his status as a deputy-level official. Such demeanor is hardly befitting of a respectable officer. With a furrowed brow and a clever thought, he suddenly squeezed Mai Jia's hand, directing his gaze towards her glass of fine liquor and whispering a few words. Mai Jia smiled and nodded, and shortly thereafter, she lifted her glass, rose, and approached Wu Yongnian and showed Dolly from behind. In a swift motion, she delivered a firm slap to the napes of both men. Her strength was considerable, and the impact left their necks flushed with red. Both men grimaced in pain, turning to glare at Mai Jia, demanding, "Why did you hit us?" With a sweet smile, Mai Jia replied, "In the mountains and rivers of the impoverished, we follow the custom of greeting before toasting. Now, let me toast to both of you." The two men shot her a disdainful glance, rubbing their necks, reluctantly raising their glasses, when suddenly Mai Jia exclaimed, "Uncle, Annie, I wish you both good health and family happiness." She then strode directly to Lu Bingquan, the head of the Lu group, and his wife. Wu Yongnian and Xiu Dali found themselves outmaneuvered yet again, their tempers flaring, just as Su Ting chuckled lightly, saying, "Director Wu, Chairman Xiu, we are unfamiliar with the customs of the big city. I hope we have not offended you. Indeed, ignorance is no offense." Xiu Dali trembled with rage, yet could only stammer incoherently. As the saying goes, heroes emerge from the young. Come, let us raise our glasses in gratitude to our benefactors. Lu Bingquan lifted his glass, seeking to alleviate the tension and offer support to the benefactors. 12 exquisite Cantonese dishes were served in succession, and amidst the steam of the freshly steamed fish, the groom, Lu Wenlong, and his bride, Huang Liju, approached to toast. Earlier that afternoon, they had visited Su Ting's home to express their thanks, offering 500,000 in cash, which was firmly declined by Su Ting and her son. Observing Su Ting's indifference to the substantial sum, Lu Wenlong recognized her as a person of great significance, understanding the adage that a golden scale is not merely a fish in the pond. Once it encounters the winds of change, it transforms into a dragon. This realization prompted him to extend an invitation for her to attend the wedding, and during the ceremony, he requested her and Mai Jia to come on stage to receive the Lu family's token of gratitude. Lu Wenlong grasped Su Ting's hand and quietly remarked, "Benefactor, expressing too much gratitude can seem insincere, especially as you seek no material reward. Instead, let me know your request, and as long as it is within the bounds of propriety and law, I shall certainly fulfill it." "Oh no, you're far too gracious, Lu. Anyone would have acted to stop the car. I would have done the same for any bride and groom. Let us consider this matter settled." No. It is not the same. In such scenarios, others lack your foresight, resilience, courage, and determination. Moreover, while dozens stood by the roadside, only you and Mai Jia dared to rush forward to halt the vehicle, risking a high-speed impact that could have resulted in dire consequences. Thus, without further ado, Lu Wenlong declared, "Dear brother, from this day forth, you shall be regarded as an esteemed benefactor of the Lu family. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude, especially for my wife and my parents." He then raised his glass, downing a drink in a single gulp. Seeing his spirited demeanor, Su Ting followed suit, drinking heartily as well. Ma Jia, in her naive exuberance, drank heartily, and given her modest tolerance for alcohol, it is likely she would soon be inebriated. Seizing the moment, the bride leaned in and whispered to her, "Congratulations! You have found a boyfriend who is not only handsome and cool, but also quite remarkable. You are truly fortunate. Cherish him well, and ensure he does not slip away." "What are you saying, Azu?" Ma Jia playfully hit her, feeling both bashful and elated. Before long, the newlyweds moved on to the next table, and the guests began to toast one another. Meanwhile, Wu Yongnian and Xiu Dali took the opportunity to press Lu Bingquan for favors. Chapter 82. A bribe of 10 million when Lu Bingquan approached to offer a toast. Xiu Dali, with a beaming smile, said, "Congratulations, Mr. Lu. When Long has married such a wonderful bride, with a new addition to your household, life will undoubtedly flourish, and your business will continue to thrive. Thank you, Chiu. I hope the village chief will continue to look after the Liu family. Liu Bingquan replied with a smile as he raised his glass. Joyous occasions lift the spirits, and you should be equally generous. So I would like to discuss the matter of rent with you. Chiu Dali continued. The lease is set to expire soon, and I've noticed others have significantly increased their rental prices. The villagers have expressed dissatisfaction with the low rates I've been offering you. As you know, the villagers have no work throughout the year and depend solely on the year-end dividends. How are those dividends generated? It is through the property rental, of course. Liu Bingquan anticipated this topic and chuckled, saying, Village chief, I've been renting for 20 years, and the rent has increased annually. Currently, it stands at 38 yuan per square meter per month. Just look around. Who charges more than I do? Your location isn't the best either. I've maintained this arrangement out of affection for the years of cooperation and to avoid the hassle of relocation. If this continues, Jishensheng Technology Company will not survive. Wu Yongyan interjected, Mr. Liu, spare us the tales of financial hardship. Jishensheng is merely your side venture. Everyone knows your true profits come from gold and jewelry. Consider this. Your gold and jewelry enterprise is a polluting industry, and the streets have not collected your environmental fees. Raising the rent slightly would also benefit the villagers and quell public opinion. It's advantageous for you. And how much does Mr. Chiu wish to raise it? Liu Bingquan asked, sensing their coordinated efforts to extract benefits and extort him. 20, Chiu Dali whispered. Liu Bingquan's expression shifted slightly. If the rent were raised by that amount, he would have to pay an additional 5 million annually, truly exorbitant. He shook his head. That is too high. It is indeed a bit steep, but it reflects the demands of all shareholders in the corporation, Chiu Dali countered, noticing Liu's discomfort. Leaning in, he added, as chairman, I still have some influence. I could arrange a 10% increase, but you understand the implications. Liu Bingquan recognized that this was a thinly veiled attempt at extortion disguised as a rent increase. Smiling, he inquired, and how much would you require? A figure, came the reply. 1 million, Chiu Dali declared confidently, grinning. If you choose to relocate, the costs for depreciation, moving, and employee compensation would exceed 5 million, would they not? Do not let a small loss lead to a greater one. Now, let us drink to a pleasant collaboration. Liu Bingquan did not even raise his glass, coldly retorting, Thank you for your consideration, Chairman. On another note, I would like to apply for an expansion of production to establish a base for smart sensor manufacturing. May I utilize the 60 acres of industrial land in South Shan? If the land could be granted to me at a reasonable price, the additional 2 million in rent and 1 million in gratitude would be insignificant. The land belongs to our village. However, it has been requisitioned by the street and is currently designated as state-owned reserve land. I am not in a position to make decisions. It depends on Director Wu's intentions. Of course, I will assist you, and your gratitude will be appreciated. Chiu Dali chuckled mischievously, speaking quite candidly. Liu Bingquan clenched his teeth inwardly. These two officials were increasingly unscrupulous. Over the years, they had siphoned off countless benefits from him, yet they remained insatiable, akin to gluttons. Alas, one must bow their head when under the eaves. After all, they are the leaders of the local governing body. If you do not cooperate, they have numerous ways to make your life difficult, and in the end, it would be counterproductive. He shifted a few steps to the side, and Wu Yongyan regarded him with disdain, slowly extracting his sizable belly from beneath the table, struggling to stand as he conversed with him. Wu Yongyan whispered, Mr. Liu, the plot of land in Shan South can either be auctioned or transferred by agreement. You understand, an open auction means facing many competitors. It is near the city center, where land is worth its weight in gold. A negotiated transfer is more favorable, as I can offer you some concessions, but you must remember to show your gratitude. Name a figure, Liu Bingquan murmured in response. Let us discuss it privately, Wu Yongyan said, observing that others were preoccupied with their drinks. Apart from Su Ting, who seemed to cast a subtle glance their way, no one else was paying attention. He then grasped Liu Bingquan's hand, discreetly extending one finger, indicating 10 million. Liu Bingquan smiled. neither confirming nor denying, and raised his glass, saying, "Thank you, Director Wu, for taking the time to attend my son's wedding. Much appreciated." Subsequently, the atmosphere at the main table grew dull and tedious. By 9 o'clock, the guests began to depart, leaving only relatives from the Liu and Huang families, as well as the closest friends of the bride and groom. Su Ting had long wished to leave, but Liu Wenlong insisted he stay, determined to drink to his heart's content. Mai Jia, residing at the Royal Court Hotel, had no intention of returning home without Su Ting. Reluctantly, he remained. Liu Bingquan signaled discreetly, prompting the other women to vacate the main table, leaving only Liu Wenlong and Su Ting. They were Shanchao merchants, with a strong patriarchal mindset. The father and eldest son held a prominent position within the family. Observing that his son had indulged a bit too much, Liu Bingquan shifted to serving tea, personally pouring a cup for Su Ting and sincerely stating, "Su Ting, I have been observing you tonight. My son is right. You are indeed a remarkable talent. You flatter me. Uncle Liu, I am merely an ordinary civil servant." Su Ting responded, intentionally addressing Liu Bingquan as uncle to create a more intimate atmosphere. Hearing this title brought joy to Liu Bingquan, who replied, "I have navigated the world for decades, encountering countless individuals. I assure you, I do not misjudge. Furthermore, your clever handling of Chun Pongzi and Xiu data earlier was commendable. It brought me great satisfaction. Thank you. Uncle Liu, I noticed those two whispering to you earlier. Were they not attempting to extort you?" Liu Bingquan burst into hearty laughter, then pointed his finger, saying, "You, my friend, have succinctly encapsulated the distorted relationship between politics and business. The relationship between politics and business is inherently positive. It is only distorted by certain leaders." Su Ting remarked, "Can Uncle Liu speak? I can offer my counsel." Initially, Su Ting had no particular thoughts upon attending the banquet. But as he learned that the Liu Group not only dealt in jewelry, but also operated high-tech enterprises, such as instruments and gauges, which belong to the advanced manufacturing sector, he conceived the idea of attracting investment. Liu Bingquan hesitated for a moment, while Liu Wenlong, slightly inebriated, said, "Dad, Su Ting is one of us. If you share your thoughts, he might have an ingenious solution to break the deadlock. Don't you think, dear brother?" He affectionately patted Su Ting's shoulder, being 3 years his senior. "No, I wouldn't dare," replied Liu Bingquan with a sigh. "We have reached a dead end. Uncle Liu, with such a vast business, you must possess a broader vision and greater aspirations. Why not consider a different path? I believe it will lead to a fresh perspective and new opportunities." Chapter 83. Attracting a major enterprise worth 1 billion. Liu Bingquan chuckled. "You are a government official. You should be able to discern the characters of Chun Pongzi and Xiu Datu. Their insatiable greed is evident, and they are never satisfied." He lamented that they had forced Jishincheng Company to the brink of collapse. "I wish to expand production and acquire land, but before even initiating the process, they demand kickbacks." Su Ting countered, "I do not consider those petty bribes significant. The real issue lies in their blatant corruption. They will inevitably face consequences, and when that happens, the project may fall through, potentially dragging Uncle Liu down with them, which is far more alarming. I firmly believe that a transparent political environment is the best business climate." Liu Bingquan regarded the young man before him with newfound respect. At such a young age, his insights were exceptional. Yet, he sighed, alas, corruption is ubiquitous. No, Shanyin County is different. There, the county party secretary is honest and diligent, fiercely committed to industrial development for the benefit of the people, demonstrating remarkable resolve. Liu Wenlong interjected, "I know of Shanyin County. I visited about a year ago. I had my eye on a piece of land called Lychee Garden, located just 2 kilometers from the highway entrance in the new district of the county. Unfortunately, the county mayor, Zhang Meng, was focused on real estate and did not permit industrial enterprises to enter, so negotiations fell through." Su Ting replied calmly, "What a coincidence. That land is currently vacant and has just been reclassified as industrial land, designated for a high-tech industrial park, with real estate development no longer permitted." Liu Wenlong was astonished. "What about Mayor Zhang? He has been removed. Now, industrial development and investment attraction are under the purview of the secretary," Su Ting explained. "Currently, Shenyang County is mobilizing all its resources for investment attraction, mandating that officials at the division level and above utilize the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival for this purpose. However, Lychee Garden is less than 1,000 acres, and if a large enterprise settles there, it could easily take up a significant portion of the land, making it highly sought after. Moreover, our county is offering the lowest land prices, the most favorable support policies, and the best service guarantees. This opportunity must not be missed. Lu Wenlong and Lu Bingquan exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. Su Ting, quick-witted, stood up and said, "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom," leaving the father and son to discuss further. Lu Wenlong, not waiting for Su Ting to walk far, eagerly exclaimed, "Dad, haven't you always said you wanted me to stand on my own? The opportunity has arrived. Let's relocate Jishincheng to Liziyuan and entrust it to me. I shall surely develop it into a national enterprise from a well-known provincial one." Lu Bingquan, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, "Do you truly wish to venture out on your own?" "Yes," Lu Wenlong affirmed. "Very well. This time I shall take a gamble." His willingness to take this risk was significantly influenced by Su Ting. It was both an act of gratitude and a substantial gift. Naturally, with a person of Su Ting's caliber by his side, his son's enterprise would not face exploitation. Suddenly furrowing his brow, Lu Bingquan said, "Wait a moment. Let me call and inquire about the situation in Shenyang County. We must not act impulsively." After making several calls, excitement radiated from Lu Bingquan's face as he told his son, "What Su Ting said is all true. He hasn't deceived us." "I knew it." Lu Wenlong appeared, filled with ambition. When Su Ting returned, Lu Bingquan straightforwardly declared, "Xiao Su, I can now responsibly inform you that we have decided to relocate Jishincheng Technology Industrial Company, limited entirely to Liziyuan." Although Su Ting had anticipated this, he was still exceptionally surprised and stood up to express his gratitude. "Do not be overly excited. Please sit down. I have conditions." "Please, Lu Shu, go ahead." "First, I require at least 60 acres of land. Second, it must be vacant land, free of ownership disputes, devoid of any structures or attachments. If there are any, the county government must expedite their removal. Third, I prefer a negotiated transfer rather than bidding, and of course, you may offer a discount within a reasonable range." Su Ting nodded. "That should not be a problem. However, I would like to understand a few details before consulting with my superiors. Is that acceptable?" "No problem. Please inquire." "First, what is the total investment? Second, what is the estimated annual output value? When will production commence? Third, if a factory is to be constructed, can we complete the company registration this year with a capital investment of over 50 million? Lu Bingquan pondered and replied, "The total investment needs to be calculated, but I have a rough estimate of around 2-3 billion, with an annual output value not less than 1 billion. And production is expected to begin in the first half of next year. As for business registration, once confirmed, I will immediately commence construction of the factory, dormitories, etc., as well as procure equipment, hire staff, and provide training. The 50 million registration capital may not suffice this year." "Excellent. I shall consult with my superiors now." Su Ting stepped outside to an isolated area and called Wang Xiyuan. The call was answered promptly, and a melodious voice greeted him. "Is this Su Ting?" "Yes." "Have you forgotten your boss since returning home? Have you found a new girlfriend?" Su Ting chuckled. "No, my heart belongs solely to my boss, and I'm wholly devoted to my work. Hard work pays off. Today, I signed a significant contract. Is there a company coming? What is the output value? $1 billion enterprise, and it is worth 1 billion. Su Ting succinctly summarized the situation. Wang Xiyuan on the other end of the line was evidently thrilled, laughing heartily. "You've done well, but make sure to secure it. Do not let it slip away. Additionally, keep it confidential until it's confirmed. Understood?" She was fearful of potential robbers or unexpected intrusions. "I truly appreciate the kindness of my boss. She is both beautiful and formidable. I miss you, but enough of that. During the National Day holiday, make sure to rest well and refrain from aimless wandering." After saying this, she hung up the phone. Su Ting felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Among all these women, his favorite without a doubt was Wang Xiyuan. Upon returning to the main table at the hotel, Su Ting smiled and said, "Our county secretary Wang asked me to convey her blessings. wishing you a joyous marriage and a harmonious life together. Thank you, thank you. Is she the county secretary? Lu Bingquan expressed his gratitude with hands clasped. Indeed, her name is Wang Xiyuan, a remarkable woman. She expressed a warm welcome for your esteemed company to settle in Shangyun. She will personally coordinate and provide the best conditions to ensure the success of Jishinshang. Excellent, splendid. Lu Wenlong was utterly thrilled. He was finally poised to embark on his independent venture. Then let us proceed to sign the letter of intent. Su Ting stated calmly yet with undeniable authority. Very well. As it approached 10 o'clock, Su Ting prepared to leave. On the surface, my job appeared serene, but inwardly she felt a profound reluctance. While escorting him to the door, she discreetly squeezed his hand, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze and said, Su Ting, my mother is about to arrive. I informed her about today's events, and she is quite worried about me, hence her visit. So what? Chapter 84. The house buying turmoil. So, tonight my mother will be staying with me. Su Ting replied earnestly, Very well. Let your mother accompany you. Oh, all right. But what about us? Do you perhaps have a girlfriend now? Having hardly slept the previous night, and with a busy day behind him, he felt fatigued. You should rest early, Su Ting remarked before turning to leave. Thank you. She drooped her eyelids, pouting, her face marked by shame. Is he angry? Once Su Ting's figure faded into the evening shadows, she muttered softly into the void, I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. You scoundrel. You desire my body, yet shirk responsibility. You wicked man. I despise you, I loathe you. Yet, should she give in to him? Her heart was in turmoil. Upon returning home, Su Ting had pressing matters to attend to, purchasing a house. He contacted a local real estate agency in the Lianhua area, arranging for a viewing of properties urgently for sale the following day. This area boasted the finest primary and secondary schools in Shanghai City, with average housing prices around 320,000, expected to soar beyond 1.5 million in 5 years. He intended to multiply the compensation from the textile factory's demolition. In October, Shanghai City still held the warmth of late summer, and the ancient banyan trees in the Lianhua area cast dappled shadows in the midday sun. Su Ting arrived at Zhongyuan Real Estate, eyeing a property listed at only 2.8 million yuan. The owner, Miss Yi, had an 899 square meter apartment on the 18th floor, which, according to market trends, should fetch over 3 million. However, upon returning from breakfast, the sudden sound of a glass shattering on the floor caught his attention. Su Ting raised an eyebrow and looked over, noticing a tall, slender young woman leaning against the windowsill. Her mobile phone vibrated in the pocket of her casual pants. Yet she seemed oblivious, her fingers gripping the property deed so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She coldly mocked the bald man standing opposite her, Wu Yang. Your calculations are quite clever, offering 500,000 less for my apartment and pressuring me to sell the Hengxin production line at a bargain price. The man, whose name had been called, approached with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, flanked by 2 henchmen who immediately blocked the entrance. Yi Fei Hong, be wise and sign a contract. Your dilapidated factory, with over 8 million toys recalled, has yet to face a lawsuit from Mattel. Should they proceed with litigation, the compensation could reach a staggering sum of 1 or 2 billion. I must remind you, that is in US dollars, not renminbi or Hong Kong dollars. Your accounts have long been frozen by the bank. Haven't they? Your cotton futures have likely plummeted as well. Haven't they? If this drags on, your workers won't even receive their severance pay. When over 3,000 workers rise in protest, you won't be able to escape the consequences. He waved a document in his hand. Give me 3 million, plus an additional 3 million for the equipment in your factory. That should leave you with some dignity. Dignity? Yi Fei Hong suddenly let out a laugh, her voice low yet laced with frost. 2 years ago, when you stole the design blueprints for my factory, did you ever consider dignity when I took you to court? If it weren't for your brother Wu Yongyan, you would have been behind bars long ago. Now that you see me in distress, you wish to swallow me whole? She stepped forward, her stature of 1.70 meters seeming taller than Wu Yang's. Let me make this clear. Even if Hengxin goes bankrupt, it is not for scoundrels like you to take advantage. Wu Yang's expression darkened, and he raised his hand as if to strike. Yi Fei Hong, don't push your luck. I'm making myself clear today. I won tea by this house, and neither will anyone else dare to. Yi Fei Hong's eyes brimmed with tears, her body trembling with rage. You rogue, if it weren't for you obstructing me, my house would have been sold long ago, and my workers would have received their payments sooner. The Wu family reigns supreme in Donyang District. What can you do? I have the power to act on a whim, and the wealth to back it up. He wore a brazen smirk. You are utterly despicable. Yi Fei Hong finally broke into tears, her frail shoulders shaking, her voice choked with emotion. Then let us just sign. Wu Yang tossed the purchase contract in front of her. Yi Fei Hong lowered her head, tears falling like raindrops onto the floor. She had been driven to the brink of despair, though she was not a weak person. She found herself unable to stand firm, as a tiger fallen to the plains is preyed upon by dogs. Hesitating, she picked up the pen. Don't sign. Su Ting suddenly interjected, pushing a letter of intent onto the negotiation table. I will purchase this house for 3 million. His gaze swept across Yi Fei Hong's sorrowful visage and then landed on Wu Yang's visibly tense forehead. Missy has listed it at 8 million. I shall add 200,000 and sign the contract on the spot with a deposit. So, Wu Yang, you're no longer needed here. Leave. His unexpected move astonished everyone, including Yi Fei Hong. Upon hearing her name, Su Ting had resolutely decided to lend his assistance. Wu Yang was equally taken aback, sizing him up and sneering. Who is this fool who dares to compete with me for business? Do you know who I am? If I stamp my foot, the entire Shanghai city will tremble. He signaled to his henchman on the left, who immediately stepped forward to shove Su Ting. Get lost. Don't waste our time with trivial matters. Su Ting sidestepped, a cold smile on his lips. Your brother is Wu Yongnian, isn't? Oh, you're quite perceptive. Wu Yang chuckled. You should be going in soon. You best not be too arrogant. In his previous life, Wu Yongnian remained oblivious to whether he had entered or not. Yet the vivid scenes from the Royal Court Hotel the previous night lingered in his mind, for he was aware of the man's corruption. Wu Yang seethed. How dare you curse my second brother and thwart my endeavors? Get him. Dispose of him. Two henchmen charged forward, fists raised. Su Ting evaded their blows twice. But when the third strike came, their strength had waned. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly gripped the elbow of one assailant, and with a sharp crack, the scrawny thug collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. The other henchman, a clumsy brute, swung his fist with great effort. Su Ting stepped back, causing the man to stumble and nearly fall. Seizing the moment, Su Ting grasped his hand, yanking him back and delivering a precise knee strike to his abdomen, leaving the man clutching his stomach and crumpled to the floor. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed, leaving Yi Fei Hong wide-eyed in astonishment. This seemingly unassuming young man displayed a prowess that surpassed even her factory's retired security chief. How dare you lay a hand on my associates? Wu Yang retreated a step, flustered as he fumbled for his phone. I'll make sure you regret this. Su Ting leaned against the doorframe, tapping the contract with his fingertips, and calmly uttered, "Leave." He stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of lethal intent, a mere glance enough to instill fear. Wu Yang contemplated charging again, but was restrained by several young intermediaries who intervened. The intermediary manager implored, "Let us not resort to violence, shall we? We are here to conduct business. If you don't leave, I will call the police and they will arrive promptly." This was not Donyang District. The arrival of law enforcement would complicate matters. The henchmen whispered, urging caution. This was their way of offering an exit strategy. In truth, they felt outmatched, and the intermediaries were eager to finalize the deal. Wu Yang cursed his misfortune, intending to acquire Yi Fei Hong's property at a bargain and then leverage pressure from the United States to seize both her and the Hengxin factory. However, an unexpected challenger had emerged, not a mere obstacle, but a formidable opponent in the renowned Yin Shi. He was too formidable to provoke. A wise man does not engage in unnecessary conflict, especially with a woman cornered in her plight. After all, she would inevitably face the insurmountable challenge of product recall. Chapter 85. The rescue of the fair lady boss Wu Liang was unwilling to concede without a fight, especially with so many eyes upon him, as it would tarnish his reputation. He signaled to his henchmen, who promptly stepped forward to forcibly escort their leader outside. As Wu Liang retreated, he bellowed, "Yi Fei Hong. Hung Xin will soon be mine, and you, pretty boy, wait for your day of reckoning. I will see to your demise." As he exited, his foot slipped, sending the henchman tumbling, and Wu Liang followed suit, landing unceremoniously in the mud, soaked through from the recent rain. He shouted insults as he made a humiliating escape, drawing laughter from onlookers who soon dispersed. Yi Fei Hong fixed her gaze on the purchase intention letter in Su Ting's hand, suddenly pushing the contract back toward him with a cool smile, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Su. No need for pretense. I understand that you wish to help me rid myself of Wu Liang." Her tone was calm, yet it concealed a hint of fatigue. "I have listed this house at 2.8 million. No one would offer an additional 200,000 for it defies reason. I'm quite serious." Su Ting asserted 3 million, and upon signing, it becomes legally binding. Yi Fei Hong suddenly smiled, her expression tinged with self-deprecation. "What exactly do you hope to gain by offering me an extra 200,000? She had witnessed too many schemes in the marketplace, and this unexpectedly appearing young man was an enigma to her. In 5 years, the educational properties here could appreciate to 100,000 per square meter. Su Ting remarked casually, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. "Your perception of value is skewed by your fixation on the present." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "Miss Yi, a penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. I am aware of your predicament. Have you prepared yourself to depart from this world?" Yi Fei Hong abruptly lifted her head, her pupils constricting. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting shadows on her face, revealing the subtle tremor beneath her lashes. "How do you know?" Before Su Ting could respond, the agent entered, politely urging, "Miss Yi, Mr. Su, shall we proceed to view the property?" They were keen to avoid losing this transaction and preferred to finalize the agreement at 3 million for the sake of a larger commission. Yi Fei Hong's apartment resided on the 18th floor, boasting an excellent layout, orientation, and decor, though merely 90 square meters. The additional 32 square meters made the living room spacious and the bedrooms ample. Su Ting was quite pleased. What gratified him more was that Yi Fei Hong did not need to leave from here. After agreeing on the price of 2.8 million, Yi Fei Hong dismissed the agent to draft the purchase agreement, retaining Su Ting for a private conversation. Once they were alone, Yi Fei Hong fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "Su Ting, how did you know I was contemplating suicide?" "Because you're overly responsible and excessively strong-willed," Su Ting replied, moving to the window to observe the bustling children's play area below. Mattel had recalled 8 million toys. The bank was pressing for repayments, and workers were owed severance pay. Wu Liang was scheming behind the scenes. Most others would have crumbled under such pressure, yet you have not. You are still considering selling the house to pay the workers. Such individuals do not yield until they reach the brink of despair. Yi Fei Hong's breath quickened, as if struck at her most concealed wound. She turned her head away, her voice hoarse. "I have tried. The legal team from the United States and the accountants from Zhangjiang were of no use. Mattel is the largest toy supplier globally and holds the utmost authority, possessing a decisive voice in international matters. They claim that the toys produced by Hung Xin exceed lead safety limits." Su Ting observed her trembling lashes, refraining from a direct answer. The recall of 8 million toys was not due to lead exceeding permissible levels, but the testing reports are documented in black and white, stamped by authoritative organizations in the United States. She countered, "No, the issue lies with Mattel's sudden alteration of standards." Su Ting's gaze drifted outside. 1 month before the incident, they had lowered the soluble lead limit from 90 to 60, yet this new standard was communicated to only a select few suppliers, such as the factory covertly associated with Wu Liang. He paused for a moment, quickening his pace of speech. "If I am not mistaken, Wu Liang has bribed the Mattel inspector, initially allowing you to commence production under the old standards, and once the bulk goods are shipped, he will report you using the new standards. He calculated your financial strain perfectly, anticipating that Mattel would hastily recall the products to absolve themselves of responsibility. Yi Feihong's fingers tightened around the hem of her clothing. Mattel is such a colossal, multinational corporation with a stellar reputation. How could this happen? Capital knows no borders. Yet human greed is ever present, Su Ting replied, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. As long as the benefits Wu Yang offers are substantial enough, a certain executive would dare to take the risk. You have become the sacrificial pawn in their corporate takeover. To put it plainly, Wu Yang aims to acquire your company, Hengxin, worth over $1 billion, without spending a dime. These words struck Yi Feihong's heart like a heavy hammer. Yet her predominant feeling was confusion as she stared at Su Ting and asked, "How do you know all of this?" "How can I not know?" Su Ting replied. In a previous life, after Yi Feihong's suicide, it caused a nationwide sensation, with dozens of media outlets delving into the Danyang District Hengxin toy factory to report on her grand yet tragic life. She was the only boss who garnered nearly universal satisfaction from her employees. Over 3,000 workers spoke highly of her, and both partners and competitors held her in high regard. She was exceptionally gentle, kind, and altruistic, adhering to the principle of putting others first. Su Ting had studied Yi Feihong and mourned her death for a time. Had she survived and weathered the recall crisis, she would undoubtedly have become an exemplary representative of female entrepreneurs in Huaxia. However, he could not voice these thoughts and instead deflected. "I oversee the research department in Yun County, where I have conducted in-depth investigations into various enterprises, acquiring a wealth of internal information. Last year, a toy factory faced a similar predicament, and I studied the trade friction cases involving Huaxia's toy exports. The standard barriers employed by companies like Mattel are not unprecedented. The beautiful nation will not relent. The trade war will only intensify and become increasingly unscrupulous, making it ever more challenging for Huaxia enterprises on the international stage." He recalled the overlooked details from the previous life, where Wu Yang indeed acquired Hengxin factory at a low price, while Mattel quietly amended the inspection report 6 months later. By coincidence, today he encountered Yi Feihong selling her house to provide severance pay for the workers, and memories of the past flooded his mind. If he remembered correctly, after the transfer of ownership, she leapt from the balcony of this very place. At that moment, Yi Feihong let out a bitter laugh, saying, "So what? This deadlock cannot be untangled. Losing over $1 billion is trivial. The crux lies in Hengxin's plummeting reputation in the international market, leaving it devoid of any prospects." Su Ting maintained an air of nonchalance as he asserted, "This deadlock, I can resolve." Yi Feihong chuckled softly. "You? Young man, how old are you?" 24. "Thank you for your concern," she sighed, crossing her arms and moving toward the balcony. Su Ting hurried after her, positioning himself close to protect her. Chapter 86. Journey to the capital. Yi Feihong remarked with a smile, "What? Are you truly afraid I might jump? The house hasn't even been transferred yet, and you haven't answered me. What is your solution? The legal team you've hired has not investigated Mattel's internal emails, or perhaps they lack the authority to do so. Consequently, a plethora of information remains inaccessible, creating a disparity." Su Ting gazed intently into her eyes. Yet the Bureau of Industry Damage Investigation within the Ministry of Commerce could conduct an inquiry. A classmate of mine works there and can facilitate our connection. Subsequently, the Bureau of Industry Damage Investigation was renamed the Bureau of Trade Relief Investigation. Su Ting's gaze was unwavering, betraying not the demeanor of a mere 24-year-old. "What do you mean? Going to the capital?" "Indeed, I shall accompany you." Yi Feihong scrutinized him earnestly, her wariness evident as she inquired, "What is your intent? Am I attractive? Am I alluring? In this attire, I could walk down the street with nary a glance in my direction. Or do you seek to acquire Hengxin? You, at such a young age, can produce 3 million. Who exactly is your benefactor? I simply believe you are an exceptional leader, a true modern entrepreneur capable of carving a path amidst the encirclement of power and state monopoly, a pioneer of private enterprise. I am confident you can forge a world brand that is both international and national." Flattered, Yi Feihong felt her cheeks flush and couldn't help but laugh. "Su Ting, I am merely a toy manufacturer, an outwardly oriented processing enterprise. I possess aspirations and ideas, yet I find myself ensnared in a dire predicament. Thus, accompany me to the capital to resolve the issue and revive my fortunes." Yi Fei-hong stared at him for a full minute before suddenly raising her fist and declaring emphatically, "Very well, to the capital. Rest assured, I shall not devour you, nor will I sell you. I am already destitute, of little worth." "No, you are invaluable," Su Ting replied gently, gazing at her. She felt a sudden warmth flush across her face, instinctively evading his gaze. She was not unattractive. Rather, she neglected her appearance and paid little heed to her exterior, despite possessing a remarkable foundation. Tall and slender, with fair skin and striking features. Her brows and large eyes bore a striking resemblance to a youthful Cecilia Chung, the corners of her eyes slightly upturned, exuding a blend of innocence and untamed spirit. Her bearing upright, her bright gaze concealing a lively spark. "However, I am restricted from high spending and cannot board a plane. Then we shall take the train, departing on the 4th, arriving on the 6th, and meeting my classmate from the Ministry of Commerce on the 7th. After signing the contract, Su Ting transferred an initial payment of 1 million to Yi Fei-hong, who promptly called to instruct the finance department to disburse severance pay to the workers. Su Ting intervened, saying, "Let us persevere a while longer. If this trip to the capital succeeds, there will be no need for layoffs." "Weren't you just 100% certain? How come now you hesitate to guarantee it?" "Nothing is absolute. There is always a 1% chance. Thus, one must refrain from making sweeping statements." Observing Su Ting's optimistic and confident demeanor, Yi Fei-hong suddenly perceived this young man, who had come to purchase a residence, as a book opened before her, each page concealing profound meanings she could not comprehend. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ting held within the palm of his hand memories capable of rewriting her destiny, tales of the aftermath of the Mattel scandal, of Wu Liang's ultimate downfall, and of Hung Xin's once brilliant future that had been extinguished. On the afternoon of October 4th, the platform at Shanghai City train station was suffocated by the throng of people returning from the National Day holiday. The whistle of the green train mingled with the cries of vendors as Yi Fei-hong watched Su Ting emerge from the stationmaster's office. He had just handed her a hard sleeper ticket while clutching another ticket for himself. During the peak of a National Day holiday, Su Ting had secured the ticket with the assistance of a university friend. Your friend certainly wields considerable influence, managing to secure a ticket even under these circumstances. Yi Fei-hong held the train ticket in her hand, the embossed words Carriage 6, Lower Berth 12 warming her palm. Since signing the contract yesterday, this man named Su Ting has consistently surprised her with his actions. The father of a college classmate serves as the deputy station master at the train station. However, due to the overwhelming demand, he was only able to procure a single sleeper ticket. Su Ting took her backpack and urged her to board, as the crowd was substantial. The hard sleeper carriage was permeated with a sense of instant noodles and perspiration. Yi Fei-hong stowed her backpack in the luggage rack and noticed Su Ting leaning against the corridor window, lost in thought. Would he really stand for over 20 hours during the journey? An inexplicable tightness gripped her heart as she patted the empty space on the lower berth. Inviting him to sit, Su Ting turned and smiled lightly, saying, "You should sleep. I'm accustomed to standing." As the train departed, Yi Fei-hong suddenly pulled him to the edge of her berth, asserting, "No arguments. We'll take turns sleeping. I'll rest during the day, and you can sleep at night." Her tone was firm, laced with an undeniable authority, though she dared not meet his gaze. As the night deepened, the lights in the carriage dimmed, leaving only the emergency lights in the corridor aglow. Yi Fei-hong lay in the lower berth, listening to Su Ting's breathing as he leaned against the partition opposite her. The streetlights outside flickered past, casting intermittent shadows across his sharply defined profile. This man, 4 years her junior, exhibited a ruthlessness in dealing with Wu Liang and a cool composure while analyzing the Meitai incident, akin to tempered steel. "Can't sleep?" Su Ting's voice broke the silence of the darkness. "I was thinking of you," she replied, only to realize how abrupt her words sounded. Quickly, she amended, "How do you know so much about business matters? You hardly seem like a civil servant." Su Ting chuckled softly, producing a bottle of Erguo 2 and a few packets of peanuts. "I enjoy it. I research online and read extensively to gather a wealth of information. He twisted off the cap and offered it to her. Want to give it a try? The liquor was fiery, causing Yi Feihong's eyes to sting. She began recounting her story, reminiscent of the media's tribute following her suicide in her previous life. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a figure walked against the light through the outdoor parking lot of Hongxin Toy Factory, their footsteps swift enough to stir the wind. The individual wore faded khaki work pants and a gray shirt emblazoned with Shanghai Light Industry Exhibition, with sleeves rolled unevenly, exuding simplicity and casualness. Had it not been for the long hair loosely tied back, with a few strands clinging to her smooth forehead due to perspiration, accentuating her prominent cheekbones and jawline, few would have noticed that this person navigating the assembly line was none other than Yi Feihong, the helm of Hongxin Toys. 10 years ago, at the age of 18, Yi Feihong accompanied a delegation from Xiangyang Xinyuan Industrial to the land of Donyang District in Shanghai City, which was then merely a stretch of damp wasteland. Unlike the other representatives from Hong Kong, who donned formal suits, she opted for a simple white shirt and jeans. The hem still muddied from her hurried airport dash that morning. Yet her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Upon hearing the district officials introduce the 3 supplies and 1 compensation policy, her fingertips instinctively tapped a rapid rhythm on her notebook. 3 months later, Shanghai Hongxin Toy Company Limited was established. Yi Feihong's mother was the legal representative, while Yi Feihong herself held the position of manager. In truth, she was originally from the mainland. At the tender age of 7, her mother remarried an elderly man from Hong Kong, taking her along to emigrate. She spent her formative years growing up in Hong Kong. However, during the initial years of Hongxin's establishment, the company found itself mired in continuous losses. At the age of 21, her mother passed away, and her step-family treated her with cruelty, denying her inheritance and pressuring her to drop out of university to marry the unappealing and malicious Wu Liang, all in an effort to expand the family business in the mainland. Fortunately, just before her death, her mother entrusted the company to her. From that point onward, Yi Feihong devoted nearly all her energy and resources to the factory, residing and dining there, mingling closely with the workers, which resulted in her having no romantic relationships since her first love in her sophomore year. Soon, Hongxin turned a profit, and, at the celebratory banquet, she wore her usual dark blue jacket, albeit with a rare touch of having been ironed. To the female workers on the assembly line, this 5'7" owner resembled an unpretentious elder sister. In the toy industry, discussions about Yi Feihong invariably revolve around 2 words: ruthless and warm. Ruthless in her demands for product quality, warm in her treatment of people. Wang Xiyuan, a titan of the Hong Kong toy industry, once remarked at an industry forum, "When I first met Yi Feihong, I thought she was a technician from some factory, only to discover she was a iron lady. She may not speak much, yet her work ethic is more solid than anyone else's." Last year, Hongxin's annual output value surpassed 400 million, with aspirations to reach 600 million the following year. However, everything came to an abrupt halt due to Mattel's recall incident. Reflecting on these past events, Yi Feihong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Ting silently handed her a tissue and inquired, "Given the company's success over the years, you must have accumulated a fair amount of personal wealth, right?" Yi Feihong offered a wry smile, replying, "Indeed, last year, I had around 60 million in my personal account, along with 4 insurance policies. You know, everyone in Hong Kong buys insurance. However, I was misled by Wu Liang and his associates, mistakenly entering the futures market to trade cotton, which resulted in a significant loss. Just look at the current price, less than 6,000 yuan per ton, and it continues to decline, leading to a forced liquidation and financial ruin." Su Ting felt a stir of understanding. It seemed Yi Feihong's distress also stemmed from the plundering of her personal fortune, especially since cotton futures were on the brink of a soaring surge. In his previous life, he had observed how individual investors had profited immensely from cotton futures. He steadied himself, deciding to address this matter after resolving the Mattel recall incident. Yi Feihong reminisced about her early days of entrepreneurship, sleeping on the factory floor. Recalling the ostracism from relatives in Hong Kong after her mother's death, and the chilling nature of human relationships when the walls began to crumble. She recounted how she cried through the night on the rooftop upon receiving her first order from Mattel. Su Ting listened quietly, occasionally interjecting, "That Kraus Maffei injection molding machine of yours could still fetch $4 million in the second-hand market." Yi Feihong was taken aback. "How do you know?" "Just a guess." Su Ting replied, raising his glass to take a sip. Good equipment never goes to waste. As the wine flowed, Yi Feihong found herself succumbing to its effects, her head spinning as she leaned against the edge of her bunk, dozing off. In her hazy state, she sensed someone draping a coat over her, imbued with a subtle scent of soap. Startled, she opened her eyes to see Su Ting squatting beside her, his fingertips just departing from her shoulder. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he recoiled as if scalded, while a faint blush crept to her ears. "Thank you," she murmured, hastily closing her eyes, her heart racing as though struck by the wheels of a train. Memories of her first love at the age of 20 flooded her mind. Forced to drop out and take over her mother's factory on the mainland, he had promptly chosen to end their relationship. Yet this man before her, who had offered only half a bottle of Erguo II and an old coat, stirred ripples in the frozen lake of her heart, long dormant. In the later hours of the night, observing that he had no place to sit, she insisted on switching places to sleep. Su Ting, initially resistant, ultimately relented. Thus, they lay side by side on the narrow bunk, separated by a half blanket, their breaths mingling in the stillness. Yi Feihong feigned slumber, yet felt his rigid form gradually relaxing, his arm occasionally brushing against her back, sending electric shivers coursing through her entire being. She recalled her mother's words. "The one who truly cares for you is not the one who gives you diamonds, but the one who shares a drink with you in times of sorrow." A sudden desire to embrace this young and handsome man surged within her. She thought, why not? The bed is too small, and leaving space between them only brings discomfort. Slowly, she extended her arm, pressing her body against his back, gently wrapping her arms around him. Her voice trembling as she whispered, "Hold on, this way you won't fall." Tears welled up as she spoke, for in his sturdy body, she found